Awakening from a state of unconsciousness, billions of souls find themselves scattered across myriad 10-meter-wide islands. They are compelled to engage in a perilous survival game upon these isles. Surrounding them, an eerie mist envelopes the ocean, obscuring all clarity. The game commences with but a retractable grappling hook. All supplies must be salvaged from the depths. No one can predict whether their cast will yield resources or unleash monstrous entities. Peril looms ever closer, and amidst this desolate environment, survival becomes a daunting challenge for all. Fortunately, Wu Liang has awakened the auspicious system, granting him a 100-fold increase in fortune. The threats of survival and the pervasive mist no longer pose a concern for him. Beware, within the encroaching fog lies danger. A sea creature lurks, observing you intently, awaiting your grapple. Golden treasure chest unlocked. The auspicious system activated, bestowing upon you an epic equipment forging blueprint, Blade of Greed. The war mode has commenced. While others fret over the basic necessities of life, Wu Liang has established a thriving city, adorned in epic gear, relishing the joys of the game as he navigates the vast seas. A gentle breeze caresses his face, infused with a hint of briny sea air. Wu Liang, who had previously been in a stupor, suddenly opens his eyes wide, leaping to his feet and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Before him stretches an endless expanse of azure ocean, where driftwood, stones, debris, and an assortment of crates bob upon the waves. Beneath him lies a desolate 10-meter island, barren and devoid of life. What is this place? Why do the stones float upon the ocean? The sight before him fills him with a sense of trepidation. If he recalled correctly, he was previously at the tourism tower in Ouching, preparing for a bungee jump, when suddenly the staff around him collapsed one by one, and he too inevitably lost consciousness. Wu Liang furrowed his brow. Who could have cast him into this place? What could their intentions possibly be? Suddenly, an eerie mist began to envelop the surroundings, swiftly spreading across the surface of the sea. Aside from the desolate island beneath his feet, a clear patch of approximately 10 meters remained on the sea to his right, untouched by the fog. In the void, an unfathomable, emotionless voice emerged with the mist, and as the words resonated, a line of pulsating black text materialized upon the sea before Wu Liang. Welcome to the island survival game. As you can see, all life on the Azure planet is ensnared within the enchanted sea. The disabled will receive restoration, and the intellect and physical capabilities of all beings will be elevated to that of an average person, with exceptions for the elderly, children, and pregnant women, who will be properly accommodated. The island beneath your feet is your sanctuary for survival. Do not venture away from it heedlessly, for your current level is 0, and the perils of the sea could claim your life instantly. Survival is your sole objective. To endure, you must diligently adhere to the instructions in the survival manual and prudently utilize the retractable grappling hook to swiftly enhance your level. You are granted a 6-hour novice protection period during which no dangers will arise. Do not harbor foolish thoughts of drinking seawater or bathing in it, as that will only lead to poisoning. 6 hours later, monstrous marine creatures will emerge from the depths to assault your island. If you wish to avoid becoming their prey, you must eliminate them. In doing so, delightful surprises await you. After the first day, these creatures will attack your island at irregular intervals. Remain ever vigilant. In the mist, there may lie survival supplies, but also perilous sea beasts. Once the novice protection period concludes, keep your wits about you. You can never ascertain whether you are reeling in a monstrous entity or valuable resources. Each day, the survival challenges will intensify. Strive to endure, for after a day, you will enter a state of warfare. The seas beneath your feet will shift eastward, and all players will gradually converge. You may choose to trade or turn a blind eye. Alternatively, you could plunder the hard-earned resources of others and seize their islands. Focus your attention. You may access the game panel, where numerous functions await your exploration. As celestial sounds resonate, every island inhabited by humans witnesses the descent of a retractable grappling hook, a tome, and a jade bracelet adorned with peculiar patterns. In the center of a 10-meter-wide island, a fist-sized, crystalline golden gem emerges. A survival game, is it? Wu Liang inhaled deeply, his expression fluctuating. His gaze then fell upon several items. Basic grappling hook upgradable, capable of retrieving fundamental resources and wooden treasure chests, with a maximum length of 20 meters. Each use diminishes its durability slightly, and it can be upgraded to an excellent grappling hook. Upgrade requirements: copper block 05, hemp ropes 02, springs 05. Survival Manual. Cannot be upgraded. Remember every word of the Survival Manual, as it is crucial for your future existence. Island Guardian Stone Fusion Possible. Take good care of it. Possessing this stone makes you the master of the island, and all life that arrives will be subdued. Note: ineffective against sea beasts. Fusion requirements. Each island possesses an Island Guardian stone. Acquiring them and fusing them with your own will expand your realm of survival. Basic Storage Bracelet Upgradable. This is a spatial item, encompassing a space of 10 square meters, capable of storing various resources, and can be upgraded to an excellent storage bracelet. Upgrade requirements: white jade coins 0-100, spatial stones 0-1, purple gold 0-5. Lines of prompts materialized. The immediate priority was to discern how to endure. Wu Liang bent down to pick up the survival manual at his feet and read it diligently. The survival manual contained only 2 pages of text. The remainder was blank. After reading it word by word, Wu Liang began to grasp his situation. In summary, all humans, along with animals and plants on the Azure Star, had been cast into the Demon's Sea, with the exception of insects. All living beings had awakened intelligence, identical to that of ordinary humans, yet their living conditions were starkly different from those of humanity. The survival conditions for all humans were uniformly the same. Each use of the retractable fishing hook diminishes health by 5 points. Should health decline to 50 points, physical strength will be halved, rendering one feeble and powerless. A failed fishing attempt also incurs a loss of 5 health points. Adverse weather conditions further deplete health, while sleep can restore it. Additionally, certain special medications may enhance health as well. To survive, one must swiftly gather various resources and improve their living conditions. Otherwise, one might perish on the island. Wu Liang squinted, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the survival environment is quite arduous, yet I have no desire to meet my end. A survival game, is it? Huh. Wu Liang swiftly regained his composure, bending down to collect several items from the ground, silently invoking, "Collect!" Before his eyes, the island stone, fishing hook, and survival manual transformed into beams of light, merging into the savings bracelet on his wrist. He donned the bracelet on his right arm, where it automatically shrank to fit snugly around his wrist. Fascinated, he mastered the usage of the savings bracelet and nodded in satisfaction. It's time to discern the functions of the game panel. Focusing his mind, he silently summoned the game panel. A translucent interface indeed unfolded before him. The upper left portion displayed his half-length portrait, while the right side revealed the time and his basic information. Wu Liang height, 183 centimeters, weight, 72 kilograms. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Health, 100,100. Lifespan, 80. Title, none. The current time is the first day of the first month in the Kaiyuan calendar, 6:05. Wu Liang has regained his composure, although his heart is filled with confusion. The most pressing concern now is how to survive more effectively. At the bottom of the game interface, there are buttons for chat, trade, auction, and manufacture. Wu Liang's gaze is drawn to the chat button. The page shifts, revealing 2 new buttons, World Channel and Regional Channel. He focuses on the World Channel. Is anyone there? Help! I'm stranded on an island. Have we been abducted by aliens? How do I use this grappling hook? The apocalypse has come for humanity. We're all doomed. What should we do now? Messages scroll past rapidly. Wu Liang glances at them and promptly exits the World Channel in the early stages. One can only shout for help once a day, and it is hardly a means of rescue. He then takes a brief look at the Regional Channel. The region hosts 1,000 individuals, and the chat messages are flowing swiftly. Similar to the World Channel, the avatars in the Regional Channel are all genuine photographs of people. Their nicknames consist of their names along with height and weight combinations. There are no restrictions on chatting in the Regional Channel, yet most messages are cries for help, expressing fear, with very little useful information. After observing for a while, Wu Liang shakes his head and exits the Regional Channel. For now, he does not wish to engage with them. Essentially, all the humans appear lost and are in a state of panic and confusion. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Wu Liang to regain composure so swiftly. Subsequently, he examined the trading and auction features. The interface appeared desolate, evidently devoid of any materials that players had yet to introduce for trade or auction. The trading platform allows players to exchange items freely, with the option to gift items at no cost. However, the auction operates differently. It necessitates the use of white jade coins or higher denominations, such as green jade coins or purple jade coins. The auction time and starting price are determined by the owner of the item, and no fees are imposed. Wu Liang learned from the survival manual that these three types of jade coins serve as the currency of this world, as well as a form of energy. 1,000 white jade coins are equivalent to 1 green jade coin, while 1 purple jade coin is valued at 1,000 green jade coins. The currencies or items exchanged are automatically stored within a savings bracelet, and should it exceed capacity, the system will temporarily retain them. Quite user-friendly, he remarked. Wu Liang then proceeded to open the manufacturing page, which displayed a scant selection of items and equipment. Level 1 house, wood 010. Bronze sword, wood 01, copper block 04. Standard crossbow, wood 02. Hemp rope 01, copper block 01, with 5 accompanying bolts, wood 01, copper block 01. Standard leather armor, bee skin 01, hemp rope 01. Each item and piece of equipment necessitates distinct materials for synthesis. After thoroughly examining the game interface, Wu Liang summoned a standard grappling hook and made his way to the seaside. He stood by the seaside, gazing at the mist-laden waters, where visibility was a mere 10 meters, striking a pose reminiscent of an old fisherman poised to cast his net. Upon the surface floated 2 logs, a stone, and a bundle of debris, while all previously observed supplies were shrouded in fog. Wu Liang took a deep breath. If I cannot procure resources that can enhance my health value, I must ensure my health remains above 50 points. This means I have only 10 opportunities to salvage supplies, and I cannot afford to squander them. These 4 resources are right before me. Failure to retrieve them is not an option. I must seize this chance. Wu Liang understood. He was fighting for survival. Death could come at any moment. Every resource must be cherished and utilized wisely. There could be no room for frivolity. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Liang prepared to make his move. Yet, at the critical juncture, a female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The European Emperor system is binding. The European Emperor system can amplify the host's fortune 100-fold. Chapter 2. Binding the Luck Emperor system with 100-fold fortune augmentation. What? I have bound a Luck Emperor system? 100-fold fortune augmentation? Is this a game mechanism? Wu Liang was left speechless, his mind racing in shock. After a full minute, he finally regained his composure and swiftly opened the world channel, followed by the regional channel. No one mentioned binding a system. It seems I'm the only one with such an advantage. The prospect of 100-fold fortune augmentation sounds absolutely remarkable. I am eager to discover its effects. Filled with delight, Wu Liang knew that with this Luck Emperor system, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. He swung his grappling hook, the device whistling through the air. Come to me. With a precise throw, the hook latched onto the nearest piece of debris. Wu Liang effortlessly pulled the item toward his island, finding it far easier than he had anticipated, as simple as eating or drinking. Game notification, Wheat Bread 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Luck Emperor system. Wheat Bread 2. 100-fold fortune augmentation activated, additionally obtaining 400 milliliters of mineral water 1. 2 distinct notifications chimed, and the debris Wu Liang had pulled vanished in an instant, automatically stored within his bracelet. To his surprise, there was food among the debris. Not only did it double, but he also received additional mineral water. Wu Liang's heart soared with joy. Gazing at the neatly arranged 2 loaves of wheat bread and a bottle of mineral water within his storage bracelet, he could hardly contain his excitement. Moistening his dry lips, Wu Liang once again brandished his grappling hook. Game prompt, Driftwood 1. Game prompt. Driftwood can be decomposed into 10 units of timber. Would you like to decompose it? The notification sound? Wu Liang felt a hint of confusion. Decompose. Game prompt. Timber 10. Congratulations, host has triggered the Lucky Emperor system. Timber 2. Triggered a 100-fold luck increase. Additionally obtained 400 milliliters of mineral water 1. So that is how it works. A smile blossomed on Wu Liang's face. His storage bracelet now contained an additional 20 units of timber. Now, he even had the materials for constructing a house. Long live the Lucky Emperor system. Only a stone and a piece of driftwood remained adrift on the waves. Wu Liang composed himself and cast his line steadily. Game prompt, Stone 1. Game prompt. Stone can be decomposed into 5 stone blocks. Would you like to decompose? Decompose. Congratulations. Host has triggered the Lucky Emperor system. Stone blocks 2. Triggered a 100-fold luck increase. Additionally obtained 400 milliliters of mineral water 1. More mineral water? Wu Liang swiftly reeled in the last piece of driftwood, and the ocean, with a visibility of about 10 meters, was now pristine. At this moment, the resources he had gathered included 40 units of timber, 10 stone blocks, 4 bottles of mineral water, and 2 wheat breads. The lucky Emperor system truly delivered. With it, I shall no longer worry about resources. Let us begin constructing the house. Wu Liang was filled with joy. He opened the crafting interface. The interface transformed. Level 1 house. Timber 4010. With the materials in hand, Wu Liang selected the level 1 house. Confirm construction. In an instant, the island trembled, and a pearlescent light radiated outward, illuminating the center of the isle. Within mere seconds, a modest dwelling, measuring 6 square meters and reaching nearly 3 meters in height, arose from the ground. Although somewhat rudimentary, it provided sufficient shelter from the elements. Durability 10. The walls, crafted from timber, bore unsightly stains, and the interior was starkly empty, devoid of even a floor. However, the materials were ample for reconstruction. As the supplies within the storage bracelet vanished, the interior of the wooden cabin transformed. With a pristine floor and clean walls, and the space expanded to twice its previous size. Content. Wu Liang nodded in approval. Though merely a vacant single room, it exuded a comforting warmth, clearly demonstrating effective insulation. Level 2 house. Upgradable, it not only shields from wind and rain, but also offers temporary refuge from marine beasts. Durability 50. Upgrade requirements. Island diameter greater than 20 meters. Wood 10-100. Stone 0-20. Copper 0-10. Is this a mechanism to compel players into combat and plunder? Wu Liang pondered, realizing that for further upgrades, a sufficiently large island was essential, necessitating the conquest of others' cornerstone stones to expand his territory. Must it be this way? A glint of cold determination flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. To craft a wooden bed, one must acquire animal hides, obtainable solely through the defeat of sea monsters. However, it is of little concern. The ground has served as a resting place before. Wu Liang strolled out of the stone dwelling, once again arriving at the shoreline. Surrounding him, the sea stretched for 10 meters, with resources uncertain as to when they might appear. With 80 health points remaining, he could attempt to fish 6 more times. Yet, the fog posed a significant uncertainty. Without a successful catch, each attempt would be a squandered opportunity. Wu Liang pondered this, his attention inadvertently drawn to the mist. Ahead lies a piece of driftwood. Your supply of timber is sufficient. You may attempt to gather resources at the 10 o'clock direction, where a delightful surprise awaits. Could this be the prompt of the fortunate system? Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to gaze at the mist in the 10 o'clock direction. Within the fog ahead, there is a wooden treasure chest. Do not let this opportunity slip away. It will vanish once time elapses. Such a feature exists? How remarkable! Wu Liang's enthusiasm surged. Onward, he exclaimed, swinging his grappling hook with fervor, casting it into the mist. Almost immediately, he felt a tug on the retractable hook. A wooden chest was drawn back to shore. However, it did not automatically transfer to his storage bracelet, indicating that Wu Liang would need to open it manually. There was no accompanying sound from the fortunate system or the game, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Lowering his gaze, Wu Liang examined the wooden chest. Wooden chest, the lowest tier of treasure chests in the enchanted sea, typically yielding delightful surprises upon opening. This was indeed a prompt from a game. Bereft of the auditory cue signaling the activation of the Euro Emperor system, Wu Liang promptly opened the treasure chest without hesitation. Game notification, Twine 2. Game notification. Copper ingot 2. Game notification. Wooden chest 1. Game notification. The wooden chest can be dismantled into 2 pieces of wood. Proceed with dismantling. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Euro Emperor system. Twine 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Euro Emperor system. Copper ingot 2. Triggering a 100-fold increase in fortune. Additionally, acquiring a low-grade strengthening technique 1. So, it is the act of opening a wooden chest that triggers the Euro Emperor system, resulting in doubled rewards. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed all the resources within the treasure chest multiply. Is it the case that the more valuable the resources, the greater the rewards? Lacking a basis for comparison, Wu Liang remained uncertain. Temporarily suppressing his inner doubts, Wu Liang silently willed dismantle. Game notification, Wood 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Euro Emperor system, acquiring Wood 2. The wooden chest on the ground vanished instantaneously, transforming into 4 pieces of wood. Wu Liang grinned from ear to ear, inwardly exclaiming the awesomeness of the Euro Emperor system. Now, With copper ingots and twine, Wu Liang could at least forge a respectable defensive weapon. This would grant him the means to retaliate against the impending sea beast attacks in a few hours. Moreover, he possessed a strengthening technique, which sounded promising. Wu Liang already formulated a plan in his mind. With his level at 0 and lacking knowledge of the nature of the demonic sea creatures, engaging in close combat with them would be exceedingly perilous. Ranged attacks were the only viable option. Chapter 3. Augmenting the casting hook. Listing water resources, picking up the flimsy parchment from the ground, Wallace then gathered the remaining supplies into his storage bracelet. The paper was inscribed with a dense array of glyphs resembling tadpoles. Lesser enhancement technique. Suitable for any creature, its application will augment the physical attributes of the user. Activation. Simply tear the parchment. Without hesitation, Wallace rent the lesser enhancement technique in two with a sharp rip. The two halves in his hands transformed into a beam of light that surged into his body. Wallace felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and torso. As the light gradually dissipated, complete tranquility returned. Clenching his fist, Wallace felt a surge of power. His strength had increased substantially, and the beer belly from his drinking had vanished, replaced by a sculpted 8-pack. If the lesser enhancement technique was this potent, what would a greater one be like? Wallace's gaze burned with anticipation. This world held countless mysteries awaiting his exploration. Wallace then accessed the crafting interface and selected Common Short Bow, confirming the creation. System notification: wood -3, hemp rope -1, copper or -2. System notification: Common Short Bow successfully crafted. A compact and exquisitely crafted short bow appeared in Wallace's left hand, while his right hand held 5 identical palm-sized, sharp arrows. The short bow, only a foot in length, was not cumbersome and possessed a delicate design. Common Short Bow, non-upgradable, capable of easily penetrating wooden planks, maximum range, 50 meters. The ordinary crossbow arrows, non-upgradable yet remarkably sharp, are the compatible projectiles for the standard short crossbow. Wu Liang placed 5 crossbow arrows into the quiver of his short crossbow. With a swift pull of the quiver, a distinct click resonated as the bowstring secured itself upon the notch. Wu Liang raised his left hand slightly, gesturing towards the ground, and pressed the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt soared with the swiftness of lightning, embedding itself into the earth, leaving only the tail fin protruding. The power was commendable. A satisfied smile graced Wu Liang's face as he continued to pull the trigger, releasing a series of bolts into the ground. Time and again, he retrieved the arrows. He sought to familiarize himself with the mechanics of the short crossbow. Having previously been an enthusiast at an archery club, he found his rhythm after approximately 20 shots. Once more, he loaded the crossbow arrows into the quiver and crafted another set, consuming 1 piece of wood and 1 copper ingot, which he subsequently stowed away in his storage bracelet. Having nearly mastered the short crossbow, he had 5 opportunities remaining to see what treasures he might unearth. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the misty surroundings. This direction is barren, devoid of any resources. At 3 o'clock, there lies a wooden treasure chest. Open it for delightful surprises. Ahead is a bundle of miscellaneous items, which may contain what you seek. In front is a copper treasure chest. Regrettably, it cannot be retrieved. Attempting to extract, it would merely squander precious opportunities. Before him lay a stone, promising an ample supply of pebbles. Each direction resonated with the melodic chime of the Lucky Emperor system. Regrettably, only a solitary wooden chest awaited. Wu Liang shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. With 5 opportunities at hand, he resolved to first fish for the wooden chest, followed by 2 bundles of miscellaneous items and a stone. The final chance would be reserved to see if he could upgrade his fishing hook to obtain a copper chest. With clarity of purpose, Wu Liang swiftly moved towards the direction indicated by the Lucky Emperor system, as the familiar chime echoed in his mind. Ahead lies a wooden chest. Fish for it, and you shall uncover surprises. With a deft motion, Wu Liang cast his hook, successfully retrieving the wooden chest to the shore. He crouched down and opened it. Game notification: copper ingots, 2 game notification, 400 milliliters bottled water, 1 game notification. The wooden chest can be decomposed into 2 wood. Would you like to decompose it? Congratulations, host, for triggering the Lucky Emperor system. Copper ingots 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Lucky Emperor system. 400 milliliters bottled water 2. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally acquiring 10 white jade coins. The rewards were varied and plentiful. Upon decomposing the wooden chest, he received 4 pieces of wood. Following the prompts of the Lucky Emperor system, he proceeded to fish for the 2 piles of miscellaneous items and the stone. Under the system's doubling effect, he gained 2 springs, 2 flint stones for nettles, 10 pebbles, and an extra 4 bottles of mineral water. Undeterred, Wu Liang felt no remorse. For merely an hour had elapsed, granting him another opportunity. Regrettably, he was 3 springs shy of angling a copper treasure chest. To ensure survival, a robust physique was indispensable. With time on his hands, Wu Liang commenced physical training, for while the strength enhancement technique had significantly augmented his physical attributes, Wu Liang remained unsatisfied. Driven by an ardent desire to live, Wu Liang, panting heavily, leaned against the wall, seated upon the floor of his humble abode. The coolness emanating from his back and posterior provided him with exceptional comfort. Retrieving a loaf of bread and a bottle of water from his storage bracelet, Wu Liang devoured them voraciously. Replete and with nothing to occupy his time, he accessed the chat channel. It had been over 3 hours since everyone had arrived on the island. Due to the novice protection period, there had been no casualties. Is there a kind soul who could spare some water? I am parched. In just over 2 hours, sea beasts will attack. I don't even possess a weapon. What should I do? Haha, I fished up 4 copper blocks and crafted a longsword. Envy. My health value is down to 40. I have no strength left. What should I do? Wu Liang perused the channel, discovering that many were beseeching for food and water. The chat channel was filled with gloomy countenances, as an invisible pressure bore down upon everyone. Exiting the chat channel, Wu Liang entered the trading center, where individuals had already begun to engage in transactions. However, the majority are in pursuit of sustenance and water, and individuals like Wu Liang, who scavenge for nourishment and hydration, are exceedingly rare. After all, survival resources are the most scarce, and everyone must hoard them. Wu Liang contemplated briefly, extracting a bottle of mineral water. He listed 300 milliliters for sale, retaining the remaining 100 milliliters and the bottle itself. He intended to acquire 3 springs, indifferent to how others might quench their thirst. In the trading center, the listing appeared. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72, trade item, 100 milliliters water, demand, 1 spring stock, 3. As soon as Wu Liang listed the 300 milliliters of water, it was instantly swept away. The 3 springs promptly landed before him. The chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, I have springs too, but I was a moment too late. Such a scarce resource as water is actually being traded. What is going on with Wu Liang? Is he overwhelmed by water? Who is the big shot that listed the water? How did I miss it? While the chat buzzed with fervor, some astute individuals attempted to privately message Wu Liang through the trading channel. Wu Liang paid them no heed, completely disregarding their messages as he promptly closed the game interface. Now that he possessed the springs, he could craft a superior grappling hook to procure copper treasure chests. Chapter 4. The first copper treasure chest. Acquiring basic swordsmanship, Wu Liang accessed the crafting interface for the rudimentary grappling hook and confirmed the upgrade. Game notification. Copper ingots -5. Hemp rope -2. Springs -5. Game notification. Exceptional grappling hook successfully crafted. A radiant shimmer enveloped the grappling hook, refining its previously somewhat dilapidated state. Exceptional grappling hook, upgradable, capable of retrieving basic resources and treasure chests of iron grade or lower. Enhances the probability of retrieval by 20, length 20 meters. Upgrade requirements. Iron ingots 0.5, hemp rope 1.2, spring 0.10, iron treasure chest. It should be a grade above the copper one. Wu Liang mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What could be inside an iron treasure chest? He moistened his parched lips, eagerly heading towards the location where the copper treasure chest had been. The area appears barren, devoid of any resources. However, a copper treasure chest can be found at the 11 o'clock position, undoubtedly containing items of interest. Do not miss it. Wu Liang was rendered speechless, realizing he had been disoriented by the surrounding mist. Game notification. Copper treasure chest 1. Copper treasure chest, a grade superior to wooden treasure chests. Its contents are sure to bring delight. Wu Liang crouched down and swiftly opened the copper treasure chest. Game notification. Copper treasure chest 1. Game notification. Exceptional fire sword blueprint 1. Game notification. Basic swordsmanship 1. Game notification. The copper treasure chest can be disassembled into 2 copper ingots. Disassemble? Congratulations to the host for triggering the European Emperor system. enhancing the quality of the exquisite Fire Inferno sword blueprint by 1. Congratulations to the host for triggering the European Emperor system and acquiring the foundational swordsmanship manuscript. A 100-fold increase in luck has been activated, granting an additional exquisite water condenser blueprint. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as a new blueprint appeared within the bronze chest, while the previous blueprint transformed into a stone tablet. Indeed, the more precious the resources, the greater the rewards. Wu Liang concluded, temporarily setting aside the bronze chest. He first seized the 2 blueprints. Exquisite water condenser, capable of condensing moisture from the air with decent efficiency, a daily use device. Would you like to learn? Exquisite Fire Inferno sword, a rare melee weapon capable of effortlessly severing steel with an added burning effect. A combat weapon. Would you like to learn? In this world, the quality of various items varies, categorized as ordinary, excellent, exquisite, rare, legendary, epic, and divine. Such treasures. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The manufacturing list contained only the most basic items, lacking such high-grade goods. Learn. The 2 blueprints in Wu Liang's hands transformed into beams of light, penetrating into his being. He opened the manufacturing page, silently reciting within his mind. Wu Liang scrolled directly to the end. Exquisite water condenser. Copper blocks 04, iron blocks 04. Wood 14-4, crystal stone 01. Exquisite Fire Inferno sword. Iron block 04, wood 14-1. Fire crystal stone 01. He found that he could only meet the requirement for wood. Crystal stones? Fire crystal stones? Just the names alone indicated their high value. Although he currently possesses 4.5 bottles of mineral water, water is a scarce commodity. Should he acquire a water condenser, he would never again lack this vital resource. He shall defer action until his health is fully restored, especially with the existence of the trading channel. He will first examine the elementary swordsmanship manual. The stone tablet within the bronze chest is of mid-thigh height, prompting Wu Liang to crouch down for closer inspection. He observes 13 figures etched upon the tablet, each wielding a long sword in a distinct posture, accompanied by textual annotations. These inscriptions are in simplified characters, readily comprehensible to Wu Liang. Elementary swordsmanship origin. Initial contact with the stone tablet is sufficient. Subsequent use requires adherence to the recorded instructions. Usage unlimited. Is this akin to a martial arts manual from a wuxia novel? Wu Liang muses before reaching out to touch the stone tablet. A radiant beam emanates from the tablet, penetrating Wu Liang's body. Game notification. Elementary swordsmanship successfully learned. Proficiency 0. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Emperor tier luck system. Elementary swordsmanship proficiency increased by 100. As the 2 distinct notifications resound, Wu Liang perceives a surge of memories flooding his mind. Proficiency of 100. A brilliant gleam momentarily illuminates Wu Liang's eyes. While he cannot yet forge the fire sword, he can craft ordinary bronze swords. He will first decompose the bronze chest. As a notion forms in Wu Liang's mind, the bronze chest instantaneously disintegrates. Game notification. Copper or 2. Congratulations, host, on activating the Emperor system. Receiving an additional copper or 2. Wu Liang stowed the stone tablet in copper ore he had recovered, then reopened the crafting interface. He selected the common bronze sword and confirmed the creation. Game notification. Wood -1, copper or -4. Game notification. Bronze sword successfully crafted. The copper ore barely acquired was immediately transformed into a bronze sword approximately 2 feet in length. Bronze sword, non-upgradable, a pristine, unsullied longsword. With it, one can contend with weaker marine creatures. Durability, 100, not bad. Wu Liang assessed the bronze sword, finding its weight acceptable, though somewhat light. He began practicing the basic swordsmanship he had just learned. Chop, thrust, flick, parry, sweep, draw, lift, point. Each movement was executed with precision, devoid of any superfluous action. The sequence flowed seamlessly, without the slightest hint of awkwardness. Wu Liang halted, the sword tip pointing to the ground, standing tall on the island, sword in hand. At the very least, his skill was comparable to the fencing masters he had seen on television. The only unknown was its effectiveness in actual combat. Wu Liang checked the time. With just over 20 minutes until 11 o'clock p.m., he decided to continue practicing. Mastery at 100 did not imply he could afford to be complacent. Additional practice would only increase his chances of survival. Except during sleep, his health only recovered by 1 point per hour, and if his health fell below 50 points, the recovery rate decreased to 1 point every 2 hours. After 11 o'clock p.m., he would be able to fish for supplies once more. Wu Liang was not bound by mere techniques, for techniques are lifeless while humans are vibrant. After what felt like approximately 20 minutes, he paused, taking a moment to catch his breath and glancing at the time. 10:58. A look of ease washed over Wu Liang. Not only had his stamina significantly improved, but he had also acquired fundamental swordsmanship. Moreover, with the addition of the European Emperor system, his chances of survival had greatly increased. Wu Liang made his way back to the seaside. This area was desolate, but soon a wooden treasure chest floated into view. You may choose to wait a while. A wooden treasure chest. Wu Liang noted this direction before circling the island, gazing towards other horizons. There is a piece of driftwood. You wouldn't want to fish for it. This is a stone. If you were to fish for it, you might extract a piece of iron. A metal treasure chest is approaching. It undoubtedly contains the resources you seek. Simply wait 5 minutes, and you shall be able to retrieve it. Wu Liang paused, remaining motionless in place. A metal treasure chest? Undoubtedly, it was the optimal choice. What treasures might it contain? Wu Liang felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 5. Unveiling the iron treasure chest and crafting an exquisite condenser after a tranquil 5-minute interlude. The auspicious chime of the sovereign Lux system resonated within Wu Liang's mind. A fortuitous iron treasure chest lies ahead, an opportunity of significant potential, promising a bountiful yield. Wu Liang inhaled deeply, brandishing his grappling hook, and cast it forth into the mist-laden expanse. With a sudden tension in the line, Wu Liang drew the iron treasure chest onto the shores of the isle. Iron treasure chest, a grade above the copper chest. Its opening shall reveal delightful surprises. Initiating the chest's opening. Game notification. Iron treasure, chest 1. Game notification. Iron ingot 5. Game notification. Schematic for an exceptional fishing device 1. Congratulations, host, for triggering the sovereign Lux system. Iron ingot 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the sovereign Lux system. Sweet fruit sapling 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the sovereign Lux system. The quality of the exceptional fishing device schematic has been elevated by 1. Activating the 100-fold luck amplification, an additional crystal stone 1 has been acquired, a momentous windfall. With the acquisition of the condenser, coupled with the fishing device, sustenance would no longer be a concern. Wu Liang's heart leaped with elation. He seized the schematic blueprint first. Exquisite fishing device, deployed into the ocean, and it shall effortlessly yield a bountiful catch. Learn, Wu Liang intoned inwardly, and the blueprint vanished. Accessing the crafting compendium. Exquisite fishing device. Iron ingot 10-4, crystal stone 1-1. Copper ingot 0-2. Wu Liang then retrieved the saplings from the ground. Sweet fruit sapling, capable of bearing delectable sweet fruits, suitable for cultivation in a pot. Wu Liang held a sapling in his hands and dismantled the iron treasure chest into 4 iron blocks, subsequently gathering all the resources scattered on the ground. With the sapling in hand, he approached his house, knelt down, and planted the 2 saplings before his door. To his surprise, they could indeed be planted. With the iron blocks secured, he now only required copper blocks, which he intended to obtain through trade at the marketplace. Wu Liang contemplated his inventory. 13 pieces of wood, 10 stones, 1 hemp rope, 7 bottles of mineral water, 1 loaf of wheat bread, 2 flint stones, 14 iron blocks, and 1 crystal stone. Before long, Wu Liang made a decision. He resolved to craft a water condenser to exchange water for resources. He then extracted 2 bottles of mineral water for decomposition. Moments later, at the trading center, seller, Wu Liang 183.72, trade item, 400 milliliters water, demand, 1 crystal stone, alternative, 1 fire crystal stock. Seller, Wu Liang 183.72, trade item, 100 milliliters water, demand, 1 copper block stock. The water traded for copper blocks was swiftly depleted in a mere 10 seconds, underscoring the scarcity of water. The chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, someone has listed 800 milliliters of water, and it's the same person. I know it's that last seller of water, Wuda. I managed to snag 100 milliliters. What a thrill. But what exactly is a fire crystal? Meanwhile, numerous individuals began to privately message Wu Liang through the trading channel. Venerable sir, I am parched beyond endurance. Would you be so kind as to bestow upon me some water? Should fate decree our paths to cross again, I shall pledge myself to fulfill any request you may deign to present. Esteemed brother, would you consider accepting 10 pieces of lumber in exchange for your precious water? Pray, tell me, do you still have need of copper ingots? Alas, not a single soul possesses either crystalline quartz or fiery gemstones. Amidst the myriad of private messages, there exist visages of foreign countenances, yet the missives they dispatch to Wu Liang are rendered in the Mandarin tongue. Perchance, the game possesses the innate ability to translate languages autonomously. A motley assortment of individuals make their presence known, including figures Wu Liang has oft beheld upon the television screen, resorting to tactics of coercion, enticement, and allurement. Yet, Wu Liang remains impervious to their machinations. All are ensnared within the confines of this virtual realm. Heaven alone knows if they shall ever regain their corporeal existence in the world beyond. Without the possession of crystalline stones, the prospect of bartering remains but a pipe dream. He is no altruistic paragon of virtue. Within the private messaging interface, the functionality to implement filtering parameters exists. Wu Liang designates crystalline quartz and fiery gemstones as his keywords of interest. Upon the triggering of these keywords, the dialog box shall promptly materialize. Subsequently, he selects the 2 plastic receptacles in his possession for deconstruction, whereupon he accesses the fabrication interface. Exquisite condensation apparatus. Copper ingot 4-4, iron ingot 14-4, lumber 13-4, crystalline quartz 1-1. Commence fabrication. Game notification. Copper ingot -4, iron ingot -4, lumber -4, crystalline quartz -1. Game notification. Exquisite condensation apparatus successfully fabricated. An instrument akin to a miniature aquarium manifests before Wu Liang's very eyes. Its dimensions approximate 1 foot in length, width, and height, and its aesthetic appeal is undeniably refined. Exquisite condenser, operable with the insertion of jade coins. 1 jade coin sustains operation for 30 days, yielding 200 milliliters of purified water per hour. Lacking a durability rating, Wu Liang relocated the condenser to a corner. He inserted a single jade coin. Game notification. Jade coin -1. The condenser vibrated subtly, its engraved patterns illuminated, emitting a cerulean glow. Gradually, droplets of water coalesced within the condensation reservoir. At 200 milliliters per hour, it produces approximately 4 liters of water per day. Wu Liang mused that given the finite resources obtainable through daily fishing, he no longer valued basic supplies. With a water source established, he could exchange it for essential materials. Wu Liang placed his bronze sword and standard crossbow upon the floor, then reclined against the wall to conserve his energy. With approximately 40 minutes remaining in the novice protection period, he needed to prepare for the initial sea beast assault. After roughly 10 minutes, a small dialog box automatically appeared on the game interface, directly before Wu Liang's eyes. Ganxin Kanshui Deguith. 54. I possess crystal stone. I am willing to trade it for 1,200 milliliters of water. The avatar depicted a sweet-looking girl with an elegant demeanor. Wu Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, a buyer had approached. Water, as he knew, was an exceedingly scarce resource, given that he was the sole vendor on the trading market. An initial offer of only 1,200 milliliters of water seemed rather insincere. Wu Liang responded to Gan Siyun 168. Is 1,000 milliliters of water sufficient? Wu Liang pondered. I only have this much left. If you refuse, I shall consume it myself. Gan Siyun replied, 800 milliliters of water is the minimum I can accept. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang responded, at most 600 milliliters. It cannot exceed that, for I must also drink. If this is unacceptable, we shall part ways. He had only a single piece of bread left and no fishing attempts remaining. Without obtaining more crystal stones and food soon, he would face starvation. After approximately 2 minutes, Gan Siyun finally responded, permitting him to relist the item. It seemed a decision had been made to proceed with the purchase. A faint smile crossed Wu Liang's face. With the crystal stone in hand, he could craft a fishing device, ensuring a future supply of fish and meat. Without further ado, Wu Liang extracted another 200 milliliters of water and adjusted his listing for the crystal stone. Just as he finished the modification and relist the item, a mere 10 seconds passed. Game notification. 600 milliliters water, transaction completed, crystal stone 1. Before Wu Liang lay a stone, the size of a thumb, glistening like a diamond. The crystal stone was remarkably clear, emanating a subtle blue glow. Chapter 6. Crafting fishing gear. The onslaught of the abyssal creatures. Wu Liang glanced at the time. There were less than 20 minutes before the abyssal creatures would launch their attack. He still needed 2 copper pieces, but chose not to rush. A moment of contemplation passed, and he noted that he had a loaf of bread sufficient for his sustenance today. He resumed his meditative state. Game notification. Please be advised. The abyssal creatures will soon land from the east. This warning will be given only 3 times. Thereafter, no further alerts will be issued. All players are advised to remain vigilant at all times. The game notification echoed thrice. Wu Liang sprang to his feet, crossbow in his left hand and sword in his right, stepping out of the dwelling. Who knows where the east lies? Wu Liang cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a shrimp-like head emerged from the waters, free from the shroud of fog, swiftly approaching Wu Liang's island. In an instant, half of its form was revealed. This is a giant sea shrimp. Be cautious of its pincers. It is relatively easy to deal with. Relatively easy to deal with, indeed. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wu Liang found an unprecedented calmness within himself. He raised his crossbow and aimed at the giant sea shrimp. An arrow whizzed past the creature, disappearing into the mist. With a flurry of uncertainty, he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Damn! He discarded the crossbow, gripping his bronze sword tightly as he kept a wary eye on the giant shrimp. Of the 5 arrows launched, only 1 found its mark. The giant shrimp had now reached the shore, emitting a fierce roar as it fixed its gaze upon Wu Liang. With pincers raised, it lunged toward him, moving at the pace of an ordinary human. Evading the prawn's assault with a sidestep, Wu Liang brought his sword down, severing one of its pincers as effortlessly as slicing through butter. Just as the Omni-Emperor system had indicated, subduing this prawn was a trivial matter. Wu Liang surmised that his enhanced reflexes were a result of the strengthening technique, which not only improved his physique comprehensively, but also heightened his neural response capabilities. Previously, he might have been too slow to react to the prawn's sudden attack. The prawn emitted a mournful shriek and lunged at Wu Liang head first. Perfect, Wu Liang thought, advancing rather than retreating. With a swift gliding step, he thrust his bronze sword upward, bisecting the prawn's head. A torrent of briny blood splattered over Wu Liang as the massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thud. A radiant glow emanated from the scene, and alongside the prawn's carcass lay a wooden treasure chest and a white jade coin. System notification. Experience 10. It drops loot too? Wu Liang mused, delighted. The pungent odor emanating from his person caused Wu Liang to wrinkle his brow in distaste. He shed his garments and cast them into the sea, unconcerned about onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, the discarded clothing was instantly dissolved upon contact with the water. Disassemble the prawn, Wu Liang commanded mentally. System notification. Prawn meat 1. System notification. Prawn shell 1. System notification. Sea beast blood 100 milliliters. The dissection of the prawn did not trigger the Omni-Emperor system. The blood required a receptacle for storage. Apart from the 2 mineral water bottles that had been broken down into plastic, he possessed a vacant one, perfectly suited for containment. Wu Liang turned his gaze towards the spoils of his endeavors. Ocean shrimp meat, replete with nourishment, exquisite in flavor. Consumption restores 5 health points. It even restores health points. Not bad. Ocean shrimp shell, viable for use as animal hide. Sea beast blood, abundant in trace elements. Ingestion restores 5 health points. Also suitable for medicinal application. Wu Liang harbored no desire to consume raw flesh, and the blood, amenable to medicinal use, could be preserved. The utility of shrimp shells as animal hide did not strike him as peculiar. His inexplicable arrival in this world was the paramount oddity. Wu Liang crouched down, opening the wooden treasure chest yielded by the ocean shrimp. Game notification. Wooden treasure chest 1. Game notification. Copper ingot 2. Game notification. Common barbecue grill blueprint 1. Congratulations, host. For triggering the Emperor Luck system. Copper ingot 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Emperor Luck system. Superior barbecue grill blueprint quality 1. Triggering 100-fold luck amplification. An additional planting base blueprint is acquired. A planting base. Wu Liang examined the 2 blueprints. Planting base. Possessing fertile black soil, capable of accelerating plant growth. Requires outdoor construction with a minimum island radius of 20 meters. Superior barbecue grill, capable of grilling food, enhances the palatability of the food. Wu Liang assimilated the 2 crafting blueprints, then accessed the crafting menu, scrolling to the end. Planting base. Timber 9-4, Soil Spirit Stone 04. Crystal Stone 02. Exquisite Barbecue Grill. Timber 9-2. Iron Block 10-2. The material for the fishing device have also been fulfilled. Select the refined fishing device. Confirm manufacturing. Game prompt. Iron Block -4. Crystal Stone -1. Copper Block -2. Game prompt. Successful manufacture of the exquisite fishing device. Before Wu Liang appeared a 2-meter long, 1-meter wide iron box. Attached to the iron box was a 2-meter long chain, at the end of which hung a nail. Exquisite fishing device, capable of capturing swimming fish. The introduction was succinct. Wu Liang hurriedly gathered the materials on the ground, then, holding the fishing device, made his way to the eastern sea surface. He tossed the fishing device into the water, drove the nail into the ground, and swiftly turned back to his dwelling. It was a bit chilly. After all, he was clad in nothing but a pair of underpants. The interior of the house was warm and inviting. Wu Liang opened the manufacturing page once more, selecting the barbecue grill. Game prompt. Timber -4. Iron Block -2. Game prompt. Successful manufacture of the exquisite barbecue grill. A compact barbecue grill materialized upon the floor. Exquisite barbecue grill. Charcoal-cooked food, capable of enhancing the delicacy of food, requires a source of fire. Do the items produced lack durability? Wu Liang pondered this thought, feeling somewhat uncertain, for he still possessed too few resources. Having recently consumed a loaf of bread, Wu Liang was not yet peckish. After a brief respite, he activated the chat channel. Upon perusing it, he discerned that numerous individuals were beseeching others for potable water and healing drafts. Those who had managed to endure thus far were the ones who had triumphed over the initial wave of marine beasts. Each regional channel, which had been populated with 1,000 souls at the commencement of the game, had now suffered attrition. In Wu Liang's designated channel, a mere 883 players remained. An intangible pressure weighed heavily upon all the participants. Unless they hastened to scavenge resources and augment their combat prowess, veritable fatalities would ensue. However, the resources procured from this juncture onward might harbor peril. The exigencies of survival were progressively intensifying. One could only speculate as to the number of casualties that would transpire in the days to come. Those of weaker constitution were likely teetering on the brink of madness. After scrutinizing the chat channel, Wu Liang accessed the trading channel. The price of animal hides was rather exorbitant, which caused Wu Liang to furrow his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang disassembled his partially consumed vial of water and listed it for sale. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Item for trade. 30 milliliters of water. Requirement. 1 animal hide. Stock. 6. In less than half a minute, 6 animal hides materialized before Wu Liang. The magnate is vending water resources once more. I possess an abundance of timber. Might I exchange it? I prostrate myself. Does the magnate accept acolytes? Esteemed Wu, why did you not apprise me? I too possess animal hides. A barrage of private messages ensued, including one from Ganxian. The global and regional channels buzzed with discussions about Wu Liang. This marks the third instance of Wu Liang offering water for sale, prompting widespread admiration for his seemingly inexhaustible inventory. Chapter 7. Bartering for attire. Retrieving the iron chest once more 6:30 p.m. The strident alarm jolted Wu Liang from his slumber. The game interface featured a clock with an alarm function. Wu Liang stretched languidly, despite being a simple wooden cot. The bed provided exceptional comfort, complete with accompanying bedding and pillows. Activating the game interface, Wu Liang noted that his health had regenerated to 80 points, allowing for another 6 fishing attempts. A smile graced his lips as he swiftly rose and opened the door. Whoosh! A biting gust of frigid air assaulted him. Game notification. Extreme weather conditions detected. Please add layers of clothing. Health will be reduced by 1 point per minute. Bang! The door slammed shut. Wu Liang, shivering, hopped onto the bed and hastily cocooned himself in the quilt. Bliss! He emitted a contented moan. Subsequently, Wu Liang accessed the trading center, intending to procure a clothing crafting schematic. His gaze swept across the marketplace. Filtering for schematics, a cascade of crafting blueprints appeared. The majority sought water in exchange, though some desired meat. Evidently, water remained the most coveted resource. This schematic appeared promising. Seller, William 186. 86. Item for trade. Exquisite leather armor set schematic. Requirements. 400 milliliters water, 2 loaves of bread. Stock. One seller's note. Please, I implore you, favor me with your patronage. The price was not insignificant. Wu Liang possessed an abundance of water, but only a single loaf of bread. Wu Liang 183. 72. The water is fine, but I only have one loaf of bread. Is that acceptable? After the private message, Wu Liang continued to examine the crafting diagrams. In less than 5 minutes, a chat box with a foreign avatar automatically appeared. William 186. 86. Excellent, Mr. Wu. I recognize you. Only you are capable of offering such a substantial amount of water. If you add another 200 milliliters of water, I will sell it to you. To claim recognition and not offer a discount. Wu Liang shook his head, pondering for a moment. Wu Liang 183. 72. I have no surplus water, but I can offer you a slightly used, ordinary hand crossbow. It has only been used a dozen times, and the bolts are brand new. William 186. 86. Very well, Mr. Wu. Who am I to refuse, seeing as I currently possess only a bronze sword? After a brief exchange, Wu Liang braved the cold and retrieved the ordinary hand crossbow, after which the two completed the transaction. A blueprint materialized in Wu Liang's hands. Learn. The blueprint transformed into a stream of light, entering his body. Wu Liang opened the crafting list to inspect the synthesis formula. Superior leather armor set, hemp rope 1-1, animal hide 3-3, plastic 0-2, iron ingot 8-2. Is the synthesis formula truly this straightforward? Wu Liang murmured, surmising that William likely possessed even more exceptional items. Wu Liang then produced 2 plastic bottles, breaking them down into plastic material. The clothing could be tailored to the wearer's physique. Selecting himself as the target and expending the materials, he crafted the leather armor set. Before Wu Liang appeared a set of protective clothing and trousers made of iron plates. Exceptional leather armor set offers a degree of insulation and possesses commendable durability. Wu Liang swiftly donned the garments, then approached the wooden barrel beside the water condenser, scooping up a ladle of water and gulping it down eagerly. Refreshing, it was time to gather supplies. In a few brisk strides, Wu Liang exited the dwelling. Game hint: extreme weather detected. Please don additional clothing. Every 20 minutes, 1 health point will be deducted. It was now 7 o'clock. Has it truly become 20 minutes? Fortunately, I have 81 health points. 20 minutes should suffice. The wind howled fiercely, tousling Wu Liang's unruly hair while the sky dimmed. A piece of driftwood and a pile of debris bobbed uncertainly on the sea, whose visibility was limited to 10 meters. Wu Liang surveyed the surrounding mist. Ahead lies a wooden treasure chest, awaiting your retrieval. A large shrimp gazes at you from ahead, clutching a piece of driftwood, waiting for your cast. The novice protection period had ended. Was there now a hint of danger in the vicinity? With a slight furrow in his brow, Wu Liang scanned the island's periphery for other directions. Ahead is an iron treasure chest, devoid of any peril. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing this prompt, Wu Liang hesitated not for a moment, wielding his casting rod to reel in the iron treasure chest. He then stored the chest in his savings bracelet and continued to survey the surroundings. A silver treasure chest lies ahead, guarded by a lurking abyssal octopus. A formidable yet manageable threat. Alas, your grappling hook is insufficient for its retrieval. A copper treasure chest presents itself, devoid of peril and containing coveted supplies. Among the available options, only a solitary iron treasure chest and a copper treasure chest, along with 3 wooden ones, are within reach. Disregarding the basic provisions, a plan swiftly materialized in Wu Liang's mind. Of the 3 wooden chests, he opted to secure only 2, eschewing the one protected by the formidable sea shrimp. With flawless precision, 4 treasure chests were successfully hooked and stowed away. My grappling accuracy is indeed impeccable, Wu Liang exclaimed, before swiftly returning to the sanctuary of his abode. Within the confines of his room, a stark contrast to the outside world prevailed, allowing Wu Liang's body temperature to gradually return to normal. He retrieved the 4 treasure chests, ready to stake everything on their contents. Game notification: Jasmine Seedling 1. Game notification: Crystal Stone 1. Game notification: Excellent Toilet Paper Crafting Blueprint 1. Game notification: Spring 2. Game notification: Towel 1. Game notification: Spring 2. Game notification: Iron Treasure Chest 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck boost. Additionally acquired White Jade Coins 10. Triggered a 100-fold luck boost. Additionally acquired Excellent Healing Potion Crafting Blueprint. Triggered a 100-fold luck boost. Additionally acquired C, Salt 1, triggered a 100-fold luck boost. Additionally acquired Cumin 1, a series of notifications rang out. All resources doubled, and 4 additional rewards were acquired. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then studied 2 crafting blueprints, dismantled 4 treasure chests, and stored all the resources away. He opened his savings bracelet and quietly examined his inventory. 12 wood, 10 stones, 2,000 milliliters water, 1 wheat bread, 2 flint, 10 iron ingots, 8 copper ingots, 2 jasmine seedlings, 2 towels, 2 crystal stones, 8 springs. Only 2 more springs were needed to craft a refined grappling hook. Wu Liang promptly accessed the trading center. Springs were rarely available for sale, and they were quite expensive. After a brief calculation, he listed 200 milliliters of water for trade. Seller, Wu Liang 186. 86. Trade item, 100 milliliters water. Demand, 1 spring. Stock, 2. Before even half a minute had passed, the game notified Wu Liang of a successful trade. In his hand, 2 springs emerged. Silver treasure chest, I have arrived. Chapter 8. Slaying the abyssal octopus and acquiring the silver treasure chest. Refined fishing hook, upgradable, capable of catching treasure chests of gold grade and below. Increases catch success rate by 50, length 20 meters. Upgrade requirements, gold ingots 0.10, wind crystals 0.2, crystal stones 2.2, iron essence 0.2. The room was engulfed in darkness, rendering Wu Liang unable to discern the appearance of the refined fishing hook. This was untenable, devoid of illumination. How could he engage in battle with the octopus? Wu Liang furrowed his brow in concern. He opened the trading channel and perused the offerings, yet found the prices rather inflated. After all, it had barely been a day, and the materials in the trading center were predominantly overpriced. Perhaps it would be more prudent to venture into the world channel. A thought crossed his mind, and he activated the world channel. His calls today had gone largely unnoticed. Wu Liang 183. 72. In need of a lighting device. Interested parties please DM, serious inquiries only. A message swiftly traversed the world channel. Wu Liang had garnered a modicum of fame. As soon as the message was sent, it was seized upon by numerous individuals. The great Wu had returned. Some had already bestowed upon him the title of a master. Within mere seconds, he received thousands of private messages. A sweet female avatar popped up, that of a charming young lady. Private messages typically emerge for 3 reasons. First, the sender had set up specific keywords. Second, there had been prior conversations between both parties, with mutual replies. Third, they had engaged in transactions, facilitating communication between buyer and seller. Gansian 168. 54. I can craft basic torches. I only need 2 iron blocks. The price is not particularly low. However, when converted, it is significantly cheaper than that of the trading center. Wu Liang has yet to respond, perusing other private messages. Some request meat, others seek water, and a few wish to exchange various supplies with Wu Liang for sustenance and hydration. He possesses 6 iron blocks, which he is somewhat reluctant to part with. After a moment of contemplation, he replies, torches require flint to ignite. Do you have any flint? Gansian 168. 54. No, I haven't stepped outside lately. Wu Liang 183. 72. I can provide you with a piece of flint if you can craft me 2 torches. Wu Liang has 2 pieces of flint. 1 is sufficient for his needs. Gansian 168. 54. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Wu Liang. Wu Liang smiles faintly. When he feels indifferent, he does not mind lending a helping hand. Please send me the transaction link. When sellers list items on the trading center, they can opt to keep their listings private, allowing only selected individuals to view them, similar to sharing a link with friends on WeChat. After a brief moment, the transaction is complete, and Wu Liang now possesses 2 torches. He ignites one and takes the other with him as he steps outside. The flickering flames of the torch dispel the darkness. Although shadows linger, Wu Liang can now discern his surroundings. He plants the 2 torches into the ground and ignites the other. Instantly, the 10-meter expanse of the island is illuminated. Without further ado, Wu Liang grips the grappling hook in his left hand and tightly holds the longsword in his right, proceeding towards the silver treasure chest. Awaiting ahead lies a silver treasure chest, guarded by a malevolent sea octopus. Cleave it asunder with thy long sword, and be wary of its tentacles. With a flourish, Wu Liang cast his grappling hook towards the prize. The line tautened, indicating a secure hold upon the silver chest. Remaining vigilant, Wu Liang gingerly drew the hook. retreating in measured steps until he reached the sanctuary of a secluded corner. As the silver chest was hauled ashore, two tentacles, as thick as a child's arm, lashed out with sudden ferocity. A sea octopus of considerable size emerged from the depths onto the isle. Fortunately, Wu Liang's alertness served him well. With nimble reflexes, he brandished his bronze sword, severing the two tentacles in a swift stroke. The dismembered appendages writhed upon the ground. The wounded sea octopus thrashed about, its remaining tentacles flailing wildly. The severed appendages recoiled back into the depths from whence they came. Shui, another tentacle lunged forth. But Wu Liang evaded its grasp with a sidestep. His long sword descended, cleaving the appendage asunder once more. With a surge of adrenaline, Wu Liang advanced upon the octopus, heedless of the surrounding tentacles. His bronze sword crashed down upon the creature's form. The tentacles, now devoid of life, slumped against him before sliding limply to the earth. Twitching feebly, a radiant glimmer filled the air, and a small mound of jade coins materialized beside the fallen beast. Dismembering the carcass yielded. Game notification. Sea octopus flesh 5. Game notification. Sea beast blood 200 milliliters. Game notification. Sea octopus hide 2. Unlike the sea shrimp, which is encased in a shell with scant meat, the sea octopus boasts a bountiful yield of flesh, including its delectable tentacles. The flesh of the magical sea octopus is exquisite in flavor, smooth in texture, devoid of any trace of briny taste, and upon consumption, it restores 10 points of health. The blood, referred to as the blood of sea beasts, is akin to that of oceanic shrimp, with 100 milliliters replenishing 5 points of health. Wu Liang retrieved the plastic bottle containing the blood and filled it with that of the magical sea octopus. Subsequently, he gathered the supplies scattered on the ground, discovering no less than 5 white jade coins. It was time to explore the contents of the silver treasure chest. Wu Liang eagerly opened the chest. Game notification. Recipe for an exquisite crystal lamp 1. Game notification. Fire crystal 2. Game notification. Quartz 2. Game notification. Recipe for an exquisite wind spirit set 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck enhancement. Additionally, acquiring intermediate strengthening technique 1. A beam of light flashed, and a new blueprint appeared within the silver chest, while the other 2 blueprints deepened in hue, elevated by the auspicious system to a higher quality. Wu Liang grasped the 3 blueprints from the silver chest. Intermediate strengthening technique significantly enhances the user's physical attributes. Requirement: simply tear it open. Without hesitation, Wu Liang tore open the intermediate strengthening technique with a decisive rip. A warm current surged through his limbs, enveloping his body in increasing warmth, while his bones crackled and popped. Though his muscles remained unchanged, Wu Liang felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him, a sensation that filled him with immense comfort. He did not examine the other 2 manufacturing blueprints closely, as he was eager to learn. He retrieved a piece of wood and, with a swift crack, effortlessly snapped it in 2. This must require at least several hundred pounds of force. Wu Liang was overjoyed and quickly disassembled the silver treasure chest, collecting all the resources within. Grasping a torch, he returned to his dwelling. With the fire crystal in hand, he was now able to forge the fire underworld sword. Wu Liang accessed the crafting interface and selected the exquisite fire underworld sword, confirming the creation. Game notification. Iron block 4 wood 1. Fire crystal 1. Game notification. Exquisite fire underworld sword crafted successfully. A long sword adorned with mysterious patterns appeared in Wu Liang's grasp. Exquisite fire underworld sword. Cuts through silk and hair, inflicts burn effects, and is extremely sharp. Wu Liang practiced a few swings, finding the feel quite satisfactory. After a few more flourishes, he sheathed the fire underworld sword and began examining the synthesis formulas for several blueprints he had previously acquired. Chapter 9. Crafting the crystal lamp and enjoying barbecue. Excellent healing potion. Rosin grass 01. Nettle 42. Luzon fruit 01. Premium toilet paper. Wood 10-1. Water 650 milliliters 100 milliliters. Rare crystal lamp. Quartz 44. Crystal stone 22. Fire crystal 32. Rare wind wing set. Beast skin 210. Silk 010. Silver block 4-8. Wind crystal 010. Gold crystal 04. Crystal stone 22. The remaining materials were insufficient, leaving only the toilet paper and a crystal lamp ready for creation. Selecting and crafting as the materials within the storage bracelet vanished. A lamp and 50 sheets of toilet paper appeared before Wu Liang. Premium toilet paper, soft and comfortable, higher quality, consumes fewer materials. Rare crystal lamp, consumes 1 white jade coin. Usable for 30 days, dispels mist within a 5-meter radius. The shape of the crystal lamp resembled an hourglass, adorned with a handle on top and at the bottom. A switch and a coin slot. Wu Liang inserted a white jade coin and activated the switch. In an instant, the small room, approximately 6 meters in size, was illuminated as if it were midday. The torch, a consumable, had already burned halfway. Wu Liang held it as he exited the house. Before long, the torch vanished from his hand, transforming into an iron box, the fishing device. Lifting the lid, he discovered 10 different types of sea fish flopping inside. 3 were covered in black spots, resembling coins, while 4 others resembled carp but were considerably plumper. For fish, resembling catfish, are entirely devoid of scales. The names are remarkably unpretentious, closely mirroring their forms. The magical sea money fish boasts exquisite flesh, and long-term consumption enhances beauty, increasing health points by 10. The magical sea fortune fish, with its delicate texture and mineral content, fortifies 1's resistance when consumed regularly, also granting an additional 10 health points. Conversely, the magical sea catfish holds no nutritional value, its flesh being soft and unpalatable, serving merely to stave off hunger. There were no prompts from the European Emperor's system. Was it due to their being live creatures? Or perhaps only materials obtained through fishing and treasure chests could trigger such notifications? A flicker of doubt crossed Wu Liang's mind, yet he chose to dismiss it. These fish could be stored in a savings bracelet without the risk of decay. Recognizing the magical sea catfish's lack of value, Wu Liang promptly discarded them at the trading center. Seller, Wu Liang trade item, magical sea catfish requirement. Any crystal stock, for seller's note, live fish. Simply place them in a container with some seawater to keep them alive. While they may not be palatable, they can satisfy hunger and even produce fish roe, promising future abundance. To enhance the appeal, Wu Liang casually fabricated a brief description. The listing for the magical sea catfish was successfully posted. Within moments, the World Channel buzzed with discussions about this peculiar fish. Wait, aren't seawater creatures toxic? How can it be fish? I have just realized that Wu Dashin has put up 4 live fish for sale, mentioning that they are not palatable, suggesting they could be purchased as companions. Did you all not notice Wu Dashin's message? Despite their unappetizing taste, they can stave off hunger. Furthermore, nurturing them might lead to a multitude of smaller fish, alleviating future concerns about sustenance. Why are we unable to capture demon sea fish? Does Wu Dashin possess fishing implements or expertise? Information from experienced individuals is requested. We are still in dire need of water and food, while Wu Dashin has already commenced selling live fish. There is simply no comparison. I acquired one, and it is warm and quite useful. After removing its teeth, it serves as a valuable assistant. A deviant exists among us. The mere presence of 4 live fish has once again captured attention, becoming a topic of discussion for many. Game notification. Demon Sea Catfish -1. Game notification. Transaction completed. Earth Crystal Stone 1. Oh, so soon? Wu Liang was surprised that someone had bought one in less than 3 minutes after it was put up for sale. Truly, a rare commodity is highly sought after. After a while, game notifications ceaselessly rang in his ears, and all 4 fish were sold out. Wu Liang had 2 Earth Crystal Stones and 2 Wind Crystal Stones in his hand. No one traded with Water Crystal Stones or Fire Crystal Stones. At this moment, it was already 8 p.m. Wu Liang's stomach began to rumble. He had only eaten a wheat bread all day. Water was scarce, and Wu Liang was reluctant to use it to clean the fish. He took out a piece of shrimp meat and a piece of octopus meat, cut them into several small pieces with a bronze sword, and placed them on the barbecue grill in the house. Add 1 unit of wood. A single piece of wood burns for an hour, and currently, there are 9 units remaining, more than sufficient for roasting meat. The flint ignited, crackling under the intense heat, as the meat released an enticing aroma. It was utterly delightful. Wu Liang inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of meat, which was far superior to anything he had previously tasted. His mouth was salivating profusely. He retrieved sea salt and cumin, tearing open the packaging to sprinkle a bit over the meat. The small cabin was filled with the delectable scent of roasting meat. He fashioned a pair of chopsticks from another piece of wood, turned the meat over, and silently awaited its perfect doneness. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and both sides of the meat had turned a golden hue. Wu Liang took a deep breath of the tantalizing aroma, eagerly picking up a piece to taste. Sizzle gasp. As he inhaled and chewed, the meat was slightly too hot, yet the flavor was unparalleled, surpassing any prior experience. What a delight! He swiftly devoured 2 units of the roast. Wu Liang couldn't help but smack his lips, lost in reminiscence. If only there was some chili. The 2 portions of roasted meat restored a total of 15 health points, and with only 5 uses of the grappling hook prior, he could now fish 4 more times. The meat was a tad greasy, prompting Wu Liang to take a few sips of water before heading outside with his fishing gear. He positioned the fishing apparatus and strolled around the island, observing that the resources were identical to before, save for a few missing treasure chests. With a visage etched with regret, Wu Liang deftly cast his hook, retrieving a wooden treasure chest guarded by a formidable sea shrimp. Observing the creature clumsily brandishing its pincers as it lunged toward him, Wu Liang offered a cold smirk. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the creature's advance, swiftly executing a lethal strike before it could react. How graceful! Game notification. Experience 10. The sea shrimp yielded but a single white jade coin. Upon dismantling the creature, he acquired a unit of meat and 100 milliliters of marine beast blood, perfectly filling his plastic bottle. He proceeded to open the wooden chest. Game notification. Silk 1. Game notification. Toothbrush triggered a 100-fold luck enhancement, additionally acquiring a pine resin seed 1. Wu Liang gathered these resources, bringing his wood stockpile to 12 units. Experiencing a slight discomfort in his abdomen, he squatted by the seaside to relieve himself. A faint odor lingered in the air, rather unpleasant. He hastily retreated into his dwelling. How dull! Wu Liang sighed. Having previously indulged in 6 hours of sleep, he now found himself devoid of any inclination to rest. Most were engaged in idle chatter within the chat channel, while Wu Liang silently submerged himself, diligently seeking out valuable information. Chapter 10. The first day passes. The island begins to move. The game's notification resounded abruptly in Wu Liang's mind, jolting him awake from his slumber. Game prompt. The island is about to move. Game prompt. The island is about to move. Game prompt. The island is about to move. The prompt repeated thrice. Wu Liang felt the entire island shudder violently, only to stabilize in an instant. The ineffable celestial voice echoed once more from the heavens. War mode initiated. The island commences its eastward trajectory. The island will pause for 1 hour every 3 hours. During this respite, seize the opportunity to procure essential supplies. You may attempt to fish for resources while the island is in motion, though the likelihood of returning empty-handed is substantial. As the island traverses, expect to be assailed by abyssal marine entities. Maintain constant vigilance. Upon the convergence of 2 islands, the island's movement will cease. You may opt to engage in trade, form alliances, or engage in plunder. Of course, there will also be some resource-rich islands, which are both opportunities and dangers. The survival manual has been updated. Remember, survival is your only mission. Wu Liang swiftly donned his attire and strode towards the outdoors. The sea, with a visibility of merely 10 meters, churned turbulently, with some basic supplies being forced into the misty surroundings on both sides. Although the island was in motion, Wu Liang did not perceive the slightest sensation of turbulence. Subsequently, Wu Liang retrieved the survival manual and began to peruse it. As expected, the survival manual had gained 2 additional pages, which Wu Liang committed to memory before stowing it away. He retrieved his fishing device and, upon lifting the lid, discovered an additional 5 fish within. Game tip: Magical Sea Money Fish 3. Game tip: Magical Sea Longevity Fish 2. He collected these 5 fish and subsequently returned the fishing device to the sea. At that moment, a shimmering golden chest emerged on the horizon of the ocean. A treasure chest. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he drew his grappling hook, preparing to cast it. Do not attempt to hook that golden chest. It will only leave you empty-handed. The system's warning echoed in his mind, causing Wu Liang to hesitate momentarily. In the blink of an eye, the golden chest was engulfed by the surrounding mist, pushed away by the waves. Feeling a tinge of regret, he reminded himself that out of sight is out of mind and retreated back to his dwelling. Thanks to the system's doubling feature, Wu Liang had previously acquired 2 towels and a toothbrush. He took out a toothbrush and sprinkled a bit of sea salt on it. After cleansing his mouth and washing his face, he felt invigorated. The condensation device was diligently at work, and glancing at the gauge, He noted that he still had over 3 liters of water remaining. Although he yearned for fish, he hesitated to part with his precious water. Instead, Wu Liang took out 2 pieces of octopus meat and began to grill them. After enjoying a delightful meal, he lay on his bed, quietly observing the chat channel. The atmosphere was rife with lamentations. Oh no, you must know that waiting patiently for the island to stabilize to gather supplies is the way to go. I cast my line twice and caught nothing. I too am filled with regret. Behold, I have procured a silver treasure chest. Does it not inspire envy? It seems that the majority have managed to enhance their fishing lines. Abruptly, a private communication materialized on the screen. Are you in the market for fire crystals? Inquired a message from Gan Siyun. Indeed, what are your requirements? I responded. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. I am in need of 200 milliliters of water and 2 units of meat. Would that be acceptable? Wu Liang 183. 72. Affirmative. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. To acquiesce so readily, perhaps I ought to have requested a greater quantity. Is it possible to retract the offer? Wu Liang 183. 72. Pray, do not attempt to inflate the price now, for I shall not accede to it. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. Oh sir, you are most ruthless. I have subsisted on a mere morsel of meat since yesterday, and am now in a state of starvation. Wu Liang 183. 72. I ask for little in return. I shall furnish you with a link momentarily. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, do not hesitate to approach me, for I shall extend a preferential rate to a patron such as yourself. Grateful Thoughts 168. 54. Alas, very well. Were it not for the present unavailability of meat, I would not bear to part with my crystals. Grateful Thoughts 168. 54. Might I inquire as to the provenance of your fish? And how do you possess such an abundance of water? Is it procured via water fabrication apparatus? Wu Liang 183. 72. I possess both a fishing apparatus and a water condenser. With billions of players populating this world, he is assuredly not the sole proprietor of such devices. This information warrants no secrecy. Grateful Thoughts 168. 54. Grateful Thoughts then emitted a series of lamentations, to which Wu Liang paid no heed. He proceeded to list the goods and furnish her with the transaction link. In this exchange, Grateful Thoughts was fleeced of 2 crystals by Wu Liang. Wu Liang harbored no compunction, as each party obtained their desiderata. Moreover, the external acquisition of sustenance and potable water is presently fraught with difficulty. The intermittent encounters with marine beasts provide a source of nourishment upon their defeat. Yet water remains a scarce commodity. It is anticipated that within 3 to 5 days, the exchange of provisions and water will become increasingly prevalent. Shortly thereafter, system notification, transaction complete, 200 milliliters of water and 1 demonic sea octopus meat exchanged for 1 fire crystal. He now retains but a single portion of shrimp meat. However, possessing a fishing apparatus, he is not wanting for sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, he elected to retain a single golden line fish and a single goldfish, consigning the remainder to the trade center. Seller, Wu Liang 183. Transaction item, magical sea bream. Requirement, any 2 crystal stones, stock 5. Seller's note, the flavor is exquisite. Consuming it can enhance health by 10 points, a must try. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 74. Transaction item, magical sea money fish. Requirement, any 2 crystal stones, stock 5. Seller's note, it has a delightful chewiness. Consuming it can enhance health by 10 points, not to be missed. A total of 10 fish, as soon as they were listed, ignited fervent discussions in the chat channel. Everyone lamented Wu Liang's extravagant generosity. Countless private messages flooded in. Some indeed possessed crystal stones, but not enough, inquiring if he would accept other materials. Others directly asked if they could trade with different resources. Wu Liang designated silk as a keyword. He would consider offers that included silk. Just then, a tremendous bang echoed. Something was amiss. Wu Liang swiftly rose to his feet, drawing forth the fire underworld sword. Chapter 11. Level Up. Reintroducing water resources, the eastern wall trembled with a series of resounding thuds, becoming somewhat battered. Fortunately, the door faced south. Wu Liang burst forth from his chamber, swiftly pivoting, sword in hand, his expression alert as he gazed towards the east. There, beside the house, lay a large puddle of sludge, from which a mound protruded, revealing two eyes that resembled a head. Two arms, perpetually dripping with yellow mud, emerged from the mire, relentlessly pounding against the eastern wall. A durability bar appeared on the wall, diminishing with each assault from the creature. This is a mud monster from the abyss. The Fire Inferno sword is sufficient to deal with it. Wu Liang felt a slight shudder. This was the first time he had encountered such a repulsive entity. The mud monster seemed to sense the commotion, not turning its head but rather rolling its eyes upon its head, drifting to the left. Indeed, it was drifting. The mud monster's yellow, muddy arms flailed, releasing an overpowering stench as they were hurled towards Wu Liang. The sludge beneath surged, the creature's arms elongated swiftly, reaching Wu Liang in an instant. However, Wu Liang remained composed, swiftly sidestepping to the left, evading the creature's assault. As his body turned, he thrust his sword upward. The blade of the Fire Inferno sword ignited with a crimson glow, severing the mud monster's right arm in an instant. A sharp sound echoed as the severed arm's moisture evaporated rapidly, crumbling into clods of earth that fell to the ground. The right arm of the sludge monster emitted a continuous crackling sound as clumps of earth tumbled down. What an opportunity! Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the Fire Spirit sword's burning effect to be so formidable. With a swift downward stroke of the Fire Spirit sword in his right hand, he severed the monster's other arm, reducing it to mere clods of mud. The sludge monster appeared impervious to pain, and the mud on the ground surged, allowing its arms to regenerate almost instantaneously, swinging once more towards Wu Liang. Prepared for this, Wu Liang wielded the Fire Spirit sword with dexterity, cleaving through the incoming appendages. He then lunged forward, deftly turning his right hand. The tip of the Fire Spirit sword pointed downward, plunging forcefully into the protruding head of the sludge monster. A nauseating, acrid odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of burning refuse, utterly repulsive. The protruding head of the sludge monster was desiccated by the Fire Spirit sword's accompanying burning effect. A flash of brilliance erupted, and the sludge monster burst forth a copper treasure chest. Game prompt. Experience 50. So simple. Wu Liang was somewhat taken aback, yet soon comprehended that the effectiveness of the Fire Spirit sword's burning effect was remarkable. Game prompt. Player level 1. As the game notification materialized, Wu Liang felt a surge of warmth rising from beneath his navel, encircling his body before returning to his core. A comforting warmth enveloped him. His mind became clearer, and he sensed an increase in his strength. Is this the essence of vitality? Wu Liang felt a surge of delight. However, the foul stench lingering in the air quickly dampened his joy. Suppressing his disgust, he decomposed the sludge monster. Game hint. Roasted abyssal sludge monster meat 1. Roasted sludge monster meat. Pungent odor. Consumption reduces health by 5. However, certain sea creatures are fond of it, and it can be used to attract them. It seemed useful for farming monsters. Wu Liang casually collected it, unwilling to provoke any creatures at this moment due to his low level. He picked up the copper treasure chest from the ground and retreated into the shelter. The stench was unbearable. Game hint. Common marine life. Encyclopedia 1. Game hint. Copper treasure chest 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the European Emperor system, enhancing the quality of the common marine life encyclopedia by 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the European Emperor system, additionally acquiring an excellent toothpaste production blueprint. Wu Liang grasped the 2 blueprints, then decomposed the copper treasure chest. Excellent Marine Life Encyclopedia displays information on sea creatures ranging from level 0 to 20. Excellent Toothpaste Production Blueprint, a daily necessity that enhances quality of life. The higher the quality, the lesser the material consumption. Learning. Wu Liang silently chanted. The 2 blueprints transformed into streams of light and swiftly entered Wu Liang's body. He then opened the game interface. Wu Liang. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Level, 1 experience, 10, 100 health, 100 lifespan, 80 title, none. A new entry labeled Encyclopedia appeared in the row of buttons below. Wu Liang clicked on it, revealing a densely packed list. Sea shrimp, mystical sea octopus, mystical sea mantis, mystical sea serpent, mystical sea jellyfish. Select sea shrimp. View details. Sea shrimp. A foolish marine creature, possessing a simplistic mind, fond of brandishing its claws. Ability, claw attack. Weakness, slow movement, level, 0. In addition to the descriptive information, there exists a 3D image of the sea shrimp, which can be viewed from various angles. Wu Liang also glanced at the mystical sea octopus and the mud monster, both at level 1. Wu Liang briefly browsed through the extensive catalog of magical sea creatures, numbering in the thousands from levels 0 to 20. However, he did not encounter any of the fish he had captured. With the completion of the bestiary, he would be able to target weaknesses when he encounters other monsters in the future. He then shifted his focus away from this. Opening the crafting page, he began to examine the synthesis formula for toothpaste. Excellent toothpaste. Sea salt 396 milliliters 100 milliliters. Quartz 01. Luzon fruit 02. Copper blocks 01. The materials required were quite lacking. Wu Liang checked the time. Only about 2 hours had passed. The sea fish he had listed for sale remained unsold, indicating that players were currently reluctant to exchange 2 crystal stones for them. Perhaps they simply did not have them at the moment, but once the island settled, he could gather resources through fishing. He believed that by then, there would surely be individuals willing to make the exchange. Wu Liang promptly opened his housing interface, only to find that his durability, originally at 50 points, had diminished to 40 points. He navigated to the repair page. Repair materials. Wood 12-4, stone -1, confirm the repair. Game hint, wood -4, stone -1. Game hint, the sturdy wooden house has been successfully repaired. The dilapidated eastern wall has been rejuvenated, accompanied by the prompt. Only 8 units of wood remain. Wu Liang furrowed his brow, for he now had little regard for such basic resources. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the trading channel. Trading channel. Seller. Wu Liang 183. 72. Trade item. 15 milliliters water. Demand. 1 wood stock. 100. While others exchanged resources for food and drink, he stood apart in his unique approach. Wu Liang bartered 15 milliliters of water for 1 unit of wood. Though deemed unscrupulous, to certain players suffering from extreme water scarcity, he was akin to a savior. Water was in high demand. Within mere seconds of listing it, his supply was swiftly depleted. Before him lay a substantial amount of wood, which he promptly stored in his savings bracelet. His wood count surged to 108 units. Many of those who procured the water sent him private messages, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his timely assistance, and indicated that should he list water for sale again, they would appreciate prior notice. Chapter 12. Slaying the Jellyfish of the Demon Sea. Ranged attack methods in the global chat channel. The exalted Wuda Shun has once again put his wares on sale. Remarkably, within mere seconds, his offerings have been snatched up entirely. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift, and I managed to procure some. Haha, what is Wu Liang up to now? Water and fish again? Could he be a mere pawn? Over there's still fish. But Wu Liang requires crystal stones. What on earth are crystal stones? I have yet to lay eyes on them. If all goes as anticipated, he must have acquired the apparatus for crafting water. Oh, what fortuitous luck. Crystal stones are essential resources for crafting items of superior quality. Goodness, the pawns are indeed pawns. They can even obtain schematics for superior craftsmanship. Wuda Shun, could you possibly persuade the dog planner to release me? I would compensate you with 100 billion. A multitude of individuals engage in this discourse. Thousands of private messages flood in, beseeching Wu Liang for alms or attempting to barter with peculiar items. It is undeniable that fame begets notoriety, and the influx of messages has become overwhelming. Thankfully, the private messaging system features a filtering function, allowing for the exclusion of superfluous communications. Divine One, do you desire a photo book? I require a unit of meat. Would you have use for a massage cup to liberate your right hand? Are you interested in a schematic for ordinary face masks? Great One, would you trade a white jade coin for a fish? The array of trade items is nothing short of bizarre, some bordering on the absurd. Wu Liang primarily focuses on schematics and crystal stones. He currently has little need for white jade coins, of which he possesses 25. As for schematics, there are many, yet none align with his desires. As Wu Liang perused his private messages, he felt a tremor beneath the island he stood upon, which quickly subsided. Wu Liang checked the time. It was precisely 9 o'clock. The 3-hour mark had been reached. Wu Liang exited the game interface, retrieved his grappling hook, and dashed outside. A wooden treasure chest floated serenely on the sea, amidst a visibility of only 10 meters. He surveyed the surrounding mist. A stone lies ahead, with luck. It may yield an additional iron ingot upon dismantling. A large sea shrimp is bubbling in the waters ahead. At the 11 o'clock position, a demonic jellyfish rests atop a silver treasure chest. Beware of its venomous attack. Wu Liang consulted his bestiary, searching for the demonic jellyfish. Level 1. Its ability was lightning strikes, and its weakness was its delicate physique. Manageable. As long as he evaded its lightning attacks, he should be fine. Wu Liang brandished his grappling hook, casting it towards the silver treasure chest. Aware that close proximity might hinder his ability to dodge, Wu Liang retreated gradually, drawing the silver chest closer. The demonic jellyfish appeared somewhat translucent, about a meter in size, resembling an umbrella, with its stomach emitting an ethereal glow. Lacking eyes, it was unclear how the demonic jellyfish sensed Wu Liang. A bolt of lightning, about the size of a thumb, instantly erupted from the jellyfish's maw. Swift. Too swift. Wu Liang, with no time to react, could only manage to position the fire nether sword before him, intercepting the lightning strike. A tremendous force surged through him, causing the fire nether sword to slam heavily against Wu Liang's body. He could no longer maintain his footing, staggering backward, nearly losing his grip on the fire nether sword. The searing pain and numbness were almost unbearable, yet fortunately, Wu Liang's enhanced physique allowed him to recover in a mere second. The abyssal jellyfish on the silver treasure chest slowly slithered down, and a bolt of lightning erupted from its maw once more. With a resounding thud, Wu Liang dove to the ground, rolling swiftly to evade the electric discharge. The lightning crackled and struck the earth, leaving a patch of blackened, smoking ground. Enraged by its missed shot, the abyssal jellyfish's translucent form rapidly turned a vibrant pink. Its tentacles thrashed wildly as it unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts from its mouth. Wu Liang rolled frantically, one bolt grazing his arm, tearing his sleeve and leaving a large, inflamed welt. The abyssal jellyfish ceased its electric assault and began retreating towards the sea. Though constantly rolling, Wu Liang had been vigilantly observing its movements. Noticing its retreat, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Had it exhausted its lightning? Wu Liang seized this opportune moment, executing a swift kip-up to regain his feet. Stifling the agonizing pain, he dashed to the shoreline and thrust his sword towards the retreating abyssal jellyfish. Startled, the creature's color instantly paled, and it convulsed, unable to conjure even a single spark of electricity. The fire nether sword pierced through the jellyfish's body. Game notification. Experience 10. Upon hearing the game's notification, Wu Liang swiftly withdrew the fire nether sword, noting that the jellyfish's head was partially charred. The abyssal jellyfish yielded only a few white jade coins. At long last, it has come to an end. Wu Liang felt acutely aware of his limited means to confront adversaries. Encountering ranged attacks left him unable to close the distance, rendering him a passive target for assault. Fortunately, the abyssal jellyfish was merely a level 1C beast, emitting a limited amount of lightning with a relatively modest impact. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at its hands. Yet, reflecting upon his lamentable shooting prowess, Wu Liang was beset by a wave of frustration. In the past, during his tenure at the archery club, he had neglected to apply himself, and now, the prospect of improvement seemed belated. Alas, the island was a mere 10 meters in size, leaving no room for practice. He could only defer such thoughts for another time. Wu Liang shook his head and let out a faint sigh. With the ascension of levels, the experience yielded from marine creatures of the same caliber diminished, as indicated by the survival manuals, leaving no room for doubt in Wu Liang's mind. He felt a twinge of regret. The searing effect of the Fire Inferno sword was excessively potent. Although he had swiftly withdrawn it, a part of the abyssal jellyfish's body had still been scorched. Decomposing the abyssal jellyfish yielded the following results. Game notification. Abyssal jellyfish meat 2. Game notification. Charred abyssal jellyfish meat 1. Game notification. Abyssal jellyfish blood 100 milliliters. Indeed, it appeared that one piece of meat had been thoroughly cooked. Magic sea jelly. Crisp texture, delicious and refreshing, best consumed raw. Health value 5. Charred magic sea jelly. Satisfies hunger, has a sour taste, may cause abdominal pain upon consumption. Magic sea jelly blood. Reduces swelling and alleviates pain. Revitalizes the mind. Wu Liang crouched down, picked up a fist-sized clump of blood, and consumed it. It had a slightly metallic taste, yet the texture was exquisite. Wu Liang felt a wave of refreshment. The pain in his body subsided, and the swelling in his arm diminished. Exhilarated, Wu Liang let out a satisfied roar and crouched down to open the silver treasure chest. Game notification. Excellent raincoat crafting blueprint 1. Game notification. Wind crystal 2. Game notification. Crystal Stone 2. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Lucky Emperor system. Receiving an additional frozen spell blueprint 1. Wu Liang collected all the materials on the ground, learned the excellent raincoat crafting blueprint, and focused intently on the stone tablet for the frozen spell. Frozen spell can shoot a freezing projectile, rapidly freezing objects. Learning requirements. Level 5. Consumes Ice Crystal 010. Bayou Coins 3010. Wu Liang felt a slight pang of disappointment. He was only at level 1, and reaching level 5 seemed a distant prospect. Nevertheless, it was a decent ranged attack method. Wu Liang promptly stored the blueprint away, as he could not learn it at present. Chapter 13. Crafting Rare Equipment. Windwing set time is of the essence, and the tasks are formidable. Wu Liang once again gazed into the mist surrounding him. Ahead lies an iron treasure chest, filled with poisonous gas, yet it contains items you seek. Remember to keep your distance when you open it, lest you find yourself transformed into a pig's head. An iron chest, indeed a prospect. Wu Liang swiftly cast his line, reeling it in and stowing it away. There is an iron treasure chest ahead, with a magical sea jellyfish resting atop it, which you may confront. Perhaps not. He had no desire to endure another shocking encounter. Ahead is a silver treasure chest, containing the resources you desire. Another silver chest. Wu Liang cast his line once more and retrieved it. After circling the island thoroughly, he managed to catch yet another iron treasure chest. Having cast his line only 4 times, he decided to cease his efforts, unwilling to glance at anything beneath the iron chests. With ample time remaining, he knew that when the island shifted next, the surrounding resources would undoubtedly refresh. He placed the poisonous iron chest on the eastern side, securing the hook of his casting line to its opening. Subsequently, he retreated to the western shore, gripping the casting line tightly before pulling with force, causing the iron chest to open. Game prompt. Silk 2. Game prompt. Wood Crystal. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Lucky Emperor system, gaining an additional 10 white jade coins. A mist erupted from the iron chest, enveloping the surroundings, and after approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, now that the iron treasure chest poses no danger, one can collect the resources. Wu Liang hastened to the chest, gathered the supplies, and returned to his dwelling. Observing the 2 chests on the ground, he rubbed his hands together and decided to go all in. Game notification. Refined Golden Wind Sword Blueprint 1. Game notification. Golden Crystal 2. Game notification. Wind Spirit Stone 2. Game notification. Silkworm Silk 2. Game notification. Ice Crystal. Congratulations, host has activated the Lucky Emperor system. Low-level strengthening technique 1. Congratulations, host has activated the Lucky Emperor system. Luzon Fruit Sapling 1. Once again, he obtained a sword blueprint, and upon inspection, its attributes far surpass those of the refined Fire Underworld sword. Each tier of the strengthening technique could only be learned once, so Wu Liang promptly stored it away, as the current resources for players were rather scarce and not suitable for sale. Wu Liang gathered the resources on the ground and opened the crafting list to examine the synthesis formula for the Golden Wind Sword. Rare Golden Wind Sword. Wind Crystal 1010. Golden Crystal 410. Refined Iron 04. The materials were insufficient, yet he was close to assembling the components for the rare Wind Wing set, needing just 6 pieces of beast hide and 4 strands of silkworm silk. Furthermore, establishing a planting base must also be prioritized. The materials for healing potion synthesis have been gathered. Without a planting base, it would be uncertain how long it would take for these sapling seeds to mature. After pondering for a while, Wu Liang opened the trading center and listed 2 sets of trading options. Trading channel, seller, Wu Liang 183. Transaction item, 50 milliliters water, requirement, 1 bee skin stock, 6, seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Transaction item, 100 milliliters water, requirement, 1 silkworm silk stock. For half a minute later, Wu Liang found himself in possession of 6 pieces of bee skin and 4 units of silkworm silk. Although several groups of fish remained unsold, Wu Liang felt no urgency. He believed that by the end of the day, everyone would possess ample crystal stones to trade with him. His clothing was already tattered, yet the materials were sufficient. Wu Liang once again opened the crafting list, selecting the rare Wind Wing set. He confirmed the crafting. Game prompt. Bee skin -10, silkworm silk -10, silver block -4, wind crystal -10, gold crystal -10, crystal stone -2. Game prompt. Rare Wind Wing set crafted successfully. Before him appeared an extravagant battle outfit shimmering with silver. Rare wind wing set. Increases the wearer's speed, fits snugly, and possesses an automatic cleaning feature. Exceptional defense, fireproof, and waterproof. Wu Liang eagerly donned the new attire. His once excellent leather armor was now in tatters. He dismantled it, acquiring 1 bee skin and 1 iron block. Stepping out of the house, he launched himself forward. Akin to a cannonball, he circled the island in less than 2 seconds. It is worth noting that an adult can sprint approximately 5 meters per second, and he was running in a circle. His speed had increased several-fold compared to before. After a brief respite, the island resumed its movement, and the chat channel was once again inundated with countless individuals bubbling forth, sharing tales of their bounties. The regional channel, however, had dwindled to a mere 632 participants. As numerous players met their untimely demise, Wu Liang felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for the auspicious European emperor system, he too might have found himself among the unfortunate casualties. He silently lurked in the chat channel, and after approximately an hour, the 10 fish he had caught were sold out. His haul comprised 4 crystal stones, 6 earth crystals, 3 fire crystals, 2 gold crystals, and 5 wind crystals. Satisfied with his yield, Wu Liang began to reassess his supplies, which were as follows: 108 units of wood, 10 stones, 1 flint, 21 iron ingots, 10 copper ingots, 12 silver ingots for nettles, 1 sweet fruit tree sapling, 1 fragrant rice tree sapling, 1 pine resin seed, 1 Luzon fruit tree sapling, 1 hide, 6 crystal stones, 5 fire crystals, 5 wind crystals, 8 earth crystals, 2 wood spirit stones for gold crystals, 2 ice crystals, and 40 white jade coins. It must be noted that in the span of a single day, Wu Liang had gained considerable notoriety. Nearly all players were aware of his extraordinarily abundant survival resources. Suspecting him of being a plant, his private messages overflowed. Spam was filtered out, and Wu Liang gradually sifted through the private messages. After half an hour of careful selection, one particular message piqued his interest. Robert 178, 67. Hello, esteemed player. I possess chili seeds, a milk fruit tree sapling, and a wind crystal. If you would be willing to trade for a fish, which would you prefer? Wu Liang 182, 72. I desire all of them and can additionally offer you 1 unit of roasted meat. Robert 178, 67. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I only received a piece of meat, which I consumed yesterday, and now I find myself utterly famished. Wu Liang 182, 72. Please hold on. I shall attend to the shells first. Wu Liang smiled faintly, acknowledging that this fellow could be deemed fortunate yet unfortunate. He had survived the initial wave of sea beast attacks, but had not encountered any further threats. Regrettably, he had also failed to procure any sustenance. System notification. The transaction for the magical sea money fish is complete. 1 wind crystal. System notification. The transaction for 1 roasted meat is complete. 1 chili seed. 1 milk fruit sapling. Once the agricultural base is constructed, it shall commence planting. Wu Liang stored the acquired resources within his savings bracelet. The sweet fruit trees at his doorstep remained unchanged. At that moment, a private message chat box appeared automatically. It was Robert. Great deity. The roasted meat you traded me earlier not only burned, but its taste was utterly sour, potentially causing abdominal distress. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? The chat box emerged automatically as they had just completed a transaction. Chapter 14. Encountering the first player. Wu Liang 183, 72. My conscience remains untroubled. Robert 178, 67. Wu Liang 183, 72. The transaction is mutually consensual. Do you prefer a fleeting pain or the prospect of starvation? Robert 178, 67. Well, but that piece of meat is rather unpalatable. Wu Liang 183, 72. Given the extent of your hunger, can you still afford to be picky? Are you not afraid of starving to death? Robert 178, 67. Wu Liang 183, 72. How about this? I will provide you with an additional 200 milliliters of water. You must recognize the significance of this precious resource. Robert 178, 67. All right, thank you, esteemed one. Moments later, Wu Liang transferred 200 milliliters to Robert. He chose not to engage in further idle chatter with him. Though somewhat mercenary, he still possessed a semblance of benevolence, as providing Robert with 200 milliliters of water was indeed a generous act. At that moment, he perceived some commotion outside. Could it be another encounter with a sea beast? Wu Liang gripped his fire abyss sword tightly and cautiously opened the door, swiftly stepping out. Beware of the teeth and tail of the magical sea crocodile. Before him, a more than 3-meter-long crocodile emerged from the ocean, half of its body already on the island. A level 2 magical sea crocodile, it moved sluggishly, with its vulnerabilities located in its head and belly. This information was gleaned from Wu Liang's compendium. A slight smile graced his lips. His current speed was exceptional. He charged directly towards the magical sea crocodile, aiming a thrust at its head. Though the abyssal crocodile moved with a languid pace, its reflexes were remarkably keen. With a gust of chilling wind, its tail lashed towards Wu Liang. Retreat! Wu Liang deflected the serpent's tail with his fiery sword, propelling himself backward with great swiftness, landing 5 or 6 meters away. A charred gash marred the tail of the abyssal crocodile. Enraged by its impotence, the creature crawled toward Wu Liang, its maw agape, eager to rend him asunder. Alas, it was too slow. A cold smile graced Wu Liang's lips as he charged forward, sword in hand. The tail of the abyssal crocodile swept again. Anticipating this move, Wu Liang's eyes gleamed with a frigid light. He suddenly halted, executing a swift slide to the creature's left flank. Having merely feigned an attack moments before, the tail crashed heavily onto the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Liang wielded his sword with both hands, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the creature's skull. With a single stroke, he severed its head. The decapitated abyssal crocodile did not spout blood, for the wound had been cauterized by the fiery blade. Game notification. Experience 50. A radiant light emanated from the creature's body, revealing a piece of parchment. Wu Liang picked it up to examine its contents. Excellent copper pot. Enhances the flavor of food without hesitation. He learned the skill and proceeded to disassemble the carcass of the abyssal crocodile. Game notification. Abyssal crocodile meat 12. Game notification. Marine beast blood 600 milliliters. Game notification. Abyssal crocodile hide 2. This time, the meat wasn't charred, much to Wu Liang's satisfaction. Subsequently, he fashioned a wooden bucket from 2 pieces of timber, collecting the blood within. Abyssal crocodile meat exudes a rich aroma, ideal for stews that enhance the resilience of tendons and bones. Consumption grants a 10-point bonus to health. Enhance the resilience of tendons and bones. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed. A treasure indeed. He stowed it away with delight. With midday upon him, it was the perfect time for a hearty stew. Wu Liang turned to head back to his abode when suddenly, the island beneath his feet shuddered. The mist to the east billowed and receded, revealing an island mirroring his own. In an instant, the 2 landmasses collided. Player encounter. In 30 minutes, the islands will automatically separate unless an alliance is forged, a treaty signed, or the town guardian stones are seized. So soon? A fellow player? Wu Liang narrowed his gaze. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from his dwelling, a long blade in hand. Upon sighting Wu Liang, he froze. He had seen Wu Liang's likeness in the World Channel, instantly recognizing the celebrity. What to do? The man scrutinized Wu Liang, noting his empty hands, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Wu Liang? The man inquired tentatively. Subsequently, he approached Wu Liang with a beaming countenance. You have a respite of 30 minutes to procure resources from your isle, and we shall remain independent of each other. Wu Liang had no intention of antagonizing the man unless he exhibited hostility first. I am Kami de Kinto, the middle-aged man stated. I propose en alliance, that we may jointly gather resources, share our acquisitions, and thrive harmoniously upon this demonic sea. Kami de Kinto's eyes gleamed with fervor, and his face flushed as he exclaimed, with our alliance, we can forge further alliances with other players we encounter, perhaps even establishing a dominion. Crucially, Wu Liang seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of meat and water. An alliance with Wu Liang would resolve the issue of sustenance. A Japanese national, Wu Liang mused, his brow furrowing. He harbored no fondness for the people of that nation. He observed that, although the man spoke in Japanese, his words were translated into a language familiar to him. I am disinterested, Wu Liang declared, having no inclination to form an alliance. If he could, he would even seize the other's island stone. However, the man had not offended him, and, as a well-bred citizen raised under the red flag, his education forbade such actions. Kamida Kinto's frame stiffened momentarily. He then mustered a smile, extending his right hand as he approached Wu Liang. Mr. Wu, our meeting is fortuitous. If you decline an alliance, we could still engage in trade. Observing Kimita Kinto's left hand clutching a long sword while extending his right for a handshake, a sharp glint flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. With an odd grin, Wu Liang inquired, "What can you, a robust man, offer me?" "Let me clarify in advance, my sexual orientation is not an issue." Observing Wu Liang with his arms crossed, clearly uninterested in a handshake, Kuei Tianjianren awkwardly raised his right hand. At that moment, the two were less than a meter apart. "I can provide." Before Kuei Tianjianren could finish his sentence, he swung the weapon in his hand towards Wu Liang. However, Wu Liang was already on high alert and effortlessly sidestepped the long blade. A swift side kick sent Kuei Tianjianren flying, crashing heavily to the ground. When the two islands merged, Kuei Tian had not witnessed the carcass of the demon sea crocodile. Otherwise, he would have left without a second thought. You know, when a person shows no defense against you, it signifies that they do not regard you highly, Wu Liang mocked, shaking his head. He unsheathed the fire underworld sword and strode purposefully towards Kuei Tianjianren. "Boss, spare me." Kuei Tianjianren, his face a mask of terror, scooted backwards on the ground. One must accept the consequences of their own recklessness. Wu Liang had no intention of showing him mercy. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in Kuei Tianjianren's eyes as he seized a long knife and hurled it towards Wu Liang. Clearly, his previous demeanor had been a ruse. Wu Liang tilted his head, evading the blade with ease. Too slow. A scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel. With a flick of his wrist, the fire underworld sword plunged into Kuei Tianjianren's heart. Chapter 15. The merging island. The area doubled in size without any audible cues, indicating that eliminating players did not yield experience points. Wu Liang picked up the long sword from the ground and subsequently stripped the savings bracelet from a corpse. Game prompt. Ordinary longsword 1, deconstructible. Game prompt. Ownerless savings bracelet 1, absorbable. Deconstruct, absorb. Wu Liang silently recited his mind. The savings bracelet transformed into a stream of light, flowing into the bracelet on his wrist, and he found himself holding 2 iron blocks. Game prompt. Ownerless island stone 1. Game prompt. Wood 3-2. Game prompt. Stone 15. Game prompt. Plastic bottle 1. Game prompt. Iron blocks 4. Game prompt. Crystal stone 2. A series of game prompts resonated, and as they chimed, the island began to shift once more. Wu Liang felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had no time to retrieve the treasure chest. Most of the spoils from Kitaken were basic materials, along with 2 crystal stones and a nettle seed. Wu Liang opened the savings bracelet, which had expanded from a 10-meter capacity to approximately 15 meters. The neatly arranged supplies within brought him a sense of joy. He couldn't help but ponder whether he should seize everything from players he encountered in the future. However, he quickly shook his head, dispelling that thought as it contradicted his principles. Of course, if confronted with ill intentions, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Kitakin's corpse was also available for deconstruction. However, Wu Liang had not yet stooped to cannibalism. He seized the corpse of Kenta Kamita and cast it into the mist. It was time to integrate the island stones. Wu Liang rubbed his hands together in anticipation, producing 2 identical azure stones. System notification. Unclaimed island stones detected. Initiate fusion. Fusion. System notification. Structures present on the island. Retain. Discard. System notification. Wood planks 20. System notification. Stone fragments 10. System notification. Fusion successful as the system's chime resonated. Kenta Kamita's island was instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into Wu Liang's marine isle. The island beneath Wu Liang's feet quaked, expanding from a mere 10 meters in diameter to 20. Excellent. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. His habitable space augmented, and his range of activity significantly broadened. With ample resources, Wu Liang eagerly accessed the construction interface for dwellings. Tier 2 dwelling. Upgradable, provides shelter from the elements and temporary refuge from marine predators. Durability. 50. Upgrade requirements. Island diameter exceeding 20 meters. Timber 16100. Stone 3520. Copper ingots 1810. The upgrade requirements were highlighted in verdant hues, indicating that the materials were sufficient. Upgrade. Game tip. Wood 100. Stone 20. Copper block 10. Game tip. Level 3 house construction successful. A soft milky light flashed, and the wooden house at the center of the island began to expand, transforming in a brief moment into a spacious 120 square meter abode. From the outside, it no longer resembled an ordinary bungalow. It now featured a pointed roof and eaves, along with several windows. Was the transformation truly this remarkable? Wu Liang felt a sense of delight. Inside, the house had evolved into a three-bedroom layout. The main hall served as a grand space. Wu Liang had positioned the water condenser, bed, and other belongings in the innermost room, which felt somewhat empty. He lamented this, but there was little he could do, as he lacked the crafting blueprints for daily necessities. He placed the barbecue grill and water condenser, along with several other essentials, in the left room, designating it as the kitchen. The water condenser could hold a total of 12 liters, and it currently contained around 5 liters. Wu Liang then proceeded to open the crafting interface. Excellent copper pot. Copper block 10-4, wood 61, selecting to forge. The copper pot came with a matching ladle. Wu Liang set the copper pot on the barbecue grill and filled it halfway with water. Adding a piece of wood, he set it to boil. From Jianren Kuitian storage ring, he had also acquired 2 bottles of seasoning. He added sea salt, pepper, and chili powder, then placed the meat of the magic sea crocodile into the pot. After approximately half an hour, a steaming pot of meat soup was ready. Without the blueprint for the manufacturing of the bowl, Wu Liang took up a spoon and began to drink directly from the pot. After enjoying a delightful meal, he rested for a moment, and the island came to a halt once more. The time was precisely 1 o'clock. Stepping out of his room, Wu Liang suddenly recalled something important. He tapped his head and promptly opened the crafting interface. He had forgotten to construct the planting base. Marine creatures were landing from the east, and establishing a cultivation site required a strategic location. The west was relatively safe, devoid of sea beasts and shelter by houses. Game prompt: wood 4, earth crystal 4, crystal stone 2. A radiant light flashed, and a fence, measuring 4 meters in both length and width, appeared on the island. The soil within the fence was distinct from that outside, consisting entirely of rich black earth. Planting base, upgradable, encompassing fertile black soil. It can reduce the crop growth cycle to 3 days. 1 white jade coin can sustain operations for 10 days. Upgrade requirements: island diameter greater than 100 meters. Wood crystal 220, crystal stone 620, earth crystal 440. What a considerable amount was required. Wu Liang sighed in astonishment. He then transplanted the sweet fruit sapling from his doorstep into the enclosure, alongside the Luzon fruit sapling, milk fruit sapling, fragrant rice tree sapling, and several seeds. He tossed in a white jade coin, which transformed into a streak of light and vanished. The saplings grew at a visibly accelerated pace, with the seeds already breaking through the soil. In just a few days, he would be able to savor white rice. The mere thought of it made Wu Liang's mouth water. The chores have been completed, and without wasting a moment, Wu Liang gazed into the mist. Do not look ahead, there is nothing within. Before you lies a silver treasure chest, atop which a corrupted sea dog lies, fixated upon you. Fear not, strike boldly. Wu Liang refrained from consulting the compendium. He had already committed to memory a considerable number of marine creatures beneath level 5. This corrupted sea dog was a level 2 creature, its flesh and blood inedible. Should another player encounter it, it would only exacerbate the plight of an already struggling household. However, for Wu Liang, it represented a bounty of 50 experience points. He felt the hook tighten, and gradually, he pulled the rope northward. He had no desire to engage in combat near the cultivation base. Woof, woof. Suddenly, a creature with a canine body and a fish head, devoid of any decent flesh, lunged at Wu Liang with a fierce growl. Its emerald eyes fixated intently on him, and as the fish head lowered, it charged forward. With a swift maneuver, Wu Liang sidestepped, his sword slicing downward. The corrupted sea dog collapsed heavily to the ground. Game notice. Experience 50. Game notice. Level 1. The surge of heat beneath his navel intensified with his ascension in level. The entire encounter had been remarkably effortless, leaving Wu Liang in disbelief. Yet, upon reflection, the truth dawned upon him. He was adorned in a rare set of armor, which not only augmented his speed, but also continuously enhanced his physical prowess. How have I grown so formidable? Wu Liang felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 16. The first golden treasure chest. Wu Liang was reluctant to touch the corpse of the rotting dog from the Sea of Demons. It was simply too revolting. He impaled the body with his sword and cast it into the sea. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of toilet paper and meticulously wiped down the fire underworld sword, feeling a sense of satisfaction at last. Picking up 5 white jade coins from the ground, Wu Liang approached the silver treasure chest. Game prompt. Wine crystal 2. Game prompt. Ice crystal 2. Game prompt. Kitchen utensil crafting list 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck boost. Additionally, obtaining the blueprint for a fine toilet. As the silver treasure chest creaked open, a series of distinct prompts resonated. The kitchen utensil crafting list did not activate the luck system, and Wu Liang found it peculiar that there were no blueprints within the chest. Upon learning the blueprint for the fine toilet, he opened the crafting list and suddenly understood. He noticed the addition of the term kitchen utensils to the list, as the synthesis formulas for the barbecue grill and copper pot had been relocated there. Bowls, chopsticks, knives, dishwashers, steamers, microwaves, stoves, and more filled an entire page. Wu Liang promptly decided to set this aside for later, intending to craft them when dinner time arrived. He then examined the synthesis formula for the fine toilet. Fine toilet. 7 copper blocks, 6 crystal stones, 9 wind crystals. Embracing the spirit of environmental protection, Wu Liang crafted the toilet. The fine toilet bore an uncanny resemblance to a regular one, yet it was entirely adorned in a rich bronze hue, intricately embellished with enigmatic runes. In the modest abode of Wu Liang, there existed a quaint chamber of approximately 4 square meters, aptly designated as a restroom. With great care, he transported the elegant toilet back to his residence, positioning it against the wall within the confines of the bathroom. A game prompt appeared. Do you wish to confirm this location? Without hesitation, he affirmed. The toilet swiftly anchored itself to the ground. At that moment, Wu Liang felt the natural call of nature and took a seat to attend to his needs. The used toilet paper posed a bit of a dilemma for disposal. Yet he was unperturbed by the prospect of clogs, casually discarding it into the toilet. His curiosity was piqued regarding the mechanism of this exquisite fixture. Though it functioned similarly to a conventional toilet, it lacked a water tank and instead featured a drawer. A compartment on the side was designated for storing toilet paper. Wu Liang pressed the button located at the rear. A gust of wind swept through, whisking away the waste into the passage, disappearing in an instant, leaving the bowl immaculate. The whereabouts of the waste remained a mystery. However, the setting felt rather sparse. While Wu Liang had already claimed this room as his restroom, it was regrettable that only the toilet graced the space. Although he possessed a toothbrush and towel, he had no designated place for them. Glancing at the clock, he noted that the island would soon shift once more, with approximately half an hour to spare. Time was of the essence. He hastily exited the chamber, venturing southward, for the eastern and northern directions yielded little of value, save for a mere iron chest, which he regarded with disdain, as it could hardly satiate his current appetite. The expanse ahead appeared desolate, save for a gilded treasure chest situated at the 11 o'clock position, seemingly guarded by some peril. A gilded treasure chest. A glint of excitement ignited in Wu Liang's eyes as he directed his gaze towards the indicated direction. A gilded treasure chest lay ahead, but a demonic jellyfish was perched atop it. A demonic jellyfish, was it? An opportune moment for retribution. Wu Liang harbored a lingering resentment from his previous discomfiture. With his sword in his right hand and a grappling hook in his left, he cast the hook into the misty abyss ahead. The demonic jellyfish, along with the gilded treasure chest, were simultaneously ensnared and hauled towards him. The demonic jellyfish emitted a piercing shriek from its maw, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Wu Liang. A sardonic smile played on Wu Liang's lips, for he had anticipated this maneuver. With a swift motion, he evaded the lightning strike. His current agility surpassed his former capabilities. The fiery underworld, sword in his grasp, descended upon the demonic jellyfish. With a decisive strike, the demonic jellyfish met its demise. Game notification. Experience 1. Does vanquishing a level 1 monster only yield 1 experience point after reaching level 2? Wu Liang furrowed his brow, then promptly crouched down to dissect the demonic jellyfish's cadaver. His swordplay was executed with remarkable celerity, resulting in no singed flesh this time. The demonic jellyfish's blood possessed analgesic and anti-inflammatory properties, which Wu Liang meticulously collected. After gathering the scattered white jade coins, he eagerly unlocked the gilded treasure chest. Game notification. Wind crystal 5. Game notification. Crystal stone 5. Game notification. Gold crystal 5. Game notification. Exquisite fine iron crafting diagram 1. Game notification. Gilded treasure chest 1. Game notification. The gilded treasure chest can be broken down into 2 gold ingots. Do you wish to proceed with the decomposition? A surge of fortune triggered a hundredfold amplification, granting an additional level to the advanced strengthening technique. Splendid. A series of notifications chimed, truly befitting a golden treasure chest, yielding a bountiful harvest. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. 8 distinct gemstones emerged, each doubled by the auspicious system. Coupled with the advanced strengthening technique, the experience was indescribably exhilarating. Wu Liang meticulously gathered the gemstones into his storage bracelet and promptly seized 2 blueprints for examination. Advanced strengthening technique perfectly enhances physical attributes, achieving optimal results, transforming one into an unparalleled genius. A few succinct phrases ignited a fervor within Wu Liang. He eagerly tore open the advanced strengthening technique. It transformed into a radiant stream of light, penetrating Wu Liang's being. Enveloped in a resplendent glow, he experienced an indescribable sensation of comfort and exhilaration throughout his entire body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the brilliance gradually faded. Wu Liang emerged feeling invigorated, his mind tranquil. His demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, hinting an otherworldly aura. Though his features appeared unchanged, there lingered an inexplicable charm about him. With excitement, Wu Liang clenched his fist. Uncertain of the exact changes he had undergone, he was acutely aware of his heightened sensitivity, with both hearing and vision significantly enhanced. Suddenly, the island beneath him trembled once more. Has it been so long? The island shifted again, eliminating the opportunity to gather resources. Wu Liang, having studied the blueprint for crafting fine iron, retreated to his chamber. At last, the time has come to forge the golden wind sword. Wu Liang, brimming with excitement, eagerly opened the crafting menu to examine the formula for refined iron. Refined iron, 27 iron blocks 4. He promptly crafted 4 pieces. Refined iron, the higher the quality, the less material is consumed for crafting, enabling the creation of superior equipment. So, that is how it works. Wu Liang then selected the rare golden wind sword and confirmed the crafting process. Game notification, refined iron, 4, wind crystal, 10, gold crystal, 10. Before Wu Liang's eyes, a sword approximately 2 feet in length materialized. The hilt, no longer wooden, was now fashioned from iron. The blade, about 2 fingers wide, was adorned with intricate golden white patterns that flowed from top to bottom. Golden wind sword cuts through iron like mud, exuding a formidable aura, lightweight, and enhances swing speed during use, akin to the wind, a rare melee weapon. As he wielded it, it felt as though propelled by an unseen breeze. It was remarkably easy to handle, truly befitting a rare weapon. Wu Liang was enchanted, swinging it continuously for over 10 strikes without the slightest hint of fatigue. Curious about its sharpness, he crafted an iron core. In a flash, the blade's light streaked through the air. The refined iron on the ground was cleaved in 2. A magnificent sword. The blade remained unharmed and intact. Wu Liang then proceeded to decompose the refined iron into 3 iron blocks. He used one of the blocks to test the sharpness of the golden wind sword, deeming it quite a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 17. The rankings unveiled. The terrifying power levels. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and the island was in motion, rendering it unsuitable for resource gathering. Wu Liang perused the chat logs, gleaning information from both the global and regional channels, primarily concerning the current conditions of most players. Unlike Wu Liang, each resource collection felt akin to a gamble, reminiscent of opening blind boxes. Some fierce players, having sustained injuries in battles against the creatures of the Demon Sea, were compelled to cease their resource gathering. Most would only resume their efforts once their provisions of food and water had been depleted. Today, a significant number of players had already encountered one another. The majority opted for alliances, while a minority chose to plunder resources and seize control of each other's islands. Such bloody incidents repeatedly unfolded within the Demon Sea. Victims, in their final moments, cried for help in the chat channels, but by the time others inquired, it was too late to respond. Players had begun to call for unity, expressing a desire to collaborate in future encounters rather than engage in infighting. Cooperation, they argued, would enhance their chances of survival. 2 individuals standing together fared far better than one alone and could alleviate the burdens of loneliness. Murder is a crime. Do not engage in actions that cross the line. We are all civilized beings. Any disputes can be settled amicably. Along these lines, there were several interesting topics. Having read through them, Wu Liang could only conclude that this small faction was exceedingly naive, attempting to impose the moral codes of a civilized society onto the brutal world of the Demon Sea. The majority of participants in the chat remain silent. Most individuals comprehend a fundamental truth. As long as there is sustenance and drink, coexistence is possible. In the face of hunger and thirst, who would concern themselves with matters of life and death? In this realm, acts of violence go unnoticed, devoid of any judgment. With the increasing number of team players, one wonders whether the abundance of resources in the market will rise or diminish. Wu Liang is unable to draw a definitive conclusion. The sharing of resources within teams may render the acquisition of supplies safer, fostering mutual support, particularly when confronting the monstrous denizens of the abyss. However, there are drawbacks. Should one obtain blueprints for equipment, the question arises, who shall learn them first? Who shall wield the crafted gear initially? Such matters pose dilemmas. It can only be said that there are pros and cons, ultimately left to the player's discretion. In the world, Wu Liang silently immersed himself in the regional channel, observing the vibrant atmosphere of the chat. This was their sole form of entertainment. He had never uttered a word in the regional channel, preferring the shadows to gather intelligence. Unnoticed by others, a mere day and a half had passed, yet the number of participants in the regional channel dwindled to about 500. The harsh reality of elimination is stark. It remains uncertain how many will remain in the channel in the future. Just as Wu Liang pondered this thought, the game's notification echoed in his mind. Game notification. Major regional channels will be restructured. Game notification. Major regional channels will be restructured. Game notification. Major regional channels will be restructured. In an instant, the number of participants in the regional channel surged back to 1,000. Furthermore, the arrangement of players within the channel was no longer arbitrary. Wu Liang found himself elevated to the very top position. Game notification. The player with the highest battle power will automatically be promoted to the leader of the regional channel. At that moment, all players in the vast ocean of magic received the message simultaneously. The regional channel was restructured. A surge of energy coursed through everyone. Almost instantly, the number of participants in the regional channel swelled to 1,000. The channel buzzed with excitement. Wow, it has once again reached 1,000 participants. Look, the top player is Wu Liang. The Great Wu. Oh my, the Great Wu is here with us? Wow, is he the highest level? Incredible. I'm still not even at level 1. Amazing, as expected of Wu Liang. Another wave of messages flooded the group. Everyone knows that Wu Liang ranks among the elite players. With such a vast array of resources for sale, he is undoubtedly a high-level player. He must be in the top 10 or even the top 5. Game notification. The leaderboard feature has been activated, adding a leaderboard function to each regional channel. Game notification. New average battle power value for the region. Not viewable, displayed only in the regional channel. Game notification. The leaderboard will display names, levels, and battle power values. Game notification. Battle power is influenced by equipment, level, physical fitness, etc., and does not represent one standard of living. In the blink of an eye, a string of numbers appeared behind a regional channel. 182, along with a new button. Everyone in the regional channel promptly opened the leaderboard, focusing their attention on the top few rankings. From top to bottom, Wu Liang, 2, 957, Tay Win. Bell, 2, 156. Su Chong, 1, 134. Gan Siyun, 1, 121. Zhang Xingyun, 1, 100. Upon witnessing Wu Liang's exaggerated combat prowess, the entire regional channel was momentarily silenced. Level 2. Combat power, 957. The disparity between him and the second-ranked Taewon, also at level 2, was so absurd that the initial reaction for some was that a glitch had occurred. A message appeared on the chat interface. I'm seeing Wu Liang's combat power at 957. Is this a display error on my end? Like a spark igniting a powder keg, the entire regional channel erupted. Heavens, I'm seeing the same thing. Is Wu that terrifying? Oh great Wu, say something. Is this real? Woe is me. My combat power is only 28. Am I surviving purely by sheer luck? The second highest score is only 156. Is this gap not excessively exaggerated? They were aware of Wu Liang's strength, but lacked a concrete understanding. The combat power display had a significant impact, making everyone aware of the chasm between themselves and Wu Liang. Mr. Wu, you are truly remarkable. Gan Siyun chimed in on the regional channel. As one of the top-ranked individuals in the region, their messages were adorned with a luminous ranking number. Concurrently, discussions about the regional channel merger were taking place in the world channel. The focus was on who would become the regional group leader, and comparisons were being made between the levels and combat power of their respective administrators. Hong Wu, the leader of our regional channel, has a combat power of 142. That should be quite high, no? Wow, the levels are so high. I am merely at 91. Most of the prominent players are at level 2. Just as the discussion about the intense competition was heating up, an incongruous message suddenly emerged. What's the point of arguing? Wu Liang is the leader of our region, with a combat power of 957. Who can possibly rival him? No way, is that real? Could the big shots all be at level 10? I am also in the same group as the esteemed Wu Liang, and he is only at level 2, yet his combat power is indeed frighteningly high. 1. I too am in a group with him. Wu Liang truly is impressive, and I am utterly in awe. These debates are utterly meaningless. Survival is of utmost importance. Wu Liang silently observed everything. He, without uttering a word, became the leader of the regional group, a figure of authority. Game notification. You have become the regional channel administrator. Game notification. The comprehensive combat power of your current region is 182. Game notification. The regional channel rankings will be conducted every 3 days. Game notification. If the number of participants in the region falls below 500, the regional channels will merge again. Game notification. Video conference functionality has been activated. Game notification. The first video conference is about to commence. Please prepare as the group leader. Upon completion of the video conference, all members of the channel will receive a lucky buff tomorrow. Game notification. Video conferences will be held every 3 days. The sound of game notifications echoed continuously in Wu Liang's mind. Chapter 18. Becoming the group leader. Upon assuming the role of group leader, he was made aware of the privileges that accompanied this position. Each meeting was required to last a full hour in order to bestow the coveted lucky buff. With such benefits in store, it was only prudent to convene. Wu Liang observed that the regional channel interface had been enhanced with several new functional buttons, one of which was designated for video conferencing. Everyone, we shall initiate a video conference shortly. The game has informed us that by doing so, we will all receive the lucky buff tomorrow. Please prepare yourselves. Wu Liang decided to issue a reminder. After all, it would be rather awkward if someone were to be caught unprepared while honing their reflexes. As Wu Liang sent the message, the dazzling title of group leader made his presence particularly conspicuous. What exactly is this lucky buff? Does it augment our fortune in acquiring treasure chests? Hold on a moment. Group leader. I'm currently strengthening my arm. Could someone lend me a tissue? Wu Liang granted them 10 minutes to prepare, seated quietly on his bed as he awaited the commencement of the video conference. Game notification. The video conference will commence in 1 minute. Please be ready. Participation in the video conference was mandatory, regardless of one's activities. Once the time elapsed, individuals would automatically be ushered in. Game notification. The video conference has begun. The gaming interface flickered before him, and a large screen materialized several meters away. This screen was subdivided into 11 smaller displays, each housing 100 participants. However, the 10 smaller screens encircled a central screen that was solely occupied by Wu Liang. Much like a panoramic camera, everything around him was rendered in sharp clarity. Holy smokes! At long last, I have encountered the esteemed Wu Shun in person. Oh, behold the exquisite attire that Wu Shun adorns. It is truly splendid. I must confess, the reality of Wu Shun's visage surpasses that of the avatar by leaps and bounds. The atmosphere around us grew increasingly boisterous, as each individual sought to exchange a word or two. Most were captivated by Wu Liang's garments, for within this modest abode, there existed but a single small bed, remarkably similar to their own. Wu Liang possessed the ability to silence the entire assembly or to mute individuals alone, yet such measures seemed unnecessary. Ahem, may I request a moment of silence? The leader's voice carried with an inherent amplification. Gradually, one by one, the chatter subsided. Greetings, everyone. I am Wu Liang, somewhat inadvertently appointed as the leader of this regional channel. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The fact that we are all gathered here signifies a certain destiny. In the future, our paths may cross once more, and I hope for a cordial coexistence among us all. In this meeting, I shall address but a few points. 1. The leaderboard will not be activated without reason. Those who rank high, as well as their respective regional channels, may reap some advantages. 2. I encourage everyone to prioritize transactions within the regional channel, as this will bolster the strength of our community. 3. As your leader, I am but another survivor navigating these challenges, and I will not provide any special privileges. However, I too shall favor transactions within the regional channel. It is important to understand that friendship is one matter, while commerce is another. That is all I wish to convey. Now, feel free to express your thoughts openly. But please, let us maintain a modicum of decorum. My suggestion is that individuals speak according to their rank, though this remains merely a suggestion. After speaking, Wu Liang fell silent, intently gazing at the screen. The group unanimously expressed their agreement, followed by a profound quietude. Tevin was the first to speak. Mr. Wu, may I pose a question to you? Certainly, as long as it is not an exceptionally confidential matter, I shall respond. However, I will only answer one question per person. Wu Liang nodded, acknowledging that they might encounter one another in the future and granting him a measure of courtesy for their eventual meetings. Why is your combat power significantly higher than mine? I possess 2 exquisite pieces of equipment, yet I still fall short by such a margin. William's eyes gleamed with intensity. Fixated solely on this matter, he could concede to Wu Liang's superiority, yet he found it intolerable to accept the vast disparity. You possess only 2 exquisite items, while I have 2 rare pieces of equipment. Observe the attire I wear. It is a complete set, Wu Liang replied with a cheerful smile. Rare equipment, a complete set. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Most individuals in the group lacked even a single exquisite weapon. Mr. Wu, Tevin began to speak, but Wu Liang interrupted him. Each person may only ask one question. Otherwise, the others will be unable to speak. Tevin had no choice but to relent, briefly explaining combat techniques before exiting the discussion. Su Chong, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wore a stern expression, rarely smiling. Brother Wu, even with 2 rare items, the disparity in combat power should not be so pronounced, Su Chong inquired, articulating a question he was particularly eager to ask. Within Wu Liang's mind, a brilliant opportunity for advertising unfolded. He produced a blueprint for a rudimentary, strengthening technique, proclaiming it a low-tier enhancement capable of significantly augmenting one's physical attributes. Wu Liang then retrieved a unit of timber and effortlessly snapped it in 2. Behold this piece of wood. Should you employ this technique, your strength and speed will rival mine, or become exceedingly close, he asserted, having also utilized an intermediate strengthening technique to prevent envy from stirring within the group. He deliberately understated its availability. Shortly, I shall list it at the trading center, accessible exclusively through the regional channel, for a mere 30 crystal stones or other unique blueprints. He remained uncertain whether the group could afford it. Should they find it beyond their means, he would rescind the restrictions. His primary intent was to disseminate the knowledge of the low-tier strengthening technique through them. The group erupted in astonishment, for they were unfamiliar with such a technique. And yet Wu Liang had employed 2 of them. Truly impressive. Finally, it was Gan Siyun's turn. Prior to the meeting, she had taken care to present herself well, wishing to avoid appearing too disheveled, though she still bore a somewhat unkempt appearance. Brother Wu, might you assist us in crafting rare equipment? Wu Liang pondered for a moment before replying, Indeed, however, you must provide the materials. I shall charge a nominal fee. Currently, I am capable of crafting exquisite and rare longswords, as well as rare sets. For exquisite gear, I shall only demand 2 crystal stones as compensation, while the rare sets will require 4. This is quite reasonable, though I will impose a condition during the transaction. No external sales will be permitted within a 30-day period. Of course, bartering with unique items is also an option. I will disseminate the synthesis recipes for the equipment post-conference, allowing you ample time for preparation. Wu Liang adopted a benevolent facade. Enhancing everyone's capabilities would positively impact the regional channel's rankings, and he was willing to assist them within reasonable bounds. However, refrain from sending me private messages, as the volume is overwhelming. Instead, mention me in the group chat. Preferably, do so in the evenings. Avoid unnecessary mentions at other times, or I will have to mute you. Wu Liang massaged his temples as he spoke. The attendees eagerly affirmed their understanding, anticipating the conference's conclusion and itching to get started. The regional channel's new feature, while convenient with its automatic pop-ups, also presented potential annoyances. As the discussion progressed, individuals took turns speaking. An hour elapsed swiftly, and Wu Liang concluded the video conference. Chapter 19. The Bathing Device. A further elevation of level the atmosphere within the regional channel was ablaze with excitement as Wu Liang announced the synthesis formulas for 2 rare equipment blueprints. Merely possessing the synthesis formula was futile without the knowledge of the crafting blueprints, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the crowd as they beheld the formulas for the coveted rare equipment. "Brother Wu, what is refined iron?" As Wu Liang perused his private messages, he chanced upon a query from Gonxian. He smacked his forehead, realizing this was indeed an oversight on his part, and promptly shared the synthesis formula for refined iron in the announcement section. Wu Liang 183. 72. Refined iron is synthesized from iron blocks. You must possess the crafting blueprint for it. For units of iron blocks yield 1 unit of refined iron. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. Understood, Brother Wu. I shall exchange for crystal stones, and once I have sufficient materials, I will seek you out. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Liang responded, I have a fine fire inferno sword. Would you care for it? Though it is pre-owned, it possesses unique attributes, including a burning effect. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. I already possess a fine weapon. What I currently seek are rare equipment. The two continued to engage in light conversation and made arrangements. Subsequently, Wu Liang listed the low-level body enhancement technique blueprint and the fire inferno sword at the regional channel's auction center. Seller, Wu Liang 183. Transaction item, low-level strengthening technique. Requirement, 30 any crystals. Alternative 1, special skill blueprint. Alternative 2, any rare level or above equipment manufacturing blueprint stock. Transaction settings, seller confirmation required before completion. Seller's message, permanently enhances physical attributes upon use. May grant divine strength. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Transaction item, exquisite fire underworld sword. Requirement, 5 any crystals. Stock, 1. Seller's message, a fine sword that has tasted blood. Inflicts burn effects and slices through the creatures of the demon sea as easily as cutting through vegetables. What are you waiting for? The fire underworld sword has already been crafted, consuming his own crystals. Thus, an additional charge of 3 crystals is quite a reasonable price. 5 minutes later, game notification, exquisite fire underworld sword -1. Game notification, transaction completed wind crystal 3, wood crystal 2. Such swiftness. Wu Liang was somewhat astonished, not expecting the individuals in the group to be quite affluent. Curiously, he opened the transaction records, discovering it was purchased by Zhun Xingyun, who ranked 4th. It appears that those at the top of the rankings conceal their true abilities. Wu Liang mused, contemplating how to exploit them further. At precisely 5 p.m., the island came to a halt once more. Wu Liang grasped the golden wind sword and stepped out of his chamber. He gazed at the mist surrounding the island, circumnavigating it carefully, and firmly noted the locations of the 2 silver treasure chests, as indicated by the auspicious system prompt. At this moment, his interest was solely in the silver chests. He initially proceeded to a location where a silver treasure chest lay unguarded by marine life. A silver coffer was drifting away, and he needed to seize the fleeting opportunity. A sense of urgency gripped Wu Liang, and without hesitation, he cast his grappling hook. Thanks to the guidance of the Omni-Emperor system, his hook never missed its mark, and after retrieving the silver chest, he moved on to the next location. Wu Liang's lips twitched slightly. The surrounding area was shrouded in mist, leaving him devoid of any sense of direction. He had, indeed, taken the wrong path once more. The silver chest ahead was guarded by a demon sea squid, and he needed to be wary of its ink, which could cause eye injuries. Since mastering the advanced body strengthening technique, Wu Liang's memory had been greatly enhanced. In the preceding hour, he had memorized the weaknesses of all marine creatures below level 5. The demon sea squid was a level 3 creature, and its weakness, like that of the demon sea octopus, was its slow movement. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Liang's eyes, and he swiftly cast his grappling hook. Before he could retrieve the silver chest, a stream of ink was sprayed towards Wu Liang's face. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, and by pulling the grappling hook, he brought both the silver chest and the demon sea squid onto the island. Simultaneously, he dodged the ink by sidestepping, enraged at being dragged onto the island. The demon sea squid convulsed its protuberant maw and discharged 5 streams of ink in quick succession. It could even launch a combo attack. Wu Liang smirked coldly, leaning backward to evade the squid's ink once again. He was not one to suffer passively, With a forward roll, he evaded a jet of ink via a dragon twist, and promptly delivered a kick to the Kraken's head. The Kraken was sent sprawling by the forceful blow. Now upright, deftly unsheathed his sword and plunged it into the Kraken's flesh. Game notification. Experience 50. The Kraken yielded a small cache of coins, which promptly collected. Dismantle carcass. Game notification. Kraken meat 3. Game notification. Marine beast blood 200 milliliters. Game notification. Kraken hide 1. Kraken meat was a delicacy. Gathered the spoils from the ground, stowed the silver chest, and fell into contemplation. He was merely 19 experience points, shy of leveling up, and 2 more level 2 marine creatures lurked in the nearby mist. Let's do it, he resolved. It's almost mealtime anyway, so it won't deplete much health. Swiftly made his decision. In such a perilous world, rapidly augmenting one's strength was paramount. A Kraken crocodile clutching driftwood was reeled in, did not retreat, and as soon as the Kraken crocodile registered what was happening, a sword was thrust into its brain. The carcass was dismantled, the spoils gathered, and proceeded to another patch of mist. A Kraken carrion hound slumbers ahead. Your grappling hook will not disturb its sleep. Crush it while it sleeps. A golden opportunity. His eyes gleamed as he cast his grappling hook. Sure enough, the Kraken carrion hound, once reeled in, remained fast asleep. Summoning his fortitude, Wu Liang plunged his blade into the putrid cranium of the abyssal carrion hound. System notification. Experience 10. System notification. Level up. A surge of fervor coursed through his loins, which Wu Liang suppressed with measured restraint. He then dislodged the cadaverous beast with his sword and cast it into the sea. Subsequently, he meticulously cleansed both his gilded blade and grappling hook. The spoils from the carrion hound included a schematic, which Wu Liang retrieved. Exquisite hook blueprint, a robust and reliable implement for affixing to walls. Excellent, he mused. Precisely what is needed for the lavatory. Having ascended in level and finding no further resources of interest in the vicinity, he returned to his abode. From his storage bracelet, he produced 2 silver coffers, wagering them entirely. System notification. Gold crystals 2. System notification. Exceptional brine evaporator blueprint 1. System notification. Quartz 2. System notification. Crystalline shard 2. System notification. Frost poplar seed 1. Fortuitous 100-fold amplification triggered. Gained. Superior ablution device blueprint 1. After assimilating the knowledge, Wu Liang accessed his crafting compendium to peruse the formulae for the 2 schematics. Exquisite salt-making device. Quartz 4-4. Crystal stone 16-2. Fire crystal 15-2. Iron block 27-5. Copper block 410. Cotton cloth 0-2. Exquisite bathing device. Crystal stone 16-2. Fire crystal 15-2. Wind crystal 10-2. Iron block 27-10. Copper block 7-10. An exquisite bathing device, perhaps? I remain unaware of the water consumption, Wu Liang murmured, noting that he currently possessed approximately 8 liters of water. Despite the lingering scent of sweat upon him, he hesitated to cleanse his body. I hope it does not disappoint me. Chapter 20. The exquisite bathing apparatus. Upon arriving at the restroom, Wu Liang selected a refined bathing device and designated its location. He confirmed the crafting process. Game notification. Crystal stone 2. Fire crystal 2. Wind crystal 2. Iron block 10. Copper block 3. Game notification. Successful creation of the exquisite bathing apparatus. A brilliant light flashed, and a large iron box, measuring 1 meter in length and width with a thickness of 20 centimeters, materialized on the left wall. Atop the box, a shower head emerged. The box featured a water inlet, accompanied by a coin slot and a switch. Beneath, a water outlet appeared. Exquisite bathing apparatus. The higher the quality, the lesser the resources consumed. It can hold 5 liters of water, with 1 white jade coin facilitating 30 operations, consuming 1 liter of water per use. This consumption rate was indeed rather low, truly exceeding my expectations. Wu Liang was somewhat astonished. Typically, a bath would require at least 20 liters, and that is assuming one is frugal. To test its efficacy, Wu Liang fetched 5 liters of water from the condenser in the kitchen and poured it into the bathing apparatus. Stripping off his garments and storing them in his storage bracelet, he inserted a white jade coin and gently pressed the switch. Puff, puff, puff. The shower head above released a fine mist of water vapor. In mere moments, Wu Liang was drenched, his body cleansed of all impurities, even his hair thoroughly washed. Without the need for shampoo or body wash, Wu Liang emerged completely pristine. The entire experience lacked any significant stimulation, The skin felt as though caressed by a gentle breeze, the warm moisture enveloping it, not at all cold. In less than 5 minutes, the bathing ritual was completed. A red light emanated from the metal box, and a warm breeze swept through, absorbing all the mist and stains from the bathroom floor into the drainage, vanishing without a trace. Such convenience. Wu Liang retrieved 2 towels, each approximately 1 meter in length, to dry himself. He then accessed the creation page and crafted 2 exquisite hooks. Hanging the towels on the hooks, Wu Liang donned his clothes and stepped outside. At 10 p.m., the island would once again pause its journey. His health points were not yet depleted, and he certainly intended to gather more supplies at that hour. It was dinner time, and the meal consisted once again of grilled meat. While dining, Wu Liang perused the chat channel, curious about the effects of tomorrow's lucky buff. Hong Wu had unveiled a rare hand crossbow today, boasting that he would surpass Wu Liang to become number 1. What a delusion! The combat prowess of the war god was immensely high. How could he compare? Hua Yite had discovered a low-tier strengthening technique, rumored to be exceptionally effective, directly enhancing over 120 combat power. It felt as if the gap between Hong Wu and Wu Liang was narrowing. Why was there only a regional leaderboard and not one for the entire server? It was said that Hong Wu had encountered a resource island, which seemed like a veritable windfall. In the World Channel, Hong Wu and Hua Yite had been the focus of much discussion over the past few days. Regarded by many as top players, second only to Wu Liang. A resource island? Uncertain of what encounters may await him, Wu Liang finished his meal and promptly navigated to the bestiary interface, silently committing to memory the information about the creatures of the Demon Sea. His memory had significantly improved. After merely 2 or 3 glances, he could fully retain all details concerning each creature. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the island trembled slightly before coming to a standstill once more. It was time. Wu Liang exited the bestiary interface, grasped his crystal lantern, and ventured outdoors. The path ahead is desolate, devoid of anything. He continued onward. Ahead lies a wooden treasure chest, guarded by a demon sea corrosive hound. Ahead stands a silver treasure chest, with a demon sea octopus standing sentinel beside it. A silver treasure chest. Wu Liang noted this location, swiftly circling the island. Whether it was the night or some other factor, the surrounding mist revealed only a single silver chest. The rest failed to pique his interest, leading him directly to the mist that enveloped the silver chest guarded by the demon sea octopus. He placed the crystal lantern on the ground and retrieved his grappling hook. With his right hand wielding the golden wind sword and his left swiftly deploying the hook, he prepared for action. From the depths of the mist, a jet of ink surged toward Wu Liang's face, but with a deft slide, he evaded the onslaught. The silver treasure chest, along with the demon sea octopus, was swiftly dragged to the shore. With a decisive swing of the golden wind sword, Wu Liang cleaved the unsuspecting demon sea octopus in 2, along with the silver chest, before it had the chance to react. Game notification, experience 10, game notification, gold crystals 3, game notification, quartz 4, game notification, superior blood pellet schematic 1. System announcement. Congratulations, host, for activating the Lucky Emperor system. Quality of superior blood pellet schematic 1. Activating 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally, obtaining jade coins 20. Refined blood pellet schematic. Wu Liang, intrigued, crouched down to examine the blueprint he had retrieved. Refined blood pellet. Congealed from the blood of abyssal creatures, it enhances the power of abyssal beings, a rare and invaluable treasure. Perhaps it will prove useful later, he mused. Dismantling the carcass of the abyssal squid and gathering the scattered resources, Wu Liang returned to his abode. He genuinely held the nearby resources in low regard. Due to a scarcity of cotton cloth, Wu Liang was unable to craft a luxurious soft bed, resigning himself to sleep on a solitary cot. At that moment, a private message window materialized. Brother Wu, I have amassed sufficient resources and would like to enlist your aid in crafting a rare windwing set. Read the message from Gan Xiyun. Oh, I didn't anticipate her gathering the materials so swiftly. She must be quite affluent, he surmised. He had not expected that a mere half-day after disseminating the synthesis formula on the regional channel, Gan Xiyun would have procured all the necessary components. Wu Liang 183. 72. Affirmative. Ganshin Kanshui Deguith. 54. Thank you, Brother Wu. The garments I currently possess are in a rather dilapidated state. Wu Liang 183. Should you provide me with the materials? I shall assist you in crafting, though my service fee is non-negotiable. My price is already quite reasonable. Gansi Yin 168. 54. No problem. In the game, there exists a gifting feature, and swiftly, Gansi Yin transferred all the materials to Wu Liang, accompanied by 2 crystal stones and 2 thunderstones. This young lady places great trust in me. Should I enlighten her about the world's perils? Wu Liang chuckled to himself while thoughtfully stroking his chin. Yet his hands worked diligently as he crafted a wind wing set. The wind wing set is unisex, automatically conforming to the wearer's physique upon donning. Once completed, Wu Liang gifted the wind wing set to Gansi Yin. Gansi Yin 168. 54. Thank you, Brother Wu. Wu Liang 183. 72. In the future, should you acquire any valuable items, feel free to trade with me. Gansi Yin 168. 54. Absolutely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Liang concluded the conversation. That night, Wu Liang's island gently trembled as it collided with a mist-shrouded isle, subsequently coming to a standstill. The tremor was so subtle that Wu Liang, in his peaceful slumber, remained completely unaware. Chapter 21. Scavenging Material Island. The Sea Demon Spirit. The following day, Wu Liang groggily opened his eyes. Game notification. Lucky Buff 1. Lucky Buff. Lasts until the end of the day. Activities such as fishing for resources or opening treasure chests will yield fortunate returns. This marked the 3rd day since Wu Liang was cast into the world of the Sea Demon. He remained uncertain about the effects of the buff. He ambled into the kitchen and scooped a spoonful of water before stepping outside his room. The toothpaste still lacked pine nuts, and he bore the salty taste of seawater as he performed a hasty morning routine. Overnight, he wondered how many fish had filled the fishing device. After refreshing himself, Wu Liang felt invigorated and descended the stairs towards the fishing apparatus. What was this? In the 10-meter expanse devoid of fog to the east, a desolate patch of land emerged, with an unknown tree partially shrouded in mist. Could it be the Material Island? Was this the effect of the lucky buff? Wu Liang felt a surge of excitement and hurried back to his room to retrieve the crystal lamp before setting foot on the fabled Material Island. This is a 100-meter-sized island. Beware of the Sea Demon Spirit at the island center. However, it resides within the dilapidated estate at the heart of the island and will not emerge until nightfall, which is its period of vulnerability. You are currently insufficiently equipped to confront it. The Sea Demon Spirit? He was only at level 3, while the Sea Demon Spirit was a level 5 sea creature. Would he be able to confront it come nightfall? Wu Liang tightened his grip with determination. Upon encountering the resource island, the island would no longer drift unless it obtained the island's stabilizing stone. However, the survival manual clearly states that if the island ceases to move for an extended period, the player's situation will become increasingly precarious. Wu Liang stealthily approached an enigmatic tree, its crystalline lamp illuminating a 5-meter radius, revealing a tree over 3 meters tall before him. Fong-lan tree, the most common plant in the Demon Sea, can be decomposed into 10 units of wood and is transplantable. Harmless Fong-lan tree. One notification emanated from the game interface, while another chimed from the auspicious system. This would perfectly enhance the environment, as his island had grown rather monotonous. The leaves of the Fong-lan tree resembled delicate green birds, exceptionally beautiful. Wu Liang produced an iron shovel, crafted during the construction of his planting base. His digging speed was remarkably swift, and soon the tree's root system lay exposed. He then took up the golden wind sword and severed the tree's thin roots, leaving only the main root intact, before storing the 2-meter-tall tree in his storage bracelet. Grasping the crystalline lamp in his hand, Wu Liang vanished into the mist. Do not attempt to move forward. Doing so will only disturb the spirits of the Demon Sea. A direction of 6 o'clock presents a favorable option. Wu Liang paused, altering his course as per the system's guidance. After taking a few steps, he encountered another Fong-lan tree. Without hesitation, he began to dig once more. After securing the Fong-lan tree, Wu Liang lifted the crystalline lamp, ready to rise, when a notification from the auspicious system echoed in his mind. Have you not noticed the small mounds of earth in the corner? Could there be something there? Wu Liang focused intently and promptly seized a shovel to excavate. Clang! After just a couple of swings, he struck something solid. This is a small, shallow iron ore deposit. What are we waiting for? Let us craft a pickaxe. To mine. A pickaxe was essential. Wu Liang accessed the crafting menu and found a basic pickaxe available for creation. Game notification. Iron block 2. Wood 1. Game notification. Basic pickaxe crafted successfully. A flash of light illuminated his hand as a sturdy pickaxe materialized. Clang, clang, clang. With ease, he unearthed a substantial amount of, or with each strike. Game notification. Iron block 6. Game notification. Iron block 6. Game notification. Fine iron 1. Game notification. Iron block 6. Fine iron. It appeared that this mining expedition was yielding far more than anticipated. He pressed on. The sound of clinking continued. Game notification. Iron Mother 1. What is this? By now, a large pit had formed in the ground, with all the ores collected automatically by the storage bracelet. Wu Liang retrieved the special mineral he had just acquired. It felt heavy in his hand, just a small fragment, emanating a faint cold glow. Iron Mother, capable of producing iron ore, requires a mine site. The ability to produce iron ore was indeed fortuitous, and Wu Liang's heart swelled with excitement. He continued, "There is nothing here but sand. There is nothing here but sand." It appeared that nothing else remained. A wave of disappointment washed over Wu Liang, as the anticipated chime of the sovereign system remained silent. This affirmed his understanding that only retrieved resources and treasure chests could activate the sovereign system. Wu Liang clambered out of the large pit, content with the fruitful excavation. The yield consisted of 216 iron ingots, 20 refined iron pieces, 8 iron marrows, and 1 iron matrix. The days of iron scarcity were now firmly in the past. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Liang hoisted the crystal lamp from the ground and proceeded forward. He meticulously scanned the terrain, hoping to stumble upon more iron ore. Alas, his path led him to the coastline without any further discovery of iron, yielding only 6 phoenix orchid trees. This resource island, spanning approximately 100 meters, was entirely enshrouded in mist, making a thorough search a challenging endeavor. He pivoted to the right and ambled along the shore for about 5 meters, before turning once more to venture inland. This approach ensured that no potential resource would be overlooked. After unearthing another phoenix orchid tree, Wu Liang pressed onward. Suddenly, the crystal lamp pierced through the mist, revealing a field. Within it, a sparse selection of crops tenaciously thrived. Judging by the vegetables partially concealed in the mist, the field was undoubtedly substantial in size. Ordinarily, this island was desolate, leaving the origin of the cultivated field a mystery. Wu Liang conducted a cursory inspection and determined that the plantation covered an area of 200 square meters, showcasing 4 distinct types of crops. The first, occupying half of the cultivated land, was the mystical sea wheat. This is a common grain in the magical sea world, akin to wheat, devoid of a shell, and can be easily harvested in large quantities. The fruits are heavy, roughly the size of a pinky finger, with an unremarkable taste but abundant yield. Once ground, they can serve as flour, and the fruits can also be cultivated. The gathering process is remarkably simple. The second variety is the crystal cabbage. Each the size of an infant, translucent and exquisite in flavor, it can be conveniently planted by merely cutting off the leaves. The third type is the golden peanut. Buried in the soil, delectable whether consumed raw or roasted, and it can also be pressed to extract delightful peanut oil. The fourth variety is the magical sea tomato tree, laden with bright red, round fruits reminiscent of tomatoes. Wu Liang plucked a fruit and took a gentle bite, the sweet and tart juice flooding his mouth. Refreshing. He couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first fruit he had tasted since arriving in this world. He quickly devoured a magical sea tomato in just 2 or 3 bites, still craving more. After consuming another, he resisted the urge to eat a third, crouching down to fervently gather more. Unlike the magical sea wheat, the other 3 foods must be uprooted entirely during collection, as he intended to transplant them to his own farming base. Wu Liang moved swiftly. Despite the field measuring 20 meters in both directions, the crops within were sparse. Methodically, he worked from top to bottom, left to right, and soon the land lay bare. Game notification, 100 G of demonic sea wheat acquired. Game notification, 1 golden peanut acquired. Game notification, 1 demonic sea cherry tomato acquired. Game notification, 1 demonic sea cherry tomato plant acquired. Game notification, 1 crystal cabbage acquired. Wherever Wu Liang ventured, he left no trace behind. Upon tallying his gains, he was astounded. The total harvest included 23 crystal cabbages, 388 golden peanuts, 98 demonic sea cherry tomatoes, and a substantial yield of 45 gene of demonic sea wheat. Phew, that was exhausting. Wu Liang, his hands soiled with earth, wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, displaying the joy unique to farmers at harvest time. Wu Liang mused. Indeed, the survival manual was correct. Encountering a resource island brings a bountiful harvest. Demonic sea wheat was not palatable, and he had no need for flour. He could set aside some for cultivation, but the majority would be sold. Although the taste was subpar, it would certainly be sought after for sustenance. Even if it couldn't be exchanged for crystals, it could be traded for essential supplies. A full 45 gene. If he kept half and harvested every 3 days, how much could he acquire? Wu Liang delightedly calculated. The other 3 crops, all of excellent taste, could also be cultivated. While they didn't restore health, they could diversify his food options and would certainly be desired for crystal exchange. With his calculations complete, Wu Liang once again raised his crystal lamp, meticulously gathering resources inch by inch across the island. Each time he neared the island's center, the Lucky Emperor system's notification would resonate in his mind. Approximately 2 hours later, aside from the island's center, Wu Liang had thoroughly scavenged all the resources available on the island. He had gathered over 20 phoenix orchids, along with thousands of plants known as demon sea luminescent grass. While the demon sea luminescent grass is inedible, it boasts an exceptionally rapid growth cycle and can proliferate swiftly, making it ideal for cultivation on the island to beautify the environment. The thought of his future island adorned with lush greenery filled Wu Liang with uncontainable joy. A comfortable environment is essential for soothing one's spirit. Facing the barren stretch of the island, he knew he would eventually become disheartened. Carrying a crystal lamp, he returned to his island, gazing at the clearly visible land, and let out a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere of the mist had been quite stifling. Wu Liang took out a shovel and dug a large pit on the island, then carefully transplanted the phoenix orchids into it. Despite their height of over 3 meters and their thickness akin to that of a grown man's thigh, Wu Liang was no longer the same. He effortlessly erected the phoenix orchids with ease. Like a diligent farmer, he toiled with his face to the soil and his back to the sky, planting all the phoenix orchids around his dwelling. He chose not to plant them by the seaside or to the east. To prevent any demon sea creatures from damaging the precious orchids he had painstakingly harvested. Afterward, he scattered a generous handful of demon sea luminescent grass seeds evenly across the island and entered the cultivation area to plant the crops he had collected. Wu Liang was enveloped in a blissful sense of busyness, leaving only a small patch of land unplanted in the cultivation area. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, he felt a pang of hunger. Upon opening the game interface, he was astonished to discover that it was already midnight. How swiftly time had passed. Just then, a roar echoed from one side of the island. Wu Liang swiftly drew his golden wind sword and turned to face the source of the sound. Chapter 22. Slaying the demonic sea wolf and discovering another gilded treasure trove. Behold a demonic sea wolf. Exercise caution with its claws and fangs. A lupin figure with a dorsal fin stood upon the shore, shaking droplets of water from its form. The sea wolf's tail possessed the form of a fish's tail, flanked by fins. Wu Liang swiftly recalled the sea wolf's dossier. Demonic sea wolf, a Tier 4 marine entity, endowed with exceptional speed, razor-sharp claws and fangs, cunning, and formidable stamina. Its vulnerability lies in its deficient defense. Wu Liang gripped the golden wind sword tightly, his heart heavy with apprehension. Why would a Tier 4 marine creature manifest here? It defied explanation. Could it be that he had lingered in this region for too long? His conjecture proved accurate. At that moment, the demonic sea wolf detected Wu Liang, crouching low and emitting a guttural growl. As the eerie roar reverberated, the sea wolf lunged toward Wu Liang. In a fleeting instant, the demonic sea wolf was upon Wu Liang, its sanguinary maw agape, its fangs glinting with a chilling light as it aimed for Wu Liang's throat. A pungent, acrid odor assailed his nostrils. Such astonishing velocity. Wu Liang remained composed, raising his right hand and brandishing the golden wind sword, parrying the demonic sea wolf's gaping jaws. With a subtle sidestep, the demonic sea wolf grazed past Wu Liang, landing behind him. Wu Liang pivoted swiftly, observing that the demonic sea wolf's muzzle had been lacerated, causing blood to gush forth. The demonic sea wolf's eyes revealed a semblance of anthropomorphic animosity, mingled with a hint of trepidation. With a swift stride, Wu Liang lunged towards the abyssal wolf, his golden wind sword slashing downward towards its head. The abyssal wolf deftly tilted its head and evaded the attack by shifting its body to the left. It then raised its right paw, aiming a strike at Wu Liang's waist. Wu Liang, with a nimble push off the ground, executed a swift rotation, brandishing his golden wind sword. With a sharp sound, the wolf's claw, which was moments away from grasping Wu Liang's waist, was severed, flying several meters away. The abyssal wolf let out a mournful howl, collapsing helplessly to the ground on its 3 remaining limbs. Seizing this fleeting moment, Wu Liang thrust his sword into the creature's head. Game notification. Experience 50. The abyssal wolf convulsed a few times before falling lifelessly to the earth, simultaneously dropping a blueprint. Another blueprint? Wu Liang picked it up, discovering it to be a crafting blueprint for a washstand, which he learned and then set aside. He proceeded to disassemble the carcass of the abyssal wolf. Abyssal wolf meat, 4. Sea beast blood, 400 milliliters. Abyssal wolf hide, 2. He retrieved a plastic bottle to collect the sea beast blood. The meat of the abyssal wolf was bitter and unpalatable, yet for a player facing food scarcity, it remained a life-saving sustenance. Wu Liang's stomach growled audibly. Hastily, he gathered the supplies from the ground and turned towards the kitchen. Now, his kitchen was fully equipped, with 2 condensers already storing over 9 liters of water. He took out 2 fish, and with a decisive motion, Wu Liang brought down his knife. 2 fish were prepared, one grilled and the other simmered in broth. A unit of wood was added to both the hearth and the barbecue grill, commencing the preparation of the midday meal. Sizzling sounds emanated from the grill, as the aroma of the roasting fish permeated the air tantalizingly. After approximately half an hour, the fish was thoroughly cooked. With unreserved eagerness, Wu Liang seized his utensils and began to devour the meal. In a whirlwind of consumption, he ate until he was replete. Following the repast, Wu Liang produced a magical sea cherry tomato and savored it with delight. The meal had been exceptionally sumptuous. Wu Liang patted his distended abdomen with contentment and rose from the ground. It was time to procure supplies. Wu Liang had not forgotten the auspicious state of his luck buff today. Ahead lies a golden treasure chest, devoid of any peril. A propitious start, unexpectedly encountering a golden treasure chest directly. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed brightly as he straightened his posture and promptly hooked the treasure chest. He opened it forthwith. Game notification, Gold Crystal Stone 5. Game notification, Wood Crystal Stone 5. Game notification, Water Crystal Stone 5. Game notification, Exquisite Cotton Fabric Blueprint 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification, additionally acquiring a rare refrigerator blueprint 1, another 80 crystals of various types. Wu Liang seized the 2 blueprints and learned them both. Fortuitously possessing 2 ice cream trees, and now, with a refrigerator, he could indulge in ice cream once the trees bore fruit. The other cotton fabric blueprint required the use of cotton. Despite his own lack, procuring from the player base remains a viable option, given the presence of billions of players. He doubts that not one of them possesses it. Wu Liang disassembled the golden treasure chest, collected the crystalline stones from the ground, and circumnavigated the island, discovering only a single silver chest. The surrounding area was populated by Tier 2 demonic beasts, offering no worthwhile combat experience, and he had no need for sustenance. Wu Liang retrieved the silver treasure chest. Game notification, Pineapple Sapling 1. Game notification, Exquisite Combination Lamp Blueprint 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally obtained Earth Wall Technique 1. The Earth Wall Technique required level 5 to learn, so Wu Liang stored it away. He studied the rare combination lamp blueprint and gathered the 2 pineapple saplings from the ground, planting them in the cultivation base. It seemed feasible to circumnavigate the resource island, scouting for retrievable materials. Without hesitation, Wu Liang, lantern in hand, began his circuit along the island's coastline. Regrettably, he found neither resources nor a single marine creature. Could this be a game mechanic? Wu Liang pondered with some perplexity. With no obtainable resources, Wu Liang returned to his abode. It was midday, not yet 1 in the afternoon, and nearly all the islands were in motion, save for Wu Liang's. Today, the regional channel was even more vibrant than the day before. Individuals were progressively experiencing the effects of the lucky buff, with many discussing their gains. Of course, hundreds were also requesting sustenance. I am exceedingly hungry. Is there anyone willing to trade with me? I can exchange supplies for food, though I possess no crystals. Alas, is there a gentleman who would barter food with me? I feel as though I might faint from hunger. Some individuals have crystals and find it relatively simple to exchange them for water and food, or even crafting blueprints. And there are those willing to trade. The top-ranking players utilize their surplus food to engage in transactions with several individuals, but it is merely a drop in the bucket. Wu Liang observed the situation and sent a message in the group. I will exchange 4 portions of meat for a cotton seed. If anyone has it, please me. It is better to teach a person to fish than to merely give them fish. Wu Liang is not interested in acquiring just 1 or 2 cotton seeds, as it is too cumbersome. The players seeking food exchanges resemble starving wolves sensing blood, incessantly sending messages. Wu Shun, may I trade crystals for food? I possess a blueprint for an exquisite magical cup. Could we possibly exchange? Wu Go, I am terribly hungry. I have 4 units of cotton and would like to trade for a portion of meat. It seems that no one in the group possesses cotton seeds. At that moment, the name Gan Si Yun, shimmering with brilliance, caught everyone's attention. Has no one noticed that Wu Shun has already surpassed level 3, with combat power exceeding 1,000? The combat power rankings are updated in real time, and Gan Si Yun has observed this detail. Wow, only a few hours have passed. Truly impressive, Wu Shun. It seems you leave no room for others to thrive. If I encounter Wu Shun, may I join you? The atmosphere in the group was instantly ignited. Chapter 23. The sale of abundant food, a combination of refrigerators and lights, crystal cabbage priced at 23, golden peanuts at 388, and magical sea tomatoes at 98. Along with 45 pounds of magical sea wheat, heralds a bountiful harvest. Originally, I intended to sell those crops. Why not offer them to the members of the group? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Liang decided to send a few messages in the group. I have an excess of 30 pounds of magical sea wheat available for trade. I am willing to exchange it for ordinary resources. Half a pound of magical sea wheat can be exchanged for 20 units of mixed iron and copper, while 40 units are required for wood and stone. Precious materials can also be used for trade. 2 units of silver or gold, 2 units of quartz, or 4 units of cotton. Furthermore, a unit of rare materials can be exchanged for 20 units of ordinary materials, which equates to 2 units of cotton. Additionally, I have other precious food items, which will only be accepted in exchange for crystal stones, and I will set the prices accordingly. Wu Liang had already cultivated 15 pounds of magical sea wheat, leaving him with an additional 30 pounds, along with 300 peanuts, 10 crystal cabbages, and 95 magical sea tomatoes. As soon as the message was sent, the regional channel fell into a brief silence. The next moment, a flurry of messages erupted. Wow, Wu Shun, I want to trade. Group leader, I have enough food. Can I still exchange? 30 pounds of magical sea wheat and other precious food. You're so generous. Oh no, I'm short on supplies. Who wants to co-invest for the exchange? Half a person for magical sea wheat. They were utterly astonished by the sheer volume. While others struggled to procure a single meal, Wu Liang effortlessly presented such an abundance of provisions. Wudigo, can I trade with you? From Gan Si Yun. If there is no shortage of food, it is advisable to allow those in need to exchange first. If there is excess, others may then partake. Su Chong proposed this suggestion, to which Wu Liang responded in the channel. I will only allow a 10-minute window for everyone to exchange. If there is no food shortage, one can wait a little longer. I will list items every 3 days at unchanged prices. Every 3 days? I exclaimed, truly a master. How impressive. Does the esteemed one possess devices for cultivating food? The discussion in the group was fervent, with many lacking resources negotiating for joint exchanges. Wu Liang has already transitioned to the trading center. Initially, he listed 30 pounds of demon sea wheat. The demand could be freely set, with a stock of 60 portions, allowing each individual to trade only once. He then listed 8 crystal cabbages, with a stock of 8 portions, 300 peanuts, with a stock of 30 portions, and 80 demon sea tomatoes, with a stock of 20 portions. All listings were set to be non-public, visible solely to members of the regional channel. 1 unit of any crystal could be exchanged for 1 portion, with each person allowed to exchange once. Subsequently, the commodity link was disseminated within the regional channel. Notifications of successful transactions materialized in succession. Game tip. Sea wheat, 250G. Game tip. Transaction complete, iron or 5. Copper or 15. Game tip. Sea wheat, 250G. Game tip. Transaction complete, wood 30, stone 10, Game tip. See wheat, 250G. Game tip. Transaction complete. Cotton 4. Game tip. Crystal cabbage, 1. Game tip. Crystal stone, 1. In short order, half of the inventory was depleted. Some individuals collaborated in exchanges, resulting in a comparatively slower pace. In less than 2 minutes, the entirety of the food supply had been exchanged. Wu Liang's acquisitions were as follows: quartz 4, silver ingot 8, cotton 24, iron or 56, copper or 84, wood 284, stone 196, crystal stone 15, fire crystal stone 10, wind crystal stone 8, ice crystal stone 5, earth crystal stone 13, gold crystal stone 7. Many expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Our thanks to the group leader for the food. Thank you, Great Wu. Great Wu. I want to bear your offspring. Individuals prostrated themselves before Wu Liang in a frenzy of appreciation. Those players in need of sustenance had all obtained it, with even those not lacking food acquiring a portion. Seizing the opportune moment, Wu Liang listed sea wolf meat on the trading center, making it available to all players. In less than half a minute, a seed materialized before Wu Liang. Sure enough, a player possessed cotton seeds. Wu Liang smiled contentedly. At present, the resources are ample, enabling the creation of numerous devices that can enhance the quality of life. Wu Liang promptly accessed the manufacturing list to examine all the devices he had yet to create. Excellent cotton fabric, 24 cotton 4, 7 animal hides 1, exquisite luxurious soft bed, 338 wood 20, 39 crystal stone 2, 34 fire crystal 2, 30 wind crystal 2, 31 ice crystal 2, 0 cotton fabric 4, refined salt maker, 8 quartz 4, 39 crystal stone 2, 34 fire crystal 2, 299 iron blocks 5, 88 copper blocks 10, rare refrigerator, 299 iron blocks 20, 88 copper blocks 10, 39 crystal stone 4, 31 ice crystal 10, rare combination lamp, 8 quartz 4, 299 iron blocks 10, 88 copper blocks 20, 39 fire crystal 10, 24 wood crystal 4, 37 earth crystal 4. He first selected the excellent cotton fabric and confirmed its production. 6 pieces of cotton fabric materialized in Wu Liang's hands. After dismantling the single bed, he chose the exquisite luxurious soft bed, selected a location, and confirmed its creation. A European-style soft bed, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, appeared in the bedroom, adorned with 2 neatly arranged pillows and bedding featuring an intricate pattern of blue and red, quite pleasing to the eye. Exquisite luxurious soft bed, equipped with automatic cleaning capabilities, providing sleep benefits, warm in winter and cool in summer, enhancing quality of life. Wu Liang attempted to sit upon it, and the soft bed yielded significantly under his weight, enveloping him comfortably as he nestled in, radiating warmth. Subsequently, he made his way to the kitchen, where he crafted both a refrigerator and a salt-making device. Exquisite salt-making device, capable of automatically crystallizing salt, producing 50 G per hour. Operational for 30 days with 1 white jade coin. Rare refrigerator, designed to preserve and enhance the flavor of food. Operational for 30 days with 1 white jade coin. The salt-making device resembled an alchemical furnace, adorned with red patterns beneath and blue designs on its stout body. Wu Liang inserted a white jade coin, and the device began to whir vigorously. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the sacred fruit of the demon sea into the refrigeration chamber, depositing another white jade coin into the coin slot. This world possessed a remarkable convenience. No electrical power was required, as long as one had white jade coins. These household devices would function autonomously. It was now time to create the rare combination lamp. He selected and confirmed the manufacturing process. Before Wu Liang appeared a square iron box. Rare combination lamp. Select a position, automatically integrates with the house each time the house upgrades. A new switch and hanging lamp are added, operational for 30 days with 1 white jade coin. Wu Liang gazed at the iron box, struggling to conceive how to illuminate the space. Choosing the switch's location, perhaps the entrance would suffice. After pondering a moment, he walked to the doorway. Game prompt. Are you sure about the location? Confirm. Game prompt. Installation successful. Instantly, ripples appeared on the walls of Wu Liang's house, and a hanging lamp materialized on the ceiling of the living room, while a small switch emerged on the wall at the selected position, accompanied by a coin slot nearby. Wu Liang inserted a white jade coin and activated the switch, causing the pendant lights in the living room to illuminate instantly. After circling the room, he discovered that each chamber had been equipped with an additional switch and pendant light. How convenient! Wu Liang exclaimed with amazement. The raincoat was of no immediate necessity, but he found himself lacking in toothpaste and healing medicine. Thus, he could only wait until nightfall. A glimmer of cold determination shone in Wu Liang's eyes. Chapter 24. Slaying the Sea Demon Spirit in a Bountiful Harvest. Wu Liang reclined upon his bed, quietly perusing and memorizing the information within the Marine Life Compendium. The 3D illustrations of each creature captivated him, never evoking a sense of tedium. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 6:30, and dusk began to envelop the sky. Determined to prepare a meal, he anticipated that darkness would descend shortly after dining. With a sudden resolution, he crafted an exceedingly sumptuous dinner, a plate of crystal cabbage stir-fried with meat, accompanied by a bowl of delectable fish soup, culminating in 2 chilled sea gooseberries he had stored in the refrigerator. As the evening repast concluded, the night had fully descended, and the weather remained unremarkable. Wu Liang, adhering to the adage that sharpening one's axe does not hinder the chopping of wood, grasped a crystal lamp and made his way to the seaside, where he had set up his fishing apparatus. Therein lay 15 sea demon fish, 8 of which were the formidable sea catfish. He promptly listed the 8 sea catfish at the trading center before proceeding towards the resource island. Currently, the sea demon spirit is in a weakened state, residing in the dilapidated estate at the island center. Remember, do not gaze into its eyes. You are fully capable of handling the encounter. Upon hearing the altered tone of the Lucky Emperor system, Wu Liang felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Each moment spent on the island heightened the peril. Yet today, perhaps due to the fortuitous buff, he had only encountered a level 4 sea wolf. What tomorrow might bring remained uncertain. Without further delay, Wu Liang firmly grasped his golden wind sword in his right hand and, with the crystal lamp in his left, boldly advanced towards the heart of the island. With remarkable alacrity, Wu Liang traversed the distance to the island's heart within mere seconds, where a dilapidated manor lay concealed amidst the mist, its entirety veiled from sight. The Vermilion Gate, its paint long faded, stood partially ruined, and Wu Liang entered the estate without hesitation. The sea wraith has been roused, and it lies in wait behind the door of the east wing. To the east, you say? Bearing the crystalline lamp aloft, Wu Liang made his way to the east wing. While the estate's other structures lay in ruin, this particular chamber stood remarkably pristine, as if newly erected. Imbued with an aura of antiquity, the chamber possessed but a single portal. With a cold smile, Wu Liang drew his gilded gale blade and thrust it towards the door. A piercing shriek echoed from within the chamber, as the sea wraith retreated with haste. Sensing that his strike had missed its mark, Wu Liang was unfazed. With a swift kick of his left foot, the door splintered inward. Before him stood a monstrous entity, its lower half that of a human, its upper torso a grotesque fish. Fury contorted its features as it glared at him. Its arms, covered in iridescent scales, ended in wickedly sharp claws that glimmered with an eerie light. Sea Wraith, a level 5 marine creature. Its gaze holds the power of petrification, capable of turning flesh to stone upon direct contact. During daylight hours, it assumes a spectral form, impervious to physical harm. Its weakness lies in the embrace of night, when it materializes into a corporeal state. A faint, yellowish luminescence flickered within the Sea Wraith's eyes. An ill foreboding washed over Wu Liang, and with a sharp intake of breath, he sealed his eyes shut. Seeing Wu Liang's sudden blindness, the Sea Wraith emitted a guttural growl and raised its claws, slicing through the air with a menacing hiss, aiming for Wu Liang's throat. There is movement. Having availed himself of the advanced body fortification technique, Wu Liang's senses were preternaturally acute. Though his eyes remained closed, the movements of the demonic abyssal wraith did not elude his perception. With a subtle shift of his left foot and a corresponding inclination of his body, Wu Liang evaded the fiend's assault. Frustrated in its initial attack, the demonic abyssal wraith lashed out with its left claw, aiming for Wu Liang's neck. In that very instant, Wu Liang's gilt gale blade arrived, severing the wraith's right claw before it could react. An opportune moment. Though his eyes remained shut, Wu Liang sensed the blade's successful strike. Relying on auditory perception, Wu Liang darted forward, impaling the fiend in its flank. The demonic abyssal wraith emitted a piercing shriek, recoiling rapidly and disappearing into the mist, leaving a trail of blood droplets in its wake. Though silence now reigned, Wu Liang dared not open his eyes, knowing that any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. He cast the crystal lamp at his feet and, with a mere thought, produced a charred and fetid chunk of meat in his left hand, the very same scorched flesh of the abyssal sludge monster he had acquired earlier. This meat possessed the property of attracting marine beasts, a trait perfectly suited to the present circumstances. As anticipated, the moment Wu Liang produced the meat, heavy, labored breathing emanated from the nearby mist. He remained motionless, patiently awaiting the demonic abyssal wraith's approach. Maintaining an unwavering composure, he prepared to adapt to whatever may come. The fiend, unable to resist the lure any longer, emerged from the mist, its eyes gleaming with avarice, and lunged towards the offering in Wu Liang's left hand. Upon hearing a noise, Wu Liang thrust the golden wind sword to the left, sensing it pierced the corporeal form of the sea demon spirit. He then swiftly swept to the right and retreated rapidly. Game notification. Experience 100. Game notification. Level 1, is this it? Wu Liang opened his eyes. Witnessing the sea demon's spirit gradually fading into nothingness, half of its head cleaved open, presenting a rather horrific sight. As the entity fully dissipated, a stone of island suppression fell to the ground. Was that all that emerged? Wu Liang bent down to pick up the stone of island suppression. Detected an unclaimed stone of island suppression. Would you like to merge? Certainly not merging. He had yet to explore the manor. He stowed the stone away and lifted the crystal lamp from the ground, beginning to inspect the chamber. The room was impeccably clean, with the furniture neatly arranged within. Wu Liang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. I wonder if I can collect these furnishings? He approached a sofa and attempted to store it within his storage bracelet. Game notification. Excellent soft leather sofa 1. Indeed, it can be collected. Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Game notification. Excellent nightstand 1. Game notification. Excellent coffee table 1. Game notification. Excellent chair 1. Game notification. Excellent luxurious soft bed 1. Moments later, the furnishings within the chamber were completely cleared. Wu Liang then exited the room, making his way towards other chambers. The other rooms lay in ruins. However, Wu Liang managed to find several tables and stools. The soft bed could be sold at the trading center, while the remaining furniture could be arranged in his own abode. A satisfied smile crept across Wu Liang's face. This time, he had truly struck gold. This single resource island had furnished him with all the essentials for life, significantly enhancing his quality of living. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, the prompt of the European Emperor's system echoed in his mind. Did you not notice the golden treasure chest buried in the left wall? Another treasure chest? Wu Liang felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly made his way to the left, holding the crystal lamp aloft. The left wall had collapsed significantly, and in the illumination of the crystal lamp, a glimmer of gold emerged from the depths of the rubble. Wu Liang crouched down, using his hands to sift through the debris, and in less than a minute, a golden treasure chest appeared before his eyes. He chuckled to himself, wondering what delightful treasures it might hold this time, and eagerly opened the chest. Chapter 25. Enhanced Quality of Life and Housing Upgrade. Game hint. Gold Crystal 5. Game hint. Crystal Stone 5. Game hint. Crafting Blueprint for an Exquisite House Cleaner 1. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lucky system. Quality of Exquisite House Cleaner 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally, obtained a Wood Spike Technique Blueprint 1. The Wood Spike Technique is inscribed upon a stone tablet, depicting a diagram of cultivation in Mandarin. However, the initial use requires merely a touch to the tablet. Regrettably, similar to the Frozen Ray, it necessitates level 5 for mastery. Wu Liang is currently at level 4, merely 49 experience points shy of an upgrade, and he will soon acquire this skill. He gathered the crystals scattered on the ground, dismantled the golden treasure chest, and departed from the resource island. It was time to fuse the island stones. Wu Liang took out 2 island stones and silently chanted in his heart. Fusion. Game hint. Detecting existing buildings on the fused island. Retain. Do not retain. Game hint. Wooden planks 211. Game hint. Stone blocks 139. Game hint. Iron blocks 24. Game hint. Copper blocks 31. Game hint. Fusion successful. As the casual game notification echoed, the resource island vanished instantaneously. Beneath Wu Liang's feet, the island trembled, expanding outward, and in a brief moment, it transformed into an island with a diameter of 30 meters. Regardless of the resource island's original size, Once fused, it will only increase the diameter by 10 meters, as indicated in the survival manuals. The Isle of Wu Liang shuddered gently. Drifting eastward once more. Resources sufficed. It was time to further elevate the dwelling. Wu Liang accessed the Domicile Enhancement Interface and initiated the upgrade. System notification: timber -300, stone -150, iron or -50, copper or -80. System notification: modest residence successfully erected. As the auditory cue resonated, his abode unfurled instantaneously, the flanking orchid trees autonomously shifting to the peripheries. The cultivation plot assimilated into the structure. A manor spanning 400 square meters materialized before Wu Liang. Modest residence, upgradable, capable of withstanding maritime creature incursions of level 10 and below, providing shelter from the elements, ensuring safety and comfort. Incorporating a new training chamber feature. Upgrade prerequisites: L diameter 50 meters, timber 249, 1000, stone 100, 500, iron or 258, 100, copper or 8, 200. A protracted and arduous endeavor. Wu Liang emitted a soft sigh. He pushed open the vermilion iron gates and stepped into the courtyard. A flagstone path bisected the space, flanked by a vacant lot on the right and his cultivation plot on the left, both bordered by corridors. Wu Liang proceeded into the main hall, activating the illumination, which promptly bathed the interior in light, accentuating its vastness. Wu Liang ambled through the residence, noting the significantly expanded lavatory. Situated to the right of the hall. Beyond the hall lay the training chamber, adorned with intricate floral carvings. Four ancillary rooms graced either side, each furnished with a solitary pendant lamp, simple yet elegant. Splendid indeed. With a satisfied smile, Wu Liang returned to his bedroom, arranging 2 bedside tables and a sofa, placing a coffee table in front of the sofa. He then proceeded to the hall, where he set up 6 tables and 12 chairs on either side. In the center, against the wall, he positioned a magnificent tiger skin armchair, exuding luxury. The final set of table and chairs was acquired from the kitchen of Resource Island, which he placed in the kitchen. All items were arranged in accordance with the layout of a dilapidated courtyard he had encountered on Resource Island. Dust adorned the furniture, save for those in the bedroom, which remained pristine. This presented an excellent opportunity to test the effectiveness of the house cleaner. Wu Liang then accessed the crafting interface to review the synthesis formula for the house cleaner. Rare house cleaner: 20 refined iron, 49 crystal stones, 30 fire crystals, 48 earth crystals, 38 wood crystals. He confirmed the crafting. As the materials in his storage bracelet diminished, a delicate iron box materialized in Wu Liang's hand. Rare house cleaner: requires a designated location, merges with the house, automatically cleans the house to perfection. 1 jade coin allows for 30 uses, should he select a location. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang made his way to the hall and chose the area beside the light switch. A flash of light illuminated the space, revealing an additional switch next to the light control. Each room's ceiling was adorned with a square air vent. Wu Liang inserted a jade coin into the coin slot and activated the switch. A warm breeze swept through, instantly rejuvenating every item in the hall. The dust, enveloped in mist, was drawn into the vents and vanished without a trace. Goodness! Wu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Alas, if only there were an additional wash basin in the restroom. It would be absolutely perfect. Shaking his head to dismiss his disappointment, he returned to his bedroom. It was now around 9 p.m., and the island would cease operations in another hour. His health remained at a perfect 100 points, and with the added advantage of a lucky buff. He certainly could not afford to squander it. Wu Liang nestled comfortably on the sofa and activated the regional channel. Wu Liang 182. 72. Does anyone want a second hand? Excellent luxury soft bed. Price to sell at only 2 random crystals. Comes with automatic cleaning features and sleep assistance. What the heck? Wasn't the master using a standard single bed just yesterday at the meeting? Now he's selling an excellent luxury soft bed? Truly remarkable. Brother Wu, do you possess any manufacturing blueprints? Unfortunately, I'm utterly broke at the moment. A flurry of thoughts bubbled up. Master, have you engaged in any peculiar activities on it? I have a cleanliness obsession. This bed was an unexpected acquisition. I have never used it. Wu Liang promptly replied. What sort of strange activities could one possibly engage in? He indeed had manufacturing blueprints, but the individuals in the group were far too impoverished, with no one even approaching him to purchase the fire underworld sword. Perhaps it was a matter of distrust, which is why he chose not to disclose his possession of the blueprints. Wu Shun, please go online, I desire it. My girlfriend and I find ourselves too cramped on a single bed. The illustrious name of Zhun Xingyun, ranked 4th, has also emerged. Esteemed one, refrain from flaunting your affection. Those who do often meet an untimely end. I have yet to encounter another player. How wonderful it would be to meet a female player for companionship. My dear friends, let us take heed. For those among us with diabetes, do not let him savor the sweetness. The group chat buzzed with fervor. Yet Wu Liang merely glanced, and then diverted his attention, placing the splendid, luxurious soft bed on the market, visible only to select players, subsequently sending the link to Zhun Xingyun. In less than half a minute, 2 wooden crystal stones appeared before him. He had memorized the entire marine biology compendium, and thus he silently submerged himself in the world and regional channels. At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, the island beneath his feet trembled slightly and then came to a halt. Wu Liang, holding a crystal lamp, rose from the sofa and exited the bedroom. With the auspicious buff in effect, he hoped that the surrounding resources would not let him down this time. Chapter 26. Crafting Legendary Equipment. Encountering new situations. Ahead lies a golden treasure chest, surrounded by no apparent danger. Seize it swiftly. A golden chest. Wu Liang promptly halted and reeled it in. Game notification. Golden Crystal 3. Game notification. Wooden Crystal 3. Game notification. Rare Flying Cloud Boots. Crafting Blueprint 1. Triggered 100-fold luck enhancement. Additionally acquiring Fireball Spell Original 1. By heavens! Though he had only obtained 42 elemental crystals through the auspices of the European Emperor system, he astonishingly uncovered a rare equipment crafting blueprint, and it even boasted a quality increase of 1. This was now the finest piece of equipment in his possession. Wu Liang hurriedly gathered the material strewn about. After his studies, he eagerly opened the crafting page to examine the synthesis formula for the Flying Cloud Boots. Legendary Flying Cloud Boots. Golden Crystal 4740. Wooden Crystal 4840. Water Crystal 5840. Fire Crystal 4140. Earth Crystal 5640. Wind Crystal 4640. Thunder Crystal 4040. Ice 4740. Bee Skin 22. Cotton 04. Silver Block 4220. Gold Block 1810. He was still short on cotton, but a visit to the water resource point shortly would suffice. Anxious for progress, Wu Liang glanced northward. Ahead lies a silver treasure chest, surrounded by no apparent danger. Indeed, the luck buff was in full effect. All treasure chests were unguarded by oceanic creatures. Without hesitation, Wu Liang reeled it in and opened it. After encountering no further valuable items, Wu Liang returned to his abode. He opened the trading center, and nearly 3 days had passed. Water resources remained scarce. However, the surviving players had now encountered marine creatures, and beast blood was also a viable source of hydration. The price of water had significantly dropped, now allowing one to exchange 100 milliliters for a single unit of cotton. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang sent a message in the regional channel. 100 milliliters of water for 1 exchange, trading 1 unit of cotton, a total of 16 portions available. Those in need of water, act swiftly. The regional channel erupted with responses. Wow, Wushan has put up so much water. Players with cotton took notice. Wushan is truly remarkable, incomparable. I happen to have cotton. Wushan, please list it quickly. Unbelievable. After trading so much food at noon, now Wushan is offering water resources. You are our savior. Wu Liang extracted 1,600 milliliters of water from the condensation device and listed it in the trading center, visible across the regional channel. In a mere 10 seconds, it was all snatched up. In the regional channel, comments flew. How long have you all been single? How can your reflexes be so swift? Wah, I didn't manage to grab any. I'm so thirsty. Get lost, you deadbeat. I couldn't exchange either. I guess I'll have to resort to drinking beast blood. Those who were unsuccessful in the exchange lamented vociferously. Ignoring the crowd, Wu Liang turned to the crafting interface with great anticipation. He selected the legendary Flying Cloud Boots and confirmed the creation. The number of crystals in his storage bracelet plummeted, and a pair of silver leather boots materialized before him. Legendary Flying Cloud Boots, exceedingly rare boots that permanently augment the wearer's speed, possess a self-cleaning enchantment and prevent foot odor. Wu Liang's sneakers were already tattered beyond repair. He removed them, and an intense malodor wafted forth. Barefoot, He tossed the dilapidated shoes and fetid socks into the sea before luxuriating in a thorough bath. Refreshed, Wu Liang donned the flying cloud boots while still barefoot. Despite the absence of socks, the boots felt remarkably comfortable and form-fitting. With a quick dash, Wu Liang found himself over 5 meters away, his speed more than doubled. After some experimentation, Wu Liang retrieved his iron shovel and sea dragon tea sapling, transplanting it to the planting base. The night passed uneventfully. At 6:30 a.m., Wu Liang awoke from his opulent bed, feeling invigorated. Emerging from his bedroom, he beheld a verdant planting base. Fragrant rice fruit, lusong fruit, pine fragrance grass nettle, sweet fruit, chili peppers, milk fruit, and breadfruit were all ripe, each tree bearing 10 fruits. The fragrant rice fruit, when peeled, revealed snow-white grains of rice. The milk fruit, about the size of a palm, had a pointed tip. When bitten open, one could savor the delectable milk within. The chili peppers, with their vibrant red skin, were gathered in bunches of 5. Wu Liang harvested all his crops, yielding a total of 10 pounds of fragrant rice, 20 pine cones, 6 resinous herbs, 8 nettles, 50 chili peppers, 20 milk fruits, and 10 loaves of bread. He also obtained a seed of the resinous herb and a seed of the nettle, which he promptly replanted. At last, he was able to produce toothpaste. Upon accessing the manufacturing interface, he crafted a tube of toothpaste and made his way to the bathroom. The previous evening, he had already constructed a bathing station, which he placed in the bathroom alongside a silver cup. The bathing station was connected to a condensation device, also crafted by Wu Liang the night before. This condensation device was linked to the shower, yet its appearance remained unchanged, a new feature introduced upon upgrading the house. Now, Wu Liang possessed 3 condensation devices. After turning on the faucet and freshening up, he placed his toothbrush and toothpaste into the silver cup. Breakfast was exceptionally lavish, consisting of milk fruits, bread, and pine cones. After savoring a delightful meal, Wu Liang contentedly settled onto the sofa, relishing the ease of his life. Just then, the island trembled slightly before coming to a halt. What was happening? Wasn't it too early for such disturbances? Wu Liang swiftly rose, drew his golden wind sword, and exited the courtyard. Chapter 27. Another encounter with a supply island and the acquisition of a pet. Lo and behold, another supply island emerged on the eastern horizon, populated by a multitude of ebony tortoises basking in the sun. The alpha of the group was as large as a human. Employ the flesh of the abyssal mire beast to subdue them. Monster slaying is the quintessential method to elevate your level. The lucky aura system chimed in telepathically. Abyssal mire turtle, a docile, albeit timid, level 3 marine creature. Abyssal mire turtle king. Possesses a degree of aggression but will flee when startled, albeit at a sluggish pace. It is fortunate that it is I who has stumbled upon this island. Any other player, unfamiliar with the situation, would likely be petrified. With an air of nonchalance, Wu Liang ambled toward the east. Upon hearing the commotion, some mire turtles sought refuge behind their king, while others scurried toward the sea. The mire turtle king glared menacingly at Wu Liang, as if cautioning him against any mischief. However, Wu Liang was not about to let this gratuitous experience slip away. He promptly retrieved a charred piece of mire beast meat and placed it on the ground. Given the sheer number of mire turtles, there was a risk that some might escape if he tarried. As expected, the mire turtle herd was instantly thrown into disarray. Those that had been retreating to the sea hastily returned, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The mire turtles disregarded their king and stampeded toward the meat. The mire turtle king was at the vanguard of the charge. Just as planned, Wu Liang swung his blade and struck the king's carapace. The impact produced a resounding clang. A fissure appeared on the mire turtle king's shell. So resilient are we? Wu Liang was somewhat taken aback. The king of the demon sea turtles, in pain, retracted its limbs, pulling its head into its shell. The other demon sea turtles rushed in, but Wu Liang chose to momentarily disregard the king. He swung his sword down upon the foremost demon sea turtle. The creature's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground, its head rolling aside, spilling forth a collection of white jade coins. Game hint: Experience 1. This group of demon sea turtles had descended into madness, ignoring the corpses of their companions as they lunged towards the meat at Wu Liang's feet. The king of the demon sea turtles, unable to resist the temptation, stealthily extended its head. With a deft flick of his toes, Wu Liang sent the piece of meat flying behind him. The swarm of demon sea turtles, akin to ravenous wolves, disregarded Wu Liang standing in their path, intent on circumventing him. Recognizing such a splendid opportunity, Wu Liang could not let it slip away. The golden wind sword in his hand was wielded with remarkable speed, and with a flash of sword light, he dispatched one of the demon sea turtles. Game hint, experience 1. Game hint, experience 1. Game hint, experience 1. In a mere few minutes, he had eradicated the entire horde of demon sea turtles, amassing a total of 19 points of experience. Meanwhile, the king of the demon sea turtles had stealthily maneuvered behind Wu Liang, swiftly lunging towards the mud monster's flesh. In a moment of inattention, Wu Liang realized too late that the piece of meat had already been devoured by the king. "Damn it!" Wu Liang exclaimed in fury, raising the golden wind sword and turning to strike at the king. Having consumed the flesh of the mud monster, the king of the demon sea turtles regained its senses, instantly enveloped in terror, retracting its limbs into its shell. With a resounding clang, once again a fissure emerged. "Did you think I would be powerless against you?" Wu Liang, filled with rage, disregarded the notion of a turtle shell and began to strike wildly above. The sounds of the golden wind sword clashing against the turtle shell echoed continuously. Clang, clang, clang. With a resounding crack, the shell of the demon sea turtle king shattered into fragments under Wu Liang's relentless blows. The golden wind sword descended once more, cleaving the body of the demon sea turtle in two. Game notification, experience 10. At this moment, Wu Liang had regained his composure. What a pity! He wondered if the demon sea turtle king had digested its essence. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Regrettably, it was futile. He dismantled the corpses strewn across the ground, acquiring 19 pieces of the turtle shell, all suitable for use as beast hides. The flesh of the demon sea turtle yielded 42 pieces, with the demon sea turtle king contributing 4 pieces and the others providing 2 each. The blood of the sea beasts amounted to a substantial 2 liters. Furthermore, he now possessed no fewer than 150 white jade coins. What a bountiful harvest! Upon witnessing the resources floating on the ground, a smile finally graced Wu Liang's face. The quantity of sea beast blood was overwhelming. Although he possessed a refined blueprint for crafting blood pills, it proved useless to him. It was better to sell it to thirsty players. Wu Liang utilized 2 units of wood to construct a wooden barrel capable of holding up to 12 liters. He poured all the sea beast blood into it, accumulating a total of 10 liters. Subsequently, he gathered all the resources together. The mineral water bottles within his storage bracelet had become obsolete, so he dismantled them into 8 pieces of plastic. With the crystal lamp in hand, Wu Liang advanced towards the resource island ahead. At the heart of the island lay an egg, imbued with extraordinary power. As he stepped into the realm of the resource island, the sound of the European Emperor's system echoed in his mind. Is it food? After walking a few paces, a white egg adorned with intricate blue patterns appeared before him. Are we having fried eggs for lunch? Wu Liang approached and cradled the egg in his hands. Game notification. Sea Beast Egg 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck enhancement. The Sea Beast Egg evolved into a Growth-type Sea Beast Egg. Growth-type Sea Beast Egg. Nurtured by adult magical marine creatures, it requires a drop of blood for binding. You will acquire a loyal companion without the need for hatching. It can continuously level up, becoming a formidable assistant. A drop of blood for binding? He pondered the nature of this marine creature. If it turned out to be a magical sea corpse dog or a sludge monster, it would be utterly revolting. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to proceed with the binding. He wasn't short on food, and if it turned out to be something grotesque, he could always discard it. Placing the sea beast egg on the ground, Wu Liang gently pricked his fingertip with a golden wind sword. A drop of blood fell upon the surface of the egg. In an instant, the blue patterns on the eggshell radiated with brilliance. The egg began to sway lightly, then increasingly more vigorously for several seconds. Finally, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the shell shattered into pieces, which disintegrated into dust. Under the azure glow, a small blue fish materialized. What manner of creature is this? The marine life compendium had been entirely memorized by him, yet such a creature did not exist. Its appearance bore resemblance to the blue whale ridden by Zhuang Zhou in the game he once played. The blue light converged. A small fish with wide, innocent eyes diligently consumed the eggshells scattered on the ground. It then took flight, circling around Wu Liang before finally resting upon his shoulder. Astonishingly, it could fly. Wu Liang was taken aback. The sound of the little blue fish resonated in his ears, a series of soft whimpers. Remarkably, it resembled a whimsy creature. Wu Liang was momentarily speechless. From the very moment it hatched, an extraordinary bond had formed between him and the fish. Instinctively, he gently caressed the little creature, feeling no trace of the slickness typical of ordinary fish. Instead, it felt akin to silk. Wu Liang turned his head to gaze at the blue fish, which returned his look with an expression of curiosity. Heavenly bubble fish, a gentle magical marine creature capable of continual growth, ultimately evolving into a golden winged rock. Game notification. The pet interface has been activated, allowing for real-time monitoring of pet abilities and status. Chapter 28. Azure's Ascension and a Novel Ability. Good heavens. Do you call that a sky-soaring bubblefish? Wu Liang was utterly bewildered. He was familiar with bubblefish, those level 5 marine creatures whose bubbles could immobilize adversaries. The sky-soaring bubblefish gazed at Wu Liang with wide, limpid eyes, evidently possessing sentience. Take flight, Wu Liang ventured softly. Obediently, the sky-soaring bubblefish ascended from Wu Liang's shoulder. Circling him playfully, it doesn't seem particularly formidable. Can it be of assistance in battle? Wu Liang mused, scrutinizing the creature. The diminutive sky-soaring bubblefish appeared to be of little practical use beyond its endearing appearance, suitable perhaps as a mere pet. Squeak, squeak, the sky-soaring bubblefish chirped in protest. It opened its mouth and expelled a bubble towards a fragment of rock on the ground. Instantly, the stone was encased within the bubble and levitated into the air. It seemed to be conveying, "Master, I am quite powerful." Wu Liang smiled gently, cradling the sky-soaring bubblefish and stroking its tiny head. The creature nestled contentedly in his arms, its eyes fluttering shut. He accessed the pet interface. Sky-soaring bubblefish, unnamed, level 1, maximum 5 levels above master. Experience 0-100 status. Healthy ability, immobilizing bubbles. Wu Liang's exquisite blood pellet crafting diagram had finally found its purpose. He lowered his gaze, a doting expression on his face, and gently caressed the sky-soaring bubblefish's head. You do not yet have a name. Allow me to bestow one upon you. Let us call you Xiaolan. Wu Liang paused thoughtfully. If I think of a more suitable name in the future, I shall change it. Alas, I am quite inept at naming. Xiaolan nuzzled against Wu Liang's chest, seemingly delighted by the bestowed name. Such a simple joy. Wu Liang chuckled softly, placing Xiaolan upon his shoulder, and lifted the crystal lamp to survey the situation on the resource island. This island, a mere 10 meters in size, was utterly barren, seemingly home only to Xiaolan and a group of demon sea turtles. Wu Liang circled the perimeter of the island. Indeed, the surrounding waters held no resources. It appeared that resources only replenished in proximity to one's own island. Wu Liang concluded that the island's stone had been dislodged by the demon sea turtle king. However, he remained unhurried, completing a circuit around his island before fishing up a silver treasure chest. Only then did he integrate the island stone. Wu Liang's island swiftly expanded to a diameter of 40 meters and commenced its movement. Within the confines of his chamber, Wu Liang retrieved and opened the silver treasure chest. Game notification. Quartz 4. Game notification. Excellent teapot manufacturing blueprint 1. Triggered a 100-fold fortune amplification, additionally acquiring water arrow technique manuscript 1. Quite satisfactory. Wu Liang studied the manufacturing blueprint and collected the resources scattered on ground. He lifted Xiaolan from his shoulder and gently patted its little head. You shall soon enjoy a feast, he said with a beaming smile as he opened the crafting interface. Exquisite blood pill. 10L of sea beast blood 1L. Exquisite teapot. 258 iron blocks 10, 24 silver blocks 10, 40 fire crystals 2, 50 crystal stones 2 first. Select the exquisite blood pill and confirm the manufacturing. Game prompt. Sea beast blood -1L. Game prompt. Exquisite blood pill successfully manufactured. A round, plump pill appeared in his hand. Exquisite blood pill. Formed from the blood of marine creatures. Consuming it grants an additional 100 experience points, 100 points. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with interest. He decided to test the effect of the blood pill. Turning to Xiaolan with a smile, he said, "Come here, hold this." He opened his palm and presented it to Xiaolan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolan opened her mouth and swallowed the blood pill. It melted instantly upon entry, traveling down her throat into her body. Boom! A surge of energy erupted within her. Xiaolan visibly expanded in size. Game prompt. Pet Xiaolan level 1. With a joyful squeal, Xiaolan soared off the sofa, nuzzling against Wu Liang's face, clearly delighted. Wu Liang proceeded to manufacture 9 more blood pills. He stored one in his savings bracelet and subsequently fed all the remaining blood pills to Xiaolan. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan level 1. 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 Game notification. Pet Xiaolan has reached level 5. Gaining a new ability, Paralysis Effect. Game notification. Xiaolan level 1. The game's notifications resonated incessantly as Xiaolan's level surged to 9. The once palm-sized Xiaolan had now grown to the size of an infant. A new ability? Wu Liang hurriedly opened the pet interface to investigate. Flying Bubble Fish, level 9, can only be upgraded again when the owner's level increases. Experience, 0-100. Name, Xiaolan. Status, healthy. Ability, Confining Paralysis Bubble. It appeared to be quite impressive. Wu Liang gently patted Xiaolan's head, instructing it to rest on the sofa. He then proceeded to craft exquisite tea utensils once more. A flash of light illuminated the scene. Before Wu Liang lay a set of silver teaware. Exquisite tea set, capable of automatically boiling water and cleaning tea leaves, maintaining a constant water temperature of 50. 1 white jade coin operates for 30 days. This tea set included 4 silver cups, a small kettle, and a tray with a coin slot. Once the Hailong tea tree matures, he could indulge in tea. Wu Liang smiled with satisfaction. He allowed Xiaolan to play in the bedroom while he stepped outside to inspect the fishing apparatus. There were no new species in the fishing device, and once again, there were no magical sea catfish. In recent days, the number of abyssal sea fish within Wu Liang's storage bracelet has reached as many as 35. Returning to the bedroom, Wu Liang promptly opened the trading center. The price of food like water had also decreased considerably. There were also individuals gradually selling abyssal sea fish on the trading center, all priced at 1 crystal stone, which were instantly snapped up. It seems I'm not the only one who obtained a fishing device. Considering the global population numbers in the billions, this makes sense. After some contemplation, Wu Liang opened a regional channel and broadcasted a message, selling 30 abyssal sea fish. Exquisitely flavored, consumption increases health by 10 points. I require any 1 crystal stone. I'm only giving everyone 10 minutes to exchange. As before, each person can only exchange once. I will list them in 1 minute. Oh, great Wu, you are my benefactor. Brother Wu, may I be your girlfriend? Thank you, admin. I am beside myself with anticipation. The group was once again in an uproar. Subsequently, Wu Liang opened the trading center, listing 30 abyssal sea fish, setting up a total of 30 portions based on different varieties, each requiring 1 crystal stone. The listings were set to be private, only visible to players on the regional channel, and scheduled to go live in 1 minute. 1 minute later, the 30 fish were instantly purchased. Wind crystal stones, 3. Fire crystal stones, 5. Earth crystal stones, 5. Water crystal stones, 7. Wood crystal stones, 6. Metal crystal stones, 4. 10 o'clock a.m. Wu Liang felt a slight tremor beneath the island beneath his feet, which then came to a halt. Now is the time to test Little Blue's abilities. Wu Liang licked his lips, leading Little Blue out of the residence. Chapter 29. Leveling up monsters and learning spell. Xiaolan made a determined effort to climb onto Wu Liang's shoulder, but his size had increased considerably. After struggling for a while, he ultimately chose to abandon the attempt and instead flitted around Wu Liang. Standing by the seaside, Wu Liang gazed into the mist before him. There are 2 monstrous sea-headed hounds engaged in a friendly duel in the distance. Wu Liang turned his body, twisting his head to continue observing the fog. In the vacant expanse ahead, there lies a silver treasure chest at the 10 o'clock position. 10 o'clock. Wu Liang noted this and took a few confident steps forward. A silver treasure chest is ahead, guarded by a monstrous sea mother spider. This presents a rare opportunity. You may reap unexpected rewards. Monstrous sea mother spider, a level 3 creature possessing a degree of intelligence, capable of summoning numerous small spiders, which are venomous. Its weakness lies in its sluggish movement. It was the perfect chance to test Xiaolan's abilities. Wu Liang flicked his grappling hook from his left hand towards the mist ahead, gradually pulling it back. Noticing her master's serious demeanor, Xiaolan halted at his right side, gazing into the fog. Moments later, A silver treasure chest and a massive spider were drawn up by the grappling hook. The monstrous mother spider let out a piercing scream as its enormous abdomen swelled once more, birthing a multitude of tiny spiders, 10 in total. These small spiders rushed towards Wu Liang with great speed. "Xiaolong go!" Wu Liang exclaimed. His expression relaxed as he turned to her. "Wong," it seemed to say. "Master, watch closely." The diminutive azure tail flicked back and forth as a mischievous expression graced its chubby countenance. With a delicate parting of its lips, a flurry of minuscule bubbles was rapidly expelled. These bubbles expanded in midair, swiftly reaching the assemblage of spiderlings. One by one, the spiderlings were enveloped within the bubbles, ascending into the air before succumbing to a languid repose within their translucent prisons. "Exemplary work, little azure," Wu Liang exclaimed with a smile, commending its efforts. "Squeak, squeak," little azure responded, radiating self-satisfaction. The demon sea spider, incensed, dilated its abdomen and regurgitated another score of spiderlings, subsequently collapsing onto the ground in a state of enervation. "Is that all?" Wu Liang mused, reflecting that, as a mere Tier 3 monster, its limited capabilities were hardly its fault. Little Azure once more unleashed a torrent of bubbles, ensnaring all the spiderlings, including the demon sea matriarch, within its buoyant confines. The bubbles drifted in the air, each encasing a spiderling. The largest bubble, containing the demon sea matriarch, writhed in futile struggle, its efforts waning with each passing moment. Wu Liang brandished the golden wind sword, gently probing one of the aerial prisons. The bubble yielded slightly, but remained intact. Gradually increasing the pressure, Wu Liang eventually exerted a considerable force before finally piercing the bubble. Given the inherent sharpness of the golden wind sword, coupled with Wu Liang's substantial strength, the resilience of the bubbles was undeniable. The unconscious spiderlings plummeted to the earth, where Wu Liang's golden wind sword flashed, bisecting them in a single, swift motion. Game notification. Experience 1. Game notification. Pet Xiaolong Experience 1. Regardless of the level of the abyssal sea creatures, defeating them yields a minimum of 1 experience point. Wu Liang felt a surge of joy. Is this what the fortunate system referred to as an unexpected gain? Xiaolong released the abyssal mother spider. Such an excellent leveling monster must be thoroughly exploited. Otherwise, he would not be called Wu Liang. Xiaolong complied, expelling another small bubble. This bubble collided with the one that had ensnared the abyssal mother spider. With a soft pop, both bubbles shattered instantaneously, transforming into shimmering droplets of mist. The abyssal mother spider fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it slowly began to retreat, attempting to escape. Wu Liang snorted coldly, propelling himself forward with a swift push of his toes. He lunged behind the abyssal mother spider and kicked it several meters away. "Survive!" Wu Liang commanded fiercely, pointing his sword at the abyssal mother spider. Xiaolong also soared to Wu Liang's side, glaring menacingly at the creature. The abyssal spider screeched incessantly, its abdomen swelling once more. "Yes, just like that, keep going. You can do it." Wu Liang raised his right hand, encouraging the abyssal mother spider. With a sudden pop, the spider's abdomen deflated, and it could no longer support itself, collapsing onto the ground. Goodness, after all this effort, it merely let out a fart. The abyssal sea mother spider, seemingly affronted, narrowed its multifaceted eyes, a solitary tear tracing a path down its carapace, and lay prostrate, relinquishing any further resistance. "Azure," Wu Liang directed, "maintain a vigilant watch over it, ensuring its escape is thwarted." Subsequently, Wu Liang turned his attention towards the diminutive arachnids suspended in the air. System notification. Experience 1. System notification. Pet Azure Experience 1. System notification. Experience 1. System notification. Pet Azure Experience 1. System notification. Experience 1. System notification. Pet Azure Experience 1. System notification. Level up 1. A surge of warmth emanated from his core, amplified twofold. The miniature spiders ensnared within the bubbles were systematically eradicated by Wu Liang, culminating in his ascension to level 5. These diminutive creatures yielded no spoils, their corporeal forms dissolving into nothingness. Undeterred, Wu Liang focused his thoughts, and 4 steels, each half a meter in height, materialized upon the ground. Ice imprisonment, earthen bulwark, wooden impalement, and incinerating orb. Wu Liang's hand gently brushed against the leftmost steel, triggering a cascade of light that flowed into his being. System notification. Ice crystal stone -10. Jade coin -10. System notification. Ice imprisonment successfully learned. Proficiency 1. 100-fold luck amplification triggered. Ice imprisonment proficiency increased by 100. A new incantation took root within Wu Liang's memory. Ice imprisonment. With a mere gesture, the nascent warmth beneath his navel coursed in accordance with his recollection, coalescing into a pristine sphere the size of a fist. Prompted by a fleeting thought, the glacial orb was instantaneously discharged, impacting the ground a short distance away. Immediately, a patch of ice, spanning 2 meters, solidified upon the earth. Wu Liang approached to examine his handiwork. It was rigid to the touch, the surface layer of ice measuring over 10 centimeters in thickness. The rapid propagation from the point of impact occurred in less than half a second. Impressive potency, yet this was merely the ground, were it a living entity. Wu Liang was beset by a headache as he recalled his prodigious aptitude for marksmanship. Fortunately, with the advent of the training chamber, he could engage in ceaseless practice. Wu Liang proceeded to assimilate the remaining 3 spells before stowing away the stone tablet. The earthen rampart incantation and the wooden spike incantation could be manifested at any location within a 20-meter radius. The earthen rampart incantation could instantaneously conjure a wall 3 meters in height and over 50 centimeters in thickness, exhibiting considerable robustness. The wooden spike incantation, on the other hand, would generate a vast expanse of wooden spikes from the ground, constituting an area of effect attack. The fireball incantation possessed a searing effect, with a wide area of explosive impact. Having experimented with these various incantations, Wu Liang perceived a discernible diminution in the vital energy within his body. The expenditure of vital energy was uniform across all 4 incantations. Wu Liang roughly calculated that the vital energy within him was sufficient for him to squander over 30 times. Having gained a general understanding of the 4 incantations, Wu Liang turned his gaze toward the demon sea mother spider. How should this experienced farming monstrosity be dealt with? Chapter 30. The manufacturing blueprint of the submersible, the abyssal mother spider, lay motionless on the ground, under the watchful gaze of Little Blue. With his chin resting on his left hand, Wu Liang contemplated various solutions, but found none satisfactory. He decided to leave it for the time being. Little Blue remained vigilant, her fishtail rhythmically swaying, her expression serious as she focused intently on the abyssal mother spider. With over 30 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock, Wu Liang approached the silver treasure chest and squatted down before it. Game prompt, Wind Crystal 3. Game prompt, Excellent Flesh Seed 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Lucky Emperor system. The quality of the Excellent Flesh Seed increases by 1, triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally gaining 1 Fine Beast Cage manufacturing blueprint. Indeed, the Lucky Emperor system never failed to surprise. Wu Liang's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to learn. What exactly is a flesh seed? Wu Liang pondered as he cradled the heart-sized, tumor-like flesh seed from the silver treasure chest. Thump! Thump! The flesh seed pulsed gently in Wu Liang's hand. Drawing closer, he could discern delicate blood vessels beneath its surface, adorned with countless tiny, writhing appendages. Quite unappealing. Fine flesh seed. When implanted into a living abyssal creature or buried in the ground, it can create a flesh forest, with merely daily watering. It will continuously produce a bounty of meat, perfectly preserving the meaty characteristics of abyssal creatures. A flesh forest? Wu Liang strained to envision a grove of fleshy trees. An odd expression on his face. To acquire endless meat simply by watering? Startled, Wu Liang pivoted his gaze towards the abyssal marine arachnid. Screech. The marine spider, disconcerted by Wu Liang's intense stare, emitted a shrill cry. Forget it, Wu Liang mused. This creature is an ideal source for leveling up. He then resumed his stroll along the coastline. Notification. A golden treasure chest lies ahead, devoid of any imminent threats. A golden treasure chest. Wu Liang promptly halted his advance and retrieved the chest. Upon opening it, the following notifications appeared. Notification. Acquired 5 units of gold crystal. Notification. Acquired 5 units of wood crystal. Notification. Acquired 1 blueprint for a superior submersible. Activation of the 100-fold luck amplification, granting an additional spatial stone. A spatial stone and a rare submersible blueprint. These are indeed valuable acquisitions. As his inventory expanded, the storage bracelet began to feel inadequate. With the spatial stone in hand, he now only requires 5 units of purple gold to upgrade the storage bracelet. Wu Liang gathered all his resources and circumnavigated the island. Today, the quality of resources surrounding the island had more than doubled, though the abundance of marine life had also increased. However, none of these creatures piqued his interest, save for the marine crocodiles. The island's perimeter teemed with marine two-headed hounds, marine crocodiles, marine cuttlefish, and the like. The flesh of the marine crocodile, when consumed regularly, enhances the resilience of tendons and bones, making it an ideal host for parasitic organisms. Having made his decision, Wu Liang swiftly approached the mist-shrouded area inhabited by marine crocodiles. Notification: a marine crocodile lurks ahead, with no resources in its vicinity. You're the one, Wu Liang exclaimed as he cast his hook and retreated backward. Roar! The abyssal crocodile lay on the shore, seething with rage as it charged towards Wu Liang. Xiaolan now. In an instant, Wu Liang was by Xiaolan's side, obeying the command. Xiaolan opened its mouth and released a bubble, which rapidly expanded, encasing the 3-meter-long body of the abyssal crocodile in no time. Well done, Xiaolan. Wu Liang praised the creature. The abyssal crocodile, being only of the 2nd tier, stood no chance against Xiaolan, a 9th-tier sky bubble fish. Meanwhile, the abyssal mother spider, lying on the ground, regained some strength and stealthily observed the duo. It began to inch towards the sea. Don't move. Wu Liang remained vigilant, unwilling to let this leveling monster escape. Upon hearing Wu Liang shout, the abyssal mother spider instantly became submissive, lying still on the ground. Xiaolan's bubble not only confined, but also induced paralysis. In less than 2 minutes, the abyssal crocodile within the bubble ceased its struggles and fell into a deep slumber. Xiaolan, can you control the movement of your bubble? Wu Liang turned to ask. Xiaolan, hovering in the air, nodded its round, plump head. Excellent. Wu Liang gently stroked Xiaolan's body, which was silky smooth to the touch. Stop playing dead and get up. Wu Liang kicked the abyssal mother spider lying on the ground. Clearly having regained considerable strength, the abyssal mother spider opened its mouth and aimed to bite Wu Liang's leg. Still daring to resist, Wu Liang swiftly crushed the spider's head into the ground. This is what you get for resisting. With each advancement, not only did the vital energy within him augment, but his physical attributes also experienced a comprehensive enhancement. The abyssal sea mother spider was being trampled by Wu Liang, emitting pitiful cries. Do you dare to resist? Wu Liang's final kick propelled the abyssal sea mother spider against the wall of his abode. Whimpering, the abyssal sea mother spider's body slumped powerlessly to the ground. Shaking its head in abject surrender, Wu Liang smirked coldly, disregarding whether the abyssal sea mother spider was genuinely subdued. Obedience was paramount. Disobedience would be met with further coercion until it became a compliant, experienced farming entity. Wu Liang pushed open the iron gate, casting a sidelong glance at the abyssal sea mother spider. Enter. The abyssal sea mother spider obediently rose from the ground and crawled into the courtyard. Wu Liang followed suit, and only after Little Blue maneuvered the bubble, carrying the abyssal sea crocodile into the yard, did Wu Liang shut the gate. Wu Liang retrieved a shovel and excavated a large pit in the vacant space to the right, guiding Little Blue to deposit the bubble within before rupturing it. The abyssal sea crocodile lay unconscious, quiescent in the pit. Little Blue, keep a close watch on the abyssal sea mother spider. With these words, Wu Liang leaped onto the abyssal sea crocodile's body, wielding the gilded wind sword to carve an incision into its flesh. The abyssal sea crocodile, writhing in agony, began to stir, seemingly regaining consciousness. Without a second glance, Wu Liang produced the pulsating flesh seed and forcefully implanted it within the abyssal sea crocodile's body. Upon contact with the flesh and blood, the seed's surface tendrils proliferated wildly, embedding themselves into the flesh like the roots of an ancient tree. The aberrant vasculature within growing increasingly ominous. Fungus-like flesh proliferated, tenaciously clinging to the abyssal sea crocodile's physique. Within a mere handful of seconds, the Leviathan's corporeal form seemed to disintegrate from within, its skeletal structure dissolving into nothingness. All vestiges of flesh vanished entirely, leaving behind a pool of protoplasmic sludge. From the surface of this morass, protuberances arose, resembling arboreal columns of flesh, steadily and continuously burgeoning. Wu Liang emerged from the pit, meticulously refilling it with earth. Retrieving a bucket of water from the kitchen, he ladled out a portion and poured it over the burial site. The condensation apparatus in the kitchen labored ceaselessly, having now yielded over 20 liters of water. The ground where the water was poured quivered incessantly, as fleshy columns erupted from the soil. Wu Liang dispensed another half bucket of water, whereupon the columns on the surface trembled gently, with 30-odd additional columns, each approximately 20 centimeters in length and as thick as a forearm, emerging. Exquisite flesh grove, principal component derived from abyssal sea crocodile, replete with nutrients. Prolonged consumption may augment the resilience of sinews and bones. Requires daily irrigation of 1 liter. Lifespan, 60 days. A lifespan, you say? Wu Liang observed these fleshy columns gradually levitating. Remarkable, the rate of growth is quite expeditious. Subsequently, he ceased his observation, his attention turning to the matter of dealing with the abyssal sea mother spider, this experience yielding monstrosity. Chapter 31. Crafting the submersible to frighten the abyssal sea mother spider whimpering softly. Little Blue watched the entire scene with trepidation, trembling uncontrollably as she fluttered into Wu Liang's embrace, seeking comfort. She pointed towards the flesh forest, then gestured to herself, her eyes brimming with tears. Wu Liang, understanding her meaning, couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I shall not treat you in such a manner." That fishtail was indeed quite nimble. Little Blue's large head rubbed vigorously against Wu Liang's chest, clearly startled. The abyssal sea mother spider beside them mirrored her fear, gazing at Wu Liang with wide, terrified eyes, its entire form quaking incessantly. Upon noticing Wu Liang's attention, it let out a shrill scream, its trembling limbs betraying its fright. Wu Liang silently reveled in the effectiveness of his intimidation tactics, addressing the cornered spider. "As long as you obey, I shall not harm you. Should you defy me, well." He let out a cold laugh, gesturing towards the flesh forest. The abyssal sea mother spider, comprehending his intent, nodded fervently, then produced 10 little spiders for me. The spider shook its head, pointing to its abdomen with a look of distress. "What does that mean?" Wu Liang pondered, somewhat perplexed. Seeing his confusion, the abyssal sea mother spider lowered its head and nibbled at the ground, then pointed again at its abdomen. "Ah, it requires sustenance. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Wu Liang chastised himself for forgetting that the spider could not speak. He retrieved 2 rather unpalatable chunks of meat and tossed them onto the ground. In an instant, the abyssal sea spider devoured the meat in mere seconds. "Is that sufficient now?" The abyssal sea spider shook its head once more. Its 8 legs splayed upon the ground as it rested its cephalothorax upon its 2 forelimbs, closing its eyes. It promptly reopened them, swiftly propping itself up and demonstrating the prior scenario thrice in succession. So, slumber is also a necessity, Wu Liang discerned. The abyssal sea matriarch nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Wu Liang as a being of considerable intellect for a marine entity. "Very well. Since accruing experience is presently unfeasible," Wu Liang then accessed the fabrication interface. While the abyssal sea matriarch was currently docile, confinement was prudent. Exquisite bestiary cage, refined iron 25, copper ingot 88, earth crystal 10-2, rare submersible, crystalline stone 28-8, arbor crystal 88, zephyr crystal 26-4, iron ingot 2 88-20, polymer 8-4. He selected the exquisite bestiary cage. Confirm fabrication. Select abyssal sea matriarch. Shortly thereafter, a sizable iron cage materialized before Wu Liang. Placing the cage in the southern corner, Wu Liang turned toward the abyssal sea matriarch, stating, "Enter without delay." The abyssal sea matriarch reluctantly began to inch forward. Wu Liang delivered a swift kick in its direction. "Expedite yourself." The abyssal sea matriarch shuddered, ceasing all dawdling, observing it entering the cage. Wu Liang secured the iron bars and locked them. "How long until your recuperation is complete?" Within the cage, the abyssal sea matriarch tremulously extended 5 of its legs. 5 hours, you say?" Wu Liang mused, calculating that he could procure at least 60 experience points daily, with the potential for more through nocturnal endeavors. Subsequently, he fashioned a rare submersible. Rare submersible, resembling a backpack, is portable and wearable, enabling the user to submerge into the demon sea. Usage costs 1 white jade coin per hour. Exorbitant was his initial impression of the submersible. However, with his current reserve of 120 white jade coins, he was hardly strapped for cash. The submersible was of iron construction, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, and roughly 10 centimeters in thickness. A tube connected to a plastic helmet was affixed to it. Given the current movement of the island, he was reluctant to venture into the sea, lest he be unable to locate his island afterward, which would be a grave predicament. Noting the time, which was around noon, Wu Liang patted the large head of Little Blue beside him. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat." With thoughts of the 5 kilograms of fragrant rice within his storage bracelet, Wu Liang's appetite surged. Although merely 4 days had elapsed since his arrival in this world, Wu Liang felt as though an eternity had passed, and he deeply missed the taste of white rice. He soaked the rice, sliced the meat, quartered a head of crystal white cabbage, and chopped a few chili peppers. After placing the rice into the pot, he roasted the meat and stir-fried the cabbage and meat. In less than half an hour, the meal was fully prepared. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of the rice and dishes. Little Blue was already salivating, occasionally swallowing, its bright, large eyes fixed intently on the food on the table. It hovered obediently in mid-air, its gaze riveted upon the dishes. Wu Liang retrieved a large bowl and mixed a portion of the rice, roasted meat, and dishes into it. He then took out 2 milk fruits from the refrigerator. "Eat up." With a chuckle, Wu Liang voiced his curiosity about how Xiaolan consumed its meals. Eager and impatient, Xiaolan emitted a small bubble from its mouth, using it to encase a small portion of food from the bowl before swallowing it whole. Inside Xiaolan's mouth, a row of pointed teeth delicately punctured the bubble with a gentle bite, leaving Wu Liang in awe. A soft escaped Xiaolan as it inhaled and chewed, seemingly taken aback by the temperature. "You little rascal," Wu Liang said, shaking his head with a smile. Before commencing his own meal, a mouthful of rice, followed by a bite of vegetables, and then a slice of grilled meat. Bliss. Wu Liang felt every cell in his body dancing with delight. After a whirlwind of consumption, Wu Liang slumped powerlessly in his chair, his left hand massaging his stomach while his right hand intermittently sipped from a milk fruit. Xiaolan, mimicking Wu Liang's actions, leaned against the backrest, its tail resting languidly on the chair, its fins embracing the milk fruit as it savored the drink. "You certainly learn quickly," Wu Liang remarked, patting Xiaolan's fish head affectionately. With lunch concluded, Wu Liang accessed the trading channel. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Item for trade. A bowl of fragrant rice. Desired. Any crystal. Quantity. Visibility. Limited to regional channel players. Seller's note. Fragrant rice. Cooked at noon. Swiftness is key for those who desire it. Wu Liang listed the leftover rice from lunch. Despite being slightly cold, it was still a delectable treat for those hungry players during mealtime. In mere seconds, Wu Liang found himself in possession of a gleaming crystal. Goodness, the illustrious Wu is actually offering a serving of plain rice. Is there rice available? I must take a look. It has been ages since I last savored it, and the mere thought makes my mouth water. Just one bowl, I suppose. Such is the nature of greatness. There is an abundance of fine treasures. Messages flooded in from the group, inquiring whether he had any rice left. Has no one noticed that Wu has already reached level 5? Moreover, his combat power has surged past 3,000. An abrupt silence enveloped the chat. Goodness, these words ignited the atmosphere within a group. I can hardly believe it. I have only just surpassed 100 in combat power. The second-ranked Tay Win has only recently crossed the 500 mark. Incredible. Wu, could you share how one might emulate your remarkable prowess? Is this not merely a ruse? Wu Liang paid no heed to the messages in the group or the private inquiries. Instead, he shifted to the trading channel to peruse the transaction records. The low-level strengthening technique remained unsold, as no one in the regional channel could afford the 30 crystals. Any creature can utilize it. Could the little blue one also benefit? At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Wu Liang. Chapter 32. Initial foray into the seabed. A squadron of mermen. Subsequently, Wu Liang removed the elementary fortification technique from the marketplace, procuring a delicate chart. Come, Azure. Attempt to rend this asunder. Wu Liang patted Azure's Piscine head, placing the elementary fortification technique before it. Azure was intrinsically linked to him. Their mutual augmentation amplified their prospects of survival within this game. Naturally, he would not be parsimonious. Whimpers Azure, perplexed, secured the chart with its caudal fin, delicately tearing it with its pectoral fin. The elementary fortification technique bifurcated, transmuting into an ethereal stream that permeated Azure's form. Viable, Wu Liang exclaimed inwardly, proceeding to retrieve the intermediate fortification technique for Azure's consumption. Whimpers Azure, elated, lunged towards Wu Liang's chest, affectionately nuzzling against it. The power has amplified manifold. Wu Liang, off guard, was nearly toppled by the force against his chest. Azure, your strength has augmented considerably. Henceforth, exercise restraint. Wu Liang patted its head, to which Azure nodded with a semblance of comprehension. Subsequently, he administered the final exquisite blood pellet to Azure. Wu Liang was now level 5, enabling Azure to ascend another level. Game notification. Pet Azure level 1. Game notification. Pet Azure has ascended to level 10, acquiring new ability, Aqua Bolt. Indeed, a novel ability has manifested. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed as he promptly accessed the pet interface. Airborne Bubblefish, Tier 10, further advancement contingent upon Master's level. Experience, 3500, Name, Azure, Condition, Flourishing Abilities, Restraining Paralytic Bubbles, Aqueous Projectiles, evidently. An additional skill has manifested within the Abilities column, and the experience threshold for advancement beyond level 10 has escalated to 500. Furthermore, Azure's physical dimensions have expanded to approximately 50 centimeters. At that juncture, the marine isle momentarily ceased its undulation. The hour being precisely 1300 hours, Wu Liang promptly arose, eager to explore the marine environment. Accompanied by Azure, he exited the courtyard and circumambulated the isle with haste, adhering to the principle of preparation preceding execution. The highest caliber of resources regenerated in the vicinity was merely iron treasure chests, which Wu Liang deemed unworthy of his attention. Upon reaching the eastern coastline, he retrieved the submersible apparatus, donned it, and affixed the headgear, which automatically contracted to conform precisely to Wu Liang's cranium, ensuring a complete seal without any discomfort. Azure, maintain proximity and do not stray, Wu Liang instructed. Following a profound inhalation, he plunged into the marine depths, luminescent crystal in hand, with Azure in close pursuit. Unexpectedly, the marine environment was devoid of any obscuring haze, consisting solely of water in all directions. The abyssal-hued seawater shimmered resplendently under the illumination of the crystal beacon. Wu Liang perceived an intangible tether connecting him to the marine isle, alleviating any apprehension of becoming disoriented within the marine expanse, instilling a sense of subtle elation. Gazing upward, one could still discern the floating provisions above, with several marine creatures drifting on the surface in the distance. There was no respiratory discomfort whatsoever, as if one were on land rather than submerged in the sea. However, the sensation of weightlessness served as a reminder of one's aquatic surroundings. Little Blue, Wu Liang ventured, calling out. He found he could speak. Upon hearing Wu Liang's summons, Little Blue swiftly swam to his side. Bubblefish were renowned for their speed, and Little Blue was, moreover, a flying bubblefish. Little Blue merely parted its jaws slightly and emitted a bubble toward Wu Liang. You wouldn't happen to be paralyzing me, would you? Wu Liang inquired with a worried expression. Little Blue shook its head, reassuring him. The bubble enveloped Wu Liang's form, and he felt no discomfort, nor was his mobility impeded in the slightest. The water pressure gradually intensified as Little Blue conveyed Wu Liang, encased in the bubble, rapidly toward the seabed. After approximately 10 minutes, the pair arrived at the ocean floor. Without necessitating a call to Little Blue, Wu Liang delivered a punch to the bubble. The bubble shattered instantly, and the surrounding seawater rushed in upon Wu Liang, causing him to feel a surge in pressure. The seabed was not shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Rather, it was illuminated by a myriad of starlight, rendering the underwater landscape breathtakingly beautiful. Wu Liang fixed his gaze upon the starlight. Lanternfish, ubiquitous denizens of the abyssal sea, characterized by a bioluminescent appendage, posing no threat and possessing an acrid taste. Coral, the secreted exoskeleton of coral polyps, prevalent flora in the marine depths. Known for its luminescent properties. Luminescent jellyfish, diminutive jellyfish, a common sight in the ocean, inedible and venomous. I see. Subsequently, Wu Liang extinguished his crystal lamp and ambled along the seabed. His velocity was diminished by more than half compared to terrestrial movement, and the sensation of weightlessness persisted. Wu Liang swiftly assessed his present circumstances. Fortunately, he had attained level 5 and mastered 3 spells. Otherwise, his combat prowess would be significantly impaired in this submarine environment. Desist from advancing further. Lest you encounter the orca, beware its capacity to engulf you whole. The intimation from the lucky system resonated once more in his mind. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed brightly. He turned and surveyed the 3 remaining directions. There is naught before you. Your efforts shall prove futile. Ahead lies a vortex, poised to transport you 100 miles hence. Yonder is a peculiar cavern, within which reside 7 merfolk. Their diligently amassed treasures are heaped therein. The little blue sister is more than capable of subduing them. There is no shame in relying on others. Rely on others, my foot, Wu Liang muttered. Despite his diminished combat effectiveness, he could still cast spells. Merfolk, level 5 marine creatures, inclined to gregariousness and the acquisition of treasures. Possessing the head and tail of a fish, with the upper torso of a human and the lower body of a horse. He possesses weaponry, delights in collecting treasures, has a volatile temperament, and exhibits foolishness. No wonder the system compelled him to rely on others. In the depths of the ocean, even a level 5 marine creature proves to be a formidable challenge for him, let alone 7. Given that this path appears relatively safe and promises potential rewards, Wu Liang swam towards the direction of the magical sea snails, with Delon closely trailing beside him. Below, vast expanses of coral emitted a radiant glow, while magical lanternfish and bioluminescent jellyfish swam by, unperturbed by their presence, often circling around Wu Liang. Xiaolon occasionally frolicked with them, but promptly caught up with Wu Liang when he ventured further away. Wu Liang held no interest in these species. They could only survive in the depths and were inedible. What purpose would they serve? The crux of the matter was that he couldn't capture them and had no desire to squander time. He merely excavated a few coral pieces to stash in his storage bracelet. After swimming for approximately 5 minutes, Wu Liang spotted a colossal peak rising from the ocean floor not far away, with a pitch-black cave at its base. The cave was enveloped in darkness. Wu Liang, bold and skilled, retrieved his crystal lamp, allowing Xiaolon to enter first, closely following her. The cave was long and narrow, shrouded in darkness, resembling a twisted intestine. Before long, Wu Liang's eyes brightened. He and Xiaolon had reached the depths of the cave. Chapter 33. The team of enchanted seahorse men collapse in one strike in the depths of a vast cavern, illuminated by the shimmering coral formations. A spectacle unfolded. Utilizing the ethereal glow of the corals, Wu Liang indeed spotted a congregation of enchanted seahorse men. This peculiar assembly formed a circle, frolicking around a stone dwelling towering over 3 meters high. Their hooves danced chaotically, and their robust tails lashed about, stirring up clouds of silt. Their skin bore hues of dark brown or black, draped in tattered garments. 7 of these enchanted seahorse men took notice of Wu Liang and Xiaolon, their pupils shimmering with a ghostly light. Seizing spears from the ground, they charged fervently towards Wu Liang with fierce cries. Wu Liang halted in his tracks, raising his hand to target the foremost seahorse man. Frost spell. A fist-sized orb shot forth from his palm, narrowly grazing the body of the leading seahorse man before striking one behind it. Wu Liang grimaced at his wretched aim. The seahorse man, caught off guard and unable to utter a sound, was swiftly enveloped by the frost spell, transforming him into a lifeless ice sculpture that crashed heavily to the ground, sending a plume of silt into the air. Panic surged through the leader of the enchanted seahorse men as he let out a frantic cry. The remaining 5 seahorse men, understanding the threat, raised their spears and assumed a throwing stance. Xiaolon, water, arrow technique. Wu Liang bellowed with urgency. A spear flew swiftly towards Wu Liang. Earth wall technique. The sediment from the seabed surged and coalesced into a massive earthen barrier, standing resolutely in front of Wu Liang. Hearing his command, Xiaolan floated to the top of the cave, opening her mouth to unleash a 1-foot-long arrow formed of condensed water. This was Xiaolan's newfound talent, the water arrow technique. Whoosh! The water arrow darted through the air, piercing the chest of a merman, who fell backward in defeat. Game prompt. Experience 10. Game prompt. Pet Xiaolan experience 1. Well done, Xiaolan. Wu Liang exclaimed in admiration. The earth wall technique could only be sustained for 10 seconds, and just as that time elapsed, the wall transformed back into sediment, accompanied by 6 fallen spears. The remaining 5 mermen, in a frenzy, cried out in desperation, mixed with a hint of fear. They had lost their weapons. What to do? Flee. The 5 mermen floundered, making their way towards the cave's exit. Wu Liang couldn't help but feel bemused. No wonder the marine creatures encyclopedia described them as foolish. He and Xiaolan hovered just above the cave's entrance while the mermen swam toward it, their speed far from impressive. Xiaolan, continue. With the 5 mermen clustered together, Wu Liang raised his hand. Earth wall technique. A wall of earth rose abruptly, blocking the cave's entrance. The 5 mermen collided headlong into it, tumbling down to the seabed. Xiaolan's water arrow technique was ready once more, striking down another merman. Game notification. Experience 10. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience won a propitious moment. Impaling thorns. Suddenly, from the seabed before the earthen wall, stout wooden stakes, as thick as arms and sharpened to keen points, erupted from the ground, instantly perforating several of the demonic hippocampus creatures. The surrounding waters were swiftly stained crimson. Game notification. Experience 10. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience 1. Game notification. Experience 10. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience 1. Only one remained, frozen in an icy sculpture. Wu Liang swiftly approached and alighted before it. Drawing the Jin Feng sword, he brought it down upon the frozen figure with considerable force. The seawater parted before his blade, revealing a brief chasm. The ice sculpture was cleaved in two in an instant. Game notification. Experience 10. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience 1. Game notification. Level 1. The nascent energy beneath his navel surged, coursing through his limbs and frame, expanding as it flowed. After a circuit, the energy returned to its origin, amplified to more than double its previous magnitude. Wu Liang clenched his fist. He had grown stronger once more. Moreover, all 8 demonic hippocampus creatures were vanquished. A level gained. Even without treasure, the journey had been richly rewarding. Wu Liang gathered the spears and white jade coins from the seabed. The hippocampus creatures yielded solely white jade coins, amounting to a total of 80. The spears, capable of being broken down into resources, were also collected by Wu Liang. Little Blue swam to Wu Liang's side, proudly boasting of his achievements. Wu Liang gently patted Little Blue's head and chuckled. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with an extra piece of meat. Little Blue instantly burst with excitement, nuzzling against Wu Liang's palm. The corpses of the sea horsemen were also disassembled into beast blood, meat, and hides. A total of 4 liters of beast blood and 40 units of sea horseman meat were obtained. The meat had a sour and bitter taste, proving quite unpalatable, and did not contribute to health points. However, the beast blood could be crafted into exquisite blood pills, providing Little Blue with experience points. He leveled up to 6, allowing him to further enhance his abilities. Wu Liang decided to list the meat at the trading center. As before, it was only visible to players in the regional chat. For units constituted 1 portion, divided into 10 portions. Each portion required a crystal stone, and while the meat was not particularly appetizing, its quantity made up for it. Wu Liang's listing created quite a stir in the regional chat. Is anyone interested in eating sea horseman meat? It sounds a bit peculiar, doesn't it? But it's super fresh. Although, it seems rather unappetizing. Even though it doesn't enhance health points, the cost-performance ratio is quite high. I'm tempted. The sea horseman sounds formidable. Has anyone encountered one? I possess 10 oceanic creature compendiums, and the sea horseman is classified as a level 5 marine creature, known for its gregarious nature. Zhan Xingyun also chimed in. Despite the comments, the players were quite earnest, as all 10 portions of meat were swiftly snatched up. Behold, the warrior deity has ascended to level 6. Originally boasting a combat strength exceeding 3,000, it has now dwindled to just over 2,000. What could have transpired? Has the warrior deity sustained injuries? Do we not just hear from the esteemed Jun that the sea demons tend to congregate? It is perplexing how the warrior deity encountered such a situation, having vanquished an entire horde of 5th-level monsters. Is this truly the chasm that separates me from the seasoned players? I find myself in peril against mere 3rd-level foes, while the warrior deity effortlessly dispatches 5th-level adversaries in droves. In the span of merely 4 days, most players have barely reached around level 2, with the highest barely achieving level 3, whereas Wu Liang has already ascended to level 6. To what heights has this individual truly progressed? Countless individuals in the regional channel are sending him private messages, Yet Wu Liang remains utterly unresponsive. He seems to be enveloped in an enigmatic haze, radiating an air of mystery. Curiosity compels me to venture inside and take a look. The auspicious system indicates that there are only 8 sea demons within, all of which have been thoroughly eradicated by him. The resources on the ground have been meticulously collected, leaving only the stone dwelling unexamined. Having tidied everything up, Wu Liang, accompanied by Xiaolan, sets off towards the stone house. What treasures might await within? Chapter 34. The amethyst gold treasure chest and the village building token the stone chamber was plunged into darkness until Wu Liang produced a crystalline lamp, which immediately illuminated the space. The floor was covered with seaweed, and a massive wooden chest sat in one of the corners, far larger than any treasure chest Wu Liang had encountered before. Instinctively, Wu Liang turned his gaze towards the wooden chest. Large wooden chest contains the treasure of the merman marauders of the magic sea. Beware. The chest is rigged with traps. Be cautious of the spring-loaded bolts inside. Facing it head-on would be suicidal. Fortunately, the omnipotent Emperor system was present, revealing the presence of hidden mechanisms. I'll approach from the side, then. Wu Liang instructed Little Blue to remain behind him and unsheathed the gilded wind sword. He then struck the chest with a single, decisive blow. The wooden chest was instantly cleaved in two. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 short, wicked arrows shot forth. The contents of the wooden chest were scattered across the floor. Game hint: damaged large wooden treasure chest 1. Game hint: silver ingots 5. Game hint: gold ingots 3. Game hint: crystal stone 1. Game hint: wood crystal stone 1. Game hint: fire crystal stone 1. Game hint: sea jade 4. Game hint: purple gold 1. Game hint: excellent mine production blueprint 1. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the lucky system. Silver ingots 2. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the lucky system. Excellent mine production blueprint quality 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Additionally obtained water arrow technique manuscript 1. A cascade of resource acquisition notifications appeared, alongside the new materials sea jade and purple gold. Additionally, there was some jewelry and equipment, but they were of little value, which were dismantled into 8 gold ingots, 12 silver ingots, 6 quartz, and 3 sea jade. The fine mine production blueprint was commendable, especially since he had an iron mother, so he decided to study it first. Wu Liang also learned the water arrow technique, marking his first single-target ranged attack spell, as Fireball was unsuitable for underwater casting, while Ice Freeze served as a control spell. Wu Liang checked the time. It was 1:30 p.m. Time was of the essence, so he resolved to ascend quickly. Hastily gathering all the resources on the ground, he violently mined the stone house, yielding 238 stone blocks. Did you not notice the protruding seaweed? Just as Wu Liang was about to turn away, the prompt from the lucky system echoed in his mind. Something hidden? Wu Liang's spirit was invigorated. Upon closer inspection, there lay a mound of seaweed in the corner. Without hesitation, Wu Liang hastily lifted the seaweed, revealing a purple golden treasure chest partially buried in the seabed silt. His heart raced with excitement as he retrieved the treasure chest with a spade. Purple golden treasure chest, the highest grade of chest in the world of the abyss, typically yielding immense surprises, yet potentially concealing dangers. This particular purple golden treasure chest bears no threats. What a remarkable sight. It was Wu Liang's first encounter with such a prestigious chest. However, he decided against opening it immediately, opting instead to return to the island first. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to unveil the treasure and, accompanied by Xiaolan, began to swim outward. This time, there were no prompts from the lucky system, indicating that the cave's resources had been thoroughly exhausted. Xiaolan, guide me to the surface, he commanded. Xiaolan complied, releasing another bubble that enveloped Wu Liang as they ascended. With a connection to his island, Wu Liang steered Xiaolan in the correct direction. After approximately 15 minutes, he raised his head and spotted his stationary island. Over here, Xiaolan. Xiaolan nodded and continued to swim upward with Wu Liang. With a splash, they broke through the water surface. Surrounded by a thick mist, Wu Liang swiftly shattered the bubble and retrieved the crystal lamp. The radiant glow of the crystal lamp instantly dispelled the surrounding fog, revealing the island. Xiaolan, visibly alarmed, twirled in midair, and as the mist cleared, quickly flew to Wu Liang's side. Those bulbous heads nuzzled against Wu Liang's cheek. Hush now, he murmured with an affectionate smile. reassuring the little blue creature. "I won't abandon you." He then swam toward the shore. Upon successfully reaching the shore, he noted that the island was due to relocate in 2 minutes. Wu Liang was completely devoid of any moisture, thanks to the impervious nature of his windwing suit and flying cloud boots. Removing his helmet and detaching the diving apparatus, he patted the little blue creature affectionately on its head. "Let's go home," he said. After washing his hands in the lavatory, Wu Liang returned to his bedroom. What treasures await within the amethyst gold chest? He mused, rubbing his hands together and exhaling into his palms in anticipation. "I hope it yields something worthwhile." Game notification. Amethyst gold chest 1. Game notification. Gold crystal stone 10. Game notification. Wood crystal stone 10. Game notification. Crystal stone 10. Game notification. Frost moon swordplay 1. Game notification. Celestial dragon scripture meditation 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Emperor of Europe system. Frost moon swordplay has been upgraded from blueprint to original form. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Emperor of Europe system. Celestial dragon scripture meditation quality has been enhanced. Triggering 100-fold luck amplification, you have additionally acquired a village building token 1. While he exclaimed, the chest has yielded a plethora of resources. The 8 elemental crystal stones, amplified by the Emperor of Europe system, totaled a remarkable 160 pieces. The Frost Moon swordplay had transformed from mere blueprints into its original form. The Celestial Dragon meditation had materialized into a substantial tome, and a token had appeared within the chest. He had never encountered such things before. With bated breath, Wu Liang meticulously examined each item. Frigid Moon swordplay, an exquisite sword art capable of unlocking a trace of frigid moon sword intent. Initial comprehension occurs upon touching the stone tablet, with subsequent practice requiring adherence to the recorded techniques. Usages, unlimited. Comprehension requirement, level 10, Celestial Dragon Sutra Meditation, an ancient and enigmatic meditation technique, rumored to have been conceived by the natural world. It stands as one of the most supreme meditation practices in the Demon Sea world, capable of continuously augmenting the user's internal energy. Exercise caution, as it can be addictive. Cultivation requirement, acquisition of providence. The greater the providence, the swifter the cultivation. Village establishment order. The genesis of a dynasty originates in a village. Achieve dynastic hegemony. Garner the approval of the heavens and earth, and amass boundless providence. The fact that the frigid moon swordplay could be practiced without any crystals was beside the point. The crucial aspect was that the Celestial Dragon Sutra had transformed into the Celestial Dragon Sutra, a meditation technique rumored to have been conceived by the natural world. And one of the most supreme meditation practices in the Demon Sea world. Wu Liang was utterly astonished. A full minute elapsed before he regained his composure. A dynasty contention mode? A glint of determination flashed in Wu Liang's eyes. The Celestial Dragon Sutra was the Demon Sea world's most supreme cultivation technique, and he certainly would not miss it. However, the cultivation requirement was the acquisition of providence, which could only be obtained by establishing a village. Therefore, it was imperative to establish a village and gradually expand his influence. Wu Liang did not deny his ambition. In times of turmoil, who would not aspire to achieve great things, to rise above others, to wield power over the world while awake, and to rest his head on the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk? In this world, all individuals are equal. The creatures of the abyss wreak havoc. And as one ventures further, the number of players encountered increases, along with the emergence of factions established by certain players. However, the edict of village construction remains the legitimate path. A force known as ambition flourishes unchecked within Wu Liang's heart. Let's first examine the dragon's heavenly scripture before proceeding. Wu Liang moistened his parched lips and reached out towards the dragon's heavenly scripture. Chapter 35, A Solitary Village. Game prompt. Detecting player triggered conditions for learning the Yulong Tianjing meditation method. Would you like to learn? Could it truly be learned? In an instant, Wu Liang comprehended that his European Emperor system possessed a 100-fold enhancement of fortune. Thus, he undoubtedly had luck on his side. Without hesitation, he chose to learn. The Yulong Tianjing meditation method transformed into a radiant stream of light, swiftly entering Wu Liang's body. Information surged within him, and he compelled his eyes to gradually absorb it. So that is how it is. After a considerable time, Wu Liang digested this knowledge and opened his eyes. Although numerous questions lingered in his mind, He recognized that they were beyond his current understanding. Setting aside his uncertainties for the moment, Wu Liang seized the village establishment order. The order was a golden purple talisman, emblazoned with a large ancient seal character, establish. The reverse side was adorned with archaic patterns, intricately weaving together splendid courtyards and pavilions. A sight to behold. Game prompt. Detecting player possesses the village establishment order. Would you like to establish a village? Establish. Game prompt. Please drop blood to claim ownership. Wu Liang placed the village establishment order on the tea table. With the Jin foam sword, he pricked the tip of his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the talisman. Game prompt. Please name your village. Yeoman Village. All of humanity on the Azure planet was cast in the treacherous depths of the Demon Sea, struggling desperately for survival. Everyone yearned for tranquility, a life free from fear. And Wu Liang was no exception. Yeoman Village, forever peaceful, encapsulated Wu Liang's genuine and simple aspirations. Hark! The island, stone within the savings bracelet, spontaneously ejected and coalesced with the village establishment token. The village establishment token levitated. Swish! A beam of white light emanated from the village establishment token, projecting an image of Wu Liang's island before him. Lo! A stone tablet rose from the earth in the east, inscribed with 3 grand characters. Everlasting Serenity Village. Wu Liang's residence also underwent a transformation, with a vermilion iron gate now adorned with a plaque reading Village Head Manor. In the center of the residence, a plaque appeared above the main hall of deliberations. Beneath the luxurious tiger skin armchair, 9 steps materialized. System notification. Everlasting Serenity Village has been successfully established. System notification. New Everlasting Serenity Village interface added. System notification. New map function added. System notification. New Everlasting Serenity Village channel function added. A series of system notifications continuously echoed. As the final notification faded, the projection before Wu Liang vanished, and the village establishment token descended from midair. A substantial amount of regulatory information also flooded Wu Liang's mind. Wu Liang closed his eyes to assimilate the knowledge, then lowered his gaze to examine the token in his hand. The village establishment token was now known as the Village Head Token. Village Head Token, upgradable, possesses the function of a fortune space, capable of merging with islands. Upgrade requirements. Island area must not be less than 100 square kilometers, and the number of villagers must not be less than 1,000. Somewhat extensive. Activate the fortune space. Wu Liang silently intoned. Swish! The village chief's decree soared from Wu Liang's hand, hovering above him, and a beam of light cascaded down, instantly dissolving Wu Liang's figure. Wu Liang felt a momentary flash of light, and the surrounding scenery transformed into an unfamiliar vista, with Little Blue nowhere to be seen. This was the village chief's decree's intrinsic dimension, a vast expanse of emptiness. At its center lay a pool, 3 meters in diameter. Within the pool, a phantasmal spring gurgled, wisps of golden vapor coalescing within it, birthing droplets of golden liquid that descended into the pool. The golden liquid within the pool was scant, merely a shimmering layer, perhaps 50 centimeters deep. A koi fry darted through it. This koi fry, like Little Blue, shared an uncanny connection with Wu Liang, an inseparable bond. Splash! The koi fry, as if sensing Wu Liang's arrival, frolicked with glee, stirring ripples across the pool's surface, even surfacing to gaze adoringly at Wu Liang. This was the spirit of fortune, the iridescent koi. Wu Liang inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the pool before him. This pool was the nucleus brought forth by the village founding decree, the very bedrock of the village. With this celestial fortune pool in place, fortune would gradually accumulate, condensing and merging into the pool. The iridescent koi, moreover, was inextricably linked to Wu Liang, its essence born from his very blood. Its presence signified that the fortune of this dimension belonged to Wu Liang, that he was the master of Yong'an Village, the sovereign of its fortune. The fortune of this dimension embodied the fortune of Yong'an Village. Endowed with the village building token, Wu Liang was able to cultivate the dragon taming scripture meditation, further accelerated by a 3-fold increase in speed due to the blessing of providence. The more providence he possessed, the swifter his cultivation would become. To augment this providence, he was compelled to continuously expand Yong'an Village and assimilate villagers. Such an opportunity to accumulate experience through cultivation was unparalleled. The spirit of providence also required sustenance. Thriving on providence itself, should it perish from starvation, Yong'an village would vanish, and the village chief token would shatter. He wondered when he might encounter another player to become his first villager. Wu Liang shook his head and withdrew from the providence space. Little Blue curiously scrutinized Wu Liang, his simple mind unable to comprehend how Wu Liang could vanish and reappear in the blink of an eye. Ignoring Little Blue, Wu Liang opened the game interface. Where Yong'an Village button had appeared at the bottom, he promptly clicked it. Map, chat, video conference, rules, laws, trade. Wu Liang began by opening the rules. Instantly, a lengthy scroll unfurled before him. 1. The village head is duty-bound to safeguard the well-being of the villagers. 2. The village head shall not impinge upon the personal freedom of the villagers. 3. Should a villager transgress the law, the village head is empowered to effect an arrest and conduct a trial in accordance with legal precepts. 4. The village head may, at their discretion, deviate from the law, but it is advisable to refrain from such actions, lest they forfeit the trust and allegiance of the populace. 5. The village head is at liberty to augment the existing body of laws, but the laws stipulated by the system are inviolable and may not be expunged. 6. The islands of the villagers shall be integrated into the main island, thereby augmenting its annual area in perpetuity. 7. When a villager unlocks a golden treasure chest, there is a 70 probability of obtaining a fortune bag, which shall be automatically transmitted to the village head. Wu Liang perused each rule meticulously, noting that while certain constraints were in place, the overall tenor was amicable. These regulations were specifically tailored for him, while the villagers would adhere to their own distinct set of rules. Wu Liang then proceeded to examine the laws. The sheer multitude of laws was initially bewildering, but the prominent characters at the top soon elucidated their origin to Wu Liang. The laws were modeled after those of the nation where Wu Liang had previously resided, China. The sole omission was the law restricting the carrying of weapons. Wu Liang licked his lips, realizing that entrusting a layman with the task of formulating laws was a daunting proposition. He then accessed the map interface, whereupon a projection of the island materialized before him. With a sweep of his left hand, the projection of the village head's residence magnified. Wu Liang reveled in this newfound ability. Having familiarized himself with all the functionalities, Wu Liang exited the premises, mindful of an important task yet to be accomplished. Chapter 36. Upgrading the savings bracelet. Upon entering the courtyard, there were 2 vacant plots beside the meat field. Wu Liang promptly accessed the crafting interface. Refined quarry, stone 33820, earth crystal 54. He selected the location and confirmed the creation. Game prompt, stone -20, earth crystal -4. Game prompt, refined quarry successfully constructed. A pile of stones, measuring an additional meter, appeared on the left side of the meat field. Refined quarry increases production speed by 50, requires ore substrate to operate. Wu Liang placed the iron ore into the stone pile, which suddenly vibrated and transformed into a prominent earthen mound. The information displayed above changed accordingly. Refined iron mine produces 1 iron block per hour. Additionally produces 1 refined iron daily. Not bad. A hint of excitement flashed across Wu Liang's face. With the trivial tasks completed, it was now time to attend to the most crucial matter, upgrading the savings bracelet. Previously, his savings bracelet had absorbed the bracelet of Kame Tame Kenrin, expanding its range to 15 meters. However, it still proved insufficient, with approximately 90 of its capacity already utilized. Wu Liang navigated to the upgrade page for the savings bracelet. The upgrade requirements were now highlighted in green, indicating that an upgrade was indeed possible. He confirmed the upgrade. Game prompt, space stone -1, purple gold -5, white jade coin -100. Game prompt, savings bracelet upgraded successfully. A radiant white light emanated from Wu Liang's right wrist, gradually converging into a more subdued glow. The savings bracelet metamorphosed, adopting a resplendent violet gold hue, its intricate patterns now imbued with an archaic elegance. Exceptional savings bracelet, upgradable, a spatial artifact containing a 100-meter expanse, suitable for the storage of diverse resources, may be upgraded to a superior savings bracelet. Upgrade requirements: azure jade coins 01, spatial stones 02, amethyst gold 120, Marine jade, 1220 good heavens, exclaimed Wu Liang, utterly astonished. The mere mention of azure jade coins presented a formidable challenge, as a single coin was equivalent to 1,000 white jade coins. Nevertheless, the augmented space, now spanning 100 meters, sufficed for his immediate requirements. Wu Liang focused his attention, beholding a storage space exceeding the size of his own island. The abundance of resources that once filled it now occupied only a small fraction. Wu Liang inventoried the existing contents of his savings bracelet as follows: 257 timber, 318 stones, 1 flint, 2 copper ingots, 24 quartz, 23 animal hides, 40 silver ingots, 43 gold ingots, 258 iron ingots, 15 refined iron, 8 iron marrow, 12 marine jade, 1 amethyst gold, 40 gold crystal stones, 27 wood crystal stones, 42 crystal stones, 32 fire crystal stones, 26 earth crystal stones, 48 wind crystal stones, 31 lightning crystal stones, 29 ice crystal stones, 52 meat portions for liters of marine beast blood, 218 white jade coins. It seemed feasible to upgrade the grappling hook. After a moment's deliberation, Wu Liang decided against it, opting to wait for the discovery of an amethyst gold treasure chest. Approaching the corner, Wu Liang delivered a forceful kick to the animal cage. Startled, the demon sea mother spider retreated to the corner of its cage, trembling as it observed Wu Liang. "Have you recuperated sufficiently? It's time to resume your duties." It was past 3 in the afternoon, and the demon sea mother spider should have regained its strength. The demon sea mother spider shuddered, cautiously advancing to the center of its enclosure. Its abdomen swelled, and 10 spiderlings emerged from its posterior, aligning themselves in anticipation of the mother spider's command. "Release them one at a time, and do not attempt any deception." Wu Liang opened the cage. The demon sea mother spider directed one of its offspring to step forward. With a swift strike, Wu Liang bisected the spiderling. Game notification. Experience 1. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan Experience 1 proceed. Game notification. Experience 1. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan Experience 1. Game notification. Experience 1. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan Experience 1. Having amassed 30 experience points, Wu Liang smiled contentedly, tossing 2 coins into the cage. "Consume these quickly. I shall return to check on you later." The demon sea mother spider, tears streaming down its face, swallowed the coins with a sob. "Come, Xiaolan, let us proceed to the training chamber." Wu Liang patted Xiaolan's piscine head and led it toward the rear of the council hall. The training chamber was of comparable size to his council hall, its walls adorned with intricate carvings. Water arrow technique. Wu Liang raised his left hand, and a water arrow flashed forth, striking the wall. The water arrow suddenly shattered, transforming into countless droplets that scattered across the floor, leaving no trace upon the wall. After assessing the wall's firmness, Wu Liang gestured towards the wall opposite him. "Xiaolan, release a bubble there, and do not move." With a soft sound, Xiaolan opened her mouth and expelled a bubble, which expanded in mid-air as it approached the wall. "No, make it smaller," Wu Liang quickly urged. Xiaolan, slightly puzzled, complied with Wu Liang's instructions. "Smaller, even smaller. Just right. Stop there, yes, exactly like that." A bubble the size of a fist gently adhered to the wall, hovering in the training room's air. Wu Liang retreated to the corner, raising his hand towards the bubble. Water arrow technique. A stream of water instantly struck the wall beside the bubble. Undeterred, Wu Liang continued. Water arrow technique. Water arrow technique. Xiaolan, create another bubble. Water arrow technique. Wu Liang persistently adjusted his posture, repeatedly practicing the precision of his spellcasting. Although lacking in shooting talent, he had significantly improved, quickly honing his aim. After over 50 attempts with the water arrow technique, his internal energy was depleted. He simply sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The Dragon Control Heavenly Scripture meditation method was deeply etched in the recesses of his memory. In a brief moment, Wu Liang entered a state of meditation. In a mere span of a few minutes, Wu Yang's vital energy had completely rejuvenated. This sensation was truly exquisite. Wu Liang opened his eyes, restraining the urge to continue his practice. Once more, Xiaolan, this time diminished the size even further. Water arrow technique. Water arrow technique. When his energy was depleted, he closed his eyes to meditate. Approximately an hour passed, and Wu Liang could now accurately strike a bubble the size of his thumb. Xiaolon enlarged the bubble slightly and controlled its movement. Water, arrow technique. Water, arrow technique. As Wu Liang, still meditating, gradually opened his eyes, he realized his accuracy had significantly improved. He now possessed confidence that rivaled that of elite special forces, though he might still lag slightly behind the specialized snipers. His proficiency had reached a remarkable height, and any further enhancement would prove challenging, requiring prolonged and relentless refinement. Well done, Xiaolon. That will suffice for now. Wu Liang affectionately patted Xiaolon on the head. After 2 hours of incessantly producing bubbles, Xiaolon showed no signs of fatigue. Upon receiving Wu Liang's praise, Xiaolon affectionately nudged his head against Wu Liang's palm. Suddenly, the island trembled once more and came to a halt. It was now precisely 5 p.m. Chapter 37. A rainy day. Raincoats on sale, let's go. We have work to do. Wu Liang patted Little Blue's head and strode outside. As usual, he would first circumnavigate the island, searching for chests of silver grade or higher, before venturing into the sea. A golden chest lies ahead, guarded by a serpentine abyssal creature. Defeating it should pose no challenge. Abyssal serpent, level 4 marine creature, possessing toxic attacks. Its weakness lies in the heart, located 7 inches down its body. Perfect for testing my abilities, Wu Liang mused. He swiftly cast his hook, and with a firm tug, he began to slowly reel in the line. After a short while, a golden chest was drawn to the shore, with a slender, cyan serpent coiled upon it. The small serpent possessed 2 fins on either side of its body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The abyssal serpent spat, projecting a jet-black orb of water towards Wu Liang. It rapidly slithered towards him, its fangs gleaming with a dark, ominous light. Wu Liang sidestepped, evading the abyssal serpent's assault. The jet-black orb struck the ground beside him. Sizzle, crackle. The earth was corroded by the venom, leaving a small pit and emitting a foul-smelling black smoke. Such potent toxins, Wu Liang exclaimed inwardly, though his movements remained unhindered. Ice imprisonment. The spell struck true, instantly encasing the abyssal serpent in a frozen tomb. My 2 hours of practice have paid off, Wu Liang remarked with satisfaction. Fortunately, he was the sole inhabitant of the island. Otherwise, anyone overhearing him would likely be mortified. Aqua Bolt. A foot-long water arrow precisely struck the sea serpent's vital spot. System notification. Experience 1. System notification. Pet Azure Experience 1. Wu Liang approached the serpent's cadaver, crouched down, and collected the 10 jade coins it yielded before commencing the dissection. System notification. Sea Serpent Flesh 1. System notification. Sea Beast Blood 100 milliliters. System notification. Venom Sac 1. System notification. Sea Serpent Hide 1. Tonight, a serpent stew is in order. Wu Liang gave a cursory glance, noting the palatable quality of the meat and, more importantly, the venom sac, which contained toxins suitable for direct use or medicinal application. I'll stow it away for potential future utility. Gathering the spoils from the ground, Wu Liang stood up, perplexed. What was transpiring? Wu Liang was puzzled, as the sky above him typically resembled the mouth of a well. As the island expanded, the mist in the sky would recede accordingly. Yet, an abrupt gloom had descended, catching Wu Liang off guard. He gazed upward, discovering that the once clear sky was now enveloped by a vast expanse of dark clouds. Rumbling thunder echoed as lightning flickered within the clouds. In tandem with the thunder, colossal raindrops began to fall instantaneously. A torrential downpour ensued. Game tip: extreme weather. Please seek shelter from the rain. Health points decrease by 1 per minute. Game tip: supplies around the island will not be washed away by the waves. Feel free to collect them. Wu Liang had no mind to gather supplies. He hastily stowed the treasure chest and took Xiaolon to the eaves of the courtyard. The only sounds around were the rumble of thunder and the relentless roar of the tsunami, yet there were no waves crashing against the shores of the island. The sound of the tsunami grew ever louder. Was it due to the fog? Wu Liang mused, brushing the rainwater from his face. This situation was utterly unsuitable for venturing into the sea. Listening to the tsunami, one could fathom the magnitude of the waves. However, this presented an excellent opportunity. He possessed the crafting formula for a raincoat and had 4 pieces of plastic, sufficient to create 2 raincoats. Donning one himself, he cradled Xiaolon and made his way to the kitchen. Game tip: extreme weather. Health points decrease by 1 per hour. The game's notification chimed in his ears. Indeed, with a raincoat, circumstances were markedly different. Wu Liang removed the raincoat shook off the droplets, and then entered the kitchen. He refrained from retrieving the treasure chest and instead opened the trading center, discovering that no one had listed raincoats. However, some players were seeking plastic. It seemed all players were prioritizing their respective regions now. Opening the regional channel, he found discussions regarding the rain. With the onset of rain, could anyone still gather supplies? The weather changes so abruptly. I was battling a sea beast when the rain began. What bad luck. Do you think this rainwater is potable? Don't even contemplate it. I collected a basin, and the game prompted me to consume it, instantly reducing my health by 100 points. Alas, the regional channel of Hongwu is currently offering ordinary raincoats for sale, and they cost 2 crystal stones each. I am aware that an ordinary raincoat only diminishes health by 1 point every 10 minutes. How enviable. Unfortunately, they are not available for public sale. I've heard that Hongwu has now gathered a dozen or so individuals. How vast must his island be? Isn't Hongwu also boasting about surpassing the war god? Where's the war god? Come forth and make your presence known. It seems that all players are now prioritizing regional dynamics. Wu Liang briefly perused the situation and proceeded to post several messages in the regional channel. Greetings, everyone. I possess a blueprint for crafting an exquisite raincoat, which reduces health by merely 1 drop per hour. The cost is only 1 arbitrary crystal stone. I will also list some water resources in exchange for plastic. Plastic is a crucial material for crafting raincoats, and I hope those who possess it will consider trading with me. 1 crystal stone is not a substantial amount. Were I to place it on the market, it would certainly not be so affordable. Furthermore, be advised that sales to players outside the regional channel are prohibited for 30 days following the transaction. If you agree, we shall trade. If not, feel free to abstain. Wu Liang's prices for regional players are quite reasonable, and water resources are a lifeline, exceedingly scarce. These individuals could potentially become his future villagers. To subjugate them and integrate them into the village, it is imperative to offer them tangible benefits, gradually winning their allegiance. I concur with Brother Wu's terms. A swift listing is desired. Ganzi Yin expressed his enthusiasm upon Wu Liang's arrival. The price proposed by the god of war is undeniably equitable, considering that a commonplace raincoat in the Hongwu region's channel commands 2 crystals. Indeed, 1 crystal is a modest sum. The god of war exhibits remarkable generosity. However, it would be advantageous to afford everyone a few moments for preparation. The foremost individuals promptly emerged. The group members voiced their contentment with Wu Liang's conscientious pricing. My supply of plastic is limited. I shall initially list water resources, followed by raincoats in 5 minutes. Wu Liang disseminated 2 messages before transitioning to the transaction channel. The 3 water condensers operated ceaselessly, yielding 54 liters of water beyond his daily consumption. He proceeded to list 50 liters of water, divided into 2,000 portions of 25 milliliters each portion requiring 1 plastic with unrestricted trading. Visibility was confined to regional players, and a sharing link was provided. Game notification, 25 milliliters water, 1 game notification, transaction complete. Plastic 1. The game's notifications resounded incessantly. The plastic accumulated into a small mound, augmenting continuously. Chapter 38. The crystal spring presale of the condensed water generator. Fortunately, there exists a mass production feature, selecting exquisite raincoats for bulk manufacturing. Game prompt, plastic 200, game prompt, 100 exquisite raincoats successfully crafted. Wu Liang placed no restrictions on transactions. Within a mere 2 minutes, all water resources were swiftly depleted, as some individuals possessed more than 1 unit of plastic. Ignoring the incessant game notifications, Wu Liang continued to produce exquisite raincoats. After checking the time, he listed 500 exquisite raincoats for sale and proceeded with further crafting. Once the plastic was exhausted, Wu Liang found himself with an additional 500 raincoats, forming a small mountain before him. The game notifications persisted, prompting Wu Liang to list another 501 raincoats. In under 2 minutes, 872 raincoats were sold, and the activity ceased. Including Wu Liang, the total number of players in the regional channel reached exactly 873. Over the course of 2 days, more than 100 lives had been lost, leaving 128 raincoats available for listing at the trading center. The product's settings undoubtedly required modification, particularly the removal of the 30-day restriction on external sales. The price was adjusted to a flexible 3 crystal stones. Now, It was time to inspect the contents of the golden treasure chest. Wu Liang rubbed his hands together and retrieved the golden chest. "Come here, Xiaolan. Let us see how fortunate you are." Wu Liang beckoned to Xiaolan, who appeared somewhat bewildered but complied with his request, flying next to the golden chest and using her fin to open it. Game tip, golden crystal 5. Game tip, wooden crystal 5. Game tip, water crystal 5. Game tip, rare element ring crafting recipe 1. Game tip, windshield technique 1. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Lucky Emperor system. Windshield technique, originally 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification, additionally acquired Azure Spring Eye 1. Azure Spring Eye? Wu Liang pondered, gazing at the newly appeared orb within the golden chest. Azure Spring Eye, a natural spring, imbued with a hint of ethereal energy, sweet and refreshing. Long-term consumption can enhance overall physical attributes. Once utilized, it can condense moisture from the air, producing 1 liter of water per hour with infinite storage capacity. Usage requirements: 20 water crystals, 20 earth crystals, 10 wooden crystals, 10 stones. A splendid item, undoubtedly. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled as he learned the wind blade technique and the legendary element ring crafting recipe, promptly gathering the resources strewn about. At this moment, the trading feedback was complete and the raincoats available on the market had all been sold out. In mere minutes, he had amassed a total of 259 crystals, 121 golden crystals, 134 wooden crystals, 191 water crystals, 195 fire crystals, 156 earth crystals, 152 wind crystals, 132 thunder crystals, and 178 ice crystals. With such a bountiful harvest, should he continue? Wu Liang stroked his chin, contemplating, yet ultimately decided against it. Scarcity enhances value. He lacked sufficient resources to exchange for plastic. Should he trade crystal stones for plastic, his reputation in the regional channel would undoubtedly plummet. For the sake of his future endeavors, Wu Liang dismissed this notion, adhering to the principle that one must relinquish something to gain another. The regional channel was inundated with messages directed at him, prompting Wu Liang to reopen the channel. Most of the messages expressed gratitude. "Thank you, God of War. I'm off to gather supplies." The God of War is truly benevolent. Goodness, how many crystal stones has the God of War amassed? Jealousy bubbled beneath the surface. If only I had as much water and special manufacturing schematics as the God of War, I could achieve the same. Yet, they failed to notice just how much battle power the God of War possessed, nearly reaching 5,000. Has the God of War fully recovered? It was evident he possessed a condensation device, though its grade remained unknown. Ordinary condensation devices were currently priced at 10 arbitrary crystal stones. And even I was in short supply. I cannot afford it. I might as well stick to drinking sea beast blood, which, after a while, loses its unpleasantness. Wu Liang paid little mind to the envy directed at him. As long as the majority felt gratitude, that sufficed. Had condensation devices truly become available for sale? Wu Liang opened the trading center and, upon searching, discovered that ordinary condensation devices were indeed for sale, producing a mere 40 milliliters per hour, an exceedingly low efficiency. Yet, they still commanded a price of 10 arbitrary crystal stones. Should I consider selling condensation devices as well? Once this idea surfaced, it became an irresistible temptation. Now in possession of the Azure Spring, he no longer holds the condensation device in high regard. How could ordinary water compare to the exquisite taste of that from the Azure Spring? How to maximize profit? Wu Liang pondered, head bowed in contemplation. Soon, a decision was made. He composed a message and sent it forth. I can craft superior condensation devices, each capable of producing 200 milliliters of water per hour. Available to all at a preferential price. Upon the message's release, the group erupted into fervent excitement. The common condensation devices on the open market were already in short supply, and these produced only 40 milliliters per hour, a stark disparity. "Brother Wu, I'll take one." Gan Siyun, upon hearing of the superior condensation device, surfaced from her usual silence. She was invariably the first to speak whenever Wu Liang offered something for sale. "I want one too. God Wu, put it up for sale immediately. A must buy." Wu Liang continued, "Let me clarify beforehand. I am offering these superior condensation devices at cost, but not without conditions. You must enter into a lease agreement with me, owing me 200 units of lumber and 100 units of stone, to be repaid within the next 30 days. The upgrades to the residence consume vast quantities of lumber and stone, and I lack the time to procure these mundane resources. There was a drawback. Should a player meet their demise, the lease would be automatically cleared, posing a degree of risk. Nevertheless, he was assured of profit. The price is 3 crystals, 6 copper ingots for iron ingots, and 4 units of lumber. I will initiate a pre-sale, as I do not possess sufficient resources for immediate production. Resale is prohibited for 30 days. Those who accept these terms may contact me. He added 2 copper coins. Yet now he is left with none, although he possesses an abundance of iron blocks. At this price, Wu Liang stands to gain an additional 2 crystal stones. However, if it were anyone else, mere words might not suffice to entice others to take the risk. Once the pre-sale is accepted, if the condensation devices do not sell, not only will he lose his wealth, but he will also be burdened with a significant debt. Brother Wu, I can commit. Can we trade now? Gan Si-yun was the first to express his agreement. I trust Brother Wu. I would like 2 units. Su Chong followed suit. I also have faith in Wu Shan. I require 2 as well. Zhang Xingyan quickly added. I want 2 units as well. Gan Si-yun hastily supplemented. Count me in. I also desire 2 units. Taewon observed for a moment before joining the conversation. Very well. I shall initiate the transaction with you all. Wu Liang commenced the pre-sale listing, with not a single copper coin to his name. Pre-sale item. Superior condensation device. Listing time, 1740. Requirements, 1 crystal stone, 2 any crystal stones for copper coins. 4 iron blocks, 4 wood, special setting 1. Interest of 200 wood. 100 stone, special setting 2. No interest on the first day. Special setting 3. Minimum repayment of 10 wood and 5 stone daily. Special setting 4. Interest to be settled within 31 days. Special setting 5. No external sales allowed within 31 days. Inventory. 8. Chapter 39. The game glitched in the regional channel. One could observe the items listed by Wu Liang. Anyone engaging in transactions with Wu Liang would have their actions displayed within the channel. It was now 5:35 p.m., and the pre-sale items were set to become available after a brief interval of 5 minutes. Transactions could commence during the pre-sale and after 5 minutes. The items listed by Wu Liang would be automatically delivered to the players by the game. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and Wu Liang chose not to gather resources, recognizing the scarcity of crystals in that endeavor. Considering the lateness of the hour, he decided to establish the interest settlement period at 31 days. Gan Si-yun purchased pre-sale items. Superior condensation devices 2. Taewon Robert purchased pre-sale items. Superior condensation devices 2. Su Chong purchased pre-sale items. Superior condensation devices 2. Zhang Xingyan purchased pre-sale items. Superior condensation devices 2. Everyone observed the transactions with clarity. Wu Liang also received notification from the game. Game notification. Pre-sale item -1. Game notification. Transaction completed. Crystal stone 1. Wind crystal stone 2. Copper block 4. Iron block 4. Wood 4. With the successful sale of the pre-sale items, a substantial quantity of resources materialized before Wu Liang. He navigated to the crafting interface and produced 6 superior condensation devices. The condensation devices in the restroom were necessary for bathing, while the 2 in the kitchen had become obsolete. They could function for over 20 more days, serving as a delightful surprise for one of the 4 recipients. It remained uncertain who would be the fortunate one. The clock struck 3:40 p.m. Wu Liang mounted 8 water condensers and completed transactions with 4 individuals. The regional channel displayed the successful transactions of these 4, instilling confidence in the crowd. Many expressed their intent to purchase pre-orders, determined to gather resources even if it meant selling their possessions. With the condensers in hand, who could possibly worry about future earnings? It was merely a matter of time before they would see returns. Brother Wu, the 2 condensers you sold to me are still operational? The fortunate recipient of Wu Liang's used condensers was none other than Gan Si-yun. These are mine, and they can operate for at least another 27 days. Consider it a benefit for you. Wu Liang replied, while diligently crafting more condensers. Gan Si-yun inquired, Brother Wu, do you have something even better? Indeed, but you must keep it a secret, Wu Liang responded. Is it a crafting blueprint? What is the synthesis formula? Once I gather the materials, could you assist me in creating one? Gan Si-yun pressed further. It is not a crafting blueprint, but a special item, which may be obtained from a golden treasure chest. Wu Liang clarified. Ah, I see. I shall immediately go gather materials. Perhaps I will reel in a golden treasure chest. With a hurried farewell to Wu Liang, Gan Si-yun ceased to engage further. Wu Liang found himself speechless, as there were merely a few minutes before the island would shift, and Gonsiun still needed to gather materials. Nonetheless, Wu Liang focused on crafting exquisite water condensers, and after more than 2 hours, he finally completed the task. In total, he manufactured 273 superior water condensers. Some individuals purchased 2 units, while many others pooled their resources to acquire a single one. As a result of this initiative, every player within the regional channel will no longer suffer from a scarcity of water resources, and they will even be able to trade surplus water for goods in the future. Additionally, this endeavor has yielded Wu Liang 546 crystal stones and 564 copper blocks, along with thousands of units of timber and stone each day. Fortunately, his savings bracelet is sufficiently spacious, and there is ample space in his residence, if necessary. He can also store items within his house. The island has already begun its movement. Xiaolan, do you fancy fish? Wu Liang inquired, turning towards the airborne Xiaolan while busily preparing at the stove. Noticing Xiaolan's intense gaze fixed on the 2 freshly caught fish, Wu Liang lightly tapped his forehead. Well, that was a pointless question. He proceeded to add some crystal cabbage and golden peanuts into the iron pot before covering it with a lid. He also grilled 2 portions of meat and steamed a pot of fragrant rice. Half an hour later, under Xiaolan's watchful eyes, dinner was finally ready. After dividing the meal into 2 portions, they relished a delightful feast together, and it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. The rain continued to pour. Wu Liang led Xiaolan out of the kitchen, and they were greeted by a scene in the courtyard where the planting base mine and meat grove appeared to be enveloped in a luminous shield. All the raindrops, upon falling, were obstructed by an invisible force, gliding off in all directions. Is this a function as well? Wu Liang marveled at the sight before him, realizing he had overlooked this phenomenon when the rain first began. Does that azure spring possess such capabilities as well? Wu Liang flipped his left hand, revealing a sphere the size of a fist in his palm. The emerald spring head possessed a verdant and enigmatic allure, akin to a lustrous pearl. Wu Liang instructed Little Blue to return to the bedroom and, donning a raincoat, proceeded towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the vacant area to the left of the flesh field, he positioned the emerald spring head on the ground. Activate, he silently commanded. Game notification. Earth crystal stone -20, crystal stone -20, wood crystal stone -20, stone blocks -10. Game notification. Emerald spring, well constructed successfully, a flash of white light erupted, and the emerald spring head vanished from the ground, replaced by a well opening approximately 2 feet in diameter. The wellhead, standing about a foot high, was adorned with peculiar carvings. The surrounding rain seemed to be repelled by an unseen force as it approached the well, falling instead around its perimeter. Wu Liang peered into the well, finding it to be only a foot deep, with droplets of limpid water coalescing within. Emerald spring well, constructed from an emerald spring head. It yields 1 L of pure spirit water per hour. Prolonged consumption enhances overall physical fitness. The greater the volume of spirit water, the deeper the emerald spring well becomes. I comprehend now, Wu Liang exclaimed, relieved. He approached the animal cage near the wall and nudged it with his foot. Time to get to work. He delightfully pocketed another 30 experience points, tossed 2 chunks of meat to the abyssal sea mother spider, and, carrying the crystal stone lamp, headed out of the residence. It was nearly 10 p.m. in less than 20 minutes. I still haven't planted the abyssal sea coral. Wu Liang suddenly remembered the abyssal sea coral within his storage bracelet. He retrieved his iron shovel and planted a coral every 5 meters. The magical sea coral, a peculiar entity that sheds its outer shell, defies categorization as either animal or plant. Although it cannot grow on land, it remains unaffected by the absence of water. After much toil, all the magical sea corals have been planted. Some emit a radiant red glow, others a brilliant white, and still others a captivating purple. The kaleidoscopic luminescence of the magical sea corals not only illuminates the small island, but also creates a breathtaking spectacle. It is simply exquisite. Wu Liang gazes in awe at the scene before him. The raindrops in the air are rendered particularly resplendent by the coral's light. Checking the time, he notes that it is now 10:03 p.m. What is happening? Why has the island not ceased its movement? He opens the global chat, where all players are engaged in fervent discussion regarding the situation. Is it a bug? What could possibly be the cause? Wu Liang ponders deeply, unable to comprehend the matter. Shaking off the droplets from his raincoat, he stands quietly beneath the eaves, deciding to wait a little longer. Chapter 40. Alterations to the Maritime Isle Displacement Protocol. Revised iteration silently. Wu Liang lurked within the global communication channel. Abruptly, the auditory signal of the game reverberated, heralding a notification. Game advisory. Amendments to the Maritime Isle Displacement Protocol. Game advisory. Amendments to the Maritime Isle Displacement Protocol. Game advisory. Amendments to the Maritime Isle Displacement Protocol. The advisory resounded thrice, the game's alert persistently echoing. Game advisory. All maritime isles will cease locomotion at 12 o'clock noon daily, resuming their migration at 2000 hours. Game advisory. Resources within the maritime isles perimeters will regenerate every 2 hours. Players are urged to take note. I see, Wu Liang mused. This regulatory modification is rather advantageous to me. Given the cessation of movement today, Wu Liang pivoted and returned to his chamber. Game advisory. Reintegration of regional communication channels. Subsequently, the regional channel's population was reinstated to 1,000 denizens, with Wu Liang retaining his premier position. Indeed, the count has reverted to 1,000 souls. It appears that certain regional populations have dwindled to below 500. Heavens! Who is this? I find myself sharing a channel with the martial deity. Messages cascaded forth the players, previously animated due to the isle's ceaseless wandering, now exhibited heightened vivacity in light of the regional channel's reintegration. Game notification. Regional leaderboard feature activated. Ranking is determined by the average combat prowess of players in each regional channel. Game notification. The player with the highest combat prowess will be designated as the group administrator of the regional channel. Game notification. Regional channels are named by the group administrator. Accompanying the game prompts, Wu Liang received an additional notification. Game notification. Please designate a name for your region. Yong'an. His village was called Yong'an Village, so his regional channel would be named Yong'an. As Wu Liang successfully designated the name, a regional leaderboard abruptly appeared in the game interface. Players worldwide immediately accessed the regional leaderboard, focusing their attention on the top positions. Yong'an, Wu Liang combat prowess, 532 Holy Knight. Huayate combat prowess, 384 Hongwu Alliance, Hongwu combat prowess, 324 Yamada Association, Yamada Cho combat prowess, 292. As expected, our region is first. Martial God is awesome. Our region isn't bad either, with a combat prowess of 384. Huayate says he will definitely surpass Wu Liang next time. With Martial God's combat prowess exceeding 5,000, how is it possible to surpass him? The world channel abruptly fell into a brief silence, as everyone was astonished by Wu Liang's terrifying combat prowess. Damn, over 5,000 combat prowess. Is he even human? Is this not a glitch in the game? Martial God's combat prowess is truly outrageous. Is this something a human can achieve? Huayate only has a combat prowess of over 1,000. The gap is too vast. Heavens, Martial God is indeed Martial God. Let the foreigners eat dirt. A solitary deity leads a group of underachievers. The players in your region seem rather inept. The atmosphere in the global channel was immediately ignited. Game notification. The regional power ranking will be updated every 3 days, with the top 100 regions receiving rewards. The nature of the rewards varies by rank. Game notification. The regional leaderboard is not updated in real time, with rankings conducted every 3 days. The player ranked first will automatically become the group leader. Game notification. The chat channel allows for voice messages, images, and videos. The sound of the game notifications has finally ceased. No more real-time updates? That is quite pleasant. Each time his power level was updated, a barrage of private messages would flood in, a source of great annoyance. The name of the regional channel where Wu Liang resides has been changed to Eternal Peace, and the specific rewards have been disclosed. Each player will receive a blessing buff tomorrow. There will be no marine creatures attacking the islands, and the resources around the islands will refresh at double the rate. Each player will gain a status buff, receive double experience rewards, and obtain an additional 100 health points. However, this last benefit is of no use to Wu Liang, as he never exhausts his health points daily. These rewards can only be claimed after tomorrow's video conference. Brothers, we must strive diligently. If we fall behind, why? Where will Wu Shun's dignity lie? I heard from players in the YA8 region that their health point reward is only 50. The disparity is substantial. Thankfully, we have Wu Shun. My combat power is merely over 600, and with the cessation of real-time updates, I am finally liberated from the discouraging sight of the god of war ascending to unprecedented heights of level and power. It has been quite demoralizing. Tuin, in resignation, emerged to express his thoughts. The divine can only be gazed upon, never surpassed. One must simply grow accustomed to this reality. The global channel is ablaze with discussions about our region. What a delightful sensation. We owe our gratitude to the god of war. Thank you, god of war. Thank you. The subsequent messages are merely repetitions of thanks to Wu Liang. Wu Liang made a timely appearance to engage with the group. It is already quite late. I encourage everyone to rest well. Tomorrow morning at 7, I shall remind you all to convene for a video meeting. As for our new friends, irrespective of your previous regions, we are now all part of the Yong'an district. I hope that in the future, you will prioritize supplying our region with valuable resources to contribute to its development. The advantages of being ranked first in regional combat power need not be elaborated upon. We all understand. Soon, I will offer pre-sales of exquisite fire and underworld swords at cost price, requiring only a nominal fee of 1 crystal stone. Of course, I need not elaborate on the quality of the fine equipment. The announcement within the group contains the synthesis formulas for rare gear. Those with ample resources may approach me. Additionally, I will once again offer pre-sales of exquisite water condensers, especially aimed at our new friends. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask within the group. As previously, there is no pressure. Newly arrived players have begun to inquire about what pre-sales entail, and naturally, others will provide them with answers. Wu Liang then transitioned to the trading channel, listing the exquisite water condensers and fire and underworld swords. The exquisite water condenser requires no further elaboration, mirroring the previous model exactly. Pre-sale item, exquisite fire underworld sword. Listing time, 22:30. Requirements, 1 fire crystal, 1 any crystal for iron blocks. 1 wood, special settings. Not available for external sale within 31 days. Stock, 100, with both pre-sale items configured. Wu Liang promptly shared the link in the Yong'an channel. The material demands for the fire underworld sword are quite modest. Previously, no one approached him due to a lack of trust, but now, there is no need for further discussion. The pre-sale stock of 100 fire underworld swords was swiftly snatched up. Wu Liang soon became engrossed in his tasks. The players in the newly opened area had come to understand what a pre-sale entails, and upon seeing the feedback, they could no longer contain their excitement. Some purchased a water condenser and a fire underworld sword, while others pooled resources to buy a single water condenser. Listing, crafting. Listing again, crafting again. Busy until nearly midnight. Wu Liang finally managed to cater to everyone's needs. In total, 483 fire underworld swords and 52 water condensers were sold, garnering a profit of 685 crystals. Those with exquisite equipment in the group began to emulate Wu Liang's pre-sale model, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Wu Liang, however, paid no heed to this, remaining undistracted as he sat cross-legged on his bed and commenced his meditation. Chapter 41, Level 7. An all-encompassing overwhelm. Wu Liang soon immersed himself in a state of meditation. According to the records of the Dragon Master Sutra's meditation method, the area beneath the navel, where the energy mass resides, is known as the Qi Sea. Within this Qi Sea, the vital energy began to flow in a unique manner as Wu Liang entered his meditative state. The surrounding celestial energies sparkled like stars, swiftly converging towards him, while the village chief's decree emanated a golden glow. The flow of vital energy within his body accelerated, increasing in quantity and intensity. Time became a mere abstraction as Wu Liang felt a slight prickling in his meridians, signaling that he had reached his limit for the day. He opened his eyes, ceasing his meditation, and accessed the game interface. His level had ascended to 7, accompanied by an additional 20 experience points. What a remarkable yield! 60 experience points from a single session of meditation. Wu Liang was taken aback. He felt utterly alert, devoid of any fatigue. Meditation inherently restores one's spirit, and he now felt more invigorated than after a full night's sleep. It was 3 o'clock. He decided to engage in another harvest. As the relentless rain showed no sign of abating, he pushed open the door, donned his raincoat, and ventured outside. It was time to get to work. The once slumbering mother spider of the demon sea was startled by Wu Liang's sudden presence, and she instinctively sprang into action. After completing his harvest, Wu Liang took a refreshing shower and returned to his bedroom, feeling quite pleased with himself. The luxurious, soft bed, with its inherent sleep-inducing qualities, quickly lulled him into a deep slumber. On the fifth day, at 6:30 a.m., Wu Liang awoke from his dreams. Although he had only slept for a little over 3 hours, he felt remarkably energetic. Having roused Xiaolan, who had somehow nestled into his bedclothes, he donned his windwing set and stepped out of his dwelling. At that moment, the firmament had cleared, and the atmosphere was redolent with the fragrance of the soil. The snow cream fruits had reached maturity, yielding a total of 20. As the snow cream required approximately an hour in the freezer to congeal, Wu Liang was in no haste. For breakfast, he partook of bread and milk. The loaves yielded by the breadfruit tree were of considerable size, with a single one sufficient to satiate. Upon the tea table, he arranged a platter of sweetmeat fruits and cherry tomatoes. A video conference of an hour's duration was required in order to receive yesterday's emolument and the boon of fortune. In 10 minutes, the video conference would commence. All were requested to suspend their present activities. Wu Liang accessed the regional channel and disseminated a message. I am presently engaged in defecation. The constant use of clods to cleanse my posterior has exacerbated my hemorrhoids. Instantly, the sweetmeat fruit in Wu Liang's grasp lost its appeal, and he could no longer ingest it. It is the same for all. Of late, I have been utilizing animal hide, which has transformed from sable to tawny. Is there any who has need? I shall exchange my hide for timber. Away with you. Must you be so repulsive? We are presently dining. Brethren, might you share the comestibles with which you have broken your fast? My provisions are circumscribed. I am constrained to a single repast in the evening. Impart your victuals, that I might find solace. The blood of sea beasts, when exposed to the sun's rays, may congeal into blocks, capable of alleviating hunger. Mediocre, I have consumed roasted flesh. Fair maiden, you have partaken of roasted flesh this morn? Alas, I crave a morsel. Might I procure a bite through commerce? I find myself quite famished. I have a few remnants of rice here. Does anyone desire some? I am willing to exchange them for resources. How remarkable it is that one can still contemplate trading for roasted meat even while attending to nature's call. Wu Liang observed for a moment before sending a message. Is there anyone in need of exquisite toilet paper? 50 sheets for any one crystal, and if one possesses sea jade, purple gold, or iron essence, 20 sheets may be exchanged. Gold bars, silver bars, quartz, and silk can be traded at a rate of 10 sheets per unit. Copper and iron pieces will yield 1 sheet per unit. However, I do not accept wood or stone. I already possess an abundance of wood and stone, and I have little need for manufacturing blueprints, as my living necessities are adequately met, and I hold little regard for equipment of lesser rarity. Guan Xiyun was the first to respond. I am in need. I shall exchange with you using crystals. I too require some, and I shall trade with you as well, chimed in Taiwan, moving with similar swiftness. I too, echoed Su Chang, who also joined the conversation. The group had learned from Wu Liang the previous night how to pre-sell exquisite equipment, and each of them had struck it rich. The god of war is truly my fortunate star. I am still trading and can finally dispense with soil blocks. Is no one utilizing manufacturing blueprints? Once completed, they can still be learned from. Ugh, spare me the details. It is utterly revolting. The god of war glanced over. I shall reserve 100 sheets. At the mere mention of toilet paper, everyone became fervent. Most players were utilizing soil blocks from the island or wood. Some sea beast hides resembled shells. Regardless of the alternatives, nothing compares to the comfort of toilet paper. I shall list it shortly. Each person is limited to purchasing 50 sheets, but fear not, for there will be more available once those are used up. The toilet paper is freshly manufactured, ensuring safe use. After Wu Liang completed his response, he proceeded to the restroom. Inside, the condensate collector had accumulated 12 liters of water, replenishing both the wash basin and the shower. He extracted all the water from the condensate collector, along with 3 liters from the kitchen. By consuming 15 liters of water and 150 pieces of wood, he produced 7,500 sheets of toilet paper. He listed them in the trading center, exclusively visible in the regional channel. Once the conditions were set, Wu Liang posted a message in the regional channel. Act swiftly to purchase. No sooner had he sent the message than he received immediate feedback on completed trades. Players in the group were eagerly poised, anticipating Wu Liang's link, much like the fervor of Singles Day. Within a mere 5 minutes, all 7,500 sheets of toilet paper were sold out. Every player managed to make a purchase, with most transactions conducted through resource exchanges. Following yesterday's pre-sale frenzy, the regional players' crystal stones were predominantly held by those equipped with superior gear. From this transaction, Wu Liang garnered a total of 80 elemental crystals, 36 gold ingots, 48 silver ingots, 76 quartz, 40 silks, 732 iron ingots, and 768 copper ingots, with no sea jade, iron essence, or purple gold in sight. Today's interest also reached Wu Liang, with over 3,000 pieces of wood and more than 1,600 stones. This influx occupied nearly half of his savings bracelet space. There was no time to clear it out, as the video conference commenced directly, just as it had the last time. On the wall in front of the sofa, a large screen is projected, featuring several smaller areas, each showcasing players and their respective backgrounds. Wu Liang's image remains prominently in the center, undeniably striking. To my astonishment, the martial god is seated on the sofa. The decor has transformed. Wu Liang's room appears considerably larger. Indeed, it is furnished with every conceivable item, save for a television. Look at the coffee table. What fruit is that? It looks incredibly appetizing. Has Wu Liang's residence been upgraded once more? Meanwhile, I find myself still residing in a mere wooden shack. How I long to rest upon that bed. It seems exceedingly comfortable. All players immediately notice the changes in Wu Liang's abode. The disparity in combat power is utterly disheartening, extending even to his home, which is an absolute domination. Wu Liang picks up a sweet fruit, savoring it delightfully. Suddenly, the little blue creature, previously frolicking in mid-air, appears in the frame, curiously inspecting the projection on the wall. With a parting of its lips, a bubble envelopes a cherubic fruit and enters its mouth. My goodness, what is that? A pet, perhaps? How utterly adorable. Chapter 42. The Martial God and the Encounter with Gonsian. How does the Martial God tame pets? Oh, Martial God, grant me a morsel of fruit, and I shall bear you offspring. Alas, Martial God, do you lack a maidservant? If you care for me, I can fulfill any task. These individuals appeared disheveled, and the ladies were no exception, failing to spark any interest. Only Gonsian, adorned in a winged ensemble akin to that of Wu Liang, stood out, as she was well supplied with water resources. Amidst the throng of female players, she shone exceptionally bright. Upon witnessing the pets leisurely enjoying their fruit, the morale of the crowd plummeted. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Allow me to speak a few words. Our district, Yongin, has achieved first place through our collective efforts, and the rewards have been duly noted. Following the conclusion of the video, there will be an additional 3 buffs, along with a bonus of 100 health points. This means we shall all have 30 opportunities to gather resources. I urge everyone not to squander this chance with the aid of the status buffs. We are all equipped with exceptional gear, making the hunting of certain marine creatures quite feasible. Moreover, vanquishing these oceanic beings will yield double experience points. I hope we can all seize this moment of opportunity to elevate our levels and combat prowess. Let's reap the rewards. Each passing day makes survival increasingly arduous, and I implore everyone to exert their utmost efforts. I do not wish to witness our district's numbers dwindle in the channel. These players may one day become his villagers. And with this reward in mind, Wu Liang has become even more attentive to the regional channel. In conclusion, I hope we can all strive together to secure the top position once more next time. That is all I wish to convey. Please feel free to share your thoughts and insights. Wu Liang leaned back against the sofa, relinquishing control to the group. Wu God, how we tame pets? Asked Tae-1 with curiosity. As long as you can find a sea beast egg and perform a blood oath, you can bind the pet to yourself. Understood. Gonsian eagerly took the microphone. Brother Wu, could we see your island environment? Certainly, Wu Liang replied, rising from the sofa as the camera followed him, revealing a courtyard steeped in ancient charm. Wow, it's a courtyard. Look over there. There are so many fruit trees and crops. And those trees, how do they resemble flesh? Wu God, why is there even a spider imprisoned in a beast cage? Wu Liang mumbled, that's a marine creature. I saw some potential in it, so I captured it. Stepping out of the courtyard, Wu Liang's island unfolded before everyone. It's so beautiful. Look, those corals even glow. What a vast island. Wu God, how many resource islands have you encountered? Are those trees and corals transplanted from resource islands? Compared to Wu God's island, mine is utterly uninhabitable. Wu God is truly extravagant. I wish to live with Wu God. I would gladly endure any inconvenience. The assembly was once again astounded The environment was simply celestial. After a cursory circuit, Wu Liang retreated to his chamber. Provided everyone exerts themselves, you shall all emulate my success, Wu Liang imparted, offering encouragement with a genial smile before lapsing into silence. Wu Liang's isle galvanized the ardor of the collective, each individual eager to birth at the isle and procure provisions. The cohort commenced to exchange notions and intelligence. Wu Liang listened attentively, assimilating novel information. For instance, encounters with other players on resource isles were plausible. In reciprocation, Wu Liang divulged intelligence regarding the vulnerabilities of prevalent marine organisms. Each piece of information was meticulously noted for future exigencies, as only a minority possessed a compendium of marine life. This knowledge was deemed invaluable and potentially life-saving. Furthermore, they unanimously concurred that this intelligence should not be indiscriminately divulged, but rather bartered for resources. An astute player volunteered to mediate, with the spoils distributed among those who contributed intelligence. As the video conference neared its conclusion, Wu Liang's isle shuddered slightly and came to a halt. Was it a resource isle or another player? Wu Liang was uncertain, but resolved to investigate after the conference. My isle has halted. It may be a resource isle or another player, Gan Siyun exclaimed suddenly. Exercise caution. Should you encounter players from other regions and the situation warrants, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Are there any players in the group whose isles have come to standstill? A chorus of negations followed. Could it be that I've encountered Gan Siyun? Wu Liang mused inwardly. I shall venture out to investigate. Gan Siyun drew a long sword and proceeded towards the exterior. As players' isles are not shrouded in mist, the presence of fog is naturally absent. The camera's perspective shifted, revealing an isle that, while somewhat desolate, retained its aesthetic appeal. This isle bears a striking resemblance. Observe that residence. Does it not mirror that of the martial god? Eternal Peace Village. It is indeed the martial god's isle. But why does a stone tablet bear the inscription Eternal Peace Village? Is this an inherent function of the group leader? The beauty Gan is exceedingly fortunate. Wu Liang felt a surge of elation, as his isle had indeed encountered hers. His inaugural villager was, in fact, a beauty. The assembly engaged in fervent discussion. However, the hour allotted for the video conference had elapsed, and the transmission was abruptly terminated. Undeterred, the enthusiasm persisted, transitioning to a fervent exchange within the chat channel. Wu Liang arose and proceeded towards the exterior. Upon exiting the residence, he beheld Gan Siyun. She stood beside a coral formation, her fingers tracing its contours with curiosity. Wu Liang scrutinized Gan Siyun with inquisitiveness. Her countenance was radiant, her complexion fair, her eyes particularly captivating, her stature approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters, her legs elongated, her waist slender, and her figure possessed of the appropriate curves. Upon encountering Wu Liang, Gan Siyun felt no hesitation and greeted him joyfully. Wu God, it is truly a pleasure to meet you in person. I must admit, you are even more handsome than I anticipated. Wu Liang, whose appearance was rather ordinary, had undergone a subtle transformation since he began practicing advanced body enhancement techniques. That slight change, however, rendered a remarkable difference. Hello, you're even more exquisite in reality. He complimented Gan Siyun in return, before directly stating, would you be willing to become my villager? Gan Siyun, somewhat perplexed, inquired, villager? Wu Liang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have acquired a village construction permit. I am the village chief, and I now invite you to become one of my villagers. What benefits does this entail? Gan Siyun asked, noting that villagers could enforce subjugation. However, considering their shared territory and the numerous transactions they had engaged in, Wu Liang was somewhat reluctant, understanding that cultivating mutual trust was the key to longevity. It will be a partnership, with me as the leader and you as my support. As a villager, I can ensure your safety. He then briefly outlined the rules. That is the essence of it. Should you choose to become a villager, you may explore the intricacies of the game on your own. Pausing for a moment, Wu Liang continued, what are your thoughts? Chapter 43, The First Villager. Not too bad, Gan Siyun said with a beaming smile. Could I perhaps avail myself of your services for complimentary equipment fabrication? Indeed, Wu Liang responded. Are there any complimentary gifts? Affirmative. And might I also request a complimentary offering of fruit? That can also be arranged. In that case, could you perhaps prepare a chamber for me within your abode? I wish to reside within your domicile. Wu Liang's countenance betrayed a momentary consternation. Do you not possess your own residence? It is far too dilapidated. It cannot compare to the comfort of your dwelling. Furthermore, you must furnish me with a sumptuous, plush bed, and only then shall I accede. Gan Siyun declared with an air of nonchalant ease. Very well, that could be accommodated, though you must provide the requisite materials, Wu Liang replied, after a moment of contemplation. In the past, his co-tenant had also been a female, and they had maintained a respectful distance. Excellent. It is settled then. What, pray tell, are the requisites for becoming a villager? Gan Siyun inquired with cheerful enthusiasm. Firstly, you must tidy up your island and relinquish your town stone to me for integration. Upon completion, you shall automatically be inducted as a villager, Wu Liang elucidated. One moment, Gan Siyun responded, turning towards her residence. After a period of rummaging, she proceeded to dismantle her dwelling entirely. Wu Liang paid it no mind, as he possessed an abundance of timber and stone. While Gan Siyun was occupied, he circumambulated the island, noting the complete absence of resources. It was evident that the new regulations would only take effect after midnight, at which point the resources would be replenished. Done. Here you are, Gan Siyun exclaimed, approaching Wu Liang and handing him the town stone. Silently, Wu Liang accepted the town-suppressing stone, merging it seamlessly with his village founding token. A game notification resonated in Gan Siyun's ears, and a channel for Yeoman Village materialized on her gaming interface. Oh, I've got an extra channel, Gan Siyun exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she navigated the interface. Indeed, there are rules and laws within that you may peruse, Wu Liang responded tersely, before accessing the house upgrade page. Game notification. Timber -1,000, stone -500, iron -100, copper -200. Game notification. Humble residents constructed a radiant light engulfed the island, and Wu Liang's abode expanded as if unfolding from a two-dimensional plane, with the surrounding corals and orchid trees gracefully receding. As the light subsided, the house had doubled in size. Magnificent. Splendid, Gan Siyun voiced, awestruck by the sight before her. Come, allow me to escort you on a tour, Wu Liang beckoned, stepping towards the residence. Gan Siyun followed closely behind. Astonishing, so many chambers. And a courtyard too. Ugh, that spider is unsightly, Gan Siyun exclaimed in admiration, her curiosity leading her to scrutinize every detail. The thought of residing here in the future filled her with uncontainable joy. Wu Liang, however, remained impassive. The residence now boasted 6 additional chambers and a courtyard. The front yard was now solely a grand hall, with all the chambers and sanitary facilities situated in the rear courtyard. The planting base, the meat forest, and the azure well were all situated in the backyard, leaving only the beast cages and the mining area in the front yard. With the rearrangement of the rooms, Wu Liang found it difficult to discern which was his own. He promptly led Gan Siyun towards the main chamber in the rear courtyard. Indeed, this was his bedroom. Wu Liang chose not to take Xiaolan outside, instead allowing it to remain in the sanctuary of his room. Clearly startled by the upgraded surroundings, Xiaolan rushed into Wu Liang's embrace upon seeing him, its expression one of sheer panic. It's all right, there's nothing to worry about, Wu Liang reassured, gently caressing Xiaolan's fish-like head. Wow, this adorable creature is far more captivating than it appeared in the videos. May I touch it? Gan Siyun inquired, moving closer to Xiaolan. The little creature showed no signs of shyness, permitting Gan Siyun to handle it with curiosity, observing the being that resembled its master. Noticing Xiaolan's comfort, Gan Siyun swiftly seized it from Wu Liang's arms, cradling it and giving it a good squeeze. Wu Liang's lips twitched slightly. This little girl was indeed quite familiar. You may choose a room to serve as your bedroom. The bathroom is equipped with a shower if you wish to cleanse yourself. Really? I haven't bathed in ages. I feel utterly filthy, Gan Siyun exclaimed with delight. As I mentioned I would gift you something. Here, as a toothbrush for you, Wu Liang jested, producing a toothbrush and presenting it to Gan Siyun. He had previously acquired 2 toothbrushes, using one for himself, and the second had been kept in his storage bracelet. Martial God, you are rather stingy, aren't you? Surely, this toothbrush cannot be one you have used, Gan Siyun remarked with a peculiar expression directed at Wu Liang. I was merely jesting. This toothbrush is unused and is yours to keep. There is toothpaste in the bathroom. After you wash up, we shall continue our discussion. Do you have a towel? If not, feel free to use mine. I don't mind, Wu Liang said with a mischievous grin. Gan Siyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted. I don't mind either. Where's the bathroom? Wu Liang surveyed the surroundings and noticed a small room beside his bedroom. Upon entering and opening the door, he confirmed, "This is it. The item on the far right is for drying off. You may use it if you wish." With a bashful demeanor, Gan Siyun slipped into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Meanwhile, Wu Liang explored the backyard, familiarizing himself with the layout of the estate. He selected the most secluded 2 rooms and stored the remaining wood and stones inside, repurposing them as a storage space. In less than 10 minutes, Gan Siyun emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair cascading casually over her shoulders, nearly causing Wu Liang to shed tears of admiration. "Brother Wu, where's my gift?" Gan Siyun approached, reaching out for her present. "You are only at level 3 now. When you reach level 5, I shall bestow upon you a truly remarkable item. For the moment, I will give you a set of basic swordsmanship skills he had already planned." "Basic swordsmanship? I previously obtained martial arts, and my proficiency is merely at 20, Gan Siyun replied, sticking out her tongue. "Let us not rush. First, you should select your bedroom." Gan Siyun gestured toward the small room adjacent to Wu Liang's bedroom. "I shall reside here," she proclaimed. Wu Liang nodded in agreement and accompanied Gan Siyun to the designated chamber. "You may place your belongings within. However, I lack cotton. You will need to procure 24 units to craft fabric." His cotton seeds had yet to mature, leaving him without surplus cotton for cloth production. "Not a problem, Brother Wu Liang. Please assist me in crafting a rare golden wind sword first." Gan Siyun nonchalantly produced a collection of materials. Wu Liang regarded her with a peculiar expression. "Impressive. I did not anticipate your wealth." "Hee, isn't this what you taught me about pre-sales?" "I simply followed your lead," she replied with a playful grin. "Brother Wu Liang, I could acquire an exquisite hand crossbow. Do you require one?" Wu Liang shook his head, confident that his water arrow technique rivaled that of a fine hand crossbow. Accepting the materials handed to him by Gan Siyun, he set about crafting a golden wind sword. "Your equipment is nearly on par with mine," Wu Liang remarked in astonishment. "Yet you still lack my exceptional shoes," Gan Siyun observed, clearly noting the distinctiveness of Wu Liang's footwear. Chapter 44 Level 8. Indulging in ice cream, there are a total of 320 elemental crystals, along with 20 gold ingots, silver ingots, and animal skins. If you require supplies, I can assist you in crafting them, Wu Liang remarked nonchalantly. Gan Siyun was taken aback after hearing this. "Isn't that an excessive amount?" Wu Liang offered a slight smile, choosing not to respond. At present, he possessed over 300 of each elemental crystal. This quantity was trivial in comparison. After a casual exchange, Gan Siyun had successfully procured the cotton. Wu Liang accepted the cotton she handed him and subsequently crafted an opulent soft bed. "That room is designated for training. I have already placed the foundational swordsmanship lessons therein. You may begin your studies shortly." Wu Liang indicated toward the side chamber and continued. "You should rest for now. I shall not intrude upon your respite." As it was still early, he could afford a moment for meditation. "What about my fruit?" Gan Siyun pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Wu Liang. "Ha, I completely forgot." Wu Liang chuckled awkwardly. "Come, let me treat you to something delightful." With that, he led Gan Siyun into the kitchen. "Wow, what a well-equipped kitchen," Gan Siyun exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Wu Liang with a pitiful expression. "Brother Wu, may I please use your kitchen? I beg you." Wu Liang had initially brought her to the kitchen with a different intention and responded with a smile. "Absolutely. And you are welcome to enjoy any of my food. However, I do have a small condition." With a wary gaze, Gan Siyun clutched at her collar, her eyes fixed on Wu Liang. "What do you intend? You can't possibly think you can bribe me with mere sustenance." Wu Liang, between amusement and exasperation, retorted. "What are you imagining? I simply wish for you to assist me and Xiaolon with the daily preparation of meals. In return, you're welcome to avail yourself of anything within my residence." The daily chore of cooking had become tiresome, and since Gan Siyun desired to reside in his abode, he might as well put her skills to use. "Oh, is that all? Then I accept." Gan Siyun nodded in haste. Seeing Gan Siyun's ready agreement, Wu Liang opened the refrigerator's freezer compartment and pulled it open, revealing 20 neatly arranged snow cream fruits within. "Wow, what are those? They look absolutely delectable." Gan Siyun gazed longingly at the snow cream fruits in the refrigerator. "These are snow cream fruits," Wu Liang said, retrieving 3. With a knife, he sliced them open, revealing the snowy white flesh within, reminiscent of pristine cream. Xiaolon looked up with curiosity, seemingly imploring for a taste as well. "You won't be forgotten." Wu Liang smiled gently, taking 2 spoons from the chopstick holder and handing one to Gan Siyun. "One for each of us." Taking a spoon, He gently scooped out a portion to taste. It melted upon contact with the tongue, indeed possessing the flavor of ice cream. Not bad at all. Xiaolan, equally eager, released bubbles that enveloped the snow cream fruit, consuming it piece by piece. Icy and delightful. This is so yummy. I must save half for my mother. Mother? It was inevitable that his family, like everyone else worldwide, had been thrust into the abyssal sea realm. In contrast, he was utterly alone, with few acquaintances in his daily life. As of now, those few friends hadn't sought him out, likely having already been annihilated. Wu Liang was quite pleased with Gan Siyun's measured demeanor. She knew when to accept and when to decline, refraining from asking him for another. He retrieved another from the refrigerator and offered it to Gan Siyun. Give this to your mother. Consider it a gift from me to your aunt. Wu Liang was not a stingy person, especially since Gan Siyun would essentially be one of his own people from now on. Really? Thank you so much, big brother Wu. Gan Siyun gazed at Wu Liang with gratitude. After finishing the ice cream, Wu Liang escorted Gan Siyun on a stroll through the backyard, explaining the purpose of each item in the yard. Afterward, he went to the front yard alone, empowered by the game's bonus of double experience. Wu Liang harvested another wave of abyssal sea mother spiders. Both he and Little Blue gained 60 experience points. Unexpectedly, Little Blue also receives the double experience bonus. A hint of delight arose in Wu Liang's heart. With the time still before 9 o'clock, Wu Liang turned and returned to his bedroom. The individuals in the regional channel were still in fervent discussion, speculating about the situation between Gan Siyun and Wu Liang. But neither of them logged on to make an appearance, leaving everyone with a gnawing sense of unease. Wu Liang did not open the game interface, directly entering a meditative state. Time elapsed imperceptibly, and Wu Liang felt a distension in his meridians, indicating that his meditation had reached its limit. Having concluded his meditation, Wu Liang accessed the game interface. A duration of 3 hours had elapsed, yielding an increment of 60 experience points. The doubled experience rate was contingent upon vanquishing monsters. Currently at level 8, with an additional 30 experience points, he aspired to transcend level 10 today. Wu Liang, in a state of elation, reveled in the sensation of leveling up effortlessly. Alighting from the bed, he reached out to embrace Xiaolan affectionately. He mused whether Gan Siyun had prepared the meal. With this contemplation, Wu Liang proceeded towards the kitchen. Indeed, Gan Siyun, adorned with an apron, was diligently engaged in culinary endeavors. Brother Wu, you've arrived? Gan Siyun turned her head and smiled at Wu Liang. Please, be seated for a moment. The meal will be ready forthwith. The kitchen was permeated with the aroma of the dishes. Wu Liang inhaled deeply, his oral cavity copiously secreting saliva. Shortly thereafter, the delectable meal was served. Steaming fragrant rice, accompanied by stir-fried crystal cabbage with pork and a pot of fish soup. Miss Gan, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Wu Liang devoured the meal with gusto. Brother Wu, you're being too polite. Henceforth, address me as Siyun. Gan Siyun, engrossed in her meal, responded indistinctly without raising her head. Very well. The two individuals partook of a hearty meal. Contentedly patting his stomach, Wu Liang retrieved 3 milk fruits from the refrigerator. This is milk fruit. It can be consumed as milk. Gan Siyun, her eyes reddening, gazed at Wu Liang. Brother Wu, thank you. This marks the first time since my arrival that I've had such a sumptuous meal. As the tearful Gan Siyun looked on, Wu Liang wore a face of utter panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. It's nothing. Please don't be like this. With a chuckle, Gan Siyun found amusement in Wu Liang's flustered state. I'm perfectly fine, merely feeling a bit sentimental. Brother Wu, you are simply adorable. Wu Liang's lips twitched in bemusement. Indeed, the adage holds true. A woman's mood can shift like the weather in June. Adorable? He pondered, bewildered. At that moment, the island trembled gently and came to a halt. The clock struck 12. Let us proceed. It is time to gather supplies. With renewed vigor, Wu Liang finished his milk fruit drink and rose to his feet. With you by my side, Brother Wu, I am certain we shall reap great rewards today. Gan Siyun stood up, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The duo swiftly exited the courtyard. Wu Liang glanced sideways and noticed that Gan Siyun's fishing rod was of excellent quality. Brother Wu, which direction will you choose? Let us diverge for now. I rely on intuition. I will circle around first and head in whichever direction feels right. Wu Liang fabricated, concealing the truth about his luck-enhancing system, which remained his greatest secret. By weaving this tale, he hoped to avoid future complications. Chapter 45. The Amethyst Gilded Chest. Two legendary items. An unassuming wooden chest lies ahead, devoid of any immediate peril. A copper chest is situated yonder, currently occupied by a solitary, slumbering enchanted sea turtle. Driftwood is visible in the distance. However, your lumber reserves are already substantial. A lustrous silver chest is positioned ahead, with no apparent threats in its vicinity. An exquisite amethyst gilded chest presents itself, guarded by a lone, yet easily dispatched, enchanted sea wolf. An upgraded grappling hook is necessary to secure the chest. An amethyst gilded chest. Wu Liang halted abruptly, his gaze fixated upon the sea's first offering of such magnitude. Disregarding the sea wolf, he swiftly accessed the upgrade interface for his refined grappling hook. Selection confirmed. Upgrade initiated. System notification. Gold ingots -10. Wind crystals -2, crystalline shards -2, iron marrow -2. System notification. The impeccable grappling hook has been successfully forged. As the radiant glow subsided, the grappling hook in Wu Liang's grasp transformed into a resplendent, golden artifact, adorned with arcane patterns. The impeccable grappling hook, an instrument of unparalleled craftsmanship, capable of securing any resource with absolute certainty. Reach, 20 units. Non-upgradable. Is this the ultimate iteration of the grappling hook? Wu Liang mused, clutching the artifact firmly. He inhaled deeply, casting the hook into the mist-laden expanse. With a tautening of the line, the amethyst gilded chest and its lupin guardian were effortlessly drawn toward him. Glacial imprisonment, Wu Liang declared, raising his right hand. The sea wolf was instantly encased in a prison of ice. Gan Siyun, situated to the south, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her sightline obstructed by Wu Liang's estate. Wu Liang exhaled gently into his cupped hands before crouching down to unlock the resplendent purple-gold treasure chest. Game notification. Crystal of gold 10. Game notification. Crystal of wood 10. Game notification. Rare element ring blueprint 1. Game notification. Rare feathered set 1. Triggered 100-fold fortune amplification, additionally acquiring the original Thunder Step 1. As the brilliance of the purple gold chest dimmed, a plethora of resources erupted forth. At the top lay 2 blueprints and a stone tablet. Wu Liang's breath quickened as he eagerly grasped the blueprints and began to study them. Thunder Step, as swift as thunder, akin to a flash of lightning, a rare technique of movement. Requirements. Thunder Crystal 35220. Level 10. This technique of movement is a vital asset for survival. It seems I must reach level 10 today. Wu Liang gathered the resources scattered on ground, clutching the ice-encased body of the magic sea wolf as he strolled around the island, eventually arriving beside Gan Siyun. Gan Siyun had just reeled in a silver treasure chest, precisely the one Wu Liang had first noted. Brother Wu, why do you carry the frozen corpse of a creature? Gan Siyun inquired curiously as she collected the resources from the ground. I took a stroll and could only catch this magic sea wolf. What level are you at now? Level 3. And I'm confident I will reach level 4 today. Gan Siyun replied with palpable excitement. This magic sea wolf is merely frozen, not dead yet. You may slay it, Wu Liang suggested. Wu Liang circled around the island, surrounded by lingering mist and a few silver treasure chests that no longer held any allure for him. The creatures of the Demon Sea were all of levels 3 and 4. He was now prepared to venture into the depths of the ocean. He would rather entrust the Demon Sea Wolf to Gan Siyun for the enhancement of her strength. He was indifferent to the experience points. For me? Gan Siyun exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself. Indeed, my level far surpasses that of the Demon Sea Wolf. This modest experience is inconsequential. It would be more beneficial for you to gain strength. I certainly do not wish for my first villager to perish inexplicably. Wu Liang nodded and cast the Demon Sea Wolf onto the ground. Gan Siyun wasted no words and plunged her sword into the frozen creature. The Demon Sea Wolf yielded 10 white jade coins, which Wu Liang promptly collected. A total of 100 experience points. Leveled up. Gan Siyun exclaimed joyfully. Leaping into the air, Wu Liang was not surprised, as they both enjoyed the benefit of double experience. Be cautious while fishing for sea beasts. I do not wish to return only to find you missing. Return? Gan Siyun responded, her face a canvas of confusion. Yes. I will prepare to dive into the sea shortly, but I shall return before the island shifts. Brother Wooly, do you have diving equipment? Could you take me with you? I am eager to see what lies beneath the waves. Gansi Yin said, her excitement palpable. Wu Liang shook his head. Your current strength is too feeble. The depths of the ocean would pose too great a danger for you. Oh. Gansi Yin acknowledged the vast disparity in their strengths and refrained from pressing the matter further. After 2 o'clock, you should proceed to the front yard, where the sea mother spider within the beast cage can summon 30 little spiders. Defeating them will enhance your experience, and your current strength is adequate to face this challenge. Wu Liang, with a grave expression, continued, remember, do not slay the sea mother spider. It is a rare creature for leveling up. Later, you may simply feed it 2 pieces of meat. As he prepared to venture into the sea, he pondered that keeping the sea mother spider would be a waste, and it would be more beneficial for Gansi Yun to gain experience. Another creature for leveling up? Gansi Yun's voice rose several octaves. Since encountering Wu Liang, her astonishment had been unceasing. There is no need for such alarm. You might encounter similar creatures in the future. Should that happen, be sure to capture them. Just exercise caution. Wu Liang reiterated his advice, then turned and returned to the mansion. He needed to forge the 2 legendary pieces of equipment he had just acquired. He opened the crafting page. Legendary elemental ring. Gold crystals 38660. Wood crystals 36960. Water crystals 38760. Fire crystals 38240. Earth crystals 36160. Wind crystals 35760. Lightning crystals 37260. Ice crystals 39460. Silver ingots 8210. Sea Jade, 1210, legendary feathered set. Gold crystals 38660, wood crystals 36960, water crystals 38760, fire crystals 38240, earth crystals 36160, wind crystals 357100, lightning crystals 37260, ice crystals 39460, silver ingots 8240, gold ingots 7940. Beast hide 2620. Wu Liang elected to forge both items. A substantial quantity of materials was consumed. Before him materialized a verdant ring and a pristine ensemble of attire. Legendary elemental ring. An exceedingly precious ring that enhances the casting speed of the 8 elemental spells and accelerates the restoration of vital energy. Legendary feathered set. An exceptionally valuable combat set, imbued with the power of flight, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities sustained by vital energy, and possessing a self-cleaning function. Wu Liang eagerly donned the elemental ring and changed into the feathered set, rendering the windwing set obsolete. The feathered set fit impeccably. At Wu Liang's mental command, the wing-like patterns on the back of the feathered set illuminated, and 2 ethereal wings, each approximately 2 meters in length, unfurled, moving not with the slightest resistance, but as extensions of his very limbs. Wu Liang proceeded to the courtyard. With a gentle flap of his wings, he soared effortlessly into the sky. Chapter 46. Re-entering the abyss, the sea snail in the midst of idleness. The little blue creature, feeling somewhat bored, was aimlessly hovering in the air. Upon noticing Wu Liang take flight, it instantly became invigorated, flitting around him out of sheer curiosity. Let us first test the flight capabilities, Wu Liang thought to himself. With a mere flicker of his mind, he activated his wings. Whoosh! As the wings began to flap with increased vigor, Wu Liang transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring through the air. Up, down, forward, backward, left, right. His speed was astonishing, and his agility surpassed even that of his running on solid ground. After a couple of minutes of experimentation, Wu Liang gradually mastered the controls, becoming increasingly adept. The little blue creature, intrigued, chased after him in the sky, but could not catch up. Upon observing Wu Liang come to a halt, it whimsically circled around him. Indeed, he was swifter than when he ran on the ground, with the ability to accelerate. With a smile, Wu Liang descended and retracted his wings. He estimated that at a normal flying pace, his energy could sustain him for approximately 30 minutes. The more energy he infused, the swifter he became, yet the consumption was rather substantial. The little blue creature continued to orbit around Wu Liang, its simplistic fish brain unable to comprehend how the wings had vanished. It was time to venture into the depths of the ocean. However, first, he decided to list the wind wing set for sale. Wu Liang murmured to himself. He accessed the trading center and placed the wind wing set on the market, setting the price at 25 arbitrary crystal stones, visible only to players in the region. Such rare equipment had not yet appeared on the market, making Wu Liang's offering unique. 16 single crystals are required, not including other materials. Thus, 25 crystals are not exorbitant. Wu Liang called out to Xiaolan and stepped towards the exit. Suddenly, the game's notification rang in his ears, and 25 crystals materialized before him. So swift, Wu Liang was taken aback and opened the transaction record, clearly noting that it was a purchase by Taewon. So was him. Taewon had also pre-sold a batch of exquisite equipment last night, and 25 crystals were trivial for him. Guan Xiyun was crouched on the ground, dissecting the remains of a sea creature. Upon hearing the commotion, she sprang to her feet, alert and vigilant. "Brother Wu, is the attire you are wearing diving gear?" "No," Wu Liang replied, shaking his head. "You continue with your work. I shall descend into the sea first." "Is that your newly crafted set? Is it superior to the Windwing set? Could it be of legendary quality?" Guan Xiyun inquired excitedly, gasping as her own speculation astonished her once more. Wu Liang cast a sidelong glance at her. "Goodness, you have said it all. How can I respond now?" "Well, if your resources are sufficient, I can assist you in crafting. This is what we agreed upon. You should go gather the materials first." Guan Xiyun nodded vigorously, her face alight with enthusiasm, and hurried off to collect resources. "Shoes require over 300 crystals. What about that set?" Guan Xiyun's heart surged with excitement. Wu Liang equipped his diving apparatus, and under the fervent gaze of Guan Xiyun, he and Xiaolan plunged into the depths of the sea. After a brief passage of time, Xiaolan led Wu Liang to the depths of the sea. With a powerful punch, he shattered a bubble and surveyed his surroundings. "Do not attempt to advance. You shall gain nothing. In this direction resides a foolish demon sea flower serpent. Its lair conceals an iron treasure chest. Ahead lies an injured demon sea snail man, whose shell carries a multitude of items. You may choose to slay it for its bounty or engage in trade. Should you opt for the former, there is a significant chance it will escape. It is far too perilous. In this direction lurks a demon sea dragon, capable of obliterating you with a single breath." An injured demon sea snail man? Wu Liang was somewhat taken aback. The level of the demon sea snail man is not fixed. Even the weakest possess a minimum level of 5, and they are known for their penchant for treasure hunting, making them the most common merchants in the demon sea realm. Intelligent and reputable, they exhibit a strong sense of crisis, swiftly burrowing into the seabed's silt at the slightest hint of danger, though they are notably physically frail. Among the 4 directions, it was evident that the path toward the demon sea snail man was the most promising choice. He did not intend to slay the snail man, as he had no confidence in his ability to do so. However, perhaps he could attempt to trade. He happened to possess healing potions, which might yield unexpected rewards. Even if trade proved impossible, merely encountering a demon sea snail man would be worthwhile. He instructed Xiaolan to refrain from displaying hostility for the time being and swiftly swam toward the location of the snail man. After several minutes of swimming, Wu Liang noticed an unsightly creature a few meters away. Behind it lay a colossal orbicular carapace, mirroring that of a snail as it perched beside a coral. Its features contorted in a grimace. The shell enveloped its form, its diminutive legs scarcely exceeding 30 centimeters. Its skin, a predominantly umber hue, was corrugated, and antennae sprouted from its cranium, its visage etched with wrinkles. A grievous wound marred its arm, with blood seeping forth. Upon perceiving a disturbance, the marine snailkin hastily rose, its arms swiftly retreating into its shell, its legs disappearing into the seabed with uncanny ease, leaving only the gargantuan carapace visible. Rather than fleeing forthwith, it cautiously surveyed Wu Liang and Little Blue, poised to abscond at the slightest provocation. Wu Liang and Little Blue remained stationary on the seabed. Little Blue chirped, its voice gentle and imbued with benevolence. "Greetings." Wu Liang produced a stone bowl containing a layer of dark, viscous salve. "I harbor no ill intent. This is a curative unguent. I merely seek to engage in a transaction with you. Observe, I wield no weapon." Wu Liang offered what he believed to be a genial smile. The marine snailkin, evidently recognizing the salve, betrayed a flicker of interest, yet remained vigilant, uttering a series of unintelligible sounds. Wu Liang could not decipher a single inflection. "Little Blue, can you communicate with it? Convey to it that I wish to exchange the salve for something it possesses." He could only place his hopes on Little Blue. Little Blue shook its head, chirping. Wu Liang, feeling somewhat helpless, pointed to his healing medicine, and then gestured towards the shell of the sea demon snail. The sea demon snail, understanding Wu Liang's intention, hesitated for a moment before twisting its body. It rummaged through its shell and produced an ancient, pitch-black tome. It pointed to Wu Liang's healing medicine and then to its own book. Although Wu Liang was unaware of the book's contents, he could tell by its appearance that it was something valuable. "Very well, I shall trade with you." Wu Liang nodded and tossed the stone bowl to the sea demon snail. It was merely a portion of healing medicine, but offering it to the sea demon snail could foster trust and establish a foundation for cooperation. The sea demon snail accepted the stone bowl, first inhaling its aroma before scooping out a portion and swiftly applying it to its left arm. Its arm was soon coated with a thick layer of healing ointment, and it casually tossed the book to Wu Liang. Wu Liang caught it. Game hint: Sea Demon World Universal Language Teaching Book 1. The text on the cover was incomprehensible, resembling distorted characters. Sea Demon World Universal Language Teaching Book, crafted by the language masters of the sea demon snails. This book is suitable for most sea-dwelling creatures and, once utilized, grants immediate proficiency in the universal tongue of the sea demon world. Chapter 47. Universal Language: The Demon Sea Snail Creature, with its multitude of eyes, eagerly presented the teaching book to Wu Liang. Upon lifting his gaze, he heard the creature chattering animatedly, gesturing incessantly as if urging Wu Liang to learn. It had already removed the plaster from its left arm, revealing a completely healed wound, leaving only a patch of tender skin. The effectiveness was astonishing. Wu Liang felt a twinge of surprise. The demon sea snail continued to scratch its head and gesticulate fervently, attempting to convey the importance of learning. Without further delay, Wu Liang silently chanted "use." In an instant, the light patterns on the surface of the Universal Language Teaching Book began to glow brightly. The creature danced with joy. The teaching book transformed into a beam of black light and penetrated Wu Liang's mind. He momentarily lost focus as an array of strange characters and pronunciations surged into his memory. Hey, have you learned it? Can you understand my words?" The demon sea snail called out loudly from several meters away at the ocean floor, waving its arms animatedly. Regaining his composure, Wu Liang smiled faintly and replied, "I've learned it. This is quite remarkable." The demon sea snail beamed with pride. Of course, the Universal Language Teaching Book is a rare treasure, crafted by the language masters of our kind. Given the exceptional efficacy of the healing medicine you traded, I was willing to share it with you. Typically, mastering the universal language requires a gradual approach, and completing this entire book could take years. Rubbing its hands together with a grin, the creature added, "Now, could you perhaps provide me with another dose of that healing medicine?" It appeared that there was an ulterior motive at play. "No problem. I can provide you with a healing potion, and we can continue our trade." Wu Liang produced another healing potion and handed it over with a smile, asking, "Do you possess any other valuable items, perhaps crystals or special materials?" The sea snail demon displayed a flicker of resentment, growling, "This expedition has been unfortunate. I encountered a group of shark people who not only injured me, but also stole many of my treasures. Thank you for the healing potion." The sea snail demon tossed a jade token to Wu Liang and waved his hand, preparing to leave. Before departing, he inquired, "May I ask you a question? What is the sea demon world truly like?" Wu Liang hastily posed his query. The sea snail demon paused, scoffing, "The sea demon world is vast. Our current location is on the periphery. If you head eastward, you may perhaps find Dragon City. Only by reaching Dragon City can one encounter civilization. The periphery is inhabited solely by sea beasts. You must be a wanderer from the central continent on the surface. How could you be unaware of this? Never mind. It's not my concern. I'm off." With a swift motion, the sea snail demon vanished before Wu Liang's eyes. Dragon City? Central continent? Wu Liang pondered the information imparted by the sea snail demon. Dragon City, the celestial empire, civilization, and the periphery only sea beasts in the periphery? It seems that even among the creatures of the sea demon, a hierarchy exists. Humans from the central continent? Is it true that there are other humans in this world? Are there other continents as well? What might exist on those other continents? The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. Wu Liang temporarily set aside the doubts that lingered in his mind. His island continued its journey eastward, and he believed that one day it would meet its destination. A sense of urgency washed over him. Who could predict how these civilizations would regard individuals like him? Before anything else, enhancing his own strength was of utmost importance. Wu Liang lowered his gaze to retrieve the jade tablet that the sea demon snail had cast aside moments ago. Game prompt. Reputation Trading Token 1. Reputation Trading Token. Originating from the sea demon snail, these tokens are bestowed only upon trustworthy buyers. With this token, future encounters with other sea demon snails will guarantee their unwavering trust in you. Could this be considered an endorsement from the sea demon snails? Wu Liang carefully stored the token in his storage bracelet. Which path should he choose? Ahead lies the territory of the sea venomous eel, teeming with toxic creatures that could suffocate you, little blue sister. There is a cave up ahead, containing an iron treasure chest. You will encounter a multi-eyed sea demon. Avoid making eye contact, for it may lead to your mental unraveling. Its lair conceals unexpected treasures. The multi-eyed sea demon, an 8th-level sea creature, its body is covered in a multitude of eyes, ensuring it can see from every direction. It possesses a long, slender tongue, its primary means of attack, albeit somewhat feeble. Gazing into its eyes induces a gradual descent into madness, eroding one's willpower. The stronger the mind, the longer one can endure. Its vulnerability lies in its massive size and sluggish movement. The visage of the multi-eyed sea demon is rather grotesque, a veritable nightmare for those afflicted with trypophobia. What delightful surprises could await me? With a subtle gesture, Wu Liang moistened his lips. His senses were exquisitely attuned. By merely discerning the ocean currents, he felt assured in his ability to vanquish the formidable many-eyed abomination of the sea. It is this creature, Wu Liang affirmed with resolve. However, prior to venturing towards the many-eyed abomination's lair, he deemed it necessary to caution Little Blue. The creature possessed an insatiable curiosity, and Wu Liang wished to avoid any imprudent upward gazes that might complicate their task. Little Blue, Wu Liang intoned solemnly, remain closely behind me. When I halt, immediately close your eyes and refrain from looking about aimlessly. Little Blue responded, its caudal fin oscillating in acquiescence, its gaze fixed obediently upon Wu Liang. Heed my words, Wu Liang reiterated, imparting a veiled threat. Should you defy my instructions, your evening repast shall be forfeited. Little Blue chirped, its expression now tinged with trepidation. It promptly shielded its eyes with its pectoral fins. Let's proceed, Wu Liang declared, as he propelled himself towards the domain of the many-eyed abomination. Before long, a colossal cavern loomed into view. Wu Liang ceased his advance, standing firm on the seabed, and addressed Little Blue, who lingered beside him. Little Blue, close your eyes. Remain here, and do not stir. After careful consideration, Wu Liang concluded that Little Blue's presence might introduce an element of peril. The currents generated by its movements could disrupt his perception, and should Little Blue succumb to its inquisitiveness and open its eyes, their mission would be jeopardized. Little Blue promptly sealed its eyes shut, remaining motionless and compliant, lest Wu Liang make good on his threat to withhold its evening sustenance. Wu Liang, his gaze lowered, advanced cautiously towards the cavern's maw. The aperture spanned approximately 10 meters in breadth. Wu Liang approached the mouth of the cave, unsheathed the golden wind sword, and, with his eyes closed, ventured into the depths of the cavern. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Relying solely on his instincts, Wu Liang cautiously navigated his way forward. Suddenly, he sensed the current of water intensifying ahead. He swiftly turned his body and struck in the direction of the flowing water. With a splashing sound, he felt the golden wind sword slice through a fleshy object. A tremendous wail echoed not far ahead. Instinctively, Wu Liang was compelled to open his eyes, but then realized the folly of this impulse. Cursing under his breath, he bit back the urge to open his eyes and charge toward the source of the sound. The ocean's waters pressed against his body, yet his speed remained nearly as swift as it had been at level 5. With a resounding thud, Wu Liang collided with a soft mass. It was the multi-eyed monster of the demon sea. A jolt of apprehension surged through him as he raised the golden wind sword and thrust it forward. Chapter 48. The purple gold treasure chest, the undersea mermaid tribe, the multi-eyed monster of the abyss responded, its long tongue shooting towards Wu Liang once more. Sensing the swift current to his left, Wu Liang tilted his head to the right to evade. With relentless precision, the golden wind sword pierced into the creature's body. A piercing shriek erupted from the multi-eyed monster. Its tongue struck Wu Liang's shoulder, causing an immediate sensation of heaviness. followed by an unsettling stillness. Was that it? No wonder the marine creature compendium noted the multi-eyed monster's attacks as somewhat feeble. This was indeed pathetically weak. The multi-eyed monster continued to wail, its rotund body writhing in distress. Wu Liang swiftly sidestepped to the left, drawing the golden wind sword out of the creature's body as he did so. I spell. Water, arrow spell. Water, arrow spell. A barrage of spells struck the multi-eyed monster's form. Game notification. Experience 20. Game notification. Pet Shaolin experience 2. Upon hearing the game notifications, Wu Liang ceased his assault and gradually opened his eyes. Blood poured from the creature, mingling with the seawater and swiftly dispersing around him. The corpse of the multi-eyed monster lay on the ocean floor, its tongue hanging limply from its mouth. A gaping wound marred its plump body, a steady stream of blood flowing forth, with entrails sprawling about. In an unexpected twist, the multi-eyed monster dropped a blueprint for crafting sunglasses. To drop one's own countermeasure is truly remarkable. Stifling his nausea, Wu Liang crouched down to disassemble the corpse. Game hint. Flesh of the abyssal multi-eyed creature 12. Game hint. Height of the abyssal multi-eyed creature 4. Game hint. Sea beast blood 3L. Game hint. Eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed creature 50. To his surprise, despite its unappealing appearance, the flesh of the abyssal multi-eyed creature was quite delectable. Observing the description of the meat, Wu Liang felt a sense of astonishment. Eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed creature, one of the favored delicacies of marine life, rich in nutrition and succulent. Gazing at the eyeballs, each the size of cherry, Wu Liang stifled his revulsion and collected them. Although the description extolled their nutritional value, he felt no inclination towards them. The cave was illuminated only by a scant few diminutive corals emitting a gentle glow. The ground was overrun with dark purple flora, reminiscent of seaweed. Surprises? Wu Liang surveyed the cave, finding no treasure chests, only the dark purple plants. Could they be the source of the surprise? He approached swiftly. Game hint, abyssal tantan grass, inedible. Possesses special properties, relatively rare, non-toxic. Was this truly the surprise the European Emperor system had alluded to? Wu Liang pondered with some confusion. Regardless of its special properties, he crouched down and began to gather. Game hint, abyssal tantan grass 1. Game hint, abyssal tantan grass 1. Game hint, abyssal tantan grass seed 1. After a few minutes, he had harvested everything. In total, he acquired 218 plants and 5 seeds. After a thorough search, he confirmed that there were no omissions. Wu Liang swam out of the cave. Little Blue must be feeling quite anxious waiting. The current flows much faster than his pace. Not far away, Little Blue remains with his eyes tightly shut, obediently motionless on the seabed. Wu Liang swiftly swims to Little Blue's side and gently taps his fish head. Little Blue, open your eyes. Upon hearing this, Little Blue opens his eyes and affectionately rubs against Wu Liang's palm. Glancing at the time, it is just past 2 o'clock. Ample time remains. After tossing a few white jade coins into the submersible, Wu Liang gazes in 3 different directions. To the left lies a volcanic cluster, housing various trinkets. To the right, an empty expanse awaits. You shall find nothing. Ahead, you will encounter a purple gold treasure chest, the domain of the mermaid tribe of the Magic Sea. Approach them with no hostility. Attempt to barter for supplies, as unexpected treasures may arise. Once again, unexpected treasures surface. Wu Liang's lips twitch at the thought. The Magic Sea's multi-eyed creatures have yielded nothing but these enigmatic plants of unknown purpose. Nevertheless, he will not forsake the purple gold treasure chest. Resolutely, Wu Liang propels himself forward. His memories reveal no information regarding the Magic Sea mermaids in the Marine Life Compendium. After searching the compendium, he finds no corresponding results. As long as he harbors no malice, no danger shall befall him. The seabed, illuminated by the vibrant hues of the Magic Sea corals, dazzles with colors, while the occasional Magic Sea lanternfish swims past him. Wu Liang remains entirely uninterested, continuing his advance forward. Time stretches longer than he initially anticipated. After more than an hour had passed, Wu Liang finally spotted several rudimentary stone dwellings in the distance, presumably the abode of the merfolk of the abyss. The 30 or so stone houses were arranged in a circular formation, devoid of any enclosing walls or fences, which was understandable given their underwater location. With keen eyesight, Wu Liang swiftly identified the location of a golden chest. A faint purple glow emanated from a cluster of corals nearby, marking the spot of the coveted treasure. He quickly swam to the chest and opened it. Game notification. Gold crystal 20. Game notification. Wood crystal 20. Game notification. Water crystal 20. Game notification. Sensing technique 1. Game notification. Rare lighthouse blueprint 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck enhancement. Additionally, obtaining the golden arrow technique manuscript 1. Hearing some commotion from within the stone houses, Wu Liang hastily stowed away all his items. With a smile he considered to be congenial, he looked up to see several mermaids emerging swiftly from the dwellings. So these are the merfolk? His smile instantly froze, for they were entirely different from his expectations. Clad in somewhat tattered leather armor, they were both male and female, armed with long spears and eyeing him warily. With fish heads and human bodies, they bore 2 short fins protruding from their backs. If one were to disregard their heads, they could easily be mistaken for humans. Greetings. There is no need for alarm. Greetings. I am Wu Liang, a merchant traveler from the central continent, here to explore your lands. Though not the mere folk he envisioned, he opted to extend a gesture of goodwill. Unaware of the true extent of their capabilities, Wu Liang reasoned that a friendly approach might not only quell any potential hostility, but also open avenues for acquiring unique and valuable commodities. The recently unlocked amethyst treasure chest, amplified by the Emperor tier system, had already proven to be a lucrative venture, yet one can scarcely have an excess of resources. Greetings. I did not anticipate encountering esteemed visitors from the central continent in the outer reaches of the Devil Sea. I am Mu Qing, chieftain of the Devil Sea merfolk. The words were not uttered by the spear-wielding merfolk, but emanated from behind them. Wu Liang followed the sound, observing as the merfolk parted, bowing in deference. A resplendent mermaid, strikingly similar in appearance to a human, gracefully approached. Were it not for the 2 fins adorning her back, one might easily mistake her for a human being. Wu Liang was inwardly astounded by this unexpected situation. What could account for this mermaid's divergence from the others? Chapter 49. The exchange for the mermaids. Tears. Wu Liang quickly composed himself. I stumbled upon this place inadvertently, and hope I am not intruding upon your gathering. Wu Liang's expression bore a hint of conflict as he remarked, I see you and your kin that. Mu Qing chuckled softly. Do you think I resemble a human? Their strength is still feeble. Once they reach the 3rd tier of qi refining, they will be on par with me. The 3rd tier of qi refining? Wu Liang silently noted this term. Indeed, this world does not categorize strength by mere levels, and he wondered how it corresponded to other ranks. I see. I have misunderstood. Wu Liang smiled and nodded as more mermaids emerged from the stone chamber, numbering around 30. They possessed fish heads and human bodies, quietly observing Wu Liang, whispering and exchanging hushed comments. Wu Liang's gaze met theirs without a trace of fear. He boldly held their stare. Mu Qing, can you discern my strength? Wu Liang inquired cautiously once more. Of course. Are you not a 1st-tier qi refiner? I have never encountered such a weak human before. Mu Qing replied with a smile. 1st tier. Wu Liang noted this and swiftly asked, have you seen other humans? 50 years ago, my mother took me to Long City, where I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of one. Wu Liang's smile froze again. So Mu Qing has grown so much. She hardly appears so, though perhaps she is still considered young among the merfolk. How did you come to this place? Were you accompanied by an elder? By all accounts, your prowess should not have brought you here, Merking inquired with curiosity. Ahem, you have already discerned my identity. I am merely a wandering merchant, traversing the land and thus arriving at this place. Do you have any needs? I can offer you a variety of goods, food, water, or other items. Wu Liang coughed lightly, swiftly shifting the topic. Water? We have no need for that. We reside beneath the sea and are accustomed to consuming seawater. Merking stated with utmost seriousness. So, it turns out seawater is simply undrinkable for us. Wu Liang murmured in astonishment. What? It's nothing, Wu Liang replied with a smile. Do you require food? I possess an abundance of delectable provisions. May we sample them? Certainly. Splendid. If they prove satisfactory, we would be inclined to trade with you. Merking blinked her bright eyes earnestly and added, do avoid any attempts at poisoning. I will be able to detect it. Rest assured, Wu Liang would never engage in such folly. After all, they have already claimed to be weak. To poison them would be an act of self-sabotage. Moreover, what benefit would there be in harming them? However, it is noteworthy that these merfolk exhibit a remarkable lack of cunning. stating their intentions so plainly. With a spark of inspiration, Wu Liang extracted a handful of eyeballs from the abyssal multi-eyed monster. According to the descriptions, the eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed monster are among the favored delicacies of creatures from the magical sea. It remains to be seen whether these merfolk would share the same taste. Upon beholding the abyssal multi-eyed beast's ocular orb produced by Wu Liang, the merfolk were instantly captivated, encircling him with fervent anticipation. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, her countenance radiant with delight. Is this truly an ocular orb from the abyssal multi-eyed beast? Its aroma is simply divine. Wu Liang was rendered speechless, unable to discern any semblance of fragrance. Approaching Mu Qing, he extended an orb towards her. Partake of its essence. Mu Qing regarded Wu Liang, then lowered her gaze to savor the aroma before consuming it in a single gulp. Exquisite. It has been an age since I last tasted the ocular orb of an abyssal multi-eyed beast. The remaining merfolk gazed longingly at the orbs held by Wu Liang. He gathered the remaining orbs, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Should you possess valuable treasures, I would be amenable to bartering all the ocular orbs of the abyssal multi-eyed beast. The bait had been cast, and the fish were drawn. Mu Qing pondered for a moment, then turned and retreated into the largest stone dwelling at the center. Shortly thereafter, she returned, bearing a crystalline orb of unparalleled clarity. This is a tear of our merfolk lineage. A single tear is shed but once in a lifetime. What is your assessment? Permit me to examine it. Wu Liang accepted the orb. Game notification. Rare merfolk tear 1. View details. Rare merfolk tear. Upon ingestion, one may dwell beneath the waves indefinitely, breathing freely in the submarine atmosphere. A treasure indeed. Truly a treasure. Wu Yang's heart swelled with jubilation, yet his countenance remained impassive. During the course of the transaction, one must conceal their true intentions from the other party. How should we proceed? Mu Qing inquired, her face etched with anxiety. It's feasible, Wu Liang replied expressionlessly, as he handed over all the eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed monster to Mu Qing. Splendid! Mu Qing exclaimed joyfully. The remaining individuals swiftly devoured the eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed monster. Thank you. The eyeballs of the abyssal multi-eyed monster are of great utility to our merfolk clan, though they are exceedingly rare. Wu Liang, you are truly a remarkable person. Mu Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Of great utility? The game description did not mention that. Wu Liang mused internally, yet he remained unconcerned. Each party took what they needed. Wu Liang did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered to converse further with Mu Qing. Unfortunately, they were isolated from the outside world, possessing scant knowledge of it. During this time, Wu Liang proposed another transaction. However, he did not possess the items the other party required. They had no need for crystal stones either. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. He gleaned from Mu Qing a general understanding of the hierarchy of realms, from the 1st to the 9th rank of Qi refiners. The 10th rank, the invincible realm. It is said that there are realms beyond the 10th rank, which Mu Qing was unaware of. If his assumptions were correct, Mu Qing could be considered a level 30 marine creature. Fortunately, he bore no ill will. Otherwise, he would likely have been struck down in an instant. Having completed his information gathering, Wu Liang began to assess the surroundings to determine the most suitable direction for his journey. There was no danger or resources to be found in the vicinity. It seemed he had no choice but to return. Wu Liang pondered for a moment before bidding farewell. Wu Liang, could you possibly stay? It was not Mu Qing, but rather another mermaid. The other mermaids also urged him to remain. My apologies, but my journey is still lengthy. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, Wu Liang casually remarked. His island was perpetually adrift, and returning along the same path seemed utterly hopeless. Farewell. May fate allow us to reunite. With a graceful turn, Wu Liang waved goodbye to the assembly of mermaids. Little Blue trailed closely behind him, glancing back repeatedly, feeling a tinge of reluctance. In the distance, a melodious song floated through the water. After swimming for a few minutes, Wu Liang arrived at a desolate seabed. It was time to test the effects of mermaid tears. He had always felt hesitant to conduct the experiment in front of the mermaid tribe, as consuming their tears in their presence felt rather peculiar. Little Blue, please create a bubble around me. Little Blue opened its mouth and exhaled a bubble, displacing the surrounding seawater to envelop Wu Liang's body. Only then did Wu Liang remove the transparent mask of his diving apparatus. With the protection of Little Blue's bubble, He no longer feared swallowing seawater. The bubble contained oxygen, albeit scarce, sufficient for Wu Liang to take a few breaths. He retrieved the mermaid's tears and swallowed them in one swift motion. Chapter 50. The Stone Shark Man of the Enchanted Sea. The tears of the mermaid melted instantly upon entry, their taste a delightful blend of sweetness and acidity. There was no discomfort, nor any adverse effects. Could it be that they had lost their potency over time? Wu Liang felt a tinge of unease. Yet he quickly reassured himself, for he still possessed a diving apparatus. If necessary, he could don it again. With this thought, Wu Liang held his breath and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the bubble. The surrounding seawater surged towards him with great force, and he felt every pore in his body open as if he were breathing. The pressure of the water became imperceptible, and he felt as if he were on solid ground. He attempted to open his mouth, yet no seawater rushed in. He then tried inhaling through his nose, with the same result. "Xiaolon, can you hear me?" he inquired. Xiaolon nodded in affirmation. "What a marvelous find!" Wu Liang beamed, unable to contain his joy. To exchange mere eyes of the seemingly useless multi-eyed monsters of the enchanted sea for such a splendid treasure was indeed a stroke of fortune. Wu Liang experimented with swimming, discovering that his speed was nearly equivalent to that on land. "Xiaolon, come catch me," he called out. Xiaolon, mistaking it for a game, chirped and swam towards him. Wu Liang led the way, with Xiaolon in pursuit. Although both moved swiftly, Xiaolon was marginally faster, yet the difference was negligible. As Xiaolon approached, poised to collide with him, Wu Liang deftly dodged and changed direction, evading the fish's head with ease. "Ing! Xiaolon exclaimed in frustration. Yet he could not manage to touch Wu Liang. Wu Liang was exceedingly pleased with the results of his test. As his movements ceased, Xiaolon collided headfirst into his embrace, propelling him several meters away. Only then did Xiaolon express satisfaction. "All right, let us not cause any more mischief." Wu Liang gently stroked the fish-like head of Xiaolon and began to swim towards the island sensed in the distance. Henceforth, Xiaolon would no longer need to carry him with bubbles. The journey was somewhat lengthy, yet Wu Liang felt no urgency. He glided swiftly while admiring the enchanting scenery beneath the sea. Jagged rocks adorned the ocean floor, and patches of coral emitted a gentle luminescence. Schools of fish occasionally swam past him, but lacking the appropriate tools, he found it arduous to catch even a few. It was hardly worth the effort. When encountering particularly beautiful rocks, Wu Liang would excavate a piece, cleaving it off to embellish his residence. Ahead loomed a stone statue of a shark man, and nearby lay a sea beast egg. Perhaps he could acquire a second pet. Without the system's notification, Wu Liang had already spotted the statue standing 100 meters away on the ocean floor. Had it drifted here from elsewhere? Wu Liang pondered with curiosity. It was noteworthy that this location was precisely near the cave of the multi-eyed monsters of the Demon Sea, and moments ago, there had been no shark man statue. From a distance, the statue's sharp dorsal fin was visible, its head resembling that of a shark, with a fierce countenance and a mouth filled with long, menacing teeth. Towering at a height of 6 meters, its lower half was a fish tail, and it wielded a fork in its right hand. The sea beast egg rested atop a mound of sediment beside it. The stone statue Sharkman, a level 10 marine creature. It possesses two distinct states, combat form and statue form, its primary weakness being its unwieldy size. In its statue form, it boasts remarkable defensive capabilities and exceptional camouflage. Were it not for the knowledge of its true nature as a stone statue Sharkman, one might easily be deceived. Xiaolon, unleash your bubble attack on it, Wu Liang instructed, pointing towards the stone statue Sharkman as he cautiously approached. At that moment, a school of enchanted sea fish swam near the Sharkman, blissfully unaware that they were in the presence of a fearsome predator rather than a mere statue. The Sharkman's stone-like skin instantly transformed into a deep blue hue as it opened its gaping maw and inhaled. The school of enchanted fish, laden with seawater, was swiftly consumed, and a hint of satisfaction flickered across the Sharkman's visage as it belched contentedly, reverting once more to its statue form. How amusing! It seemed to relish the act. Wu Liang had now drawn within 10 meters of the stone statue Sharkman, yet it remained utterly still. Xiaolon, bubble attack, Wu Liang growled, raising his arms in preparation. Frost spell. Xiaolon then expelled a bubble from her mouth. The frost spell struck the Sharkman's body, rapidly spreading outward and encasing a significant portion of it in ice. Xiaolan's bubble soon followed, expanding in the water until it enveloped the stone statue, Sharkman, entirely. The bubble, carrying the Sharkman's form, began to ascend. At this juncture, the stone statue, Sharkman, finally stirred, exclaiming, "Cursed little rascal." The body of the stone Sharkman transformed once more into a deep blue hue as he propelled himself forward. Ice fragments erupted in all directions, shattering the surrounding bubbles. With a resounding crash, the stone Sharkman landed heavily on the seafloor, causing a cloud of silt to rise and murk the water around him. Wu Liang seized the opportunity. Water arrow technique. With spike technique. Whoosh. A water arrow swiftly pierced through the stone Sharkman's torso. Simultaneously, wooden spikes rapidly sprouted from the seafloor, impaling the creature's feet. With a furious roar, the stone Sharkman swiftly morphed, shattering the wooden spikes around him. "You little brat, I shall see you perish," he bellowed, transforming once again. Grasping his trident tightly with both hands, he thrust it forward, unleashing a powerful torrent of water aimed directly at Wu Liang, who found himself rushing towards the stone Sharkman. "By the heavens, he can cast spells too," Wu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Raising his left hand, a wind shield materialized instantly. Boom! Wu Liang was propelled several meters away by the force of the water. Fortunately, the wind shield's formidable defense spared him from significant injury. Concentrating, he conjured 2 water arrows in his palms. Enhanced by the elemental ring he wore, his spellcasting speed increased remarkably. Water arrow technique. Wu Liang's hands moved with fervor as a barrage of water arrows erupted forth like a machine gun. The stone Sharkman raised his arms to shield his face, but all the arrows struck against his formidable arms. Even in his combat form, the stone Sharkman's defense remained exceptional. A water arrow, measuring a foot in length, pierced only halfway into the arm of the stone Sharkman. "Damn you, little imp, I shall devour you." The stone Sharkman, feeling the sting more acutely this time, charged at Wu Liang once again, brandishing his fork. The result was promising. Wu Liang conjured another water arrow with both hands, aiming it towards the stone Sharkman's face. Clang! The stone Sharkman swiftly transformed, becoming a statue. Dozens of water arrows struck the statue, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet the stone Sharkman remained utterly unharmed. Remarkable! Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback. The transformation effectively thwarted his magical onslaught. Undeterred, Wu Liang continued to unleash his water arrows and wooden spikes. The stone specter, ever persistent, shifted its form again. However, this transformation rendered the stone Sharkman incapable of retaliating against Wu Liang. The standoff between the two parties became palpable. Wu Liang then drew forth his golden wind sword. If magic was futile, then he would resort to close combat. The stone Sharkman raised his fork and charged at Wu Liang once more. Like a slippery eel, Wu Liang evaded the stone Sharkman's assault. Simultaneously, he conjured another water arrow with his left hand while bringing down the golden wind sword upon the stone Sharkman. The stone Sharkman shifted forms again, and the sword merely scraped away a layer of stone. As for the water arrow technique, it was akin to a mere tickle. "Is that all you've got, you wretched imp?" The stone Sharkman mocked boisterously. Chapter 51. The second pet Wu Liang maintained an expressionless demeanor, deftly evading attacks while countering with a few strikes. Alas, his retaliations yielded no significant results. Nearby, Xiaolan intermittently unleashed water arrows, harassing the stone Sharkman. After a considerable duration, both sides began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The stone Sharkman once again transformed into a stony form. "You pest, once I recover, I shall devour you," it sneered. Wu Liang took a deep breath and responded with a cold smile. Xiaolan initiated a bubble attack, enveloping the stone Sharkman once more. "This is futile against me." The stone Sharkman bellowed as it transformed again, breaking free from the bubbles with a powerful thrash. With spike technique, water arrow technique, Wu Liang prepared himself, casting both spells in quick succession. "Damn it!" The stone Sharkman howled in pain, shifting forms once again. Xiaolan, bubble attack. The stone Sharkman was ensnared in bubbles yet again. Learning from past experiences, the stone Sharkman maintained its stony state, remaining utterly still. "You wretched little ghost. Once I regain my strength, I shall surely consume you," it raged impotently. At that moment, Wu Liang could have discreetly taken the sea beast egg and fled. However, he chose not to surrender. After all, the stone shark man was a level 10 aquatic creature, 2 levels above him. If he could successfully defeat it, the double experience bonus would be sufficient for him to ascend to level 10. Wu Liang pondered anxiously whether Xiao Lan's bubble paralysis effect would prove effective. If it failed to take effect, he would have no choice but to retreat. Wu Liang tightly grasped the golden wind sword in one hand while conjuring a water arrow with the other, vigilantly observing the stone shark man. For approximately 10 minutes, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the expression of the stone shark man stiffened as his body could no longer maintain its stone form. Despicable. In a fit of impotent rage, the stone golem collapsed backward into the bubbles, his body reverting to a deep blue hue. Let this serve as a lesson. Wu Liang glided toward the bubbles, and with a swift stroke, separated the stone shark man's corpse. Game notification. Experience 400. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience 2. Game notification. Level up 1. Game notification. Level up 1. The heated currents within his energy center surged rapidly. But Wu Liang did not take the time to savor the sensation of his newfound strength. Instead, he swiftly disassembled the remains of the stone shark man. From the remains, he procured over 50 white jade coins, 20 portions of stone shark meat, 5 liters of sea beast blood, and 18 hides. Its trident was a fine weapon, which Wu Liang decided to keep. The trident measured nearly 2 meters in length, rendering it impractical for ordinary users. Thus, it could only be broken down into materials. The meat bore no special properties and had a mediocre taste, suitable for sale to players in the regional channel. This battle was fortunate to have Xiaolan by his side. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee, and it was also due to the stone shark man's excessive complacency. The sea beast egg was buried within the sediment at the ocean floor. Wu Liang descended to the seabed and made his way toward the sea beast egg. Game notification. Sea beast egg 1. Triggered a 100-fold luck amplification. The sea beast egg evolved into a growth-type sea beast egg. Once again, he acquired a growth-type sea beast egg. Wu Liang casually collected his thoughts, as his immediate priority was to return to the island. Xiaolan, let's go, he called out, swimming towards the direction of his island. This time, Wu Liang was well prepared. He took out the crystal lamp before surfacing. The time was now 7:30 p.m. There was no sign of Gansi Yun. After circling the island, he found not a single silver treasure chest. Had Gansi Yun already plundered everything? Wu Liang shrugged it off and made his way to his residence, satisfied with his day's harvest. He took out a shovel and buried several peculiar stones in the front yard as ornamental stones. He then proceeded to the backyard to bury a few more. Brother Wu Liang, you're back. Gansi Yun evidently heard the commotion in the yard and emerged from her bedroom. Brother Wu Liang, are these your find from the seabed? Such beautiful stones. At this moment, Wu Liang had already concealed all the stones. If only there were some flowers, trees, pavilions, and perhaps even a pond, it would be even more perfect. He lamented with a shake of his head. Gansi Yin chuckled softly. Brother Wu Liang, you are unaware of the fortune you possess. Our island is far more beautiful than that of other players. She had now directly used the term we. One must have dreams. I shall take a shower first. After spending an entire day in the sea, I am reeking of seawater. Wu Liang made his way to the bathroom. I will prepare dinner. I'll call you when it's ready, Gansi Yin replied as she headed towards the kitchen. Remember to make 4 portions this time. Having issued a directive, Wu Liang proceeded to the lavatory. After attending to his personal needs, he luxuriated in a refreshing bath and returned to his private chamber. Placing the marine beast egg upon the tea table, Wu Liang pricked his digit and deposited a droplet of blood onto its surface. He harbored a sense of anticipation, curious as to the nature of the formidable companion that would emerge, reminiscent of the advent of Azure. As anticipated, azure patterns upon the egg emanated a radiant glow, and the marine beast egg quaked with considerable force. In a matter of seconds, the shell fragmented into pieces, and the luminescence subsided, revealing the form of a nascent creature. A quadrupedal reptile? The diminutive being bore a resemblance to a golden serpent, albeit possessing 4 claws and a protuberance atop its head. Moo, 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 the creature vocalized. Having consumed the remnants of its shell, the diminutive entity scurried to Wu Liang's feet, encircling him in its movements. 4-clawed golden dragon, capable of perpetual growth, with the potential to evolve into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Remarkable, it is indeed a dragon. Wu Liang accessed the pet interface to scrutinize the particulars. Four-clawed golden dragon, unnamed, level 1, maximum of 5 levels above the master. Experience, 0-100 status, healthy, ability, dragon flame. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiaolong. Wu Liang expressed satisfaction with his chosen appellation. Moo moo moo. The four-clawed golden dragon continued to circle Wu Liang, its diminutive eyes curving into crescent shapes, seemingly expressing contentment. Azure, too, widened its protuberant piscine eyes, observing Xiaolong with inquisitiveness. Wu Liang found himself perplexed, but he dismissed it and accessed the crafting interface. He hadn't yet converted the sea monster blood he possessed into superior blood pills, and the present circumstances were opportune. He had a total of 12 liters of sea monster blood. Prompted by the game's feedback, 12 blood pills materialized in Wu Liang's grasp. "Come here, little Long," Wu Liang said with a gentle smile, placing the dragon on the sofa. Squeak, squeak, little Blue fluttered to Wu Liang's side, its fish eyes brimming with longing. "You've already had your fill. Here's one more, and I'll treat you to something delicious later," Wu Liang said, feeding little Blue a pill, which satisfied it. The remaining 11 pills were consumed by little Long. The once-inch-long dragon grew to about a foot in length and gained 2 new abilities, flight and the power to summon wind and rain. Little Long clumsily practiced flying, quickly mastering it and frolicking with little Blue. Wu Liang paid no heed to the two creatures and reopened the game interface. He hadn't had a chance to examine his own status and wondered what changes had occurred. Chapter 52. The Exchange of Abundant Sea Beast Blood. Wu Liang. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Level, 10 combat power. 89-57 experience. 250-500 health. 200-100 lifespan. 20 title. Village Chief of Yeoman Village. Date, the 6th day of the 1st month. Year 1 the Kaiyuan era, 1945. The combat power was nearing 10,000. Wu Liang's elation quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the glaringly low experience of 250. Suppressing his displeasure, he glanced at the experience bars of Xiaolong and Xiaolong. Xiaolong needed an additional 300 experience to level up, while Xiaolong required 400. Wu Liang had already attained level 10, while both of the little creatures were poised to ascend to level 15. In order to craft exquisite blood pills, a staggering 47 liters of sea beast blood would be necessary. Wu Liang accessed the trading center to scrutinize the price of sea beast blood. No one was exchanging crystal stones for survival supplies anymore. All players were acutely aware of the value of crystal stones. Sea beast blood could also quench thirst, maintaining a price ratio of 2:1 with water resources. Alternatively, ordinary food could be exchanged for 500 milliliters of sea beast blood. While food and water remained scarce resources, their availability had significantly increased. It was anticipated that prices would further decline in a few days. Players in the regional channel were no longer lacking in water resources and could trade food for sea beast blood. He had plenty of food. Stepping outside with the two little creatures, Wu Liang observed that the crops in the planting base and the sea dragon tea trees had reached maturity. He crouched down to harvest them all. In the realm of the magic sea, Wu Liang initially planted a modest 15 pounds of crops, which have now yielded an astonishing total of 120 pounds, a remarkable increase of 8-fold. The other 3 varieties have been preserved by him, as he is not inclined to sell them. After all, he must now provide sustenance for 4 individuals. The Hailong tea leaves resemble delicate foliage, and he has plucked but a single leaf. The longer these leaves mature, the more fragrant they become, and the regions that have been harvested will continue to sprout anew. Having neglected his fishing gear for nearly 2 days, he has succeeded in catching a bountiful 40 fish, including merely 6 elusive magic sea catfish. Before returning to his chamber, Wu Liang draws a bucket of water from the azure well, which he intends to use for brewing tea. As he prepares the tea, he simultaneously opens the chat channel. It is now dinner time, and the majority of players have paused to partake in their midday meal. During such meal times, the world channel is often inundated with a wave of beggars seeking a sip of water or a morsel of food. They frequently concoct harrowing tales, claiming illness or recounting attacks by unconsumable creatures of the magic sea that have left them grievously injured. Of course, there are indeed those who find themselves in dire straits. These individuals, casting aside their pride, can still manage to secure a morsel of food or a sip of water over the past 2 or 3 days. In the preceding days, when the community faced shortages of both water and food, compassion was a rare commodity. Within Wu Liang's regional channel, the situation is considerably more favorable. With the advent of condensation devices, water is no longer a scarce resource. However, some individuals still find their food supplies lacking. What are we all having for dinner? Someone inquires within the channel, accompanied by an image of a loaf of bread. Earlier at midday, others had already begun to share images and videos, showcasing their surroundings and their lunches. As the hour for repast approached, a flurry of activity commenced, with denizens of the channel engaging in virtual culinary enticements. Wu Liang dispatched a missive. Brethren, I shall once more proffer a substantial array of victuals. Grant yourselves 5 minutes for preparation, as this time, I shall only transact in the ichor of marine beasts. The atmosphere within the channel burgeoned with fervor. By the heavens, the martial divinity graces us with his presence. Martial divinity, what delicacies do you presently consume? Pray, unveil them for our perusal. Martial divinity, rumor hath it that you have forged an alliance with Gonsiun. Is this verity? Martial divinity, should our paths converge, deign to extend your patronage to me. I am capable of providing warmth. Execrable incubus, you dare contemplate a contest of blades with a martial divinity? Begone, and yield the stage to me. Beholding their enticements, I find myself assailed by cravings. Martial divinity, you are indeed our guiding star. Pray, what utility does marine beast ichor possess? Has the martial divinity unearthed a method for its application? Martial divinity, might you enlighten us as to the purpose of marine beast ichor? Wu Liang, after a cursory glance, refrained from responding and proceeded to the trading hub. 120 gene of demonic sea wheat, divided into 1,200 portions, each 100 grams in exchange for 100 milliliters of marine beast ichor. Furthermore, 30 portions of demonic sea fish, each portion in exchange for 1 liter of marine beast ichor. 20 portions of demonic sea statue flesh, each portion in exchange for 500 milliliters of marine beast ichor. 6 portions of demonic sea catfish, each portion in exchange for 500 milliliters of marine beast ichor. As before, visibility was restricted to players within the regional channel, with a limit of 1 portion per individual. Subsequently, a prodigious vat, boasting a capacity of 150 liters, was fabricated. With patience, Wu Liang awaited the passage of 5 minutes before disseminating the links within the regional channel. A veritable cornucopia of sustenance. Fortunately, I exchanged some seawolf blood for water resources. The martial god is truly extravagant. A notification appeared. Magic sea wheat, 100g. Another notification followed. Transaction successful. Seawolf blood, 100 milliliters. Wu Liang promptly accessed the crafting interface, diligently producing exquisite blood pills. A flurry of transaction alerts echoed in his ears. In less than 3 minutes, all the food was sold out. Thank you, martial god. How is it that each of you possesses such swift fingers? Have you been training your Kirin arms daily? Alas, I cannot secure any. Martial god, do you still require seawolf blood? Wu Liang ceased his production after crafting 47 blood pills, and at that moment, he still possessed a generous 116 liters of seawolf blood. Perhaps in the future, he might acquire a blueprint for crafting rare-grade blood pills. There is no need to rush. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang stored away the large barrel filled with seawolf blood. Pets can only be 5 levels above their master, and with these 47 blood pills, the 2 little creatures would perfectly reach level 15. Distributing all the blood pills to them, Wu Liang composed another message and sent it once more. Please wait a few minutes. I will be listing some meat again. The meat is exceptionally tender and will enhance the resilience of your bones. Each portion can be exchanged for 1 liter of seawolf blood. While the prices of food have yet to plummet, it is wise to acquire more seawolf blood. The meat forest is crafted from the magic sea crocodile and possesses special properties. This price is exceedingly reasonable. The 10 flesh trees in his meat grove have grown to a height of nearly half a man, with a girth comparable to that of a thigh. Among them, one has significantly shrunk, evidently having been taken by Gonsiun for cooking. The meat has been sliced from all the trees, leaving only a height of 20 centimeters. Wu Liang has returned to his chamber once more. The meat grove is well tended by Gonsiun, so he need not concern himself with its upkeep. The 10 flesh trees have collectively yielded 94 units of meat. He has crafted a large barrel again, restacking all the meat within. By my word, the might of the martial deity is indeed impressive, truly worthy of the title. The abundance of meat is overwhelming. I am enamored. I wonder how much the martial deity's combat power has increased today. The martial deity is a man we shall never surpass in our lifetimes. In the blink of an eye, it has all been snatched away. After 2 rounds, he currently possesses a remarkable 210 liters of sea beast blood. At this moment, the 2 small creatures have finished consuming all the blood pellets. The game's feedback appears one by one. Game notification. Pet Little Blue has leveled up to level 15. Acquiring a new ability. Wind Blade Technique. Game notification. Pet Little Dragon has leveled up to level 15. Acquiring a new ability. Dragon's Roar, Chapter 53. The legendary warning Lighthouse, what is Longing? Is it akin to the Lion's Roar technique? Lacking a point of reference. Wu Liang was uncertain about the purpose of Xiaolong's newfound ability, whereas Xiaolan's power was rather comprehensible. He could only await the next encounter with the creatures of the Demon Sea to experiment with Xiaolong's capabilities. Both little beings had grown considerably, excitedly scrutinizing one another. Having spent their time beneath the waves, they had not yet explored the spell stone tablet and crafting blueprint that Wu Liang had retrieved from the golden treasure chest. Additionally, there were the previously unlearned cold moon sword technique and thunderstep. Original sense technique. This allows one to sense the strength of those not exceeding 3 tiers above the user. It can be activated by merely touching the stone tablet. Usage. Unlimited. Condition. Level 10. The golden arrow technique is akin to the water arrow technique, yet possesses sharper precision. Wu Liang glanced at the crafting blueprint in his left hand. Legendary Warning Lighthouse. Offers 360-degree surveillance, capable of monitoring dangers within 100 miles and sending timely alerts. Note. Ineffective in fog-covered areas. This seems quite satisfactory. It will be useful in the future. Wu Liang nodded in approval and casually began to learn. For now, the island's range was limited, and it was manageable. He could always employ it later when the area expanded. Subsequently, Wu Liang touched the 4 stone tablets in succession, inundated by a deluge of information flooding into his mind. Game notification. Cold Moon Swordplay successfully learned. Proficiency. 0. Triggered a 100-fold amplification of fortune. Increasing Cold Moon Swordplay proficiency by 100. Game notification. Thunderous Gate successfully learned. Proficiency. 0. Triggered a 100-fold amplification of fortune, increasing Thunderous Gate proficiency by 100 indeed. These 2 steals do not contain spells, thus mirroring the previous instance with basic swordsmanship. After dining, a visit to the training chamber to assess their efficacy would be in order. With all tasks completed, the water within the kettle had reached its boiling point. Upon introducing a sliver of marine dragon leaf, an ethereal fragrance permeated the air. Drawn by the exquisite aroma, Little Azure and Little Dragon swiftly congregated, their gazes fixated upon the teapot resting on the tea table. 3 cups were poured, and through the agency of a tray, their temperature was rapidly lowered to a palatable degree. Little Dragon, prostrate upon the tea table, immersed itself in fervent sips, while Little Azure regarded it with disdain, as if to say, such lack of sophistication. Raising a cup to his lips, Wu Liang savored a mouthful. A delicate fragrance assailed his senses, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Exquisite. Wu Liang's eyes widened with delight. Having spent 6 hours submerged in the ocean depths, his throat had long since become parched. The trio, man and beasts, collectively emptied the teapot, collapsing contentedly upon the sofa. Brother Wu, the meal is prepared, came Gan Siyun's summons from beyond the portal. Presently, Wu Liang responded. After a brief tidying up, Wu Liang, accompanied by his 2 diminutive companions, opened the door. Brother Wu, are these your newly acquired familiars? Gan Siyun inquired, her countenance etched with envy. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me, Wu Liang replied evasively, before posing the question, what is your current level? I have reached level 5, and I am merely a few experience points away from level 6. With excitement etched upon his face, Gan Siyun exclaimed, thanks to Brother Wu's grinding monsters, I have accumulated 60 experience points. If you're willing to wait, you can grind again at 2 a.m. tonight. He is certainly not the type to sacrifice sleep for mere experience points. The comfort of slumber outweighs the effort of grinding for 30 points at such an hour. Really? Gan Siyun's voice immediately ascended several octaves. Yes, you go ahead and serve the food. I shall grind a bit in the front yard. Today's 3 buffs will last until midnight, and the double experience is still active. Under the fearful gaze of the mother spider in the sea of magic, he joyfully amassed 60 experience points, finally surpassing the 250 threshold. In the kitchen, Gan Siyun was striking a pose as if to capture the dishes on the table. "What are you doing?" "I am photographing the food, so I can share it in the group and make them envious." Wu Liang was momentarily speechless, surprised that Gan Siyun enjoyed such antics. One could only imagine how the players in the district would feel upon seeing such images. Would their meals still taste as delightful? "Where did you acquire so many seasonings?" It was unclear where Gan Siyun had procured these spices, and he had even prepared a plate of fruit salad. "I fetched the salad dressing today and exchanged some condiments at the trading center." Gan Siyun beamed with pride. "Well done." Wu Liang took a seat at the dining table alongside Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, diving into the meal. After dinner, Wu Liang took a sip of milk and remarked, "It has been said that upon reaching level 5, you will receive a gift to become the first villager. Come with me to the training room." Gan Siyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she closely followed Wu Liang. The two swiftly arrived at the training chamber, marking Wu Liang's first visit since upgrading his residence to a mansion. The training room had significantly expanded in size and now featured several additional targets. Wu Liang then retrieved the steels for the golden arrow technique and the wind shield technique. These are 2 cultivation spells. You may practice according to the inscriptions at your own pace. Initially, Wu Liang intended to present only one to Gan Siyun, yet recognizing her culinary skills, he decided to grant her both. The inscriptions on the steels can be utilized an infinite number of times, offering both advantages and disadvantages. Unlike the first experience, where mere contact allowed for immediate learning, this required gradual practice, but did not consume extra crystal stones. Yes, Gan Siyun know that. Then seated herself on the ground, diligently memorizing the operational methods inscribed on the steels. Earlier in the morning, she had already committed the fundamentals of swordsmanship to memory, and the operational methods for the 2 spells were quite straightforward. Wu Liang began to familiarize himself with the thunder step. His energy flowed in accordance with the memorized technique. In an instant, his speed surged, and a flash of lightning flickered beneath his feet as he teleported 10 meters away. "So fast!" Wu Liang exclaimed, licking his lips in excitement. "Brother Wu Liang, you are incredibly swift." Gan Siyun gasped in astonishment. "The little girl certainly lacks eloquence. This is a new technique I have recently acquired, which requires a level of 10 to master. Once you reach that level, you may exchange items with me." Wu Liang responded and repeatedly employed the thunder step. Gradually acclimating to his own speed, Wu Liang began to experiment with altering his direction while in motion. Unfortunately, the space was somewhat limited, and he found himself constrained, fearing that he might inadvertently collide with the walls. It seemed that Siyun possessed a remarkable talent for spellcasting, having already mastered the golden arrow technique and was practicing towards the target. "Siyun, take your time with your training. I shall take my leave for now." With that, Wu Liang departed from the training room. He emerged outside the island, where it was now past 9 in the evening and the night had deepened. However, the island, illuminated by the coral, resembled broad daylight. Wu Liang approached the shoreline, once more familiarizing himself with the thunder step. No longer burdened by spatial limitations, he began to move freely, unbound by direction. Just as he was about to collide with the coral or the phoenix orchid tree, he deftly sidestepped with a quick movement. This was the advantage of having reached proficiency level 100. The technique had become second nature, and while he was becoming accustomed to it in the training room, his body had already synchronized with the rhythm of the thunder step. After mastering the thunder step, he pondered the power of the cold moon sword technique. Facing the mist, Wu Liang drew forth the golden wind sword. Chapter 54. The death of a master. The cold moon sword technique possesses no specific moves, only a route of execution. Wu Liang took a deep breath and raised the golden wind sword. With the invocation of the cold moon sword technique, the vital energy within him was instantly depleted. Surging into the golden wind sword, a waning moon materialized from the blade, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, while a delicate layer of frost formed upon the ground. The sword's aura soared into the heavens, as the waning moon, imbued with a fierce sword intent, cleaved through the mist. Boom! A void, stretching 100 meters, appeared before Wu Liang, as the once gently flowing sea suddenly split apart. Towering walls of water surged upwards on either side in an instant, rising at a visible rate. Many unfortunate sea demons, caught unawares, suddenly found themselves suspended in midair, their eyes wide with confusion and innocence. Game notification. Experience 2. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan Experience 2. Game notification. Pet Xiao Long experience 2. In the blink of an eye, the sea surged back, and the airborne sea demons, along with a bisected corpse, plummeted into the depths below. The surrounding mist rapidly swirled, once again enveloping the sea's surface, appearing exactly as it had before, as if nothing had transpired. Is this the essence of the cold moon sword intent? Wu Liang stood in astonishment, unable to fathom the immense power of the cold moon sword intent. Alas, it was excessively draining on his vital energy. With his current reserves, he could execute it only 3 times at most. However, as a trump card, it was more than sufficient. If I were to encounter a demon, sea, statue, shark man again, a single strike of my sword would cleave it in twain, regardless of its form. Composing himself, Wu Liang turned with satisfaction toward his residence. He paid no heed to which unfortunate demon sea creature had fallen victim to his inadvertent strike, as its remains would be lost to the sea. Past 2 in the morning, Wu Liang awoke from his meditative state and opened the game interface, noting that his experience points had reached 432. Since ascending to level 10, the duration of his meditation had lengthened, and a single day now yielded the equivalent of 2 days' worth of experience from before. Wu Liang felt a tinge of regret, realizing that had he known cultivation would take so long, he would not have relinquished the 30 experience points from the demon sea mother spider to Gonxian. Alas, there was no turning back time. Harboring a sliver of hope, Wu Liang made his way to the front yard. Upon seeing the listless demon sea mother spider shaking its head in terror, Wu Liang sighed. It seemed that Gonxian had already dealt with the creature. Doesn't she know that staying up all night is detrimental to one's complexion? Wu Liang muttered before returning to his chambers. The night passed uneventfully, and at 7 in the morning, Wu Liang arose from his luxurious bed and performed his ablutions. Finding Gonxian occupied in the kitchen, Wu Liang refrained from disturbing her and instead plucked a tea leaf before retreating to his bedroom. The 2 little creatures, drawn by the aroma of the tea, fluttered to Wu Liang's side. After pouring 3 cups, Wu Liang, with nothing else to occupy his time, opened a trading center to peruse the available wares. The resources in the trading center were arranged according to their price. A spell hung prominently at the very top. Ah, spell indeed, yet the price seems rather steep. The quicksand spell. It has the capability to create a terrain of quicksand. Wu Liang was inclined to make a purchase, but the seller demanded a staggering price of 1,000 arbitrary crystals. Surely, he could negotiate with the seller? As he contemplated a suitable price and was about to send a private message, he noticed that the stock of this spell had already dwindled to 0. Upon checking the price, it had plummeted from 1,000 arbitrary crystals to 400. Clearly, someone had acted swiftly to reach an agreement and made a purchase. What a pity. Who could it be that made the acquisition? Wu Liang felt a pang of curiosity and turned to the world channel to search for keywords. 6 days had elapsed, and with numerous players around, it was not surprising that someone had reached level 5. Have you heard? Million has reached level 5, and upon reaching this level, one can learn spells. It seems there is a mage class. Let us check the trading channel. Perhaps someone is selling spell learning blueprints. What spell? Could it be true that there is a mage class? It is said that upon reaching level 5, one can learn spells. Players who have attained level 5 surely require spells, but the prices might be exorbitant. Looking at the description of the quicksand spell, it seems somewhat useless. Breaking news. Alice has successfully negotiated a price and acquired the quicksand spell for 400 crystals. Alice? Isn't she the paramour of Wyatt? Indeed, it is said that Wyatt has perished, and Alice has inherited his fortune. I suspect that it was Alice who orchestrated Wyatt's demise. So many rumors abound. Has Wyatt passed away? Wyatt was indeed among the elite players. The regional channel he led ranked in the top 2 yesterday, and yet today, he is gone. The unpredictability of life. Wu Liang felt a sense of melancholy as he continued to lurk in silence. The messages in the world channel refreshed rapidly. Do you require short videos? If so, click on the avatar for private chat. I am selling an unopened silver treasure chest. Those interested may click the link. Note, for advertising services, please recognize the Buy-in Alliance, covering hundreds of regional channels with formidable strength. For advertising services, please acknowledge the Haitu Alliance. The Buy-in Alliance is a scam. Everyone should exercise caution. We are recruiting a group of capable young women. Please identify the soul contact avatar and click to join. We have the Haitu Alliance as our backing. Requirements are understood. On the very first day that all players entered the Sea of Demons, some players had already ventured into advertising. Unexpectedly, Since the activation of images and videos last night, numerous artists have emerged, providing a boon for the vast male player base. The game interface is not like the internet, where one might encounter server lags or unclear graphics. Not only are the visuals lifelike, but they can also be magnified at any time. Some individuals, in their desperation to survive, are willing to sell their bodies. After all, now it is merely about recording videos. Every person's singular purpose is to endure, even if it means merely scraping by. After watching for a while, Wu Liang shifted to private messages. Each day, he was inundated with private messages. They were either from those selling short videos, those begging for assistance, or a portion offering him supplies. Most of the supplies did not pique Wu Liang's interest, but soon a private message caught his attention. It was a detailed crafting diagram for exquisite undergarments, offered in exchange for healing potions. The sender was a handsome young man named Jia Yofu. Very well, Wu Liang replied. It is worth noting that he had been idly waiting for an opportunity. Although the Feiyu set was exceptionally snug and comfortable, he still felt an inexplicable discomfort. For the time being, he refrained from further replies. After savoring the last sip of his tea, Wu Liang ventured to the front yard to harvest 30 experience points. Tossing 2 pieces of meat to the mother spider of the Demon Sea, he then turned back to the backyard, where Gan Siyun was just emerging from the kitchen. "Brother Wu, it's time for dinner." Gan Siyun beamed sweetly at Wu Liang. "All right," he replied, leading the 2 little ones to the dining table, when suddenly a private message popped up. "Wonderful. I have searched far and wide, never expecting that you would be the only one willing to trade healing potions with me. Is it that no one else is trading?" Wu Liang silently mused. "Perhaps it's because the individuals you sought either do not exist or have no need for undergarments." Chapter 55, Encountering the 2-person team Wu Liang. Please send me the link, and I shall provide it to you immediately. Previously, he had crafted a total of 6 healing potions, exchanging 2 for the sea snail people, leaving him with 4. Jia Yofu, I will send you the link right away. I'm truly grateful to you, Wu God. Jia Yofu subsequently sent the link. Upon completing the transaction, Wu Liang found himself in possession of a crafting blueprint. Learning, he murmured to himself. Wu Liang did not shy away from the presence of Gan Siyun, who observed the entire exchange with keen interest. Curious, Gan Siyun inquired, "Brother Wu, what crafting blueprint did you acquire?" Wu Liang jested. "It is a blueprint for crafting undergarments. Would you like one? I could offer you a set for free." "Yay." Gan Siyun nodded enthusiastically. Wu Liang had merely spoken in jest, yet he was surprised by Gan Siyun's lack of hesitation. "Let's wait until after dinner." Since the words had escaped his lips, he felt no inclination to retract them. After their meal, Wu Liang opened the crafting interface. Exquisite undergarments. Cotton 02, silk 46.4, crystal stone 347.1. He bid farewell to Gan Siyun and exited the kitchen. The 2 little ones, Xiao Long and Xiao Lan, trailed behind him like devoted shadows. In the planting area, the cotton had reached maturity. Once harvested, the cotton plants withered instantly, crumbling to dust at a mere touch. A total of 64 cotton and 2 cotton seeds were obtained, and he proceeded to sow the seeds. Jia Yofu, 67. Venerable Martial God, the recuperative efficacy of your elixir is extraordinary. I find myself capable of standing once more. My sincerest gratitude. Such was the automatically generated missive that materialized upon the completion of their transaction. Wu Liang, it is of no consequence. Simply remember me should you come across any items of exceptional value in the future. After a brief exchange with Jia Yofu, Gan Siyun emerged from the culinary quarters. "Esteemed Wu, is the fabrication process now viable?" she inquired, her eagerness palpable, as she too was in need of vacuum-sealed attire. Indeed. Wu Liang transmuted the cotton into 16 portions of cotton cloth. Selecting the synthesis formula, he designated Gan Siyun as the recipient. Moments later, a woman's undergarment was fashioned for Gan Siyun. Wu Liang cast a downward glance. Measured and crafted by the system, it was evident that Gan Siyun was indeed generously endowed. "My gratitude, esteemed Wu." A blush of modesty graced Gan Siyun's countenance as she accepted the undergarment, hastening back to her chambers with alacrity. Wu Liang, in turn, retreated to his own boudoir, where he fashioned a similar garment for himself. Upon donning it, a sense of grounding and security washed over him. The exquisite undergarment possessed the attribute of self-cleansing, thus rendering a single set sufficient. Wu Liang swiftly re-entered a state of meditative contemplation. An ethereal stardust permeated the surrounding atmosphere. gradually permeating his form as he delved deeper into his meditation. After an indeterminate span, Wu Liang's aura experienced a sudden and pronounced amplification. Yet, he remained oblivious, enshrouded in his meditative trance. Presently, a series of urgent percussions upon the portal jolted him from his reverie. "Xian, what troubles you?" Wu Liang inquired as he rose, donned his footwear, and casually accessed the game interface. Nearing 11 o'clock, he had already surpassed level 11, amassing an additional 36 experience points, and his combat prowess had exceeded the 10,000 mark. Furthermore, to his astonishment, upon transcending level 11, his lifespan had extended to a remarkable 160 years. "Brother Wu," a hurried voice called out, "the island has abruptly halted. It remains uncertain whether we have encountered a resource island or another player." The voice belonged to Gan Siyun, who sounded quite anxious. "What has befallen you?" Wu Liang queried as he opened the door. Gan Siyun stood there, drenched in perspiration, as if she had just endured a fierce skirmish. With a touch of exasperation, Gan Siyun retorted, "If he remains sequestered in the bedroom, who else is to ensure the island's safety?" She then added with elation, "Brother Wu, the golden arrow technique you imparted to me is truly formidable. Just moments ago, I vanquished a level 5 demonic sea creature with a single arrow." Wu Liang rolled his eyes and remarked, "Why are you speaking incoherently? What does this have to do with your being covered in sweat?" "It is merely my excitement," she replied. "I was diligently practicing swordsmanship in the training room when I heard the commotion and hastened to summon you." "Well, let us proceed. Why do you linger in the doorway? Obstructing my passage?" Gan Siyun's ears and neck flushed crimson as she hastily moved aside. Wu Liang, amused, strode out into the open. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he observed a man and a woman filming in front of the main entrance. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing Wu Liang. "It is indeed the god of war." "Ha ha," he exclaimed, turning to his female companion. "You remain skeptical, yet the stone tablet stands as irrefutable evidence, as does this isle, manifestly the domain of the martial god." A feminine voice mused, tinged with perplexity, "But what of Siyun? Can it be that she resides in the martial god's abode?" The gentleman, none other than Zhen Xingyun, fourth in the regional standings, stood beside his paramour. At that moment, Gan Siyun emerged from the residence, having just completed her ablutions. Upon overhearing the woman's conjecture, a blush once more graced her countenance. "They truly reside together, I see. No wonder the beauteous Gan's domicile was nowhere to be found." Zhen Xingyun and his companion exchanged knowing, gossipy glances. "I must inform the masses." "Pray do not," Gan Siyun exclaimed, her voice laced with trepidation. Zhen Xingyun offered a mischievous grin. "Too late, my dear. The missive has already been dispatched. I have been engaged in discourse with the populace this entire time." Zhen Xingyun, by nature a garrulous soul, was wont to frequent the group chat. Wu Liang remained unperturbed, while Gan Siyun hastily accessed the regional channel. "The goddess is cohabitating with the martial god? Good heavens! I always suspected their relationship was something beyond the ordinary. Whenever the martial god offered wares, the goddess Gan was invariably the first to avail herself. Hindsight is always 20/20. Alas, my goddess! A coterie of tender sensibilities, I see. My goddess is the deep-sea catfish. Merely extract its fangs, and one may charge daily. By Jove, why did I not consider that? Martial god, are you still vending deep-sea catfish? A gathering of perverts. Has it escaped your notice that the martial god's residence has grown even more magnificent? Undoubtedly. Everyone is indebted to the martial god for a substantial amount of lumber and stone, which will inevitably lead to the enhancement of the martial god's abode. Each individual's focal point varies. Alas, my innocence! Gan Siyun exclaimed, slapping his forehead in despair. Xingyun, Dongjie, I would like to extend an invitation for both of you to become denizens of my village. What are your thoughts on this proposition? Wu Liang inquired with a genial demeanor. Denizens? Non-alliance? Zhen Xingyun questioned, somewhat perplexed. Wu Liang reiterated his previous explanation to Gan Siyun, elaborating on the advantages, which elucidated the matter for them. Agreed. However, I have a stipulation, Zhen Xingyun affirmed with a nod. You wouldn't happen to share Siyun's desire to reside with me, would you? Wu Liang jested, seemingly oblivious to the pinching on his waist inflicted by Gan Siyun. It is a truism that men are impervious to pain. Haha, I am indeed desirous, but Dongjie dissents. Zhen Xingyun responded with hearty laughter. My sole request is that you, martial god, assist us in upgrading our dwellings. The current accommodations are exceedingly cramped, with insufficient space for our belongings. After some deliberation, Wu Liang responded, I can not only facilitate the upgrading of your abodes, but also bestow upon each of you a gift. Chapter 56. Island Expansion. 3 villagers, only 2 individuals possess Tier 2 housing, and for Wu Liang, the materials required for upgrading are but a drop in the ocean. What advantages are there? Zhen Xingyun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I believe you're aware that upon reaching level 5, one can learn spells. Once you both attain level 5, I can bestow upon each of you a spell, Wu Liang stated with a subtle smile. Since acquiring the village building token, he had harbored the ambition of establishing a faction. However, given that everyone is a modern individual, expecting subservience is nothing more than a pipe dream. It is simply unrealistic. Only when one has genuinely reached a certain pinnacle, with a status and position that far exceed the imagination of ordinary people, will some players proactively seek allegiance. At that point, it is because one already possesses value worthy of investment, capable of providing them with the status, fame, power, and so forth that they desire. In this world, everyone is driven by self-interest. Currently, he possesses no capital to induce others to pledge allegiance. Why should anyone be loyal to him? If someone were to prostrate themselves immediately, Wu Liang would have to question the purity of their motives, whether there were ulterior intentions. The fact that the 2 are willing to be his villagers is due to his current strength and ability to provide them with certain benefits, which can temporarily protect their safety. However, this is only temporary. To have others at his disposal, a long-term exchange of benefits is necessary. Moreover, the future living environment will become increasingly harsh, encountering the native forces of this world, as well as factions established by other players. It's untenable to remain solitary indefinitely. An individual's capabilities are inherently finite. Given a multitude of players, it's improbable that he alone possesses a village founding token. To establish a formidable dominion in this world, it's imperative not only to maintain personal strength, but also to ensure the ascendance of his subordinate forces. He requires puissant players to assist him in conquering territories within this realm. Otherwise, it would merely be a futile endeavor, akin to an egg striking a stone, shattering upon impact. He aspires to be that very stone. Heavens, esteemed one, your affluence is staggering. A single spell necessitates 400 crystals, yet you bestow them upon us with such generosity, veritably munificent. Zhen Xingyun and his paramour were utterly flabbergasted, their countenances reflecting sheer astonishment. Mine differs in that it merely enables you to cultivate according to the inscriptions, with success contingent upon your own endeavors. However, it possesses the advantage of obviating the need for supplementary resources, Wu Liang elucidated. He finally apprehended the rationale behind the system's provision of the original text to facilitate the cultivation of others. Spell diagrams are ephemeral, whereas the original stele is perpetual. Even so, it remains invaluable. The martial god is indeed extraordinary, possessing such remarkable artifacts. Clearly, the duo comprehended the significance of the original text. It is thus resolved. Now, relinquish the island, stone to me for amalgamation, so that we may augment our isle. Martial god, pray, hold your haste. Is it not the case that player encounters permit a 30-minute sojourn? We could potentially scavenge resources. Zhen Xingyun interjected promptly. Although he consented to be an inhabitant of Wu Liang's village, it did not imply that he would become an idler, content with tranquility. It's futile, since yesterday's update. Resources no longer regenerate around players upon encountering them, Wu Liang stated, shaking his head. Is that so? Zhen Xingyun nodded, surrendering the town island stone without further contemplation. After all, Gan Siyun and Wu Liang had also met after the rules were updated. Conversely, Gan Siyun observed him with a dubious expression. Wu Liang received the town island stone and promptly produced the village construction order. Merge. Game prompt. Buildings detected on the island to be merged. Retain? Retain. Game prompt. Merge successful. The island beneath them rapidly expanded, with Zhen Xingyun's and his companions' dwellings appearing to the left of his estate, separated by a distance of approximately 10 meters. The flanking phoenix, orchid trees, and coral were compressed into the distance. The island's diameter increased from 50 meters to 80 meters. Unlike resource islands, the extent of expansion during a merge corresponds to the size of the player's island. Evidently, the two had previously encountered either a resource island or another player. He had no inclination to inquire about the circumstances. In any case, he was pleased with the enlargement of their island. The island beneath them commenced to move once more. Very well, you should upgrade your dwellings first. Wu Liang produced the materials required to upgrade the dwellings to level 3 and deposited them on the ground. In that case, Lord Wu Shun, we shall not disturb you further. Deng Jie tugged Zhun Xingyun toward their dwellings. How did you ascertain that resources would cease to replenish near player encounters? Could it be that you are, in fact, a shill? Gansi Yun inquired, her doubts bubbling to the surface as she closed the manor's doors. While you were tidying your abode, I was attempting to procure supplies with my grappling hook. Is that so? Gansi Yun responded with a hint of incredulity. Indeed, my grappling hook has been upgraded to its ultimate form, ensuring a 100 success rate in retrieving resources. Yet, I came back empty-handed, squandering several dozen health points in the process, Wu Liang asserted, maintaining a straight face as he fabricated the tale. I see. Well, Gansi Yun began, her head lowered, her small hands seemingly unsure of where to rest. What is it? Why so hesitant? Could I possibly have some fruit from my mother? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with crystals. Gansi Yun pleaded, her gaze fixed on Wu Liang. Certainly, there is no need for crystals. Wu Liang admired Gansi Yun's measured conduct. It is merely a trifle. In the future, such matters need not be brought to my attention. Decide for yourself. Brother Wu, you are truly too kind, Gansi Yun exclaimed, embracing Wu Liang tightly in her elation. Realizing her actions, she immediately recoiled, covering her face as she scurried toward the kitchen. I shall commence with the meal preparations. Brother Wu, she uttered, her voice barely audible. Wu Liang found the situation amusing. Why the coyness when clad in leather armor? He mused, though he conceded, quite endearing, nonetheless. A smile, unnoticed by himself, graced Wu Liang's lips. Having glanced at the time, it was only 11:30 a.m. Wu Liang proceeded towards the training room. The expenditure of the Frost Moon Sword intent was considerable, and he intended to familiarize himself with the utilization of the Frost Moon Sword Qi while time permitted. With the Frost Moon Sword technique's proficiency reaching its zenith, it was akin to an innate ability. He manipulated the Qi within his body, brandishing the Golden Wind Sword with ease. The Qi responded to his command, and the more Qi expended, the greater the potency of the Frost Moon Sword Qi. After completely depleting his Qi, Wu Liang sat on the floor and commenced meditation to recuperate. The Dragon Control Scripture, indeed worthy of being a meditation technique nurtured by the heavens and earth, restored his Qi to its zenith in a mere 15 minutes. The island had ceased its locomotion. After savoring a delightful meal with the two diminutive creatures, Little Blue and Little Dragon, Wu Liang imbibed a copious spoonful of water. The previous day, due to the omission of water, his mouth had become parched while submerged. He would certainly not neglect hydration this time. Brother Wu, I'm almost at level 6. Would you be willing to take me to the seabed? Gansi Yun inquired with an expectant countenance. Chapter 57. The First Golden Lucky Bag. Very well. Wu Liang acquiesced with a nod. However, there are a few stipulations I must first elucidate. Firstly, I am uncertain whether you possess any innate connection with the ocean. Lacking such a bond, I would strongly advise against venturing into the depths, as disorientation is highly probable. Secondly, the seabed is fraught with peril, exceedingly so, and I implore you to proceed with judicious circumspection. Thirdly, it is untenable for me to remain your constant escort. Thus, your survival in the abyss will hinge entirely upon your own resourcefulness. Wu Liang articulated his terms with clarity, respecting Gansi Yun's determination. He firmly believed that each individual must bear the onus of their choices. Once submerged, Gansi Yun's fate would be solely in her own hands. Although Gansi Yun was indeed a member of his village, he was not her caretaker. Despite his admiration for her, he could not commit to being her perpetual guardian, offering at most guidance towards a less perilous route. Yes, rest assured, my intention is merely to observe, and should danger arise, I shall promptly retreat, Gansi Yun responded, without resentment towards Wu Liang's seemingly detached stance. Excellent. Then it is settled, Wu Liang affirmed, rising to his feet and heading towards the exterior. Siyun, seek out a suitable location to procure supplies. I shall summon you when it is time to descend into the sea. Understood, Gansi Yun replied with an obedient nod. Wu Liang meandered along the shoreline, soon arriving in the vicinity of Zhun Xingyun. Martial God, you too are here to gather supplies. Indeed, I shall explore other areas. Remember to exercise caution. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Liang resumed his course along the coast, his gaze fixed upon the enveloping mist. Before long, he circumvented to the side of Gan Siyun. Did you not manage to acquire the supplies? Gan Siyun was somewhat taken aback to see Wu Liang approach her. I have secured everything. There happens to be a golden treasure chest nearby, but it lies adjacent to Zhun Xingyun. It hardly seems prudent to jeopardize our rapport for a mere chest of gold. So soon, luck is on our side. We have yet to encounter any sea beasts. In truth, Wu Liang had deliberately lingered for several minutes. Let us proceed eastward. This is a diving apparatus. Remember to deposit a white jade coin into it every hour. Wu Liang extracted the diving device and handed it to Gan Siyun, continuing, this is the apparatus I previously utilized, comprising 20 crystal stones, 20 iron blocks, and 2 pieces of plastic. That is the cost price. I shall not charge you for the several white jade coins still within. As agreed, he would sell all his equipment to Gan Siyun at cost, without any additional fees. Brother Wu, what will you use then? Gan Siyun inquired, puzzled. I have acquired a unique item from the ocean depths, thus I have no need for the diving apparatus. You're not drooling, are you? Love it or leave it. Wu Liang cast a disapproving glance at Gan Siyun. Unfazed, she smiled and accepted the item, placing it into her storage bracelet. Brother Wu, what should I do if I do not possess enough crystal stones at the moment? Would you prefer I prepare more meals for you in the future? Wu Liang rolled his eyes. You may borrow against it. The iron blocks and plastic will count as 1 crystal stone each, totaling 25 crystal stones. Repayment is due within 30 days. Gan Siyun playfully stuck out her tongue and produced a plethora of crystals, the majority of which were wind crystals. How stingy! It would have been better to give them directly. Wu Liang was momentarily speechless. This girl, seeing his willingness to accommodate, had grown increasingly audacious. However, she was indeed quite affluent. A total of 21 crystals were collected by Wu Liang. Additionally, there was a crystal lamp capable of dispelling fog within a 5-meter radius, requiring careful consideration. 4 crystals and 4 quartz. Absolutely necessary. Gan Siyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately retrieved the materials. Wu Liang reached out to accept the crystals, locking his gaze on Gan Siyun. Brother Wu, what is with that look? Gan Siyun shot him a glance. I somewhat regret offering to assist you in crafting equipment for free, as I did not anticipate your hidden wealth. You are quite the little rich girl. Gan Siyun chuckled and adopted a playful expression. It's too late now, but if you behave well, I might consider pampering you. Wu Liang couldn't help but laugh at her teasing. After assisting Gan Siyun in crafting the crystal lamp, the two made their way eastward. If you cannot sense the island, be sure to inform me. Wu Liang reiterated his caution to Gan Siyun. Understood, Gan Siyun replied, her small face serious as she pulled out her diving gear from her storage bracelet. Let us go. Wu Liang called to Gan Siyun and the 2 little companions. Leaping into the sea, Gan Siyun, along with Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, followed closely behind. How is it? Can you sense anything? Wu Liang swam beside Gan Siyun and inquired. Beaming with elation, Gan Siyun gestured effusively, pointing first towards the isle and then to herself. Wu Liang gently struck his forehead, belatedly realizing he had neglected to inform Gan Siyun that vocal communication was indeed possible underwater. No seawater will invade your oral cavity. You are capable of speech, he assured. Gan Siyun tentatively parted her lips and uttered, Brother Wu? Before Wu Liang could respond, she exclaimed with vibrant enthusiasm, her gaze darting about, I truly can speak. Is this the submarine realm? Astoundingly, there is no miasma. Brother Wu, if there is no miasma, why did you endeavor to craft the crystal lantern for me? Gan Siyun queried, a hint of perplexity in her tone. When you ascend to the surface, will you not require it? What if marine beasts lurk within the surrounding mist? He countered, that is logical. Brother Wu's foresight is truly commendable. She conceded, are you capable of perceiving the isle? If not, I shall convey you there forthwith. Wu Liang offered. Gan Siyun nodded vigorously. Indeed, was I not gesticulating earlier? Describe the sensation, Wu Liang pressed. How shall I articulate it? It is akin to an invisible tether, one terminus affixed to me, the other to the isle. Verily, the villagers are integral to the isle, inextricably linked, he mused. I shall escort you to the ocean floor. Do not resist, Wu Liang declared, then addressed Little Blue. Little Blue, envelop Siyun in a bubble. A common bubble will suffice. Little Blue nodded in affirmation, expelling a bubble that immediately encased Gan Siyun. Standing within the bubble, Gan Siyun curiously prodded its surface with her digit. It is unbroken. What is this? Why does Little Blue encase me in a bubble? Little Blue possesses the ability to manipulate the bubble, swiftly guiding you to the ocean floor. At that moment, a golden fortune bag suddenly appeared in Wu Liang's hand, accompanied by the sound of a game notification in his ear. Game notification. Villager Zhun Xingyun has opened a golden treasure chest, revealing a golden fortune bag. Would you like to open it? Indeed, Zhun Xingyun had managed to retrieve the golden treasure chest beside him. Surrounded by seawater, Wu Liang chose not to open it. Brother Wu, what is this? Gan Siyun inquired with a look of curiosity. The village chief's benefits. Nothing significant. Wu Liang tucked the fortune bag away. Let's depart. With a grand gesture, Wu Liang led the way towards the depths of the sea. Little Blue skillfully controlled the bubble, closely following, while the little dragon also kept pace with determination. After approximately 10 minutes, the two individuals and two beasts reached the ocean floor. So beautiful, exclaimed Gan Siyun, utterly captivated by the breathtaking underwater scenery, momentarily forgetting that she was encased within a bubble. Chapter 58, Submarine Vein. Ahead lies a formidable trench, its depths unfathomable and fraught with peril. To the port side, a silver treasure chest is guarded by a monstrous hagfish within its domain. To starboard, a modest mineral vein promises the extraction of valuable resources. But beware the deceptive guises and insidious enchantments of the resident mine spirits. Behind, only a desolate expanse populated by mundane sea creatures. Undoubtedly, the course lies to starboard. The mine spirits, varying in rank from a minimum of level 10 to a maximum of level 15, emerge only within the richest mineral veins. Their forms are ever-shifting, masters of disguise, and possessors of potent bewitchment. Their vulnerability lies in their limited 2-meter range of enchantment and impaired vision. Wu Liang, now at level 11, is considered a second-grade chi refiner by the standards of the demonic sea world. The mine spirits, too, are of second-grade strength. As the Emperor's system merely advises caution, it suggests that he is capable of contending with them. Siyun, let's diverge. Venture towards that direction. But remember to exercise utmost vigilance. Wu Liang gestured towards the hagfish's territory. The hagfish, a level 6 demonic sea creature with formidable teeth, should be within Gan Siyun's capabilities. Whether she heeds his counsel is another matter entirely. Gan Siyun punctured the bubble with her sword and inquired, "Which way will you go, Brother Wu?" Wu Liang indicated the right. "I shall proceed this way. Remember to return before the island shifts." After reiterating his admonition, Wu Liang swam towards the mineral vein. Before long, Gan Siyun's figure had vanished from sight. Wu Liang spotted a mound of marine clay less than 50 meters ahead, where exposed stones glimmered faintly under the light. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern several quartz crystals jutting out. To his astonishment, it was not an iron ore deposit. Scanning the surroundings, he detected nothing amiss. Be cautious of the mineral spirits within the vein. Goodness, such remarkable camouflage. Xiaolong, come here. Upon hearing Wu Liang's call, Xiaolong swiftly swam to his side. Do you see the raised mound? You go ahead first. Wu Liang had already devised a plan in his mind. While he could not locate the mineral spirits himself, he could send Xiaolong to scout ahead. Though there was a risk of Xiaolong being misled, as long as they could eliminate the mineral spirit, he would be safe. It was unthinkable to allow him to face danger alone. So the unfortunate Xiaolong must take the lead. Xiaolong darted towards the mineral vein, with Wu Liang closely following, maintaining an impassive demeanor. As Xiaolong approached within 2 meters of the mineral vein, a stone swiftly morphed into a reptilian creature. Its skin was gray, adorned with small fish fins on its limbs, and it bore elongated tusks that glinted with a faint chill. As the mineral spirit revealed its true form, the surrounding 2 meters of seawater began to ripple irregularly. Under the influence of these waves, Xiaolong's eyes glazed over, and he wavered, drifting toward the gaping maw of the mineral spirit. Wu Liang, refusing to be complacent, abruptly raised his arm, conjuring a slender golden arrow within his palm. Golden arrow technique. A radiant beam pierced through the air, instantly creating a thumb-sized aperture of gore upon the brow of the mind spirit. Its corporeal form succumbed to gravity, scattering a collection of jade-hued coins upon the earth, as the erratic undulations in the air dissipated into nothingness. System notification. Experience 100. System notification. Pet Dragon Experience 1. System notification. Pet Blue Experience 1. The acquisition of 100 experience points indicated that the creature was at least level 12. The fact that he had vanquished a level 12 abyssal entity with a single strike filled Wu Liang with a sense of elation. However, he acknowledged that this was primarily due to employing the little dragon as a vanguard, as the mind spirit's deficient eyesight had failed to detect its presence. Had it not been for the system's timely warning, and had he rashly charged forward, the outcome of the confrontation would have been far from certain. Moo moo moo. The little dragon approached Wu Liang, regarding him with an expression of plaintive reproach. Very well, upon our return, you shall receive an extra portion of roasted meat as a reward, Wu Liang said as he gently stroked the dragon's head. Moo moo moo. The little dragon nuzzled its head against Wu Liang's palm, its tiny eyes narrowing in contentment, evidently placated. The system indicates a bountiful vein of or lies ahead, devoid of any peril. Upon receiving the system's notification, Wu Liang proceeded without hesitation to dissect the cadaver of the mind spirit. Only 200 milliliters of abyssal beast blood was extracted, and the flesh proved to be of no practical utility. Gathering the resources from the ground, Wu Liang produced the tools he had fashioned earlier and began to excavate the mineral lode with resounding clangs. Game tip, quartz 2. Game tip, purple gold 2. Game tip, CJ 2. Game tip, amethyst 2. Game tip, jade essence 2. Before long, a large pit emerged on the seabed. The veins had been thoroughly excavated. Wu Liang briefly assessed his gains. 542 quartz, 364 purple gold, 158 amethyst, 68 jade essence, 1 purple gold mother ore, and 1 crystal jade mother ore. Additionally, he had acquired 2 new materials. The harvest was bountiful. Purple gold mother ore, capable of continuously producing purple gold and amethyst, requires a mine. Crystal jade mother ore, capable of continuously producing quartz and jade essence, requires a mine. All excellent items. Wu Liang's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as he cheerfully gathered the materials from the ground and swam out from one side of the pit. It was still early. His underwater journey continued. Ahead, there was a charming young girl, opening a silver treasure chest. How did Gonxian end up right in front? Soon, Wu Liang realized that his direction had shifted from before. However, it appeared that Gonxian had heeded his advice and successfully slain the sea witch fish. To the right, there was a vast abyss, unfathomably deep and perilous. This trench is exceedingly long, Wu Liang mused. He was astonished to find that after swimming such a considerable distance, he was still near the trench. The left side lay desolate, occupied only by a few abyssal fish. Behind was a mysterious treasure chest, guarded by a formidable sea troll, for it was his abode. This creature possessed immense strength, and one should be wary of being crushed into a mere pulp. A mysterious treasure chest. A sea troll. Wu Liang felt a weight of trepidation. The sea troll was a level 20 abyssal creature, towering over him by a staggering 9 levels. This beast stood an impressive 20 meters tall. The sea troll was a peculiar marine entity, colossal and heavy, thriving solely in the ocean depths. Its exterior was impenetrable, prone to impulsive rage, and it would not relent until it had vanquished any intruder. Yet, its significant weakness lay in its inability to swim, rendering it clumsy in the water. For the sake of the mysterious treasure chest, Wu Liang resolved to fight. Clenching his fists, he inhaled deeply. This battle would be a formidable challenge, a true test of his capabilities. Moreover, both Xiao Long and Xiao Lan were at level 15, a gap that was not insurmountable. Their weaknesses were evident. They too could not swim. By exploiting this vulnerability, even if he found himself outmatched, Wu Liang was confident in his ability to escape. However, before engaging, he decided to first open the golden fortune bag, for it might enhance his strength. Wu Liang pondered for a moment, retrieved the golden fortune bag, and intoned. Open. Chapter 59. The Undersea Troll. Game hint. Golden fortune bag -1. Game hint. Golden crystal 3. Game hint. Wooden crystal 3. Game hint. Water crystal 3. Game hint. Rare crystal lamp. Crafting blueprint 1. Congratulations, host, for triggering the European Emperor system. Golden crystal 2. Congratulations, host, for triggering the European Emperor system. Quality of legendary crystal lamp. Crafting blueprint 1. Triggered 100-fold fortune amplification. Additionally, obtained the original of the binding technique 1. The possibility of triggering the European Emperor system filled Wu Liang with joy. This reward was akin to an ordinary player's opening of a treasure chest, and it came as a delightful bonus. Wu Liang first examined the original steel of the binding technique. Binding technique can summon wooden vines to ensnare the target's body, restricting movement. The more vital energy consumed, the greater the power. First use requires touching the steel, with unlimited uses thereafter. First learning requirement, level 10. Wooden Crystal 37250, a spell that could only be learned at level 10, was undoubtedly more potent than his previous spells. Wu Liang proceeded to learn it without hesitation. The legendary crystal lamp could dispel fog in a 50-meter radius, a tenfold enhancement compared to the effects of the rare crystal lamp he possessed. He gathered the materials from the ground and immediately tested the binding technique. Little Blue and Little Dragon were firmly ensnared by the wooden vines, unable to move. Moreover, he could control them with his will, tightening the binds continuously. After promising the two little creatures an extra serving of roasted meat for dinner, they finally appeared satisfied. With all preparations finalized, Wu Liang guided the two youngsters towards the abyssal sea troll. Predictably, after a brief interval, an immense form materialized within Wu Liang's vision. Follow closely and exercise caution. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, visibly apprehensive, trailed behind Wu Liang. The abyssal sea troll, adopting an upright posture from the waist up while crawling on all fours, possessed 4 legs for arms and 8 eyes atop its head. Wu Liang cautiously ascended, gradually shifting from an upward gaze to a level perspective. The abyssal sea troll was voraciously devouring the bones of an unidentifiable marine creature. Upon detecting movement, it swiftly raised its head, its 8 eyes glaring menacingly at Wu Liang and his companions. Each eyeball surpassed Xiao Lan's entire physique in size. Ascend rapidly, Wu Liang exclaimed urgently. Insolent vermin, daring to disrupt my meal. The abyssal sea troll, brandishing a bone in its hand, hurled it forcefully towards Wu Liang. The surrounding seawater churned violently with the troll's throw, generating a series of miniature whirlpools. Despite being submerged, the bone traveled at an astonishing velocity, reaching Wu Liang in the blink of an eye. Incredibly swift, Wu Liang exclaimed in alarm. Windshield technique. Windshield technique. With a resounding crash, the bone collided forcefully with the windshield, instantaneously shattering the initial layer. The remaining bone fragments struck the second windshield, causing it to become riddled with cracks. Wu Liang was propelled backward with considerable force, collapsing onto the seabed. The surrounding waters transformed into a murky haze. The force behind the bone fragment dissipated, causing it to sink weakly towards the seabed. That was close, Wu Liang exclaimed, regaining his footing. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, casting 2 consecutive windshield spells. He was also grateful for the resistance provided by the seawater, which prevented him from sustaining any injuries. Upon witnessing their master being hurled backward, Xiao Lan and Xiao Long were immediately enraged. Xiao Lan's fins fluttered, conjuring a series of wind blades that swiftly darted towards the abyssal troll. A profound and resonant dragon's roar emanated from Xiao Long's maw, yet it caused no discernible disturbance in the surroundings, and even Xiao Lan remained unaffected. However, the abyssal troll displayed a fleeting moment of disorientation before swiftly regaining its senses. Its face contorted in agony, with blood trickling from its ears and the corners of its eyes. Simultaneously, Xiao Lan's wind blade struck, leaving a dense array of shallow and uneven lacerations across the abyssal troll's body. The abyssal troll emitted a piercing shriek, seizing massive stones from the seabed with its 4 arms and hurling them towards the trio. Wu Liang, having just risen from the seabed, found himself confronted by an enormous boulder. Thunderstep, Wu Liang cried. Wu Liang's figure abruptly glided a considerable distance to the left, narrowly evading the boulder's assault. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, being the undisputed sovereigns of the seabed, effortlessly evaded the attack. Entangling vines, Wu Liang chanted, his fingers forming an arcane gesture. Emerald vines rapidly sprouted from beneath the abyssal troll's feet, multiplying and thickening with astonishing speed. The wooden vines entwined the body of the sea troll like tentacles, binding its arms tightly. How infuriating! The sea troll let out a furious roar, struggling with all its might, snapping the vines one by one. Xiao Lan, Xiao Long, continue the assault. Wu Liang intensified his energy output, causing the vines to grow rapidly, once again wrapping around the sea troll's form and constricting ever tighter. At that moment, Xiao Lan's attacks arrived, slicing through the water with razor-sharp wind blades that struck the sea troll's body. Xiao Long unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Despite being submerged, the flame showed no signs of extinguishing, and the surrounding seawater remained unscathed, as if the fire bore no heat at all. Hiss! Ah! The sea troll emitted a piercing scream as the dragon fire struck its face, rapidly spreading across its body in an instant. The wooden vines entwined around the sea troll were singed by the flames, wilting away swiftly. Without the vines to restrain it, the sea troll wailed in agony. Thrashing on the ground, the ocean trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck, turning the waters murky. The dragon fire on its body gradually began to extinguish, releasing a foul, acrid odor that pervaded the water, overpowering the surrounding seawater. A golden opportunity. Wu Liang seized the moment, swiftly drawing forth the golden wind sword. As a surge of energy flowed into his back, the intricate patterns on the winged outfit shimmered to life as two ethereal wings, each approximately 2 meters in span, unfurled from Wu Liang's back. With a gentle flap, he ascended from the ocean floor with remarkable speed. In an instant, Wu Liang found himself near the formidable sea troll. With a swift motion, he unleashed the cold moon sword technique. The energy within him rapidly dwindled, and the surrounding seawater turned frigid. A ghostly crescent moon materialized, exuding a fierce aura as it sliced towards the sea troll. Boom! The previously murky waters became even more clouded, torrents surging in all directions. Game notification. Experience 2000. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan experience 1000. Game notification. Pet Xiaolong experience 1000. Wu Liang was astounded by the sudden influx of 2000 experience points. His mouth agape in disbelief. The energy within him surged once more. Mysterious forces emanated from the sea troll's body, rushing toward him at an alarming rate. Yet Wu Liang remained oblivious to their presence. What was once depleted energy rapidly replenished and expanded several-fold, while his physical prowess increased dramatically. The waters around him regained their clarity as Wu Liang retracted his wings and descended upon the lifeless form of the sea troll. Chapter 60. The Mysterious Chest. In 2 epic equipments, the body of the underwater troll was cleaved in 2, and both Little Blue and Little Dragon approached Wu Liang. Little Dragon appeared somewhat lethargic, evidently suffering from the considerable toll exacted by the dragon flame. Wu Liang, suppressing the unpleasant odor, began to dismember the carcass. The sea beast's blood amounted to a staggering 10 liters, alongside 80 pieces of underwater troll meat, 20 charred pieces of meat, and 20 units of burnt beast hide. The burnt hides were rendered utterly useless, while consuming the charred meat would not only induce diarrhea, but also diminish health by 20 points. Wu Liang promptly discarded them. Gathering over 100 white jade coins that the underwater troll had dropped, Wu Liang swam towards the mysterious chest. Mysterious chest, a special type of chest, often referred to as a lucky chest, devoid of any danger. Its contents are solely determined by fortune. As the surrounding odors gradually dissipated with the ebbing currents, the air became less foul, just based on luck. Fortune has always favored me. Wu Liang exhaled into his palm and proceeded to open the mysterious chest. Game prompt. Mysterious chest 1. Game prompt. The mysterious chest can be decomposed into 2 jade crystals. Would you like to decompose it? System notification. Legendary Veracity Blade Schematic acquired 1. System notification. Exquisite Marine Bestiary acquired 1. System notification. Divination Spell acquired 1. Congratulatory system notification. Triggering the Apex Luck system. Legendary Veracity Blade Schematic quality increased by 1. Congratulatory system notification. Triggering the Apex Luck system. Exquisite Marine Bestiary quality increased by 1. Activating Centuple Fortune Amplification. 7 Luminaries Meditation Technique. Original text acquired 1. A free zone coursed through Wu Liang's frame. An epic-grade weapon, no less. His respiration quickened as he eagerly seized the schematic from within the treasure chest, commencing his examination. Epic Veracity Blade Schematic, an exceedingly rare weapon, capable of siphoning the life force of its targets, channeling it into the wielder to maintain inexhaustible vigor, and comprehensively augmenting physical attributes. Even without the act of forging, one could readily envision the formidable nature of the Veracity Blade. To possess such an artifact would be akin to wielding a perpetual motion engine. Rare Marine Bestiary enables the viewing of data pertaining to marine organisms ranging from levels 21 to 60. Divination spell original text. Upon casting this incantation, an ethereal emanation propagates in all directions, probing for any life forms within a defined radius. The magnitude of mana expenditure dictates the extent of the detection range. Upon the first touch, one may utilize the item an infinite number of times, provided the prerequisites are met. Level 10, 282 20 gold crystals, 225 20 wood crystals, and 302 20 ice crystals. The 7 Luminaries meditation technique is a rare method that can continuously enhance one's vitality, though one must exercise caution, as it may lead to addiction. The initial activation requires merely a touch upon the steel, and its uses are limitless. The exploration technique demands a substantial expenditure of 160 elemental crystals from the 8 major elements. However, Wu Liang is financially robust. He has not pursued the 7 Luminaries meditation technique, as the Dragon Sovereign scripture is evidently superior, and acquiring it may distract him from his focus. With the exploration technique at his disposal, there will be no further need for the little dragon to scout ahead. The little dragon has performed admirably and deserves a fitting reward. Gathering the resources scattered on the ground, Wu Liang turned his gaze towards the little dragon. What troubles you? Little one, are you unwell? He had been so preoccupied with collecting materials that he had not paid attention to the dragon's condition. The little dragon weakly shook its head. Wu Liang gently cradled the little dragon, inspecting it thoroughly, and upon discovering no injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. Was it merely a matter of exhaustion? The little dragon nodded vigorously in his embrace, acknowledging that as a young dragon, the consumption of dragon fire had taken a toll on it. You have contributed greatly this time. You shall be rewarded accordingly. Wu Liang affectionately patted the little dragon's head with a soft smile. The little dragon, with a whimper, nuzzled into Wu Liang's arms, yearning for a share of the reward. All right, there will be enough for everyone. Wu Liang chuckled warmly as he opened the crafting interface. In addition to examining the synthesis formula for the Epic Blade of Greed, Wu Liang also intended to manufacture some blood pills. Having reached level 15, both of his small companions were now capable of ascending to level 20. He swiftly navigated the crafting page, which instantly scrolled to the bottom. Epic Blade of Greed. Golden Crystal 262,500. Wood Crystal 205,500. Water Crystal 274,500. Fire Crystal 274,500. Earth Crystal 247,500. Wind Crystal 213,500. Lightning Crystal 258,500. Ice Crystal 282,500. Purple Gold 371,100. Jade Essence 68,2. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wu Liang. He had once fancied himself a minor tycoon, devoid of resource concerns, yet it now appeared that his vision had been rather myopic. It seemed that, in short term, crafting was out of the question, and he would have to gather resources gradually. The gap in his crystal inventory was indeed substantial. Turning to the synthesis formula for the refined blood pills, Wu Liang promptly crafted 30 of them, distributing them evenly between Little Blue and Little Dragon. The two small beasts eagerly consumed the pills, fully aware of the benefits they would confer. The game notifications echoed in his ears as Little Blue and Little Dragon's strength surged, their sizes increasing several-fold. Game notification. Pet Little Blue has leveled up to 20, acquiring a new ability, Northern Mystic Meditation, Shape-Shifting. Game notification. Pet Little Dragon has leveled up to 20, acquiring a new ability, Celestial Dragon Meditation, Shape-Shifting. To his astonishment, they had gained meditation techniques, indicating that Little Blue and Little Dragon could now cultivate independently. A flurry of thoughts cascaded through Wu Liang's mind. So, it would seem that growth-type pets possess the inherent ability to cultivate independently, whereas ordinary pets do not. Growth-type pets, in essence, are self-evolving. Wu Liang tentatively arrived at this conclusion. Metamorphosis? Could it perhaps imply the ability to alter size at will? He accessed the pet interface. Flying Bubble Fish, Azure, level 20, maximum of 5 levels above the master. Experience, 34,500. Status, healthy abilities, imprisoning paralysis bubble, water, arrow technique, wind blade technique. Northern Darkness Meditation, Metamorphosis, 4-clawed Golden Dragon, Drake, level 20, maximum of 5 levels above the master. Experience, 34,500. Status, healthy abilities, Dragon Flame, Dragon Roar. Summoning Wind and Rain, Flight, Celestial Dragon Meditation. Metamorphosis, he gasped. The experience requirement had increased tenfold. Wu Liang had gleaned a wealth of cultivation information during his conversation with Mu Qing. According to the lore of the Demon Sea world, both of his diminutive companions were currently at the second grade Qi cultivator stage, albeit in a state of perfection. Creatures of the Demon Sea world must accumulate vast quantities of primordial energy within their bodies to surmount the successive barriers to advancement. However, the players, including his pets, were different because they could rapidly advance as long as they had enough experience. Because there were no barriers, the game adjusted the experience needed for upgrading from level 21 to 29. Nevertheless, this was merely a conjecture harbored by Wu Liang, its veracity uncertain to him. Despite the augmentation of his experience to 5,000, facilitated by the endeavors of the two young ones, Wu Liang remained largely unperturbed. Both youngsters were adept in the art of meditation, a practice through which they could gradually accumulate experience. Furthermore, he reasoned, with access to resources, the acquisition of marine beast blood was surely within reach. Chapter 61. The great serpent of the demon sea, the little dragon, was once again full of vim and vigor, frolicking about in the sea. The two little fellows were now half the size of his body. Come, let's test your new abilities. Show me your shape-shifting, Wu Liang said with a smile to the two energetic little fellows. Squeak, squeak, little Blue's eyes revealed a touch of slyness. A large amount of blue light emanated from its body, enveloping it. As the blue light subsided, little Blue's figure suddenly shrank, reverting to the size it was when it was born. Squeak, squeak, little Blue nestled in Wu Liang's arms, looking at him with an air of pride. Not to be outdone, little dragon flashed with golden light. Its body shrank as well. Wu Liang looked at the little creatures on either side of his body, his face filled with delight. You really can shrink. Squeak, squeak, moo, 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 the two little fellows cried out triumphantly. After questioning the two little fellows for a while, Wu Liang finally understood. The two little fellows could only shrink their bodies or return to their original size, but they could not grow larger. When their bodies shrank, their combat power would also be greatly weakened. Then you should usually maintain this state, and when you fight, transform back to your previous state, understand? The two little fellows nodded quickly. Then transform back for now. Wu Liang released the two little fellows and began to survey his surroundings. Ahead is a trench, inside which there are good supplies. Still within the range of the trench, Wu Liang was somewhat astonished, and then he looked to the left. After swimming to the left for 2 hours, you will encounter a captivating young creature. To the right lies a golden treasure chest, beside which slumbers a terrifying sea serpent. It is imperative that you do not attempt to awaken it, as it is exceedingly perilous. Behind you, a group of marine fish frolics amidst the coral. The sea serpent? The bestiary for creatures below level 20 does not contain any information about the sea serpent. Wu Liang opened the bestiary interface to commence his search. Sea serpent, level 25 marine creature. Known for its ferocity, it roams the ocean floor aimlessly, preferring to consume sea mud and indulge in slumber. Abilities: engulfing technique, body constriction, tracking technique. Weakness: vulnerable spot at the 7th inch. Upon reviewing the bestiary, Wu Liang felt a surge of excitement. Having previously vanquished a sea troll had instilled him with immense confidence. A level 25 marine creature, he wondered how much experience it might yield. Seizing the opportunity while the sea serpent remained in slumber, perhaps he could slay it with a single strike. He cautioned his companions to remain vigilant and silent. With that, Wu Liang swam toward the direction of the sea serpent. This time, the duration of his swim was significantly longer, indicating that the sea serpent was quite a distance away. Game alert. Villager Gan Si Yun has unlocked a golden treasure chest, revealing a golden fortune pouch. Would you like to open it? Just as Wu Liang spotted the sea serpent 100 meters away, the game notification echoed in his ears. However, he was not taken aback. The ocean floor was abundant in resources, and it was hardly surprising that Gan Si Yun had discovered a golden treasure chest, let alone that it would yield a fortune pouch, a probability of success that was undeniably high. Wu Liang has discerned the nuances of the European Emperor System's prompts. It exclusively indicates the first encountered marine organisms or resources. Only upon surpassing these will the system reveal subsequent items. He wonders if there will be spells or resources to enhance his prowess this time. He activates the system, silently reciting the incantation. Game prompt: purple gold fortune bag, 1. Game prompt: golden crystal 6. Game prompt: wooden crystal 6. Game prompt: Water Crystal 6. Game prompt. Superior Prosthetic Manufacturing Blueprint 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the European Emperor System. Golden Crystal 2. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the European Emperor System. Superior Prosthetic Manufacturing Blueprint Quality 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification, additionally acquiring each of the 8 elemental crystals 20. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed with delight, although no spells had been revealed. The abundance of crystals constituted a significant harvest. A single purple gold fortune bag yielded a total of 256 crystals. He collected the remaining items with care. Seizing the rare prosthetic manufacturing blueprint, Wu Liang bent down to examine the details of the blueprint. Rare prosthetic manufacturing blueprint, capable of customizing corresponding prosthetic structures based on organs, aiding individuals with disabilities in regaining normal mobility. It may serve as a regular limb and is equipped with standard neural feedback covered with active skin. To his astonishment, this item even provides neural feedback and is enveloped in active skin. Noting that some players have lost hands and feet, he surmises that customizing prosthetics for them would undoubtedly command a handsome price. Wu Liang was already envisioning the immense popularity this item would garner in the market. He was convinced that players of certain caliber would be willing to expend considerable sums for it. Within the world of the Magic Sea, a damaged physique could compromise one's chances of survival. Furthermore, even affluent players who felt insecure about particular aspects of their anatomy might be inclined to purchase it. This was a far more flawless solution than mere augmentation, and it came without any adverse effects. Learn. Wu Liang intoned silently. The crafting schematic transformed into a beam of light, integrating itself into his being. Wu Liang was in no rush to examine the synthesis formula. His immediate priority was to dispatch the magic sea serpent before it could awaken and cause complications. He stealthily swam towards the golden treasure chest, retrieved it, and then unsheathed the golden wind sword. He managed to do so without disturbing the magic sea serpent. Wu Liang took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the coiled serpent. The aquatic environment was not conducive to the deployment of Thunderstep, so Wu Liang quietly channeled his vital energy, and the wings of the feathered suit materialized once more. Whoosh! Wu Liang propelled himself towards the magic sea serpent with astonishing velocity. The magic sea serpent roused instantly, its serpentine form tensing rigidly. Just as it began to raise its head, a crescent of formidable aura descended upon it, cleaving into its flesh. Hiss! The magic sea serpent emitted a miserable shriek. Its 10-meter-long body was severed in two, and its blood stained the surrounding waters crimson. The two halves writhed uncontrollably on the seabed, its serpentine eyes glaring fixedly at Wu Liang. The magic sea serpent opened its maw, and a colossal, invisible force of suction emanated from it, drawing in massive quantities of seawater. Wu Liang's body was involuntarily drawn towards the serpent's mouth by the force of the ocean. This was the devouring technique. Wu Liang was struck with terror. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found it nearly impossible to regain control of his body. As he drew ever closer to the gaping maw of the monstrous sea python, dread washed over his features. At that moment, the attacks from Xiao Long and Xiao Lan arrived. Xiao Lan's wind blade struck the body of the sea python, leaving deep gashes in its wake. The deep rumble of Xiao Long's dragon roar echoed, momentarily freezing the python's gaze. The devouring technique was abruptly interrupted. Wu Liang regained control of his body. With a flash of inspiration, he seized the fleeting opportunity and struck his sword upon the python's head. Game notification. Experience 2,000. Game notification. Pet Xiaolong experience 1,000. Game notification. Pet Xiaolong experience 1,000. With a sigh of relief, Wu Liang exhaled, his face a canvas of lingering fear. The previous moment had been utterly harrowing, had it not been for his two loyal companions. He might have been reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 62. A chase and an escape. Truly, one's hubris knew no bounds. With a hand pressed against his chest, Wu Liang was visibly shaken. The earlier triumph over the abyssal troll had instilled in him an overweening confidence, leading him to believe that the level 25 demonic sea serpent posed little threat. After all, he was level 15, and his diminutive dragons had already reached level 20, suggesting a negligible disparity. Little did he anticipate that a moment of imprudence would nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the demonic sea serpent was slumbering, allowing him to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, it bore thinking about. Indeed, one must guard against excessive pride. Wu Liang cautioned himself inwardly. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long approached Wu Liang, gently nuzzling his legs, seemingly to offer solace. I am quite all right, he reassured them, stroking their massive heads. Wu Liang then set about disassembling the demonic sea serpent's carcass, yielding 3 liters of sea beast blood, 500 units of flesh, and 10 units of hide. The serpent's flesh was not only exquisitely tender, but also enhanced bodily suppleness. Wu Liang resolved to partake of it that very evening. Beware, an enraged, demonic sea serpent is rapidly approaching your location. You are no match for it. Flight is your only hope for survival. Another demonic sea serpent. Wu Liang was startled, hastily gathering the resources from the seabed. Quickly flee, Wu Liang urged the 2 diminutive dragons. Proceeding forward will lead you directly into the path of the demonic sea serpent. Blast! He had chosen the wrong direction. Wu Liang swiftly reversed course, swimming away from the approaching serpent. He had no intention of confronting the abyssal sea serpent, despite having reached level 19. However, the earlier experience had instilled a sense of fear within him. After swimming for a while, he glanced behind him and saw that the abyssal sea serpent was not pursuing him, which brought him some relief. As long as it was not following, he felt at ease. Wu Liang paused, checking the time. It was just past 4 o'clock. There was still plenty of time to explore other areas. He began to assess which direction would be suitable for him to venture towards. Warning, the abyssal sea serpent is now less than a kilometer away from you. Flee immediately. Damn it, what is this beast, a dog? Wu Liang muttered in frustration. Indeed, he saw a vague shadow swiftly approaching from behind. Run, Wu Liang shouted, propelling himself forward alongside Xiao Lan and Xiao Long. Warning, the abyssal sea serpent is now less than 500 meters away. So fast, Wu Liang was alarmed and swam even more swiftly. Warning, the abyssal sea serpent is now less than 200 meters away. Suddenly, an immense force of suction pulled from behind, causing the 3 of them to momentarily halt, involuntarily being drawn back by the force. Earth wall technique. Wu Liang managed to twist his body and conjured an earth wall technique. A massive wall of earth rose instantly from the seabed, obstructing the serpent's devouring attack. Time to flee again. You 2, shrink your bodies and come into my arms. Xiao Long and Xiao Lan understood the urgency of the situation and quickly diminished in size. Nestling into Wu Liang's embrace, a resounding crash echoed behind them as the abyssal sea serpent smashed through Wu Liang's earth wall technique. Earth wall technique. Wu Liang once again employed the earth wall technique to obstruct the colossal serpent of the demon sea. His body moved with relentless agility as he summoned the primal energy within him. With a resounding thud, ethereal wings unfurled on either side of him. The 2-meter-long wings flapped gently, propelling Wu Liang forward like an arrow, swiftly surging ahead. The demon sea giant python shattered the earth wall once more. Upon witnessing Wu Liang's retreat, it emitted a furious roar, accelerating its pursuit with increased ferocity. This won't do. Wu Liang steeled himself, channeling a surge of energy into his wings, further amplifying his speed. After 5 minutes, the looming figure of the giant python had vanished from sight. Gradually, Wu Liang reduced his energy output, maintaining a steady pace. Warning, a demon sea giant shark lies ahead. You are about to enter its hunting ground. Exercise caution. Wu Liang came to an abrupt halt. Perhaps it is best to return to the island. He retracted his wings and ascended, swimming upwards. The energy expenditure had proven quite substantial. With the giant shark in front and the giant python behind, remaining at the seabed was no longer prudent. Who could foresee what other dangers might lurk? Lanternfish glided past him, seemingly unperturbed by his presence. Having distanced himself from the ocean floor, he found himself enveloped in darkness. However, the glow of the lanternfish illuminated his surroundings, dispelling the gloom. Sensing his direction, Wu Liang swam towards his island. Warning, the demon sea giant python has caught up. Wu Liang glanced downward, and, indeed, a vague shadow was rapidly closing in on him. What the hell? Seizing the 2 diminutive creatures beside him, Wu Liang once more summoned his wings, swiftly propelling himself towards the direction of his island. The monstrous abyssal serpent relentlessly closed in, leaving Wu Liang no choice but to augment the infusion of his vital energy. As time gradually ebbed away, the vital energy within Wu Liang's body had already diminished by half. The resonance between the island and himself grew increasingly distinct, allowing him to once again distance himself from the pursuing abyssal serpent. Before long, he arrived in the vicinity of his island, with one hand cradling the two small beings and the other carrying the crystalline lamp. Wu Liang burst forth from the ocean's surface, ascending into the heavens. Enshrouded by the surrounding mist, Wu Liang soared towards his island. Gan Siyun had already returned to the island at this moment, engaged in conversation with the couple, Zhen Xingyun. The trio beheld Wu Liang emerging from the mist like a celestial deity, their mouths agape in astonishment. Fortunately, all three of you are here. Wu Liang descended beside the three individuals, retracting his wings. He was uncertain whether the abyssal serpent would pursue him, and if it were to do so, encountering the trio, it would likely be obliterated with a mere touch. Brother Wu, were you not beneath the sea? How did you emerge from the mist? Indeed, the wings behind you are remarkably dashing. Are they a specialized artifact? Martial God, I have already reached level 5. Would you be able to assist me in crafting a diving apparatus? I, too, wish to explore the depths of the ocean. The three individuals gazed at Wu Liang with fervent excitement, chattering incessantly. Do not be hasty. You must promptly seek refuge within my abode. There may be impending danger. Wu Liang stated with a grave countenance. However, the abyssal serpent's objective was him. As long as three individuals remain concealed within his estate, there should be no peril. What danger? I have already attained level 6. I ought to be of assistance to you. Gan Siyun inquired with a look of curiosity. Indeed, I too have reached level 5. Do not underestimate us. Martial God, Zhen Xingyun exclaimed. Enough, it is not a matter of underestimating you. The situation is genuinely perilous. A level 25 abyssal serpent has been relentlessly pursuing me. What did you say? Level 25? This is utterly absurd. A creature of such caliber. The trio was once again taken aback. Brother Wu, our estate should be capable of withstanding the creature you described. Why not seek refuge within? Gan Siyun was the first to recover from the shock. Yes, if the abyssal serpent cannot perceive you, it may very well depart. Zhen Xingyun chimed in. The thought of facing a level 25 creature was beyond their wildest imaginations. If Wu Liang could escape from such a formidable foe, just how powerful was he now? The sheer terror of it sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 63. A chilling realization observing the worried expressions of the three, Wu Liang felt a surge of emotion. Although they were in the treacherous realm of the demonic sea, there remained a semblance of humanity. Do not fret, I can handle this. You should quickly find a place to hide. The island was not submerged beneath the waves. As long as the demonic sea python pursued him, Wu Liang felt confident in his ability to confront it. Upon his return, he had already devised a battle strategy. Wu Liang, might I inquire as to your current level? Wu Liang pondered for a moment. It was not a closely guarded secret. Level 19. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The trio gasped in astonishment. Be cautious. The demonic sea python is now less than 1,000 meters from your island. Quickly, seek shelter. The demonic sea python is approaching. Wu Liang shouted urgently, summoning his wings to soar into the air. Xiaolon, Xiaolong, keep your distance and prepare for battle. Xiaolon and Xiaolong nodded, their forms rapidly expanding as they hovered nearby. The trio, sensing Wu Liang's grave demeanor, hastily made their way towards the residence, fully aware that their presence would only complicate matters. Wu Liang gripped the golden wind sword tightly, his gaze fixed on a mist to the south of the island from which he had emerged. Uncertain of the demonic sea python's exact entrance point, he surmised it would likely emerge from this very location. Indeed, a deluge of seawater crashed against the shore, and a colossal serpent's head materialized from the fog. It was precisely where Wu Liang had appeared earlier. An opportunity presented itself. In the chilling moonlit night, the essence within was abruptly diminished, leaving only a fraction behind. The surrounding temperature plummeted immediately. Gan Siyun and the others, concealed within the mansion, gazed anxiously at the figure of Wu Liang, suspended in midair. Before him, a crescent moon emerged, emanating a sharp and formidable sword intent that could be felt even from within the confines of the mansion. What kind of spell is this? Why do I feel so cold all over? Gan Siyun murmured, Do not speak. My skin feels as if it is being sliced by blades. Despite its inherently dark nature, the demon sea python found this frigid atmosphere exceedingly unbearable. Its tail, driven by instinct, became rigid and motionless as it witnessed the crescent moon descending upon it. With a piercing shriek, the demon sea python lashed out its tail at the approaching crescent. Swoosh! The crescent effortlessly severed the tail, but it also dispersed the energy that had been unleashed. Hiss! The demon sea python emitted a mournful cry, its serpent-like eyes fixated fiercely on Wu Liang. With a gaping maw, it attempted to draw Wu Liang into its depths. Coral nearby was uprooted, soaring towards the menacing serpent. Wu Liang flapped his wings desperately, resisting the terrifying pull of the demon sea python. Even the wind blades conjured by Xiaolan were drawn into its ravenous mouth. Just then, the roar of the little dragon interrupted the python's devouring technique. Bind! Wu Liang commanded, and with a deft movement of his left hand, thick, robust vines ensnared the monstrous jaws of the demon sea python. Bang! 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 One by one, the vines were snapped by the python's strength, only for countless new shoots to spring forth from the ground in an instant. Unable to employ the devouring art, the abyssal serpent found itself incapable of striking Wu Liang in the heavens. Its eyes, brimming with animosity, remained fixed upon Wu Liang as its severed tail thrashed wildly against the earth, leaving behind a series of deep furrows. Azure's assault resumed with renewed vigor. Blades of wind etched profound wounds upon the abyssal serpent's hide, inciting its unbridled fury. The ground beneath was instantly stained crimson by the serpent's ichor. Wormling, ceasing its draconic aria, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The aureate flames engulfed the abyssal serpent, erupting with a fierce conflagration that consumed its entirety. The wooden tendrils constricting the serpent's head were instantly reduced to ash. Hiss! The abyssal serpent emitted a continuous, agonizing wail, its colossal form convulsing violently upon the island. Wormling's dragon fire had intensified considerably. Observing the abyssal serpent writhing on the ground, a hint of elation crossed Wu Liang's countenance. Raising the gilded wind sword, Wu Liang soared towards the abyssal serpent's vulnerable point. Icy moon soared intent. A fleeting crescent of light vanished in an instant. The abyssal serpent collapsed limply onto the earth. System notification. Experience 2000. System notification. Pet Azure experience 1000. System notification. Pet Wormling experience 1000. A lavish collection of jade coins shimmered resplendently beside the abyssal serpent's corpse. Why has Brother Wu descended? Gon Siyun exclaimed, her face etched with anxiety. Could it be that the martial god has subdued the abyssal serpent? Impossible. That is a level 25 monster. The three exchanged perplexed glances. Zhan Xingyun, unable to contain her curiosity, approached the grand door and opened it slightly. What are you doing? Are you seeking death? Deng Jie exclaimed in panic, directing her alarm at Zhan Xingyun. Look quickly. The martial god has truly subdued the sea serpent. Really? The voices of the two women escalated in excitement as they exchanged glances and hurried towards the entrance. Zhan Xingyun hastily opened the door, revealing a scene of chaos on the island. Shattered corals and fallen phoenix trees scattered about, while Wu Liang knelt beside the carcass of the sea serpent, meticulously disassembling it. Good heavens! A level 25 monster was vanquished by Brother Wu just like that. What an immense amount of experience! Gon Siyun exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. You all have emerged, Wu Liang remarked, glancing over at the trio, having completed the dismemberment of the serpent's body. The dragon flames of Little Long had incinerated 10 units of meat beyond consumption, which Wu Liang carelessly tossed into the mist along with the beast's hide. Martial god, why did you discard the meat? If you don't want it, you could give it to me, Zhan Xingyun shouted. The charred meat is inedible, if you desire. I can set some aside for you next time. In that case, perhaps it's best not to, Zhan Xingyun replied with a forced smile. Wu Liang laughed heartily and produced 5 units of meat, offering them to Zhan Xingyun. What is this? She inquired, somewhat perplexed. A share for all who witness. Today, I am in high spirits, and these are gifts for you and your spouse. If you don't want it, I can certainly take it back. Wu Liang teased. Deng Jie stealthily pinched Zhan Xingyun from behind, prompting him to finally react. Thank you, martial god. My supplies at home are dwindling. Zhan Xingyun expressed his gratitude to Wu Liang, wincing in pain. It's nothing. You are my villagers. If you work diligently, I shall never treat you unfairly. After the meal, Wu Liang instructed, you shall follow Siyun to my training room to learn some spells. Wu Liang then addressed Gan Siyun. Siyun, please teach Xingyun the golden arrow technique. Gan Siyun readily agreed. Oh dear, now the great goddess Gan has turned into a housekeeper. It seems I must curry favor with you more often. Zhen Xingyun remarked with a mischievous grin. Go away, Gan Siyun retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she clenched her delicate fist and playfully struck at Zhen Xingyun. Deng Jie joined in, and the three engaged in a lively chase and playful brawl. Wu Liang watched their antics with a warm smile, reminiscing about the joyful times he experienced only during his university days. Martial God, what is your current combat strength? Zhen Xingyun, slightly overwhelmed, swiftly changed the subject. The two girls immediately ceased their play and turned their attention to Wu Liang. Chapter 64. Breaking through the 20,000 battle power barrier. Let me take a look. He was uncertain about his own battle power. Focusing his attention, Wu Liang opened the game interface. Wu Liang height, 183 centimeters, weight, 72 kilograms, level, 20 battle power, 21. 532 experience, 1, 536 5, 000 health, 93 100 lifespan, 160 title, village chief of Yong'an village date, year 1 of the Kaiyuan calendar, January 7th, 1832. His battle power had increased remarkably. He wondered how much his lifespan would grow upon reaching level 21. Currently, he possessed a lifespan of 160 years, being merely a second-tier Qi practitioner. How much would he gain upon reaching the third, or even the ninth tier? Immortality no longer seemed like a distant dream. How much battle power does the war god possess? Zhen Xingyun's voice jolted Wu Liang back to reality. Only 21, 532 battle power, he replied nonchalantly. After all, they would eventually discover it when the rankings were updated the day after tomorrow. It mattered little whether he told them now. Only 21, 532 battle power. The three of them fell into silence. The war god had become rather pretentious. Could the war god truly be a mere pawn of the developers? I strongly suspect that the war god is a construct devised by the game planners to manipulate our mindset, perhaps even the planner themselves. Brother Wu, you must strive harder. Just a bit more and your battle power will exceed mine. Keep it up. The three teased in a half-joking manner, clearly astonished by the staggering score. None could even catch a whiff of the dust left behind by Wu Liang. One by one, they approached Wu Liang, scrutinizing him with peculiar gazes. Aren't you all salvaging supplies? Wu Liang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why are you all staring at me like that? Gan Siyun shook her head. No, we've exhausted all of our health points. Well, I'm going to salvage then. I still have plenty of health points, Wu Liang responded. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to test the legendary crystal lamp, which he had yet to forge. Paying no mind to the three individuals beside him, he opened the crafting interface and scrolled directly to the bottom. Superior sunglasses, quartz 738-2, iron ingot 992, legendary crystal lamp, crystal stone 30210, fire crystal stone 30210, quartz 73810, rare prosthetic, crystal stone 3025, wood crystal stone 2375, fire crystal stone 3025, wind crystal stone 2355, silver ingot 3210, gold ingot 455. Note: minimum requirement to craft below the arm. If exceeding maximum volume, materials will be doubled accordingly. There's even a special annotation. Wu Liang exclaimed, astonished, as this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. However, the material consumption was not excessive, and he believed that disabled players would spare no expense to acquire it. Selecting the rare crystal lamp, he confirmed the crafting process. As the game prompt echoed, a crystal lamp materialized in Wu Liang's hand. It resembled the rare crystal lamp he had crafted previously, but the patterns etched upon it were far more peculiar. Brother Wu, why is this crystal lamp different from the one you crafted for me? Curiosity piqued. Gan Siyun inquired from the sidelines. Did you acquire that recently in the depths of the sea? I'm just eager to assess its efficacy. With a subtle smile, Wu Liang ambled towards the coastline, closely trailed by the trio, who were captivated by his every move. Paying them no mind, Wu Liang deposited a single jade coin into the fabled crystal lamp. As twilight deepened, the crystal lamp emitted a beam of white light, which then intensified dramatically, bathing the island in a radiance akin to daylight. The light was gentle and not at all harsh. The mist that had shrouded the sea dissipated, revealing a rather ungainly demon sea turtle king. Upon seeing the three individuals and two beasts on the shore, The demon sea turtle king was startled and promptly submerged back into the ocean. Good heavens! It can dispel the mist. In such a vast area, we can even see the supplies. A treasure, indeed a treasure. The three gazed at Wu Liang with fervent expressions. Brother Wu, I desire it, Gonxian pleaded, tugging at Wu Liang's arm with yearning. Oh, Miss Gon, perhaps we could seek refuge inside together? Zhan Xingyan jested with a mischievous grin. Indeed, I never imagined you harbored such inclinations, Xian. How open-minded, Deng Jie quipped, covering her mouth with a smile as she observed Gonxian. That's not what I meant. Gonxian retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on her earlier tone and the duo's teasing, she wished she could vanish into the earth. Zhan Xingyun and Deng Jie were far too suggestive. Do you suppose, with this crystal lamp, we could forego the need to retrieve supplies with hooks? Navigating the waters to gather them into a storage bracelet would be far more expedient. Wu Liang posited, contemplating a certain likelihood. Indeed, that is quite logical. Are we, perchance, exploiting a loophole within the game's framework? The trio regarded Wu Liang with heightened fervor. Allow me to make an initial attempt. Wu Liang, bearing the crystal lamp, proceeded along the coastline, the mist upon the sea dissipating with his passage. A piece of driftwood lies ahead. Your lumber reserves are already substantial. Wu Liang was rendered speechless, as he had already observed it. This shall suffice. Wu Liang halted. Then, crystal lamp in hand, he swam towards the driftwood. The three individuals on the shore watched with eager anticipation. As Wu Liang swam, more of the sea's surface was unveiled. Behind the driftwood, the sea was utterly devoid of anything. Wu Liang reached out to seize the driftwood directly. Game notification. Driftwood 1. Game notification. The driftwood can be broken down into 10 lumber. Do you wish to proceed? It is indeed possible to seize it. Excellent. Haha. With the crystal lamp, we shall possess an abundance of resources. The trio on the shore leaped with exhilaration. Wu Liang, towing the driftwood, returned to the shore. Let us not be hasty. The game will undoubtedly not permit us to exploit this loophole with such ease. Allow me to ascertain whether there has been a deduction in health points. Wu Liang's thoughts were more comprehensive. His health points had decreased from 93 to 88. He had been somewhat puzzled to see his health at only 93 and had wondered if he had stayed underwater for too long. Now, it was as he had suspected. Acquiring treasure chests from the seabed also results in a deduction of health points. Today, he obtained 2 treasure chests from the seabed, incurring a total loss of 10 health points. The first chest, of indeterminate type, was likely acquired around 3 p.m., with health regeneration occurring at a rate of 1 point per hour, precisely. However, why didn't his mining activities lead to a reduction in health points? Did it even deduct health points? The trio inquired anxiously. 5 points deducted, came the reply. The three of them groaned in despair. Evidently, exploiting loopholes in the game isn't so effortless. Xian, how many treasure chests did you collect from the seabed in total? Wu Liang asked Ganxian. He sought further confirmation of his conjecture. 3, why? Ganxian inquired, puzzled. Did you notice a decrease in your health points? I did, but I assumed it was due to spending too much time underwater. Ganxian, being astute, immediately comprehended Wu Liang's implication. Chapter 65. Frightening oneself, how much have you deducted in total? Have you acquired any other resources from the seabed? Wu Liang inquired hastily. Hold on a moment. Let me calculate, Gonxian replied, lowering his gaze and counting on his fingers. In total, I deducted 15 points. But wait, I did collect some coral as well. He expressed, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Zhan Xingyun and the others remained silent, acutely aware of the tension in the air. Wu Liang, stroking his chin in contemplation, slowly articulated, could it be that the coral, being a natural element of this world, is exempt from health deductions? What do you mean? The trio asked in unison, perplexed. To clarify, he continued, the resources we extract and the treasure chests belong to the game, and thus they decrease our health points. However, the coral and stones from the seabed, or even certain mineral veins, are inherently part of this world. Wu Liang's expression grew somber as he pondered the implications. A potential realization dawning upon him. Isn't this world a creation of a game? Deng Jie queried, bewildered. I can assure you it is not. For this world possesses its own civilization. Wu Liang dropped another bombshell, leaving the three momentarily stunned by the revelation. But when I collected the coral, the game's notification sound did play. Gonxian interjected, his curiosity piqued. Because the game can sense the conditions of all players, Zhan Xingyun remarked unexpectedly. Indeed, Have any of you considered why the game has cast us into this world? What lies behind its true intentions? Who truly manipulates this game? Wu Liang inquired, his gaze sweeping across the trio. Why? Gan Siyun uttered, her lips pursed with difficulty. I cannot say for certain, yet I harbor a conjecture. A frigid glint sparked within Wu Liang's eyes as his voice remained steady. Perhaps a person or a faction behind this game seeks to cultivate a cohort of players to assist them in achieving some clandestine objective. That seems improbable. If their intention is to nurture us, why not simply bestow upon us an abundance of resources? Why impose limitations such as the health metric and abandon us on this island, bereft of guidance? Zhang Xingyan interjected once more. Because warriors untested by conflict and unsullied by bloodshed are not true warriors. Their aim is to forge an elite force. Does such a formidable entity genuinely exist? Do they hold human lives in such disregard? Gan Siyun clung to a sliver of hope. Human lives? Huh. How many souls have perished in these past 6 days? The grim reality stands before us. What relevance do human lives hold now? Wu, please cease such talk. The notion of a person or a faction perpetually observing us is unnerving. Gan Siyun found it challenging to accept. Enough with these musings. What surpasses the importance of survival? Let us live each day as it comes. Zhang Xingyun adopted a more pragmatic outlook. Wu Liang, you posited that this world possesses civilization. Does this imply the existence of other factions contesting the puppeteers behind the game? Do they remain indifferent? Deng Jie pressed on, undeterred in her inquiry. I am uncertain as well. All I comprehend is that the realm of the abyss is vast, and we currently reside at its periphery. Perhaps we shall encounter the alien forces of the abyss in the future, or even humans from the land. Wu Liang shook his head. Do you not think it possible that the otherworldly beings within the abyss are cultivating us to stand against humanity? Are they not afraid of our rebellion? Or could it be that humans are training us to compete with the alien entities of the abyss? Survival is already a formidable challenge. Contemplating the prospect of battling others in the future makes death seem preferable. The trio felt somewhat disheartened, their spirits dampened by Wu Liang's words. He fell silent, lost in contemplation. If their conjectures held any truth, then what was the purpose of his emperor's luck system? Why had it chosen him? Wu Liang found himself perplexed. Reflecting on the ambition he had felt upon receiving the village establishment decree, he realized the absurdity of his aspirations. After all his efforts to build a force, it might merely serve as a means for others to exploit him. In the end, he could find himself entirely under their control. This thought left Wu Liang feeling somewhat defeated. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such notions. Regardless of the circumstances, enhancing his strength remained paramount, whether for survival or to avoid being dominated by others. Only true power grants one a voice. Wu Liang rallied himself and sought to encourage the others. Yet, what good is it to enhance our strength if our advancement relies on a game? What if they simply take it away? Despair etched upon Zhang Xingyun's countenance. It merely signifies that we have exerted our utmost effort. Do you aspire to languish in such indolence? The farther we progress, the more perilous our survival becomes. It is conceivable that you may perish before even beholding the mastermind. Furthermore, these are merely conjectures. Who can ascertain the true nature of the situation? We must merely prepare for the most dire of possibilities. We shall neither forsake nor surrender. Wu Liang fervently exhorted, instilling courage into his companions. Indeed, neither forsake nor surrender. Perchance we are merely frightening ourselves unnecessarily. Precisely, we have finally encountered the god of martial arts. I aspire to follow in his wake and partake of the spoils. Witnessing the restoration of their spirits, Wu Liang smiled faintly and declared, the matters we have discussed today must remain confidential, restricted solely to our quartet. Should we divulge them, inciting widespread panic, we may be struck down by a thunderbolt from the game itself. Wu Liang jested lightly, acknowledging the potentiality of such an occurrence. The trio, with solemn expressions, avowed their absolute discretion. Wu Liang concentrated his focus, and a timepiece materialized before his eyes. 1925. Very well, I must resume procuring supplies. With less than half an hour remaining before the island's relocation, I must hasten. He remained resolute in his endeavor to acquire resources, adhering to his original strategy. The more assets he possessed, the greater his prospects of escaping this game in the future. Brother Wu, your fortitude is truly remarkable, Gan Siyun exclaimed with admiration. Perhaps the martial god is more generously endowed elsewhere, but I am not lacking myself. Huh? Zhen Xingyun guffawed, reverting to his usual frivolous self. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. I was referring to the eyes. Zhen Xingyun winced, clutching Deng Jie's hand as she twisted his ear, his face contorted in pain. See if you dare to do it again in the future, Deng Jie retorted fiercely. Gan Xiyun, watching the two playfully bickering, smiled demurely. Brother Wu, would you help me create one of these crystal lamps? Gan Xiyun called out, seeing Wu Liang depart. And me, we only need one between us. Zhen Xingyun hastily added, don't rush, first prepare the meal, and come find me after you've eaten. Wu Liang waved back at them. Chapter 66. The legendary blood pill, the fabled crystal lamp, is said to dispel the mist within a radius of 50 meters. Standing at the shore, Wu Liang managed to clear the fog within a 25-meter radius on the sea surface. Coincidentally, all players' fishing lines reach precisely 20 meters, indicating that resources will only respawn within this range. Although the surrounding resources had refreshed at 18 o'clock, Wu Liang found nothing of value, save for a silver treasure chest that he managed to reel in. Summoning the wings of the feathered set, Wu Liang soared above the sea, circling the island several times. As anticipated, there were no resources within several hundred meters nearby, prompting him to return to the island. There was no need to search further afield. It was likely that nothing lay beyond. It appeared that since the last update, resources would only appear near the island, respawning every 2 hours. Concluding his observations, Wu Liang turned and made his way back to his residence. Aside from the silver chest he had just acquired, he still had a golden chest unopened. Upon returning to his bedroom, he had Xiaolan and Xiaolong shrink in size, allowing him to settle onto the sofa and retrieve the two chests. Without hesitation, he decided to gamble. Game notification, silver chest 1, game notification, gold chest 1, game notification, wind crystal 3, game notification, water crystal 3, game notification, gold crystal 5, game notification, wood crystal 5, game notification, excellent nightstand blueprint 1, game notification, excellent sofa blueprint 1, game notification, fine blood pill blueprint 1. Congratulations, host, on triggering the fortune system, enhancing the quality of the exquisite blood pill crafting blueprint by 1. You have activated 100-fold luck amplification, acquiring an additional 5 of each of the 8 elemental crystals and yet another 100-fold luck amplification, yielding an extra 10 of each elemental crystal. The legendary blood pill. One can only wonder how much sea beast blood has been consumed. After learning 3 crafting blueprints, Wu Liang opened the crafting interface. Legendary blood pill. Sea beast blood 186L1L. Magical ocean tantan grass 218-1. It requires magical ocean tantan grass. Wu Liang suddenly realized. No wonder the system previously hinted at a surprise. As it turned out, the surprise was indeed the magical ocean tantan grass. He selected and confirmed the crafting. Legendary blood pill. Crafted from sea beast blood and special herbs. When consumed by magical marine creatures, it can increase experience by 500 points. The effect is quite impressive. Wu Liang felt a surge of joy within. The consumption is similar to that of the exquisite blood pill, yet the effect has increased 5-fold. He crafted 87 more blood pills, distributing them evenly between Xiaolan and Xiaolong. The game continually emitted feedback notification sounds, and Wu Liang gazed at the two beasts indulging in their feast, a gentle glimmer appearing in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if he could live as carefree as they do. Game notification. Pet Xiaolan has leveled up to level 25, gaining a new ability, Storm Art. Game notification. Pet Xiaolong has leveled up to level 25, gaining a new ability, Flame Burst. While it is understandable that Xiaolan acquired Storm Art, one must ponder why Xiaolong possesses a fire attribute spell. However, should they encounter the monstrous sea serpent again, it is likely that the two little creatures would be capable of overcoming it themselves. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long are profoundly connected to him. The higher their levels, the greater the benefits he reaps. How wonderful it would be if there were no level restrictions. If such limitations were absent, with the resources at his disposal, he could confidently aid the two little ones in reaching levels beyond 30. Shaking his head, Wu Liang dispelled those unrealistic thoughts and began to tally his current crystals. The inventory was as follows: gold crystals 319, wood crystals 263, water crystals 327, fire crystals 321, earth crystals 304, wind crystals 276, thunder crystals 315, ice crystals 339. This was far from sufficient to forge the blade of greed. Shiyin should be nearing the completion of the meal. Wu Liang led the two little ones towards the kitchen. Brother Wu, you're here. The food isn't ready yet. Gan Shiyin turned to smile at Wu Liang before resuming her tasks. Put this meat away. We will consume it over the next few days. Wu Liang produced all the meat from the monstrous sea serpent and handed it to Gan Shiyin. A total of 90 units. Earlier, he had given Zhang Xingyun some meat from the abyssal troll, which was quite tasty but lacked any special properties. So much. Gan Shiyin wiped her hands on her apron and stored the meat in her storage bracelet. This meat can enhance bodily flexibility. I had planned to cook it tonight, but had forgotten, Wu Liang said with a smile. Gan Shiyin nodded and continued her busy preparations. The kitchen was filled with the delightful aroma of the meal. Little Dragon couldn't help but drool, fixated on the succulent meats sizzling on the barbecue grill. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wu Liang opened the regional channel, quietly lurking within. The meal was soon prepared. Gan Xiyun first captured a photograph and shared it in the group chat before serving the dishes. Instantly, a flurry of question marks flooded the screen. Enough already. I'm just going to look at the picture while eating my rice. The half bowl of magic sea wheat in my hand suddenly lost its appeal. I noticed several varieties of vegetables, along with chili peppers. This is so infuriating. The god of war and the goddess Gan are feasting in style. It's certainly advantageous to be associated with the god of war. There's meat to be had. The channel members were now well aware that Gan Xiyun and Wu Liang lived together, each one filled with envy. If only the images and videos could be downloaded or forwarded, posting them to the world channel would surely incite even more jealousy. I never imagined you had such a hobby. Wu Liang felt somewhat speechless. Let them say whatever they want. I'll just make them envious. Gan Xiyun flashed her little tiger teeth and smiled brightly. Indeed, she truly holds a grudge. Wu Liang ceased his chatter and focused on his meal. The food made by Gan Xiyun was simply exquisite. After consuming half, Gan Xiyun set down her chopsticks and stood up. Are you already full? Wu Liang questioned, puzzled. As Gan Xiyun typically ate even more than he did and showed no signs of gaining weight, he often wondered where all that food went. Deng Jia sent me a private message. The two of them have finished eating and are now waiting at the entrance. I'll go let them in. All right. Wu Liang continued to immerse himself in his meal. The residence was entirely equipped with fingerprint recognition technology. From the very first day, Wu Liang had instructed Gan Xiyun to record fingerprints on all the doors, with the exception of his bedroom. In truth, beyond the fingerprint access, he possessed the ability to unlock every door simply by the power of his thoughts, for he was indeed the master of this estate. He had merely chosen not to disclose this to Gan Xiyun. In less than 2 minutes, Gan Xiyun returned with the Zhen couple to the kitchen. Gansi, please fetch each of them an ice cream. We shall converse once I have finished my meal, Wu Liang remarked. To their surprise, there were ice creams. Zhang Xingyun and Deng Jia's eyes brightened with delight. They eagerly accepted the ice creams and began to indulge in their sweet delight. This is truly delicious, they exclaimed. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long turned to cast a disdainful glance in their direction, as if to say they were utterly uncultured, before returning to their own meals. Gan Xiyun also took a seat, lifting her bowl of rice that remained uneaten. Following the evening repast, Wu Liang escorted the trio to the conference chamber. Wu Liang, assuming his position on the central tiger skin chair, adopted a grave countenance. Once the three were seated, he commenced, Xiyun, do you have the steel of the golden arrow technique with you? Gan Xiyun responded with a shake of her head. No, it remains in the training chamber. Wu Liang nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Xingyun and the other individual. Presently, the two of you shall accompany Xiyun to the training chamber to study the golden arrow technique. It is a promise I made to you previously, and I shall not renege on it. In addition to the golden arrow technique, I possess other spells and even a meditative practice. Meditative practice? What manner of thing is that? Gan Xiyun inquired, her expression tinged with bewilderment. Could it be akin to the cultivation methods found in old novels? Zhang Xingyun exclaimed, his voice laced with astonishment. Indeed, Wu Liang affirmed, casting an appreciative glance at Zhang Xingyun, and continued, after learning it. Daily meditation will enhance your experience. Heavens, that's absolutely incredible. No wonder Brother Wu's strength is so formidable. It's due to this meditative practice. The spells currently available on the market are priced at 400 crystals, a meditative practice would undoubtedly command an even higher price. The three exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Wu Liang offered a subtle smile and proceeded, "You are my villagers. I have already made a decision. The tentative price is 500 crystals. The reason for this provisional price is that I am currently unaware of the exchange rate between jade coins and crystals. Though diminutive, our hamlet possesses all essential components. As our populace burgeons, a unified currency becomes imperative. Consequently, subsequent to ascertaining the exchange rate between white jade coins and crystals, all commodities within the village shall be transacted using white jade coins. Should you deem the prices exorbitant, you may defer your decisions until methods of meditation are available for purchase on the market or until the promulgation of monetary policies. What are your sentiments?" Gan Siyun, with palpable eagerness, promptly raised his hand. "I concur, yet our present crystal reserves are insufficient." Zhen Xingyun and Deng Jie echoed an affirmation. "This presents no impediment," I declared, "for I intend to institute a lending framework, a daily disbursement of 10 crystals of any type to be reimbursed within 30 days. Shortly, I shall offer crystal lamps for sale. With these lamps, the acquisition of nearby treasure chests becomes a trivial endeavor." Wu Liang, with a genial countenance, regarded the trio. A price of 500 crystals constituted his nadir. Were they not his villagers, his demands would have been steeper. Whether they elect to purchase remains at their discretion, contingent upon their volition. Nonetheless, they shall likely make an astute selection, as survival in this realm necessitates the perpetual augmentation of one's capabilities. "Brother Wu," Gan Siyun inquired, "does the cultivation of meditation methods necessitate any peculiar prerequisites?" "Precisely what I was about to elucidate," I responded. "Not only are there no prerequisites, but these are pristine, unused originals that I have recently acquired. For first-time users, a mere touch of the palm suffices. However, others must diligently practice as per the recorded instructions. Among the three of you, whoever wishes to seize the opportunity for a first-time use may raise their offer." Wu Liang grinned like an astute old fox. Zhen Xingyun and Deng Jie exchanged glances, and soon Deng Jie spoke. "We require a full 1,000 crystal stones, so let us allow Siyun to proceed. Then I will raise my bid by 1 crystal stone," Gan Siyun declared earnestly, revealing a hint of her tiger-like teeth. "Brother Wu, you must keep your word." The three were momentarily at a loss for words, realizing their naivety in not fully considering the implications. Wu Liang silently reminded himself of this. "Very well, let us proceed. I shall list it on the trading channel for our Yong'an village." Wu Liang opened the channel and listed 3 units of timber for loan. Loan item, 1 timber, repayment time, 31 days, interest, 500 any crystal stones, special setting 1, no interest on the first day, special setting 2, minimum daily repayment of 10 any crystal stones, stock, 3, considering the lateness of the hour. Wu Liang set the repayment period to 31 days. Villager Gan Xian borrows 1 timber from village chief Wu Liang. Villager Zhen Xingyun borrows 1 timber from village chief Wu Liang. Villager Deng Jie borrows 1 timber from village chief Wu Liang, with a flourish of his sleeve. The original steel of the 7 luminaries meditation method fell onto the floor. "Siyun, you may begin your study," Wu Liang instructed. Gan Siyun, brimming with excitement, approached the steel and gently touched it with her hand. A beam of light emanated from the steel, piercing into Gan Siyun's body. After a minute or so, Gan Siyun slowly opened his eyes, a look of lingering aftertaste on his face. Zhen Xingyun hastily inquired from his side, "What does it feel like? Tell us about it." "I can't quite articulate it," Gan Siyun replied, his brow furrowed. "It's as if a multitude of memories have been implanted within me. Yet I am at a loss as to how to elucidate them. However, once I have acclimated myself, I shall be able to provide an explanation." "Does that imply that you will be able to impart this knowledge to others in the future?" Zhen Xingyun exclaimed, followed by a look of profound regret. "What a missed opportunity. Had I known, I would have learned it myself, and then taught Deng Jie. That's 500 crystals down the drain. Do you deem it appropriate to utter such sentiments in my presence?" Wu Liang retorted, casting a displeased glance at Zhen Xingyun. "Haha, I was merely speaking offhandedly," Zhen Xingyun said with an awkward chuckle. "I had already contemplated the matter you raised," Wu Liang stated. He was becoming increasingly familiar with the meditative method of the Dragon Celestial Scripture, to the point where he was confident in his ability to instruct 3 individuals. "However, I currently lack a satisfactory solution. Therefore, I shall only sell the meditative method to those whom I trust. I implore you not to disappoint me. He genuinely lacked a viable solution at present. The three individuals gazed at Wu Liang with fervent expressions, patting their chests to assure him that they would never divulge the information. The crystal lamp requires a total of 20 crystals and 10 quartz, while the submersible requires 20 crystals, 20 iron blocks, and 4 plastic. I shall only charge you a processing fee of 4 crystals each. I presume you are not lacking in crystals at the moment? Looking at the three, Wu Liang inquired. Originally, I had intended to solicit your aid, martial god, in crafting some rare weaponry for us. However, I now believe it best to forego that plan. Deng Jie and I shall content ourselves with merely a crystal lamp and a diving apparatus. Zhen Xinyan's countenance was one of utter despair. I too desire a crystal lamp. Might I trouble you for your previous one, Brother Wu, for my mother? Gan Siyun inquired with a delicate timidity. Assuredly, Wu Liang responded with a nod. First, furnish me with the necessary materials, and I shall then proceed with the crafting. Gan Siyun promptly produced 25 crystals and 10 units of quartz, presenting them to Wu Liang. Zhen Xingyun and the other individual likewise produced a considerable quantity of materials. With a casual gesture, Wu Liang gathered the materials into his storage bracelet, thus concluding the transaction with the trio. Very well, you may now proceed to the training chamber. Henceforth, the meditation method steel shall reside within the training chamber. Should you too require guidance in your cultivation, seek out Xian. With these words, Wu Liang rose to his feet. At that juncture, a private message materialized before him. Ganxin Kanshui Deguith. 54. Brother Wu, I trust my performance was satisfactory? There is no need to return the excess 4 crystals. You need not express excessive gratitude. Wu Liang could not help but chuckle at this. Chapter 68. Materials assembled. Wu Liang 183. 72. As a token of my gratitude, I shall henceforth entrust the abyssal sea brood mother to your care. Remember to harvest it every 5 hours, and do not neglect to nourish it with flesh. Currently, I require 5,000 experience points to advance to the next level, and the abyssal sea broodmother's contribution is woefully inadequate. It would be more efficacious to entrust it to Gan Siyun to augment her strength. Good heavens! Wu Liang abruptly slapped his forehead, a look of utter despair washing over his face. Though I cannot partake of the charred flesh myself, I can provide it to the abyssal sea broodmother. How could I have overlooked this? I'm vexed by my own obtuseness. I discarded a total of 30 units of charred flesh from the abyssal sea troll and the abyssal sea serpent. The mere thought of it is agonizing. Ganxin Kanshui Deguith. 54. Really? Big Brother Wu, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Wu Liang 183. 72. Oh, it's quite all right. You're welcome. After a brief response, Wu Liang roused himself and returned to his chamber. He brewed a pot of tea and then activated the regional channel to ascertain if anyone had any needs, hoping to earn some crystals. At this juncture, the regional channel had dwindled to 921 members. The discourse within the regional channel was quite varied, encompassing discussions about gleaned treasures, encountered perils, and the relative merits of the salacious videos circulating in private messages. There are even salacious videos in private messages. Wu Liang registered this information. Greetings, everyone. I fear I must bid you farewell. The second-ranked Tay when suddenly surfaced. Heavens, what is the matter with you, my friend? Surely you jest. This jest is far from amusing. Although Wu Liang is present in the group, Tuan still holds the stature of a revered figure in everyone's eyes. If even those of such high caliber can encounter misfortunes, it is only natural for others to feel a sense of unease. Since yesterday, I have found myself enveloped in a vast, fog-laden isle of resources. It has nearly been 2 days, yet I have still not located the island's core stone, enduring dozens of attacks that grow increasingly fierce. The longer I linger on this island, the greater the peril. I fear I may not endure much longer. Does anyone possess superior illuminating equipment? My crystal lamp barely pierces the fog by a meter, rendering it utterly ineffective. Tuan responded to the group, indicating that encountering a resource island is not without its challenges. Indeed, just the day before yesterday, I stumbled upon one, though fortunately it was not extensive. By luring the monstrous marine creatures from the island, I was able to unearth the core stone. Alas, the fog is exceedingly bothersome. As we lack the means to disperse it, perhaps we should inquire if Wushan has any. I noticed the trading center only offers torches for sale. Tuan, May I inherit your legacy? Is this even a reasonable inquiry? Wu Liang contemplated for a moment before composing two messages. I possess a finely crafted crystal lamp capable of dispersing fog within a 5-meter radius. If anyone is interested, I shall list it for pre-sale shortly. I only require a handling fee of 3 crystal stones for it. The legendary crystal lamp is exclusively offered to my villagers and shall not be disclosed to others. The martial deity's existence is indeed a reality. Dispelling the mist within a 5-meter radius is sufficient to manage certain perils. Encounters with resource islands will no longer be a source of anxiety. I eagerly anticipate the martial deity's availability. Are there any who wish to pool resources for a joint purchase? With the accumulation of resources from the previous day's 3 buffs, no one is concerned about the price. Twain responded, Mr. Wu, you are a veritable godsend. With the fine crystal lamp, I am confident in locating the island's keystone. I am deeply grateful. You're welcome. I shall list it immediately. Wu Liang transitioned to the trading center, finding the pre-sale method increasingly appealing. Pre-sale item, fine crystal lamp. Listing time, 21:30. Requirement 1. 2 crystal stones, 2 fire stones, 3 any stones for quartz. Requirement 2. 2 crystal stones, 2 fire stones, 4 any stones. Special setting 1. Settlement within 31 days. Special setting 2. Display only in the regional channel. Inventory, 1,000. Since it is a pre-sale item, the inventory is directly set to 1,000. After sharing the link in the group, Wu Liang opened the crafting list and began production. The game's feedback notifications echoed incessantly, yet he felt no discomfort. A few minutes later, the game's feedback finally ceased, leaving a substantial pile of materials before Wu Liang. A total of 672 crystal lamps were pre-sold, with only a few opting for joint purchases. The pre-sale inventory was adjusted to 672 units. Having embarked on mass production, Wu Liang successfully crafted 671 exquisite crystal lamps by 9:30 p.m. With the addition of his own discarded, second-hand crystal lamps. His entire stock of refined crystal lamps vanished from his storage bracelet, effectively concluding the transaction, yielding a profit of 2,144 crystals, leaving him with a mere 216 units of quartz. His crystal reserves had now exceeded the 5,000 threshold. However, his holdings of wood and wind crystals remained below 500, preventing him from forging the blade of Avarice. He mused that among the multitude of players, surely a considerable number would find them desirable. With both water and fire crystals surpassing the 600 mark, Wu Liang deliberated and proceeded to manufacture 50 high-quality crystal lamps, subsequently listing them on the trading center. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Item, exquisite crystal lamp. Requirement, 3 wood crystals, 2 wind crystals, 10 any crystals. Stock, 50. Upon completing the listing, Wu Liang glanced at the world channel. Heavens! The long-dormant great god, Wu, has resurfaced. Judging by the description above, it's definitely a treasure, but alas, it's too expensive. Could it be that Wu Liang's protracted silence indicates his recent streak of good fortune has come to an end? Possibly. I have a feeling Wu Liang will be surpassed once the regional channel updates. Indeed, I've heard whispers that someone has already ascended to level 8. Ares, perhaps? I've always felt there was something peculiar about Wyatt's demise. In any case, she is a ruthless individual. I hope I never cross paths with her. The global channel continues to engage in idle speculation regarding the cause of Wyatt's demise, while Alice, the individual at the center of it all, remains conspicuously absent, further piquing the curiosity of this group of board players. As the first sound of the game notification resonates in his ears within less than a minute, the exquisite crystal lamps are sold out. This should suffice, one would think. Wu Liang licked his lips and began to tally his crystals. He opted against selling again. Firstly, he was left with merely 16 quartz, and bulk purchasing of quartz could easily provoke a market backlash. Secondly, the more scarce the exquisite crystal lamps become in the market, the more precious they appear, allowing him to sell them at a later time when his need for crystals arises. He had 589 golden crystals, 633 wooden crystals, 597 water crystals, 611 fire crystals, 594 earth crystals, 646 wind crystals, 589 thunder crystals, and 599 ice crystals. Not only sufficient, but also with a surplus. Wu Liang eagerly clicked open the crafting interface. Chapter 69. Forging epic equipment, selecting the epic greed blade. The forging process commenced. Game prompt. Gold crystal, 500. Wood crystal, 500. Water crystal, 500. Fire crystal, 500. Earth crystal, 500. Wind crystal, 500. Lightning crystal, 500. Ice crystal, 500. Purple gold, 100. Jade essence, 2. Game prompt. The epic greed blade has been successfully forged. A blood-red radiance illuminated the surroundings as a peculiar long sword materialized in Wu Liang's grasp. The entire blade was an abyssal black, its tip adorned with sharp serrations. The hilt, resplendent in purple, was intricately carved with the visage of a dragon, its eyes glimmering like emeralds, deep and captivating. Wu Liang, unable to resist, brandished the greed blade, producing a swift, slicing wind. What a splendid sword! The light in Wu Liang's eyes intensified. The greed blade felt as familiar as an extension of his own arm, wielded with fluid grace, devoid of any awkwardness. Though the name Greed Blade lacked elegance, he decided to henceforth refer to it as the true dragon sword. Wu Liang lifted the greed blade, gazing at the blade with immense satisfaction. After performing a few more simple maneuvers, he sheathed the true dragon sword and exited his chamber. The planting base was now flourishing, a vibrant sea of greenery. He wondered where Siyun had procured such an abundance of vegetables and fruit trees. A smile involuntarily crept across Wu Liang's face. Alas, the planting base required a diameter of 100 meters to upgrade. In the estate, Siyun had also cultivated several corals, emanating a gentle luminescence. In the front yard, 2 additional mines were established, burying the mother ores of purple gold and crystal jade, before he turned and made his way to the bathroom. Is anyone there? Wu Liang knocked on the door. It seemed that Siyun was not inside. Wu Liang let out a sigh. This was the only inconvenience he had encountered since Siyun moved in. After addressing his physiological needs and enjoying a refreshing shower, Wu Liang returned to his bedroom. You two now possess the method of meditation. From now on, you must diligently practice, do you understand? Wu Liang admonished Xiao Lan and Xiao Long with a serious expression. The 2 little ones, who had been frolicking in the air, promptly nodded and gently settled onto the bed, closing their eyes. Seeing that the 2 little ones had begun to meditate, Wu Liang also sat cross-legged on the bed and entered a meditative state. Time passed without him noticing, until a sudden, urgent knocking on the door jolted Wu Liang from his meditation. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 6 in the morning. After reaching level 20, I can meditate for such an extended period, Wu Liang exclaimed softly. Brother Wu, hurry out. We encountered a resource island. Outside the door, Siyun continued to knock incessantly. A resource island. Wu Liang quickly opened the door. Indeed, I noticed it while collecting fishing gear this morning, so I hurried over to call you. Wu Liang replied with a slight smile. Let us not rush. First, we should gather resources from the surrounding area. Brother Wu, didn't you say that when encountering an island, resources wouldn't respawn nearby? Siyun asked, her face filled with confusion. That was merely regarding the encounter between players. Let's first take a look. Xiao Long and Xiao Lan were also roused by the sound of knocking and closely followed Wu Liang, mirroring his every step. As they proceeded, Wu Liang opened the game panel. Wu Liang, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 72 kilograms, level, 20 combat power, 21, 532 experience, 1, 968 5, 000 health, 93 100 lifespan, 160 title, village chief of Yong'an village date, January 8th, year 1 the Kaiyuan era, 6:13 a.m. He had gained an impressive 400 experience points. Wu Liang's face lit up with astonishment, and he subsequently accessed the pet interface, discovering that Xiao Lan and Xiao Long had only accumulated a little over 200 experience points. Siyun, did you meditate yesterday? Wu Liang inquired, turning to the nearby Gan Siyun. I did. I gained a solid 30 experience points, but unfortunately, the duration was too brief, Gan Siyun replied, energetically waving her petite fist, her expression brimming with excitement. How long did you meditate? About 3 hours, I suppose. I only saw off Zhan Xingyun and the others around midnight. Just before 4, I even took on a wave of the mother spider from the Demon Sea. Despite only sleeping for 2 hours, I feel completely alert, Gan Siyun exclaimed, tugging at Wu Liang's sleeve and her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. And now, I have already reached level 7. I have truly reached level 7, Brother Wu. Gan Siyun gazed up at Wu Liang, her face filled with anticipation. Are you hoping for my praise? Wu Liang silently mused. Impressive, truly impressive. You are nearly surpassing me. At this moment, the two individuals had arrived at the southern bank, facing the grand entrance. How disheartening, devoid of any sincerity. Xiang Yun released Wu Liang's sleeve, her countenance still adorned with a gentle smile. Shall we each take a side? Wu Liang produced the legendary crystal lamp and uttered a phrase, then turned to stroll along the coastline. They soon reconvened to the north, and, as anticipated, there were no supplies in the vicinity. Zhen Xingyun and Deng Jie had yet to emerge, their activities unknown. Send Zhen Xingyun a private message inquiring if they are awake, and let them know to join us after their meal. We shall dine first and take our time. All right, then, Brother Wu, I shall prepare the meal. The pair returned, entirely disregarding the island of supplies, and made their way back to the residence. Wu Liang briefly attended to his hygiene, clearing the wood and stones from his savings bracelet. He squatted outside and opened his private messages. Having been pressed for time yesterday, he finally found a moment now. His inbox was overflowing with messages. A significant portion was inquiries from the previous day regarding the sale of exquisite crystal lamps, while the remainder consisted of advertisements and short videos. As expected, there were indeed short videos. Wu Liang casually clicked on a few, all rather outrageous. Some even featured collaborative performances between men and women, most merely offering brief snippets. Free content, as mentioned, but for access to premium material, one would need a trade water, food, or crystals. A familiar ploy reminiscent of the internet. Although Wu Liang held little interest, he scrutinized the free videos thoroughly. Within, he encountered many familiar faces. Stars, internet celebrities, voice actors, and socialites have all resorted to extraordinary measures for survival. In the kitchen, Gan Xiyun remains engrossed in her tasks, while Wu Liang casts a furtive glance in her direction. Upon a second glance, he realizes this is a critique, a silent expression of disdain towards them. Indeed, that is the case. Wu Liang selectively revisits what piques his interest. Brother Wu, what are you doing squatting in the yard? Gan Xiyun inquires curiously from the kitchen entrance. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit bored. Wu Liang quickly shuts the private message panel before maintaining a composed FAAD. Then why don't you come over and help me with the cooking? Huh. I SNT it because I fear that my assistance might complicate things further. I'll be right there. Though Gan Xiyun cannot see his gaming panel, he still feels a twinge of guilt. I've already prepared everything, you know. Wu Liang jogs into the kitchen. Then let us eat quickly. We still need to head to the resource island later. As usual, Gan Xiyun first takes photographs before commencing her meal. Once breakfast concludes, Zhen Xingyun and another person are ushered into the kitchen by Gan Xiyun. Chapter 70. The side of death, didn't we agree to convene outside? Wu Liang inquired with a puzzled expression, sipping his milk fruit. Ask those two. Zhen Xingyun insisted on coming in. Gan Xiyun responded, arms crossed, feigning indifference. Zhen Xingyun fixed his gaze intently on the milk fruit in Wu Liang's hand, rubbing his palms together. Well. Wu Liang was rendered speechless. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of perception what Zhen Xingyun desired. 1 crystal coin for 10 milk fruits, the same as ice cream and other fruits. This price was quite reasonable, as fruits were also available on the market, generally at 5 per crystal coin. Zhen Xingyun promptly produced 5 crystal coins, handing them to Wu Liang. Might I inquire, Martial God, if it's permissible to store the ice cream in your refrigerator? We like a suitable place to keep it. Certainly. Wu Liang acquiesced with a nod. The majority of the fruits were stored within his storage bracelet. Zhen Xingyun took only 40 milk fruits, opting for 10 ice creams with the remainder. Let us depart, Wu Liang declared, finishing his milk fruit and leading the way outside. Zhen Xingyun and Deng Jie followed closely behind, each clutching a milk fruit, their faces radiating contentment. The quartet, accompanied by their 2 beasts, swiftly arrived at the eastern perimeter. Will you be operating separately or together? Gan Xiyun and the others exchanged glances before replying, we have already finalized our allocation plan. The 3 of us will remain together. Wu Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Exercise caution. Should you encounter any peril, promptly send me a message. Furthermore, if you happen upon any trees or flora, feel free to excavate them for transplantation onto our island. Having concluded his remarks, Wu Liang extracted the fabled crystal lantern and the veritable dragon sword, striding purposefully into the Isle of Provisions. It appeared to be of considerable size. The figures of Si Yun and the other 2 swiftly receded from view to his right. The ground was entirely covered in phosphorescent algae, and a few great trees stood in the distance. Scarlet leaf tree, a common arboreal species in the demonic sea world, yielding 10 units of lumber upon decomposition and suitable for transplantation. The seeds of the phosphorescent algae he had gathered previously had yet to show the slightest sign of germination. This time, he opted to extract the algae along with the surrounding earth, uprooting several scarlet leaf trees as well. He left the vicinity in a state of disarray, then raised his gaze to peer ahead. Someone has already arrived before you, but they have encountered the formidable death scythe and are now suspended, destined to become its sustenance. With a single stroke of your sword, vanquish the death scythe, exhibit your masculine prowess, and you might even capture the affections of fair maiden. Could it be Si Yun and the others? How did they manage to get ahead of me? Involuntarily, Wu Liang turned his head to the right. To the right, a death scythe guards a golden treasure chest, currently engaged in combat with your 3 villagers. You have the opportunity to seize the treasure chest before they do. It was not Si Yun and his companions. Wu Liang's pupils contracted. There were others on this island, and a woman at that. The death scythe was an arachnid-like creature of the demonic sea, a mere level 9 monster. He was confident that the 3 of them, if cautious, could handle it without much difficulty. After a moment's consideration, Wu Liang resolved to proceed forward. Regardless of who among the 3 opens the golden treasure chest, there exists a chance for them to acquire a golden fortune bag. Wu Liang ambled forth, his path strewn with devastation, every blade of grass eradicated. Before long, he spotted several crimson-leaved trees in the distance. Between 2 of these trees hung a pair of mummies, yet the scythe of death remained unseen. Their eyes sparkled with joy as they gazed at Wu Liang, emitting muffled sounds as if testing the waters of inquiry. Wu Liang pondered for a moment before invoking a spell. A small amount of vital energy dissipated as invisible ripples emanated from him in all directions. The landscape beneath the earth, the little dragon and little blue behind him, and the surrounding crimson trees all manifested within his mind, akin to a thermal imaging device. However, despite his expenditure of vital energy, he could not discern anything within the fog. Indeed, it appeared futile against the mist. The scythe of death lurked behind a crimson-leaved tree, fixated on Wu Liang, seemingly biding its time to ambush him. Wu Liang approached the tree with an air of nonchalance, every movement of the scythe etched in his mind. As he drew nearer, the 2 mummies continued their incessant murmurs, their eyes darting to the sides. At that moment, the scythe of death seized its opportunity, circumventing Wu Liang to launch an assault from behind, its forelimbs slicing through the air like blades aimed at his neck. It was all over. Entangled in the spider's silk, the 2 were on the verge of despair. However, the scene they had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, Wu Liang gently lowered his head, his true dragon sword flipping backward in his hand. Thwack! The true dragon sword pierced the death scythe's body with unerring accuracy. Game notification. Due to significant level disparity, no experience gained. Wu Liang curled his lip in displeasure and extracted the true dragon sword with a backhand motion. A subtle surge of energy flowed from the true dragon sword into his body. Wu Liang's control over his physical form was now exquisitely acute, and he perceived a marginal increase in his strength. So this is the effect of the blade of Avarice? Truly remarkable. Bah, it should be called the true dragon sword. Wu Liang felt an involuntary urge to give the true dragon sword a thumbs up. The death-size corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The 2 women, still suspended upside down from the tree, stared with wide eyes, a mixture of astonishment and elation on their faces. Wu Liang's gallant figure was deeply imprinted in their minds. Is this the martial god? He's too formidable to slay the giant spider with a single backhanded stroke, without even a second glance. They were unable to penetrate its defenses. Yet Wu Liang had vanquished it with a single strike. The disparity was simply staggering. MMPH. MMPH. The 2 women cried out desperately, hoping Wu Liang would assist in freeing them. Wu Liang offered a faint smile as he collected the death-sized corpse and the white jade coins it had dropped. Decomposition yielded 4 meat chunks, 500 milliliters sea beast blood. The death-sized flesh was unpalatable and of no use, but this time he refrained from discarding it, intending to feed it to the demonic sea mother spider. Surveying the surroundings with a swift glance, Wu Liang noticed nothing of significance on the ground save for a toppled crystalline lamp. Subsequently, he advanced towards the pair. MMM. Wu Liang, unable to discern their words, unsheathed the dragon's sword and made a delicate incision. The 2 figures tumbled from their silken cocoons. Ah, it's you too. Wu Liang recognized them as Lan and Hua Bei, ordinary members of his regional channel. I have delivered you from peril, and in return, I require a pledge from you. Wu Liang stated with a genial smile. We consent to any condition. The two women responded, struggling to their feet and gravitating towards Wu Liang from either side, as an odor reminiscent of putrid fish assailed his nostrils. Wu Liang recoiled with a grimace. They dare attempt to take advantage of me? Preposterous. The two women exchanged a look of utter despondency. Their feminine wiles had proven ineffective. The god of war was impervious to their charms. Surrender to me the island stone, Wu Liang commanded with an impassive countenance. Does the god of war seek an alliance with us? The women inquired, their eyes gleaming with sudden interest. Chapter 71. The immortal spider, queen, you merely need to relinquish the island stone to me. My isle lies in that direction. You may proceed there and await my arrival. Wu Liang gestured towards his island. Should you wish to continue scavenging for resources on this island, feel free to do so. However, I shall not be held responsible for any ensuing misfortunes. Furthermore, refrain from trailing me, or you shall face my displeasure. The two women nodded obediently, having discerned Wu Liang's unpredictable temperament. Despite their abundant curiosity, they dared not inquire further. Nevertheless, the information Wu Liang divulged filled them with elation. Not only had they survived a near-death experience, but they also had the prospect of being with the martial god, an unimaginable prospect. With a sweet smile, Lan produced the island stone and presented it to Wu Liang. Martial god, we shall await you on your island. The two women retrieved the crystal lamp from the ground and proceeded in the direction Wu Liang indicated. Two more villagers added. Wu Liang mused contentedly as he stowed away the island stone. He then dispatched a few private messages to Gan Siyun. Siyun, there are other players on the island. Do not hesitate to engage them, and, if necessary, seize their island stones. However, under no circumstances should you accede to their demands. Remember this. Ganshin Kansueteguith. 54 understood. Rest assured. Such a swift reply, Wu Liang noted with surprise. It seemed the trio had already vanquished the death scythe and unlocked the golden treasure chest. However, he was somewhat disappointed that it did not yield a golden fortune bag. Ahead, only sparse vegetation marred the landscape. To the left lay the island's heart, the lair of the death scythe, where a violet gold treasure chest awaited. Such a chest was an irresistible lure, especially since the island stone resided within the island's core. Wielding the crystalline lamp, Wu Liang forged ahead, systematically clearing the path. He encountered various arboreal species beyond the crimson-leaved trees, as well as an array of blossoms. The expansive space within his storage bracelet effortlessly accommodated these finds, occupying but a minuscule fraction of its capacity. After approximately half an hour, Wu Liang arrived before a cavern shrouded in darkness. The crystalline lamp banished the gloom, bathing the interior in radiant light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Death sighs clung to the stone walls. Some brandished their scythe-like forelimbs, lunging toward Wu Liang, while others discharged strands of silk. With effortless grace, Wu Liang navigated the cavern, his movements akin to a feather dancing on the breeze. Ice imprisonment. Wu Liang transformed the typically singular ice imprisonment spell into a rapid-fire barrage, akin to a machine gun. As if time itself had frozen, the advancing death scythes, each nearly 50 centimeters in length, were suspended mid-air, encased in icy prisons. Thud! Thud! The sound of their frozen forms shattering against the ground echoed through the cavern. Ice imprisonment. With the crystalline lamp in his left hand, Wu Liang relentlessly unleashed the ice imprisonment spell with his right, swiftly advancing into the depths of the cavern. Behind him lay a trail of death, scythe, ice sculptures. There, a colossal spider, 3 meters in size, crouched on the ground, its gaze fixed warily upon Wu Liang, emitting a low, guttural hiss. The purple gold treasure chest lay adjacent to him. The shadow of death, a level 10 spider-like creature, appeared before him. Golden arrow technique. With a swift motion of his right hand, Wu Liang struck, and before the shadow of death could react, a gaping wound appeared in its forehead. Denying the creature any opportunity to counter, Wu Liang remained vigilant, undeterred by the evident disparity in their levels. Game hint. Level difference too great, no experience gained. The island suppression stone also erupted forth. With a flourish of his hand, Wu Liang summoned it into his storage bracelet. It seemed that only the depths of the sea were suitable for his advancement. The monsters on the surface were simply too feeble. Wu Liang muttered to himself as he approached the purple gold treasure chest. Were there others nearby, they might well harbor murderous intentions towards him. For he was indeed quite the target of envy. Game hint, golden crystal 10. Game hint, wooden crystal 10. Game hint, crystal stone 10. Game hint, exquisite swordsmanship 1. Game hint, rare power wrist guard crafting blueprint 1. Congratulations, host has triggered the European Emperor system. Quality of the rare power wrist guard crafting blueprint increased by 1. Triggered 100-fold luck enhancement. Additional acquisition of arrowfish storm blueprint 1. Wu Liang scanned the items before him. Exquisite swordsmanship blueprint. Enhances mastery over sword techniques. First use requires touching the stone tablet. Subsequent uses must adhere to recorded recommendations. Uses unlimited. The legendary power bracers significantly enhance the strength of the wearer, a rare, combat-oriented equipment. The arrowfish storm summons a multitude of spirited arrowfish to assault the target. The more vitality consumed, the greater the power. It can be activated upon the initial touch of the stone tablet, while subsequent uses require adherence to recorded recommendations. Usage count, unlimited. Learning prerequisites, level 10, 50 crystal stones, and 50 wind crystal stones. Not bad. After mastering the crafting blueprint, Wu Liang touched the 2 stone tablets. Game notification. Successfully learned exquisite swordsmanship, proficiency, 0. Triggered a 100-fold fortune enhancement, increasing exquisite swordsmanship proficiency by 100. A torrent of memories flooded Wu Liang's mind, which he gradually assimilated. Indeed, exquisite swordsmanship is formidable. If practiced at a leisurely pace, one cannot fathom how long it might take. This technique primarily elevates one's control over oneself, harmonizing the sword with the body, the vitality with the body, and the sword with the vitality. The movements resemble a dragon emerging from the water, while remaining as still as a spirit cat stalking its prey. Wu Liang disregarded the material strewn about and could not resist drawing forth the true dragon sword. He decided to test his swordsmanship. In an instant, his demeanor transformed entirely, resembling a long sword drawn from its sheath. With each flourish of the true dragon sword, invisible sword winds erupted, causing the nearby little dragon and little blue to dart away in haste, stinging from the blade's currents. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Liang came to a halt. He had completely mastered the exquisite swordsmanship, effortlessly controlling his muscles to modulate his strength. Exhaling deeply, he crouched down to gather the materials scattered on the ground. The flesh of the shadow of death was identical to that of the scythe of death. A reaper's egg? As the corpse of the shadow of death disintegrated, an oval-shaped egg emerged beneath its abdomen. Reaper's egg, an unhatched reaper. Bleed upon it to bond with you, and you shall acquire a loyal companion. No hatching required. It possesses a certain potential and serves as a commendable aid. It is not a sea beast's egg, but rather an egg. Wu Liang crouched down, his gaze fixed on the reaper's egg, deep in contemplation. Touching it might transform it into a growth type. Should I dare to make contact? Yet, his curiosity piqued. What truly constitutes a standard pet? Is it incapable of evolving? Or perhaps it will not grant the meditation skill? Well, eventually some players will acquire pets, and the truth shall be revealed. Perhaps, indeed, due to it not being a sea beast's egg, it may not evolve at all. Wu Liang extended his hand and picked up the Reaper's egg from the ground. Game prompt. Reaper's Egg 1. Triggered a 100-fold fortune amplification. The Reaper's egg evolves into an undying Spider Queen's egg. An undying Spider Queen? Is it not a growth-type sea beast egg? Wu Liang, somewhat perplexed, lowered his head to examine the information. Chapter 72. The Demise of Twin Undead Spider Queen Egg. An unhatched undead spider queen, capable of continuous growth, ultimately evolving into an undead spider god. By imbuing it with your blood, you can forge a bond, acquiring a loyal companion that requires no incubation. It can be continuously upgraded to become your invaluable aid. Indeed, it has metamorphosed into a growth-type pet. Wu Liang carefully stowed away the undead spider queen egg, as he had no immediate intention of raising a third pet. Moreover, the mere thought of being accompanied by a colossal spider filled him with unease. Little Blue and Little Dragon are far more endearing. Wu Liang embraced the two diminutive creatures beside him, showering them with affection. Contented, he released the two little companions from his grasp. What shall I do with these death scythes? His storage bracelet was incapable of holding living beings. Any living creature placed within would perish. Since these death sides have been frozen into ice sculptures, perhaps it will work. Without hesitation, Wu Liang attempted to retrieve one. Game notification. Due to the vast disparity in levels, no experience will be gained. As I suspected, it's futile. Wu Liang grimaced, retrieved a death scythe corpse, and proceeded to decompose it. That's right. Why not have little blue encase them in bubbles? Wu Liang's eyes lit up with inspiration. With a swift kick, he propelled all the death scythe ice sculptures out of the cave, a total of 28. Little Blue, could you encapsulate all the ice sculptures on the ground with bubbles? Wu Liang inquired of Little Blue. Little Blue, with its diminutive fins, patted its own body and, without enlarging its form, emitted a bubble from its mouth. The bubble swelled larger, enveloping all the ice sculptures within its embrace. Wu Liang gazed with satisfaction at the 10-meter bubble suspended in midair. Is it difficult to control? He inquired, to which Xiao Lan shook her head. Then let us proceed. I have yet to thoroughly search this resource island. There should still be plenty to discover. Ahead lay a scene of devastation, devoid of even a single blade of grass. To the left, apart from 7 individuals, there was nothing to be found. To the right, a corpse lay abandoned, leaving behind items that could yield modest rewards. Behind them, only a few stray weeds remained. Regrettably, some unfortunate players had met their demise on this island. Wu Liang stepped toward the right. Once again, the ground was barren of life. Before long, a mangled corpse came into view, accompanied by a shattered weapon and a crystal lamp. This is Tuan, Wu Liang exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. It was astonishing that those weaker than him had survived, yet he had perished. However, to endure in such times, one must be prepared for death. One could only lament one's misfortune, hoping for a better fate in the next life. The interconnectedness of existence weighed heavily on Wu Liang's mind. Though Tuan's body was in tatters, the savings bracelet on his left arm remained intact. Game tip. Unclaimed savings bracelet 1 can be absorb. Wu Liang silently commanded. Game notification. Crystal of gold 18. Game notification. Crystal of wood 24. Game notification. Exquisite raincoat 1. Game notification. Timber 214. Game notification. Stone 96. Since I have taken your possessions, let dust return to dust. I shall dismantle the shattered weapons and crystals strewn across the ground. Wu Liang produced some timber and placed it beside Tuan. Fireball spell. Boom. Tuan's lifeless body ignited alongside the wood. Wu Liang turned to depart. He was not at all surprised by the absence of the island's stabilizing stone. Should a player perish, their island would submerge within an hour, causing the stone to vanish naturally. However, with Tuan's savings bracelet fused, his collection of the 8 elemental crystals approached an impressive count of 200. Not to mention the other resources. Wu Liang 183. 72. Siyun, have you all emerged yet? It is already past 10 o'clock, and they have lingered on the resource island for nearly 3 hours. Suyun responded promptly. We have emerged, and I have also invited 4 players from our regional channel. The island's stabilizing stone has been entrusted to me. Wu Liang 183. 72. Did you clarify matters with them? Suyun Yuzalth Musikis. 54. I have explained everything, including to the 2 you invited, one Lan and the other. Wu Liang 183. 72. Excellent. I shall reward you shortly. Suyun Yuzalth Musikis. 54. I eagerly anticipate it. Wu Liang 183. Gather them together on the island and await my arrival, remaining vigilant, for one must never let down their guard. Concluding the conversation, Wu Liang summoned his wings and soared towards his island. Gan Siyun and the others stood quietly on the eastern island, gazing towards their destination. The mist surrounding the resource island dispersed, revealing Wu Liang, accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, emerging from the fog. The 9 individuals stared in awe at Wu Liang, who appeared almost divine, alongside a colossal bubble that left them utterly astonished. Brother Wu, what is this? Gan Siyun inquired, pointing at the scythe of death encapsulated within the bubble. Wu Liang cleared his throat and gestured for Gan Siyun to remain silent for the time being. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the 9 below, determined to instill a sense of awe among the players. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you as my villagers. I need not elaborate further. I trust you have grasped the situation entirely. Wan Lan, her eyes alight with enthusiasm, looked up and exclaimed, once you clarify everything, with your protection, We shall no longer live in fear. Wu Liang cast a glance her way and continued, Indeed, however, do not let this lead you to complacency. I have just witnessed the demise of Taewon, who ranked second in our region. It is possible that, before his death, Taewon disclosed information in the regional channel. Some of you may already be aware. Yet, you must understand that Taewon has perished, and I too may face a similar fate. One misstep, and any of us could meet our end. As the adage goes, it is pleasant to repose in the shade of a mighty tree. However, I'm not such a tree, nor can I perpetually safeguard you. It is imperative that each of you augment your own capabilities, for ultimately, one's true reliance is oneself. I am cognizant that certain individuals aspire only to a life of normalcy, content with mere sustenance. Yet, such is not the opportune moment for complacency. By continually enhancing our collective strength and amassing an ever-growing assembly of players, we shall, in due course, attain a state of tranquility, free from trepidation. Only through relentless self-improvement can we hope to thrive in this world. Do you wish to perish in vain? Declare to me, do you desire such an end? Gon Si-yoon, taking the initiative, roared, No, I yearn to live a fulfilling life. I have a mother to protect. Others, inspired by Gon Si-yoon's fervor, echoed his sentiment with a resounding cry, We desire to live. Wu Liang, maintaining a stoic countenance, continued, You do not wish to die, nor do I. But what course shall we take? Only by incessantly elevating our prowess can we secure a glimmer of hope when confronted with the trials that lie ahead. Such is the stark reality we must confront. Chapter 73. Expansion of scale, however, let me state a harsh truth up front. I trust you all understand that it is in your best interest not to infringe upon my rules, no matter who it may be. Should anyone dare to breach my regulations, I shall ensure their demise. Have you comprehended this? Yes. The crowd responded earnestly, their expressions grave. Excellent. As my villagers, I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. This is both the first and the final opportunity. There is no need for Xiaolan. With a swift motion, Wu Liang flew beside Pow Pow and delivered a gentle punch that shattered it. The ice sculptures of the Scythe of Death cascaded to the ground. Wu Liang slowly descended before the crowd, retracting his wings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the gift I present to you, the 8th level Scythe of Death. Each of you shall receive 2. By vanquishing them, you will acquire a substantial amount of experience. Ever since I obtained the village establishment decree, I had a premonition. The future will certainly not consist of one-on-one battles. These players will become my vital foundation. All of humanity from the Azure Star has been cast into this realm of demonic seas, each enduring relentless combat, undoubtedly emerging as the elite. Do you share the same aspirations as I do? Wu Liang gazed skyward, his eyes penetrating, his voice barely a whisper. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall never surrender. I am determined to carve out a brilliant future for myself, a formidable stick and a sweet date. He not only desires these individuals to become his villagers, but also aims to subdue them entirely. He seeks to integrate them fully into Yong'an village, thereby augmenting its fortune. Upon hearing Wu Liang's words, the crowd was greatly encouraged and swarmed around the ice sculptures of the Death Scythes. Gon Si-yoon took the lead, raising the golden wind sword in her hand and striking at an ice sculpture. With a sharp sound, Wu Liang instantly regained his senses and looked towards the direction of the sound. He saw Gon Si-yoon's hand, holding the golden wind sword, trembling slightly. On the ice sculpture of the Death Scythe in front of her, there was a long, white mark. Can't even break through this? Is this the power of magic? The martial god is too formidable. It's not that the martial god is too formidable. It's that we are too inept. I refuse to believe that I can't even cleave a mere ice sculpture. The others also drew their weapons and struck at the ice sculptures in front of them. The sound of slicing echoed continuously. The crowd left white marks of varying depths on the ice sculptures. Among them, Wenlan and Hua Bei were the weakest, barely leaving any trace on the ice sculptures. Keep up the effort. There are a total of 28 ice sculptures of the Death Scythes. Each person takes 2, and for the remaining 10, whoever is the first to vanquish their 2 can continue. It's best to aim for the Death Scythe's head when striking, otherwise, I won't be responsible if you accidentally release them, Wu Liang said with a smile. The crowd's eyes lit up, and they exerted themselves even more. Among these individuals, Gon Si-yoon possessed the greatest strength, ultimately vanquishing 6. Zhang Xingyun vanquished 5, Deng Jie 4, and one named Yuan Ji vanquished 3. The rest of the group each vanquished 2. No one dared to touch the white jade coins scattered by the side of death. Wu Liang gathered all the white jade coins. Siyun, hand me the island anchoring stones, and then proceed to disassemble the corpses on the ground. I require the blood of the sea beasts, and keep the flesh to feed the mother spider of the abyss. Feeling a sense of urgency, Siyun produced 2 island anchoring stones and handed them to him, then crouched down to begin the disassembly of the corpses left by the side of death. Wu Liang moved to a clear area, sweeping his hand to gather the trees, flowers, and grasses he had unearthed, piling them before him. You all should not be idle. Transplant these trees, flowers, and grasses to our island. Avoid planting within a 20-meter radius of the coastline, as they are vulnerable to destruction by the creatures of the abyss. Having said this, Wu Liang merged the island anchoring stones with his village chief's decree. Game prompt: detecting buildings on the merged island. Should they be preserved? Preserve. All the island anchoring stones integrated into the village chief's decree, and visibility expanded 10 meters to the east, revealing the sea once more. The island steadily grew, with the surrounding mist retreating. In mere seconds, the island trembled and shifted again. Wu Liang's island expanded to a diameter of 150 meters, covering nearly 30 acres. Now, there stood 7 houses on the island, with Wu Liang's residence being the largest, situated at the very center. However, he did not rush to upgrade his dwelling. He preferred to wait until the island grew even larger before making enhancements. If any creatures from the abyss happen to land shortly, you should be capable of handling them yourselves. Once you finish your tasks, feel free to come to me for supplies, bathing apparatus, beds, sofas, kitchen essentials, equipment, and spells. I have it all. With a genial smile, Wu Liang addressed the assembly. Bathing facilities. A wave of elation washed over Wenlan and Hua Bei, their long-held desire about to be fulfilled. A renewed vigor coursed through everyone present. Meanwhile, Gan Siyun, having meticulously disassembled the death side's form, approached Wu Liang with a beaming countenance, extending the vial of sea beast blood. Brother Wu, what about the promised recompense? Wu Liang responded with a subtle smile. Let's discuss it inside. Very well, Brother Wu, you proceed first. I have also procured some timber. Wu Liang nodded amiably and sauntered into his abode. Having subordinates is indeed advantageous. No wonder leadership was so coveted in bygone eras, he mused, standing in the courtyard, his hand thoughtfully caressing his chin. Brother Wu, what are you muttering about? Gan Siyun's delicate visage suddenly appeared from his side. Nothing of consequence. Wu Liang shook his head, having already discerned Gan Siyun's approach. The reward. Gan Siyun extended her pristine hand. Wu Liang deliberated momentarily before articulating. I present you with 2 choices, a magical incantation or swordsmanship technique attainable only at level 10, or an exceedingly rare pet ovum. However, I shall not bestow it gratuitously. A pet ovum. Gan Siyun's voice escalated several octaves, her expression a mixture of incredulity and excitement. Brother Wu, are you alluding to a pet ovum akin to Little Dragon and Little Blue? Precisely, a pet with the potential for growth, capable of evolving alongside you. He only needed Xiaolan and Xiaolong. Selling the eggs of the immortal Spider Queen to Gan Siyun could hardly be considered a loss. Most importantly, he truly disliked having a large spider following him around. Brother Wu, why are you so good to me? You can't be thinking. Gan Siyun tightened her grip on her collar, retreating a few steps with a wary expression as she regarded Wu Liang. Wu Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Where are your thoughts wandering? If you don't want it, I'll sell it to Zhen Xingyun. In an instant, Gan Siyun dashed to Wu Liang's side, tugging at his sleeve with fervor. Yes, I want it. I was just joking earlier. Look at you, getting all worked up. Such a petty reaction. Wu Liang was rendered speechless. How could this woman change her tune so swiftly? 1,000 crystal stones, 5 crystal stones a day, paid off in a year. Do you want it? So much. Gan Siyun exclaimed, her face filled with despair. That means I would essentially be working for you. Wu Liang replied softly, not necessarily. With your strength improving, would you still fear a lack of crystal stones? Chapter 74. The Undying Spider Queen. Wu Liang brandished the true dragon sword and continued, behold this sword in my hand. An epic grade weapon, for which the light crystal alone costs 5,000. Gan Siyun was rendered speechless. Brother Wu, I seriously suspect you are flaunting your wealth. Yet, it has only been a few days, and you have managed to acquire 5,000 crystals. Wu Liang chuckled lightly. Crystals are easily obtainable. A mere sale of some goods suffices. Gan Siyun rolled his eyes dramatically. You speak so casually. If you are so affluent in crystals, why not give me a pet egg? Not a chance, Wu Liang promptly interrupted. Fine, then 1,000 it is, Gansi Yun replied weakly. Wu Liang immediately listed the egg of the undying spider queen on the trading channel of Yong'an Village, visible exclusively to Gansi Yun. After setting the parameters, he sent the link to Gansi Yun. A notification chimed in their ears. Their transaction had been completed. 1,000 crystals is indeed quite a bargain, essentially half a gift. I reckon if sold to the natives of the Demon Sea world, it could fetch not just 1,000, but even 100,000 crystals, Wu Liang said with a serious expression. Really, is it that precious? Gansi Yun asked, cradling the egg of the undying spider queen in disbelief. It is even more valuable than you can imagine. You will come to understand in due time. Then I have struck a huge deal. Gansi Yun placed the egg of the undying spider queen upon the ground, and with the golden wind sword, she sliced open her fingertip, murmuring softly. Wu Liang remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Gansi Yun's ritual of bonding. He was filled with curiosity at the sight of Gansi Yun's pet, which took the form of a spider. The egg of the undying spider queen radiated a brilliant white light, for which a crack began to form. A series of crisp sounds echoed, and gradually, the white brilliance subsided, revealing the figure of the undying spider queen. Before him stood the undying spider queen, adorned with flowing snow-white hair. Her upper body humanoid and enveloped in a snug white robe. Her delicate visage was exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of characters from an anime. Her lower half transformed into a white spider form, featuring 8 ruby-like orbs that resembled eyes. The undying spider queen clutched a scythe as tall as herself, gazing at Wu Liang with a look of confusion. Upon spotting Gansi Yun, her expression brightened, and she joyfully bounded to Gansi Yun's feet, nuzzling her head against Gansi Yun's pant leg. A half-human form, Wu Liang was utterly astonished. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned, and remarkably adorable. How charming! Gansi Yun exclaimed, lifting the undying spider queen with delight, unable to put her down. Shouldn't you give her a name first? Wu Liang inquired as he approached Gansi Yun, poking the little face of the undying spider queen with his finger. What about calling her Spider Child? No, I shall name her Xiao Bai, Gansi Yun replied. The undying spider queen seemed to find great joy in the name Xiao Bai, erupting into a cheerful laugh. Elder brother Wu, I shall take my leave for a moment. Gansi Yun, cradling Little White, waved farewell to Wu Liang. What endeavor calls you away? Do you intend to flaunt your companion? Wu Liang inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. Gansi Yun retorted, a touch of exasperation in her voice. Do you truly perceive me as so shallow? Should a monstrous denizen of the abyssal sea assault the isle, I shall be poised to elevate Little White's experience level. The creature is but a fledgling at level 1. Wu Liang's countenance cleared with understanding. I comprehend. Yet, such exertions are needless. I possess the schematics for concocting blood pellets, each capable of bestowing 500 experience points upon a pet companion. Truly? That is splendid news. Would you bestow such a gift upon me, elder brother Wu? Gansi Yun gazed at Wu Liang with hopeful anticipation, her sentiments mirrored by Little White, who seemed to grasp the essence of their discourse. Wu Liang rolled his eyes playfully. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Very well. I present this to you. Estimate its worth in blood pellets. Gansi Yun produced a crafting schematic and extended it toward Wu Liang. It appears you've been planning this all along. Wu Liang regarded Gansi Yun with a knowing, enigmatic expression. Originally, I intended to exchange it for a few crystals, but now I desire blood pellets as recompense. Wu Liang accepted the schematic, scrutinizing its contents. A rare blueprint for the creation of wheat wine. Not bad. I shall take it. How many blood pellets do you seek in return? Merely a pittance. 100 pellets, perhaps? Gansi Yun responded, her smile radiant. Here, take it back. I relinquish my claim. Wu Liang promptly returned the crafting schematic to Gansi Yun, implying that her request was exorbitant and unrealistic. Can I not indulge in a jest? Gansi Yun pouted, furtively poking Little White with her finger. With an air of fervent anticipation, the diminutive Whitey gazed at Wu Liang, its small eyes glistening. Very well. I won't be accused of neglecting you. I shall ensure Whitey's experience is catered for until level 20. Wu Liang conceded with a helpless expression, having acquired the blueprint for the rare wheat wine. These blood pellets were of little consequence to him. Hooray! Gansi Yun exclaimed, leaping with elation. Subsequently, Wu Liang accessed the crafting interface to scrutinize the newly obtained synthesis formula. Legendary Bracers of Might. Gold crystals 10940. Wood crystals 15340. Crystal stones 6740. Fire crystals 13140. Earth crystals 11460. Wind crystals 11660. Lightning crystals 10940. Ice crystals 11940. Refined iron 1510. Purple gold 374. Rare wheat wine. Magic sea wheat 0, 200G. Ferment 01. Water 01L. The water and magic sea wheat were readily available in his courtyard. Only the ferment was lacking. The materials for the Bracers of Might were sufficient, but there was no immediate urgency. After retrieving the legendary blood pellets, Wu Liang crafted 6 and handed them to Gan Siyun. What level are you currently at? Level 8. I should reach level 9 by tomorrow. Perfect. That aligns with my calculations. Feed Whitey 5 blood pellets. Save the remaining 1 until you reach level 9 and then administer it. Gan Siyun accepted the blood pellets and meticulously fed them to Whitey. Vitesse aura intensifié. Its body expanding until it reached approximately 50 centimeters in size, at which point it gradually ceased growing. What skills does it possess? Intrigued, Wu Liang inquired. Death Scythe, Still Control, and Weakening Evil Eye, Gan Siyun responded. Remarkable abilities indeed. Wu Liang handed Gan Siyun a piece of flesh from his Death Scythe, exchanged a few words, and then returned to his chamber. He accessed the crafting interface and selected the legendary power bracers, confirming the creation. Accompanied by the game's notification sound, a pair of annular bracers materialized in Wu Liang's hands. Each was approximately 5 centimeters in length, exhibiting a golden hue adorned with intricate purple patterns. I had anticipated a single bracer, yet it appears I have received a pair, he mused. Legendary power bracers, wearable on the wrists. These bracers comprehensively augment the power of flesh, making them an invaluable combat-oriented equipment. Wu Liang donned the power bracers, positioning them securely on his mid-forearms. They felt remarkably light, and the interior of the bracers possessed an adhesive quality, adhering snugly to the surface of his skin. Immediately, Wu Liang perceived a warm current coursing through his arms, an inexhaustible surge. It was akin to an infusion of pure energy. Exquisite. My strength has amplified by at least 50%. Wu Liang clenched his fist, reveling in the newfound power. Chapter 75. The Demonic Sea Ray Shoal. Subsequently, he produced a stone and, with a forceful clench, pulverized it into dust. Merely a slight ache, Wu Liang remarked. Brushing the dust from his hands, Wu Liang settled onto the sofa and leisurely brewed a pot of tea. He then opened the illustrated compendium of demonic sea creatures, commencing the slow memorization of information pertaining to demonic sea creatures of level 20 and above. There were only a few hundred species of demonic sea creatures above level 20, and most of them were appended with the phrase, capable of growth. The previously encountered demonic sea mermaids were among them. Demonic sea mermaid, docile, gregarious demonic sea creatures possessing considerable intellect. They reach adulthood at level 30 and are capable of further growth. The eyeballs of the demonic sea multi-eyed abomination can accelerate their development. Each mermaid sheds tears only once in her lifetime, which are consumable and exceedingly precious. Abilities, Siren's Song, Aquatic Dragon's Roar, etc. Unlike demonic sea creatures below level 20, weaknesses were no longer displayed. Most abilities were followed by the suffix etc., and many were humanoid creatures. It seemed that as long as a demonic sea creature possessed intelligence, their abilities were listed with an etc. suffix, implying that they could learn spells or similar arts. The information was scant, and further understanding would have to wait. Time elapsed rapidly, and before long, Gan Siyun arrived with the other villagers to find him. Wu Liang bartered with them for a substantial quantity of resources, including wood, stone, bathing devices, beds, kitchen utensils, and more. They even exchanged for a legendary crystal stone lamp, which surprised Wu Liang somewhat. However, he soon realized that since he had previously sold them exquisite crystal stone lamps in the regional channel without restriction, they were free to trade them. After each individual has slain 2 death scythes, they have all ascended to above level 5. Moreover, everyone has acquired the meditation technique and 2 spells, the golden arrow technique and the wind shield technique, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. These spells can be cultivated from level 5, with Wu Liang setting the cost at 100 crystal stones, to be settled in 30 days. The couple, Zhen Xingyun and his wife, has also borrowed the wind shield technique once more. Subsequently, Gan Siyun led them to the training room. Wu Liang continued to peruse the compendium of abyssal creatures, having nearly memorized its contents after only one reading. During mealtime, Wu Liang quietly lurked in the global chat. This Hong Wu is rather tyrannical, isn't he? He resorts to murder at the slightest disagreement. What's happening? Did you not see? He established a village, coerced others into becoming villagers, and when they refused, he simply killed them. Isn't it better to ally with Hong Wu? He possesses such formidable strength. No. It is said that he obtained a village establishment order, allowing him to create a village. But what is the significance of that? Are you joking? Asking about its usefulness? The village establishment order is recognized by the world, far superior to a disorganized alliance. Indeed, possessing such an order essentially confirms one's status in an alliance. It remains uncertain who holds the upper hand. Most crucially, the village establishment order can be upgraded, enabling the creation of cities and even nations. By the way, how did you two upstairs come by this information? It's a secret. Goodness. Does that imply Hong Wu intends to become an emperor in the future? Do you really think so? Presumably, the two individuals from earlier have also procured village founding tokens. It is quite probable that Wu Liang possesses one as well. Wu Liang? Perhaps. But I perceive his prominence as merely ephemeral. Refrain from excessive cynicism, brother. The regional channel's update tonight will reveal the combat prowess of each individual. If only I could also acquire a village founding token. It would be quite enjoyable to reign as an emperor. Cease your idle fantasies. A plethora of information circulates, predominantly concerning the matter of Hong Wu's homicides. Evidently, I am not alone in possessing a village founding token. Wu Liang is far from surprised. With such a vast player base, fortune is bound to favor some individuals. However, Hong Wu's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. He is quite the imbecile. Wu Liang curled his lips in contempt. Individuals such as Hong Wu are destined for a swift downfall. Intoxicated by newfound power, they are bound to face adversity. This incident serves as a reminder to Wu Liang to avoid emulating Hong Wu's behavior. Switching to the regional channel, the group is also engaged in discussions regarding the village founding token. I am convinced that the god of war possesses a village founding token. What is the basis for this assertion? Have you forgotten? The god of war's island features a stone tablet inscribed with Yong'an village. Indeed, when the esteemed Jun encountered the god of war previously, images were disseminated. Today, several individuals have encountered the god of war. Naturally, if only I could encounter the god of war as well. The status of villager is inconsequential. Proximity to the god of war ensures safety. As it is, I am perpetually fraught with anxiety, resulting in restless nights. With a gentle smile, Wu Liang continued to observe the regional channel discreetly. The general acceptance of becoming his villagers was indeed a propitious sign. Promptly at noon, the island shuddered softly as it came to a halt. Zhan Xingyin led the other villagers out from the training chamber. Let's proceed to procure the resources, Wu Liang announced to the group with a genial smile. However, with so many of us, how shall we coordinate? Zhan Xingyin inquired, voicing his concern. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Liang turned his head and articulated. The resources surrounding the island are replenished every 2 hours, 4 times in total. You will operate in groups of 3 to retrieve the resources, with everyone participating together in the final round. Since Siyun and Xingyun will be venturing underwater, the 2 of you should commence first. As for myself, I shall abstain. It is incumbent upon a leader to exhibit magnanimity. Furthermore, there is a probability for him to acquire a fortune bag, provided they retrieve treasure chests of gold quality or higher. Brother Wu, won't your health points be squandered? Gan Siyun promptly questioned. I consistently have numerous health points to spare daily, so it is of little consequence. Siyun, you and Xingyun should descend into the sea together shortly. Exercise caution, and I shall proceed ahead. At this juncture, the group had arrived at the shoreline. Without waiting for further discourse, Wu Liang, accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, plunged into the sea. Xiao Lan and Xiao Long promptly reverted to their normal size, closely trailing Wu Liang as they descended. In the depths of the pitch-black sea, a radiant light began to emerge, revealing luminous abyssal fish and perhaps bioluminescent plankton within Wu Liang's line of sight. Be cautious, a school of thunderfish is foraging below. Wu Liang abruptly halted his movement. The thunderfish, a level 20 magical sea creature, measures approximately 1 meter in length and favors communal living, often appearing in thousands. They are imbued with electrical energy, exhibiting remarkable speed and acute senses. Xiao Long and Xiao Lan paused beside Wu Liang, gazing at him with curiosity, seemingly inquiring why he had come to a standstill. The thought of a throng of level 20 thunderfish beneath his feet made Wu Liang's scalp tingle with apprehension. Let us ascend, he instructed the two little companions, propelling himself upward. Be cautious. The thunderfish have already detected your presence. Prepare for battle. Xiao Long, halt. Prepare for combat. Wu Liang's pupils constricted as he fixated intently on the depths below. Chapter 76. Exceeding 10,000 jade coins, the Emperor's system's directive for him to prepare for battle signified the inevitability of conflict. Escape was not an option, particularly given the absence of any refuge. The consequences of leading the abyssal thunderfish to his island were too dire to contemplate. Indeed, a vast shoal of colossal fish emerged from the depths below, their numbers seemingly infinite. Wu Liang inhaled sharply at the sight. Each thunderfish possessed an obsidian hide and jaws lined with formidable, iron-like teeth as they surged towards him with alarming speed. Peculiarly, they possessed diminutive claws beneath their bellies. Their velocity was astonishing. They closed the distance from 500 meters to a mere 50 in the blink of an eye. Azure Dragon, engage! Wu Liang roared, his left hand conjuring a spell, manifesting a multitude of foot-long, sharp-headed spirit energy dartfish that erupted towards the swarm of abyssal thunderfish. Dartfish Tempest, Azure Dragon, with remarkable acumen, acted instantaneously upon Wu Liang's command. A small vortex materialized before Azure, and without any discernible action, it hurtled towards the thunderfish shoal. The vortex expanded rapidly, with gusts of wind swirling within, ensnaring several unfortunate thunderfish that failed to evade its pull. Dragon, not to be outdone, expelled a ball of spectral azure flame, which detonated upon contact with the abyssal thunderfish. Bang! The flame erupted, scattering countless sparks that landed upon the thunderfish, instantly engulfing them in searing conflagration. Amidst the ceaseless echoes of gaming notifications, experience points accumulated, and the pets, Little Blue and Little Dragon, gaining their due share of experience, an overwhelming scene unfolded. At the heart of the swarm of abyssal thunderfish, a gaping wound was carved by the trio's relentless assault, transforming the azure waters into a crimson tableau, littered with the lifeless forms of countless abyssal thunderfish sinking to the ocean floor. At that moment, the abyssal thunderfish surged toward Wu Liang, leaving him no time to conjure expansive spells. With a resounding thud, ethereal wings unfurled behind him. He twirled, leaped, glided, and retreated with the grace of a butterfly flitting through a garden of blossoms, untouched by the surrounding chaos. In his grasp, the true dragon sword danced with impenetrable precision, cleaving through the approaching abyssal thunderfish before they could even come close. Invisible threads of energy coursed through the true dragon sword and into Wu Liang's being, invigorating him as though he had consumed a potent elixir of vitality, free from fatigue and brimming with vigor. Beside him, Little Dragon was enveloped in a spectral blue flame. Any abyssal thunderfish that dared to approach met an untimely demise in its fiery embrace. However, Little Blue struggled against the relentless onslaught, resorting to releasing a stream of bubbles to encase itself in a protective cocoon. Surrounded by the abyssal thunderfish he had just vanquished, Wu Liang found himself unable to rush to Little Blue's aid as a new swarm encircled them. Cold Moon Sword Technique. Wu Liang seized the opportunity and unleashed the essence of the Cold Moon Sword. The temperature of the surrounding seawater plummeted, causing the flames on the nearby Little Dragon to flicker. A crescent moon materialized at the tip of the true dragon sword, slicing towards the most concentrated cluster of the abyssal thunderfish. With a resounding crash, the surrounding waters formed a colossal undercurrent, and hundreds of dismembered limbs of the abyssal thunderfish fell like rain, creating a brief void ahead. The white jade coins expelled by the abyssal thunderfish sank alongside the severed limbs. Game notification. Experience 50. Game notification. Pet Little Blue experience 1. Game notification. Pet Little Dragon experience 1. Game notification. Player level 1. Game notification. Experience 10. Game notification. Pet Little Blue experience 1. Game notification. Pet Little Dragon experience 1. Wu Liang's body trembled violently, his expended vital energy swiftly replenishing and expanding. Without hesitation, he darted to a location devoid of abyssal thunderfish and once again channeled the essence of the Cold Moon Sword. The seawater erupted, and the number of abyssal thunderfish plummeted. These creatures finally realized that the lone individual and his two beasts were not to be trifled with. Fear glimmering in their eyes, a low, peculiar sound echoed, prompting the abyssal thunderfish to retreat. Little Blue finally broke free from the harassment of these creatures. With a fierce roar, Little Blue shattered dozens of bubbles that surrounded it. A vortex surged towards the fleeing thunderfish of the demon sea. Wu Liang executed the thunder step, his figure flashing wildly. With each pause, a thunderfish met its demise beneath his blade. The speed of the thunderfish was astonishing, transforming the distance behind into the forefront in the blink of an eye, swiftly retreating hundreds of meters. Xiaolon roared in determination, eager to pursue the thunderfish. "Do not chase a cornered foe," Wu Liang called out to halt Xiaolon. With a look of dejection, Xiaolon swam to Wu Liang's side. "Well, it's all right. Their speed is too great. You are unscathed, are you not? Tonight, I shall reward you with a piece of roasted meat. And of course, Little Long." Wu Liang gently patted Xiaolan's head, offering reassurance. While with that, Xiaolan's spirits lifted. "Let's proceed to gather our spoils." Wu Liang beckoned the two companions, and, tucking in his wings, led the way downward. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the ocean floor. There, the seabed was strewn with the corpses of thunderfish, each adorned with gleaming white jade coins. A swarm of demon sea lanternfish and tiny mayfly-like creatures voraciously feasted on the remains. Upon noticing Wu Liang's arrival, they scattered in panic. Unperturbed, Wu Liang anchored himself on the seabed and began to collect his bounty. With the assurance that the Emperor's system would alert him to any impending danger, he felt at ease. Not a single jade coin was overlooked. After over an hour, he had thoroughly scoured the ocean floor, leaving no treasure unclaimed. He has now surpassed the remarkable milestone of 10,000 Baiyu coins, and the flesh of the magical sea thunderfish amounts to over 2,000 pieces. While this meat lacks any extraordinary properties, its exquisite flavor is unparalleled. Currently, he possesses 452 pieces of beast skin, and as for the blood of sea beasts, it is needless to elaborate. Combined with his existing stock, he now has a staggering 300 liters. What a tremendous fortune! Wu Liang could hardly contain his delight. Perhaps there are still undiscovered spoils of the seabed, yet he finds himself unable to locate them. Xiaolong and Xiaolan appear somewhat fatigued, clearly drained from the fierce battle with the magical sea thunderfish. Let me first assess our surroundings. We shall take a brief respite here. Having ascended to level 21, he is now a third-tier Qi refinement practitioner, requiring some time to gradually attune to his physical condition. During a prior conversation with Mu Qing, the leader of the magical sea merfolk tribe, Wu Liang had gained a thorough understanding of cultivation below the third tier. While he comprehends the basics, there are still subtle nuances that he must gradually master. Wu Liang guided the two little companions to a massive rock, where they began to survey their surroundings. Chapter 77. The abandoned tomb. Before him lay an underwater mountain range, inhabited by formidable sea creatures, posing a significant danger. To the left, a group of sea horse men lingered, near which rested a silver treasure chest. To the right, the area was desolate, save for a few lanternfish that could be kept as pets. In the far distance behind, an abandoned tomb could be glimpsed, rumored to conceal valuable treasures, including a purple gold chest nestled in its depths. Remaining here posed no threat, as long as one maintained a safe distance from the underwater mountain range. Having determined their destination, Wu Liang settled upon a large rock with his two companions. Moments ago, Gan Siyun and Deng Jie had each bestowed upon him a golden fortune bag. He suspected Gan Siyun had already ventured into the sea. Contemplating this, Wu Liang sent her a private message, advising her to steer clear of the underwater mountains upon sighting them, before closing his eyes to meditate. Ignoring the external world, he gradually entered a state of ethereal tranquility. Within his mind, his internal organs began to manifest, revealing a complex web of meridians. Vivid crimson blood coursed through his veins, and he felt a momentary disorientation. Is this what introspection feels like? An extraordinary corporeal realm unfolded within his consciousness as Wu Liang's spirit gradually immersed itself into the energy sea located beneath his navel. There, he beheld a vast lake within the energy sea, teeming with vibrant essence that filled a substantial part of its expanse. Attempting to meditate, he observed glimmering starlight emerge from the depths, pouring into his being, flowing through his meridians and into the energy sea. Above the chi sea, a veil of mist began to form, with droplets of vitality cascading into his reservoir. These sensations were ones he could hardly perceive in his daily life. Wu Liang longed to remain in this state of bliss indefinitely, yet he retained a modicum of clarity and, upon replenishing his vitality, ceased his meditation. His consciousness roamed through his body, swiftly grasping his condition. His vitality had surged by more than fivefold, and his physical prowess was now vastly superior to what it had been before. Should he remove his strength wristbands, his power would rival that of a level 20 with such adornments. Wu Liang opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. He then focused intently and accessed the game panel. Wu Liang, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 72 kilograms, level, 21 combat power, 35, 524 experience, 1, 286 5. 000 health, 100 lifespan, 300 title, village chief of Yong'an village date, year 1 of Kaiyuan, January 8th, 1421. Not only had his combat power surged by approximately 15,000, but his lifespan had also reached an astonishing 300 years. Remarkable. Wu Liang could not help but throw a punch in exhilaration. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the little dragon and the little blue creature beside him. The two little beings also appeared revitalized at that moment. "Let us go," he called to the two companions as he began to swim backward. The underwater landscape remained a chaotic array of jagged rocks and thriving coral, a sight Wu Liang was now accustomed to. The two little creatures, however, eagerly darted in and out of the rocks and coral reefs, reveling in their surroundings. With unflagging enthusiasm, they continued their aquatic journey. After approximately 30 minutes, the trio, one human and two beasts, arrived at a spacious clearing on the seabed, adorned with scattered, luminescent coral reefs. "Halt, for the dilapidated sepulchre lies beneath this very seabed," the voice echoed. Here, Wu Liang paused, his brow furrowed with uncertainty, as he ambled across the seafloor, seeking the entrance to the forsaken tomb. "The sepulchre rests directly beneath your feet. The aperture appears to be in close proximity. Cease your advance and excavate here. You shall unearth the entrance to the derelict tomb." Wu Liang promptly halted, retrieved his iron shovel, and with a few swift motions, breached the surface. A dark, yawning abyss materialized before him, and the seawater surged inward with haste. This is the long-abandoned sepulchre, previously plundered, yet still conceals valuable treasures. Deep within, a resplendent amethyst and gold coffer awaits, but it is guarded by a malevolent abyssal tigerfish. Exercise caution with the wraiths it commands, should a wraith infiltrate your corporeal form. The consequences range from a severe malady to ultimate demise. Wraiths recoil from illumination, brandish a crystalline lantern, and they shall not dare approach. Instantly, information about the abyssal tigerfish surfaced in his mind. To call it merely a fish is inaccurate. This creature possesses humanoid limbs, its entire body covered in scales, with a pair of fins on each side. It sports a massive tiger's head, its cheeks adorned with short fins. It favors lurking in darkness, boasts razor-sharp claws, and its scales are exceptionally resilient. However, aside from its ability to enslave wraiths, it possesses no other magical prowess. Wraiths inflict no physical harm, but they can burrow into flesh, persisting until the target perishes. In other words, as long as one wields the crystal lamp, that individual is essentially rendered powerless. This is a wealth of experience. Wu Liang licked his lips. "Follow me." He retrieved the crystal lamp from his storage bracelet, firmly grasped the golden wind sword in his right hand, and ventured deeper inside. The art of exploration was swiftly invoked, revealing the internal conditions of the tomb within his mind. It began with a narrow passage that gradually widened, showing signs of extensive damage. The ground and stone walls were coated with thick layers of silt, repeatedly washed by the sea. Scattered across the floor were numerous bones of varying sizes. The seawater was murky, obscuring his vision, yet it did not impede the effectiveness of his exploration technique. Indeed, it had been excavated. Wu Liang pressed onward, the bones beneath his feet crumbling to dust with the slightest touch. The creaking sounds echoed through the tomb, creating an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Wu Liang detected dozens of ethereal figures looming ahead. There were merfolk, sharkmen, thunderfish, and sea snails, among various other entities. Ghosts, perhaps? Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. However, as he advanced, the radiance of the crystal lamp illuminated the path ahead. These spectral figures, sensing the pain, raised their arms in defense, emitting piercing cries as they retreated in haste. Indeed, it was effective. Wu Liang continued his advance, uncertain whether these specters could be vanquished. He recalled that the bestiary of the abyssal sea described ghosts as lacking corporeal vulnerability. It can be interpreted in two ways. First, the body is but a mere shadow, thus devoid of any tangible harm. Second, the attacks lack substance, resulting in no actual damage. If the former is true, then Wu Liang cannot contend with the revenants. However, these specters fear the brilliance of light, rendering them incapable of confronting him. The tomb is profoundly deep, and he has yet to encounter the magical sea tiger fish within. Wu Liang affixed the crystal lantern to his left wrist, raising his hand, from which a golden arrow shot forth from his palm. Whoosh! It struck the nearest revenant. The golden arrow technique pierced through the revenant's form, embedding itself into the stone wall. Wu Liang then attempted freezing spells, wooden spike techniques, and water arrows. With the same result, all merely passed through, failing to inflict any effective damage. The earth wall technique fared no better, utterly incapable of obstructing the revenants. It seems that dispelling them is the only option, as slaying them proves difficult. Wu Liang furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret. Chapter 78. Holy Light Spell. However, the presence of the crystal lamp deterred these malevolent spirits from approaching. Little dragon, shrink your body, Wu Liang instructed the diminutive creature beside him. He then affixed the crystal lamp to the now smaller dragon and reiterated, do not stray too far from me. There is no need for you to intervene. Just ensure the crystal lamp remains protected. The little dragon nodded eagerly in agreement. The surrounding specters, sensing the aura of the lamp, hastily retreated into the shadows, refraining from getting too close. Wu Liang, accompanied by the two small companions, proceeded cautiously onward. The sea water continued to ebb and flow, gradually regaining its clarity, allowing Wu Liang's naked eye to discern the entirety of the subterranean tomb's environment. It was vast, with rock walls extending nearly as far as his island, stretching endlessly into the depths behind him. Even without locating an entrance, persistent excavation downward would eventually unveil the tomb. The ground was littered with skeletal remains and fragments of ancient weaponry, remnants of a brutal conflict fought over the burial treasures within. These bones and artifacts were so aged that they crumbled upon contact, rendering them devoid of any collectible value. As they ventured deeper, they soon arrived at the heart of the tomb, where the fearsome sea tiger, a creature with a tiger's head, lay less than 100 meters away. The beast concealed itself behind a stone, surrounded by several ethereal shadows. Its razor-sharp claws glinted ominously as it coldly surveyed the passage leading into the tomb. Clearly aware of Wu Liang and his band of intruders through the senses of the specters. Not far from its vicinity, a resplendent purple-gold treasure chest awaited discovery. Though devoid of luminescence, the sepulchre's interior was distinctly imprinted upon his mind through the auspices of the probing spell. Feigning ignorance of the presence of the demonic sea tiger fish, Wu Liang ambled towards the depths with an air of nonchalance, soon arriving in close proximity to the creature. The wraiths enslaved by the demonic sea tiger fish emitted piercing shrieks, retreating swiftly into the shadows. It remained indifferent to these thralls, fixing its gaze upon Wu Liang with the cold calculation of a seasoned hunter. As Wu Liang drew nearer, the demonic sea tiger fish gradually lowered its stance, its claws gleaming with a frigid light, intimating that a mere touch could sever Wu Liang's neck. Before the demonic sea tiger fish could pounce, Wu Liang extended his left hand, unleashing a torrent of spells upon the creature's hiding place. The rock shattered instantly under the barrage of Wu Liang's golden arrow technique. As wooden vines erupted from beneath the demonic sea tigerfish's feet, followed swiftly by the advent of the ice-binding spell. The demonic sea tiger fish roared in fury, its arms flailing in rapid succession, severing the entangling vines technique's wooden tendrils in an instant. Its initial intention to ambush Wu Liang had backfired, resulting in its own entrapment. With a violent surge, the demonic sea tiger fish shattered the ice-binding spell before it could fully encase its form. Truly, a level 25 demonic sea creature. Wu Liang invoked the thunderous gate, his form instantly hurtling towards the demonic sea tiger fish, the true dragon's sword aimed at its cranium. Out of a! The demonic sea tiger fish bellowed, seizing the true dragon's sword with its right hand. To what avail? With a cold smile, Wu Liang swung the true dragon sword, severing the right hand of the demon sea tiger-head fish. Undeterred by its injury, the creature's ferocity surged, and it lunged at Wu Liang, aiming to claw at his heart with its left hand. Wu Liang swiftly retreated. The lower half of the demon sea tiger-head fish remained ensnared by wooden vines, yet its toes suddenly sprouted 10 elongated claws that sliced through the vines with ease. In what seemed like an instant, the demon sea tiger-head fish charged at Wu Liang once more. At that moment, Xiao Lan launched an attack, enveloping the demon sea tiger-head fish in a bubble, followed by a flurry of wind blades striking the bubble surface. The creature let out a series of anguished cries. As the spell dissipated, the demon sea tiger-head fish shielded its face with its arms, its body drenched in blood. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Liang executed the thunder step, thrusting the golden wind sword towards the heart of the demon sea tiger-head fish. Just as it lowered its arms, it spotted the true dragon sword approaching. With a piercing scream, it recoiled, using its incapacitated arm to deflect the true dragon sword while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick with its left leg. Wu Liang, having anticipated this move, stood his ground, casting 2 wind shields with his left hand, while his lower body lifted swiftly, aligning parallel to his torso. Though the 2 wind shields shattered almost instantly, Wu Liang adeptly evaded the left leg of the demon sea tiger-head fish. The true dragon sword, razor-sharp, pierced through the creature's remaining left arm and struck deep into its heart. Game hint, experience 2000. Game hint, pet little blue experience 50. Game hint, pet little dragon experience 50. With a sigh of relief, Wu Liang exhaled, allowing his body to descend and regain his footing on the ocean floor. Fortunately, he found himself in the depths of the sea. Had he been on land, he could not have so effortlessly vanquished the abyssal tigerfish. Indeed, he ought to express his heartfelt gratitude to Mu Qing. Wu Liang crouched down to retrieve a scroll that the abyssal tigerfish had dropped. Were it not for the mermaid's tears granting him unparalleled agility even underwater, he would have found himself retreating from the creature's left leg kick. Utilizing the buoyancy of the seawater, his lower body floated, enabling him to successfully evade the attack and ultimately slay the beast. Alas, he could no longer locate the mermaid tribe to convey his appreciation. Thus, he chose to hold this sentiment within his heart. The scroll contained a spell, and since it was dropped by the abyssal tigerfish, there was no accompanying notification from the European Emperor system. Holy Light spell. Upon activation, a radiant aura engulfs the user, capable of inducing temporary blindness and effective against malevolent spirits. Requirements. Level 10, 50 fire crystals, 50 thunder crystals, 50 ice crystals. The ability to counter malevolent spirits implied its efficacy against wraiths. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately learned the spell and simultaneously employed the detection technique to locate any wraiths. However, despite his efforts, he could not find a single wraith. Could it be that the demise of the abyssal tigerfish had caused the wraiths to dissipate? Wu Liang felt a tinge of regret. There were no wraiths, and he found himself at a loss. Dissecting the corpse of the tiger-headed fish yielded 5 chunks of flesh, 500 milliliters of sea beast blood, and 2 hides. The purple gold treasure chest lay not far away, yet Wu Liang chose not to approach it. Instead, he turned to the little dragon and little blue behind him and instructed, "Close your eyes." Upon seeing them comply, Wu Liang unleashed the Holy Light spell. A brilliant white light erupted from his being, instantly illuminating the entire tomb. Under the radiance of the Holy Light, the tomb became an expanse of blinding whiteness, rendering everything indistinct. As Wu Liang had cast the spell himself, his eyes remained unscathed, though he could discern nothing with the naked eye. His detection spell continued to function effectively. This incantation proved remarkably useful for ambushes. A look of delight crossed Wu Liang's face as he contemplated the various applications of the Holy Light spell. Chapter 79. The damaged epic equipment. The incessant bleating of the little dragon echoed around. Everything transpiring in the vicinity was laid bare before Wu Liang's probing technique. Noticing that Xiao Lan was stirred by the little dragon's chaotic cries, Wu Liang hastily dispelled the Holy Light spell, preventing her from opening her eyes. With a smile adorning his face, he watched as the little dragon continued to bleat and flounder, ultimately colliding with a wall, convinced it had lost its sight. Wu Liang refrained from offering any guidance, as this served as a subtle admonition for the little dragon, encouraging its disobedience. Swimming near the golden chest, he confirmed the absence of danger before directly opening it. Game notification: Golden Crystal 10. Game notification: Wooden Crystal 10. Game notification: Water Crystal 10. Game notification: Rare Spellcasting Gloves Blueprint 1. Game notification: Manipulation Technique 1. Congratulations, host, for triggering the Lucky Sovereign System. Manipulation Technique 1. Triggered 100-fold Fortune Amplification. Library Workshop Blueprint 1. View details. Legendary Spellcasting Gloves Blueprint. Significantly enhances casting speed and power, as delicate as a cicada's wing, transparent and silky. Manipulation Technique. Allows the user to exert chi externally to manipulate the movement of objects. The larger the object, the greater the consumption of chi, the farther the distance. The weaker the perception, resulting in increased chi expenditure. Upon first contact with a monument, one can utilize its powers an unlimited number of times, provided the following requirements are met. Level 10, 50 wind crystals, 50 wood crystals, and 50 earth crystals. The Library Pavilion's manufacturing blueprint is an upgradable architectural design, bound to the constructor upon successful creation. The tomes housed within can be accessed with a mere touch, granting all information without the need for additional memorization, proving exceedingly convenient. The user may choose to open access to others, setting conditions and charging a fee. Note: only jade coins may be accepted as payment, or may opt to provide free access. Indeed, Wu Liang felt a surge of delight within. He had long perceived the increasing number of villagers on his island, necessitating daily visits to his training room for spellcasting practice, which had become rather cumbersome. However, once the library pavilion was constructed, such inconveniences would cease to exist. Moreover, the ease of access would eliminate the need for rote memorization. Concerning the collection of fees, he held no trepidation. He could initially accept crystals and subsequently offer free access, keeping a watchful eye over the proceedings. Wu Liang placed his palm upon the monument, mastering the art of material manipulation, and then seized 2 blueprints. Silently chanting within his mind, he absorbed all knowledge instantaneously, reducing the blueprints to ashes. After gathering the material strewn about, Wu Liang commenced an experiment with his newfound control techniques. Focusing his intent on a fragment of stone at his feet, he felt the vital energy within him flow in an extraordinary manner. The stone abruptly lifted from the ground, responding to his will as it danced through the air, forward, backward, side to side, up and down, moving as fluidly as his own arm. The expended vital energy was minimal, approximately equivalent to the consumption of a single water arrow technique. Wu Liang initiated control over the gravel, propelling it forward. As the vital energy expenditure gradually increased, his perception of the gravel diminished. At approximately 200 meters, Wu Liang could no longer sense the gravel. Disregarding the gravel, Wu Liang focused his mental energy on the true dragon sword in his hand. With a swift motion, the true dragon sword soared from his grasp, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the stone wall. Employing the manipulation technique to retrieve the true dragon sword, Wu Liang simultaneously utilized the exploration technique. He maneuvered the true dragon sword within the range of the exploration technique, executing various movements. After gaining proficiency, Wu Liang, with a mere thought, caused the true dragon sword to revert into a streak of light, returning to his hand. Could this be the legendary flying sword? Wherever his exploration reached, the true dragon sword could follow. The prospect of decapitating enemies from 1,000 miles away was no longer a mere fantasy. Although he had reached his limit with the simultaneous use of the manipulation and exploration techniques, relying solely on the inherent sharpness of the true dragon sword, he felt no regret. Nearby, the little dragon continued its erratic movements. Suddenly, it felt a constriction throughout its body, as if it no longer possessed control over itself. Moo! Moo moo! The little dragon cried out in terror, struggling incessantly. Finally, it regained control of its body, and its vision returned. The little dragon lay prostrate on the seabed, blinking vigorously in a state of bewilderment. Evidently, the energy expenditure for manipulating living beings was significantly greater than that for inanimate objects, and the stronger the living being, the more challenging it was to control. Having concluded the manipulation experiment, Wu Liang addressed the dragon prostrate on the ground, inquiring, "Will you be obedient from now on?" The dragon nodded vigorously, having been thoroughly frightened. "Then let us proceed." Wu Liang patted the dragon's head and continued onward. This time, no further incidents occurred. Soon, the solitary figure and the two beasts arrived at a vast stone chamber. At its very center lay a dilapidated sarcophagus, adorned with peculiar carvings that bespoke its extraordinary nature. Legendary sarcophagus, the final resting place of powerful beings, steeped in ill omen, alas, now decayed. The lid of the sarcophagus had already been opened. Wu Liang approached it, finding it entirely empty. With a gentle touch, the sarcophagus crumbled into dust. Even legendary artifacts could not withstand the erosion of time. Wu Liang remarked with a sigh, "Did you not observe the small pit beneath the sarcophagus?" The system's prompt echoed in his mind, alerting Wu Liang to a small depression in the ground, concealed by the sarcophagus's ashen remains. Could this be the treasure within the tomb? Wu Liang's breath quickened as he immediately retrieved his iron shovel and began to excavate. A jet-black staff appeared before his eyes, crowned with an enormous purple gem. Its appearance was exquisitely crafted, the surface engraved with 9 dragons coiling around the staff's body. Wu Liang set aside the shovel and bent down to pick it up. Game notification: Epic Sumeru Staff, damaged, 1. It was an epic item indeed. Wu Liang's eyes shone brightly as he firmly grasped the 9-dragon staff. The epic Sumeru Staff, once belonging to the Sea Emperor, now lies in a state of disrepair, necessitating space stones and amethyst for restoration. Upon its activation, one shall wield terrifying power, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in casting speed and spell potency. While amethyst is abundant, the elusive space stones remain scarce. Wu Liang endeavored to cast a golden arrow spell. An arrow, approximately 1 foot in length, materialized instantaneously atop the Sumeru staff, glistening as though forged of pure gold, devoid of any semblance of condensed energy. With a swift command, the golden arrow soared through the sea, leaving a fleeting trace, shattering the immense boulder to fragments. The arrow retained its momentum, incessantly striking the distant cliffside, etching a profound gash into its surface. The enhancement in casting speed and strength exceeded tenfold. Subsequent experiments with various spells yielded similar results, with each spell's efficacy multiplying significantly. Notably, the detection spell's range expanded from a mere 100 meters to an astonishing 1,000 meters. The binding spell also demonstrated enhanced resilience. The young dragon's fiery breath blazed for nearly half a minute before ultimately reducing to ash. After a thorough exploration of the staff's capabilities, Wu Liang decided to store it away. What a remarkable prospect it would be to create a pair of casting gloves. I could become a mobile artillery platform. One wonders what the staff might resemble once fully restored. Chapter 80: Encountering the Abyssal Sea Snail within the tomb. No treasures remained. Wu Liang, holding the crystal lamp, took a leisurely stroll before departing. Accompanied by Xiao Long and Xiao Lan, he emerged into the open air, promptly stowing away the crystal lamp. Directly ahead lay the path he had traversed, rendering any glance unnecessary. To the left in the distance, a slumbering abyssal sea snail awaited, ripe for a potential ambush, promising an abundance of riches. To the right, a school of abyssal flesh fish swam, their demise offering a vast supply of sustenance. Behind him, a cave concealed a golden treasure chest, though it lay within the domain of a venomous abyssal python, shrouded in toxic mists, a perilous venture best left unpursued. Wu Liang needed no further contemplation. He propelled himself towards the left. The abyssal python, a level 30 creature, posed a certain death should he approach, and he was ill-equipped to endure the noxious fumes. Moreover, he found himself not lacking in provisions. Food was abundant, yet encounters with the abyssal sea snail were rare. Possessing a credibility trading token, Wu Liang could swiftly ascertain the trustworthiness of the abyssal sea snail. He harbored no intentions of robbery, apart from trading. He sought to pose a few inquiries to the creature. Exercising caution, he refrained from employing any probing techniques. Uncertain if the abyssal sea snail might detect them, better safe than sorry. After a brief interval, Wu Liang arrived at the vicinity of a colossal stone. Nestled within a hollow of the stone lay the shell of an abyssal sea snail, evidently in slumber. However, upon detecting a subtle disturbance, the creature jolted awake, abruptly emerging from its shell. The abyssal sea slug before him was a corpulent replica of one he'd encountered previously, now adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Upon sighting Wu Liang, it swiftly retreated into the rock face, poised for a hasty escape. Its ability to phase through stone, in addition to earth, took Wu Liang by surprise. Let's see what we have here. Wu Liang brandished the credit transaction token. The abyssal sea slug paused, removed its spectacles, rubbed its eyes, and then, upon seeing Wu Liang again, exhaled in relief. I wish to engage in trade. Do you accept crystal stones or jade coins? Wu Liang inquired tentatively. Both are acceptable. However, the rate is 5 white jade coins per crystal stone. If you possess azure jade coins, so much the better. 1 azure jade coin is equivalent to 100 white jade coins or 200 crystal stones. This is the standard rate throughout the abyssal sea world. The abyssal sea slug divulged without reservation. Wu Liang's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. He had successfully extracted the exchange rate between white jade coins and crystal stones from the slug. Isn't the rate for azure jade coins to white jade coins 1 to 1, 000? The abyssal sea slug cast a disdainful glance at Wu Liang. In towns, yes, that is the rate. But here, on the periphery of the abyssal sea, azure jade coins command a premium. How could a human be ignorant of such a thing? Wu Liang scratched his head and chuckled. What could he say? This particular abyssal sea slug seemed rather artless. Do you possess any spells? I am interested in acquiring spells or other unique items. With a smile, Wu Liang smoothly redirected the conversation towards trade. Wait a moment, let me search. The 2 arms of the demon sea snail twisted and effortlessly extended into its own shell, exploring within. The flexibility of its limbs left Wu Liang in awe. Before long, the demon sea snail produced a dozen drawings, displaying them for Wu Liang to examine as if setting up a stall. Wind blade technique. Summons a blade of wind. Usage requirements. Level 5, 10 wind crystals. Thunder summoning technique. Summons a bolt of thunder. Usage requirements. Level 5. 10 thunder crystals. Water armor technique. Forms a translucent armor on any target, capable of withstanding damage. Exceptional defensive capabilities. Lasts for 10 minutes. Usage requirements. Level 10. 50 water crystals. Superior wind and fire blade crafting blueprint. Combat equipment. Remarkably sharp, a rare find. Rare brewing yeast crafting blueprint. An essential item for brewing. Significantly enhances the flavor of the brew. Wu Liang scrutinized each item carefully. The rare brewing yeast blueprint was what he sought. While the other spells held little interest for him, his primary objective in asking for these spells was to ascertain their prices. Clearing his throat, Wu Liang pointed to the water armor technique and the wind blade technique. In truth, he was primarily interested in the water armor technique, and if the price were agreeable, he might consider purchasing it. The water armor technique was priced at 1,200 white jade coins, while the wind blade technique was set at 700 white jade coins. The demon sea snail crossed its arms, grinning. And what about this one? Wu Liang inquired, indicating the other spells. The prices for these spells generally range from 600 to 1,500. After conducting some inquiries, Wu Liang pointed towards the rare brewing diagram. This rare brewing diagram, crafted by the masters of the MO high snails, significantly enhances the flavor of the brew. If you require it, I can sell it to you for 2,000 white jade coins, declared the Mo high snail with a proud demeanor. The mention of the Mo high snail's masterwork caught Wu Liang's attention, not for the price, but for a crucial piece of information. The diagram could be artificially created. If diagrams can be fabricated, could spells not also be? He noted this information carefully, then expressed with a hint of regret. My white jade coins can only procure the rare brewing diagram. It seems I cannot purchase spells. The Mo high snail hesitated momentarily. These prices have been set by our elders. Although you possess a reputable trading token, I cannot offer you a discount. Wu Liang was unconcerned. He had no intention of acquiring these spells, as merely understanding the pricing sufficed. He retrieved 2,000 white jade coins and handed them to the Mo high snail, casually inquiring, "Do you have any space stones?" Without even glancing at Wu Liang, the Mo high snail accepted the coins and began to fiddle with the diagrams on the ground. I do not possess any space stones, and even if I did, you could not afford them. Do not entertain such thoughts. After acquiring the rare brewing diagram, Wu Liang immediately learned it and asked once more, "Do you have any meditation techniques for sale?" The Mo high snail had already gathered its belongings, preparing to depart. Ordinary meditative techniques command a price of at least 10 jade coins, while more exquisite methods can fetch upwards of 100, with some even requiring payment in amethyst coins. Dismiss any aspirations of acquiring them. Take heed. It would be prudent not to introduce the dragon in your company into Dragon City. Farewell. With a soft thud, the marine snail being vanished from sight in an instant. Dragon City? Dragon City stroked his chin with his left hand, glanced at the small dragon, and comprehended the warning the marine snail being had imparted. Despite the brevity of their transaction, he had gleaned a wealth of useful information. The 7 luminaries meditative technique is considered a precious meditative method. Perhaps selling it to them was somewhat of a loss. He only received 500 crystals. According to the price in the Demon Sea world, at least 2,000 crystals or more. Never mind. We'll see when the time comes. Let's take a look elsewhere. Ceased further contemplation forthwith. Chapter 81. Constructing a repository of knowledge. Wu Liang glanced at the time, startled to find it was nearly 7 p.m. Time had slipped away unnoticed. He mused that it wasn't entirely unexpected, considering the duration he had spent within the dilapidated catacomb. Much of that time was consumed by his experimentation with spells and traversing the labyrinthine passages. Let's return. He beckoned to Xiaolan and Xiaolong as Wu Liang commenced his ascent towards his island sanctuary. During his transit, Wu Liang retrieved the fortune pouches he had acquired that day, 2 gold and 1 purpuric gold. He hadn't noted it then, but he was unaware of who had yielded the purpuric gold pouch. Without hesitation, he decided to open them all. Game notification. Gold fortune pouch -2. Game notification. Purpuric gold fortune pouch -1. Game notification. Gold crystal stone 12. Game notification. Wood crystal stone 12. Game notification. Water crystal stone 12. Game notification. Exquisite juicer blueprint 1. Game notification. Exquisite fruit wine recipe 1. Game notification. Exquisite wall mirror 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Bonus Azure Jade coin 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Bonus Azure Jade coin 1. Triggered 100-fold luck amplification. Bonus Oath Ball 1. The blueprints were self-explanatory, and he promptly learned them. Now possessing the recipe for ferment, he could produce both fruit wine and wheat wine. The mere thought of it made his mouth water. Gathering all the floating crystals around him, Wu Liang picked up the Oath Sphere for inspection. The Oath Sphere, akin to a crystal ball used for divination, shimmered with a translucent brilliance. Oath Sphere requires the establishment of an oath. Once an oath is sworn before the sphere, a contract with the heavens is automatically formed, which must not be violated. Should a violation occur, penalties will be enforced according to the terms of the oath. It can also be placed within a building, binding it to the structure, serving as a mechanism to trigger the opening of doors, and cannot be disassembled. What a remarkable item! Wu Liang joyfully stowed it away. This oath sphere could be placed in the library, ensuring that anyone wishing to enter would have to make an oath, alleviating his concerns about the secrets he had acquired. His ascent was much swifter than his descent, and no incidents transpired. Wu Liang, accompanied by Xiaolan and Xiaolong, swiftly reached his island. The island was deserted, with no one in sight. They were likely either in his residence or the training room. Wu Liang sent a private message to Gansi Yun, and indeed, they had returned. All were gathered in the training room. Wu Liang instructed Gansi Yun to assemble everyone and reminded her to bring all the stone tablets from the training room. He stood quietly outside, awaiting their arrival. Soon, 9 individuals emerged from his residence. Brother Wu Liang, is there something amiss? Gansi Yun approached him, conjuring 3 stone tablets. Her expression laced with curiosity. Wu Liang collected the tablets and replied, "You shall find out shortly." He gestured towards a building adjacent to his residence. "Whose abode is this?" I inquired. "Mine," Huabei offered timidly, raising her hand. She had evidently bathed, a stark contrast to their initial encounter. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she was no longer sullied. "Gather your belongings from the dwelling. I require this space and must dismantle your house. Rest assured, you shall receive recompense." Although he was the island's proprietor, his dominion over its structures was limited to construction and demolition. Understood, Huabei acquiesced readily, returning to her abode. After collecting her possessions, she proactively dismantled the house, saving Wu Liang considerable effort. Wu Liang approached the vacant plot and accessed the fabrication interface. Repository of Knowledge, Timber 100, Stone 50. He selected the option and initiated the construction. A fleeting shimmer materialized, and a modest, tower-like structure materialized upon the aisle, spanning approximately 4 meters in width and length. Wu Liang accessed the Repository of Knowledge's upgrade interface and promptly initiated the enhancement. Game notification: timber -1,000, stone -500, iron ore -100, earth crystal -10, crystalline stone -10. Game notification: second-tier Repository of Knowledge constructed successfully. The Repository of Knowledge metamorphosed into a structure spanning 10 meters. Its aesthetic undergoing a complete transformation. It now boasted an additional story and a significantly more refined exterior. Wu Liang pressed on, continuing the upgrade. Game tip: wood 5,000, stone 3,000, iron 500, earth crystal 100, water crystal 100, wind crystal 100, wood crystal 100. Game tip: the construction of the library is successful. The library's dimensions have expanded to approximately 30 meters in length and width, instantly adding 3 additional floors. Its exterior is adorned with peculiar engravings, exuding an opulence far surpassing that of his own residence. In recent days, the timber and stone acquired from interest have dwindled to a mere 100 units, with not a single wind crystal remaining. The 9 individuals behind him gazed in astonishment at the magnificent structure that Wu Liang had erected in such a short span of time, their jaws agape. It was Gonsiun who first regained her composure. "Brother Wu, what is this?" Wu Liang smiled faintly, producing the oath sphere as he approached the entrance of the library. "This is the library. All the spells I acquire will be stored within. They could be exchanged for white jade coins." Gonsiun's voice rose several octaves. "Brother Wu, do you know the exchange rate between white jade coins and crystals?" "Yes, from now on, our villagers will primarily trade using white jade coins. Since the players in the world are currently unaware, you all have the opportunity to make a substantial profit, which we will discuss shortly." The terms of the oath were straightforward. No one is permitted to enter the library, and all knowledge gleaned within must remain confidential. Any violations would be met with dire consequences. Subsequently, Wu Liang bound the oath sphere to the library. Suddenly, the covenant orb in hand soared forth, and a stone pillar, half a person's height, rose on the left side of the library. The orb landed steadily atop it. Wu Liang, as the master of the library, naturally had no need to make a vow. With a mere thought, the grand doors of the library swung open. Turning around, he gestured towards the covenant orb and spoke. "This is the covenant orb. To enter the library, one must consent to the oaths contained within, after which the doors will open. I shall first place the meditation techniques and spells you have previously learned inside. Upon swearing your oaths, you may enter and study them again. Subsequently, should you wish to learn anything further, a fee of white jade coins will be required. Once you have sworn your oaths to enter the library, I will then share additional matters with you." With that, Wu Liang stepped directly into the library. Inside the first level stood rows of towering bookshelves, all conspicuously empty. Wu Liang approached one of the shelves and placed all the stone tablets upon it. Beneath each tablet, a line of text emerged, detailing the original descriptions of these tablets. The final line read the price, indicating that it was yet to be determined. Chapter 82. Auctioning materials. At this moment, the doors of the library had been firmly shut. Wu Liang had set the prices for all spells, except for the 7 luminaries meditation, golden arrow technique, and wind shield technique. Gonsiun was the first to step inside, and as soon as she entered, the doors of the library closed behind her. "Siun, would you mind touching these 3 stone tablets?" Wu Liang beckoned to Gonsiun. "Certainly," she replied, her curiosity piqued as she placed her palm upon the tablet inscribed with the 7 luminaries meditation. Instantly, her gaze became vacant, and after a few seconds, she regained her composure. "This is utterly astonishing. It feels just like studying a spell blueprint," Gonsiun exclaimed excitedly, turning to Wu Liang. "Oh, have you acquired a spell blueprint?" Wu Liang quickly seized upon the essence of her words. "Yes, indeed. Today I obtained a sonic wave technique, which can disrupt thoughts and render the target temporarily deaf and disoriented." She continued eagerly, "Brother Wu, would you like to learn it? I can teach you if you need it." "That is indeed a commendable ability, but I shall pass," Wu Liang replied, shaking his head. He already possessed several spells, and had discarded those of lesser power or without unique utility. Although the sonic wave technique was impressive, it conflicted with the dragon's roar of his little dragon. Gonsiun expressed her disappointment. "Very well." She then proceeded to study the other 2 techniques once more, as others gradually entered the library. Once everyone had resumed their studies, Wu Liang set the prices for the 7 luminaries meditation, golden arrow technique, and wind shield technique. With a grave countenance, Wu Liang surveyed the assembly. The sword techniques, footwork, spells, and meditative practices I have acquired are now priced. In this Demon Sea world, 5th level spells command upwards of 600 white jade coins, while 10th level spells exceed 1,200. However, these acquisitions will be exclusively offered to you at a significantly reduced rate compared to external prices. The exchange rate is 5 white jade coins to 1 crystal. Should you lack white jade coins, you may exchange crystals with me. The 7 luminaries meditation, typically valued at over 100 azure jade coins, translating to over 2,000 crystals, will be priced at 10,000 white jade coins. I articulate this not to demand gratitude, but to underscore the tangible benefits of being my villagers. As Wu Liang concluded, Yuanji hesitated, then voiced, "Martial God, I have a question, though I am uncertain whether I should pose it." Wu Liang responded with gentle reassurance, "Speak freely." Yuanji, his gaze fervent, inquired, "Martial God, do you aspire to establish a nation and reign as its emperor?" "I do not deny harboring such aspirations," Wu Liang admitted. "My primary objective is to establish a sanctuary for all players, enabling them to reside in peace and prosperity as before. However, my individual efforts are insufficient. The collective endeavor of us all is required." He added, "The efficacy of the village building token is now widely known among all players. Continuing to conceal this would appear petty, and he saw no need for concealment." Upon hearing Yuanji's words, it becomes evident that establishing a management system is imperative. He inquired whether the martial god had any arrangements in mind. Wu Liang, observing Yuanji's ardent expression, smiled faintly, recognizing him as an individual with modest ambitions. "That is certainly the case," he affirmed. "We shall address these matters once the island reaches a certain population threshold. At that juncture, your capabilities will be assessed. Those who demonstrate superior prowess will be granted positions of authority. However, if individuals prefer a more tranquil existence and are disinclined to assume responsibilities, I shall not impose upon them." Yuanji experienced a tinge of disappointment, which was swiftly replaced by renewed vigor. Having commenced the study of meditation techniques, he was confident that diligent effort would undoubtedly secure him a position. "Very well, that concludes our discussion," Wu Liang declared. "You are welcome to peruse the contents of the repository at your leisure. These spells necessitate individual practice. Thus, the acquisition of knowledge should be tempered with discretion. Exercise prudence in your resource allocation towards the acquisition of white jade coins. Henceforth, our transactions shall primarily utilize white jade coins. Let us capitalize on the current market's opaque pricing of white jade coins to amass a considerable fortune." With these words, Wu Liang turned and departed. Upon returning to his private chambers, he accessed the auction center. The auction center, exclusively utilizing white jade coins for transactions, remained desolate, devoid of any player-listed items. Wu Liang promptly listed the entirety of the demonic sea thunder fish meat for sale and manufactured 143 fire nether swords, utterly depleting his reserves of fire crystal stones and iron ingots. Seller, Wu Liang 183, auction item, prime cuts of electrified deep-sea ray, starting bid, 5 white jade coins, auction duration, 12 hours, inventory, 2052 units. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72, auction item, exquisite fire nether sword, starting bid, 50 white jade coins, auction duration, 12 hours, inventory, 143 units. His crystalline reserves were nearly depleted. Wu Liang, having never utilized the global megaphone, disseminated an announcement across both the world and regional channels. A cursory glance confirmed the message had indeed captured the attention of many. Those lacking sustenance and superior weaponry hastened to the auction house, for the martial god is conducting a substantial sale. The martial god is benevolent, eschewing crystalline exchange for white jade coins. Could white jade coins possess some latent utility? Perusing the survival compendium, are they not merely currency and a source of energy? Could it be that white jade coins are of greater value than crystalline shards? Impossible. White jade coins are commonly plundered from slain beasts, whereas crystalline shards are not so easily acquired. Though I possess a finely crafted longsword, the allure of the fire nether sword is undeniable. Whosoever possesses white jade coins, I implore you to initiate a private dialogue. I am prepared to offer a substantial exchange. Furthermore, how does the martial god possess such a surfeit of flesh? A staggering 2,000 units. Pray, enlighten me as to the nature of the electrified deep-sea ray. The electrified deep-sea ray, a marine entity of the 20th echelon, materializes in shoals of at least 1,000. Preposterous. Such blatant exaggeration. The aquatic creatures of level 20, numbering in the thousands, truly exemplify the terrifying prowess of Wu Liang. It is little wonder that he has amassed such a copious amount of meat. One cannot help but suspect that Wu Liang is merely a ruse, designed to undermine our confidence. If that is the case, why not lodge a complaint against him? Quite terrifying indeed. He seems almost inhuman. By the way, where is Hong Wu? Wasn't he supposed to surpass the god of war? I estimate that Wu Liang has already reached at least level 20, if not higher. And yet, it has only been a few days. I have barely reached level 5. You, at level 5, should refrain from speaking. I have only just attained level 3. The world channel buzzes with discussions, ranging from the utility of a Baiyu coin to speculations on the extent of Wu Liang's formidable strength. The prices of items he auctions at the auction center continue to soar. With a mere glance, Wu Liang observes that not only his villagers, but also a multitude of others are engaged in the large-scale acquisition of Baiyu coins. Some astute players have already begun to gather them, despite their ignorance of the coin's value. Indeed, this eternal world is never lacking in clever individuals. Wu Liang smiled slightly, unfazed, as he navigated to the crafting page. Chapter 83. Reflections in Intoxication. Rare Juicer. 14-18-10 copper blocks. 32-10 iron blocks. 132-2 golden crystals. Rare brewing yeast. 0G 100G fragrant rice. Rare fruit wine. Fruits 243-5. Yeast 0-1. 2,000 milliliters water. Details. The flavor will vary based on the ingredients. Long-term consumption may enhance physical constitution. Rare wall mirror. Quartz 16-5. 12-1 crystal stones. Legendary spellcasting gloves. 132-60 golden crystals. 23-60 wooden crystals. 12-60 crystal stones. 0-60 fire crystals. 68-60 earth crystals. 0-60 wind crystals. 152-60 ice crystals. 164-60 thunder crystals. Though he lacked sufficient crystals, he was unconcerned, as selling a few items would suffice. However, he found the juicer somewhat redundant. Who would drink juice when fruit wine is available? After crafting a wall mirror, Wu Liang turned towards the bathroom door. He knocked, but there was no response. Allowing Xiaolong and Xiaolan to play outside, Wu Liang entered the bathroom. Selecting a spot, he placed a mirror measuring 1 meter in length and 50 centimeters in width above the wash basin. He did indeed appear somewhat more handsome, yet his stubble was rather excessive. Wu Liang stroked his chin, glancing left and right. Wetting his cheeks with water, he retrieved the golden wind sword. He had refrained from selling it, and now it served perfectly for shaving. The true dragon sword was simply too sharp to wield with ease. With meticulous precision, Wu Liang now possessed an extraordinary command over his musculature. Moments later, his cheeks were immaculate and scathed. After a delightful ablution, Wu Liang emerged from the lavatory. Noticing the absence of Little Dragon and Little Blue, Wu Liang proceeded to the kitchen, where he discovered the two diminutive creatures frolicking with the immortal arachnid queen, Little White. In a matter of days, he had grown accustomed to the culinary assistance of Gan Siyun. After exchanging greetings with Gan Siyun, Wu Liang approached the wooden receptacle brimming with fragrant rice, from which he scooped a generous portion. Wu Liang then accessed the fabrication interface and selected distiller's yeast. A radiant flash ensued, and before Wu Liang materialized 10 spherical entities. Navigating to the kitchenware interface, Wu Liang fashioned 5 ewers, each boasting a 5-liter capacity. The surface of the distiller's yeast was adorned with a velvety layer of black fuzz. With the water bucket positioned near Gan Siyun, Wu Liang approached it, retrieving milk fruit. Luzon fruit, sweet fruit, magic sea maiden fruit, and snow dragon fruit cultivated by Gan Siyun. He fashioned 2 of each variety, culminating in 20 liters of fruit wine. An ambrosial aroma of wine instantaneously permeated the entirety of the kitchen. Little Dragon, Little Blue, and Little White promptly congregated, their countenances reflecting fervent anticipation. Gan Siyun, her hands diligently occupied, inquired with curiosity, "Such an exquisite fragrance, Brother Wu. What libation are you concocting?" Wu Liang inhaled deeply, savoring the bouquet, and then meticulously transferred the vinous concoctions into the ewers before stowing them away. This is a newly acquired fruit wine recipe. He then addressed the 3 diminutive companions. Patience, little ones, we shall partake after our repast. He feared that the 3 little ones would soon become inebriated and neglect their meals. Whimper moo, cluck. The trio circled around Wu Liang's calves, nuzzling affectionately. Dinner was swiftly prepared, yet Wu Liang felt no pangs of hunger. As Gansi Yun arranged the plates, the 3 little ones devoured their food with unrestrained eagerness. Wu Liang could only manage a few bites before they had polished off their meals entirely. Amused, he retrieved 5 large bowls from the cupboard. No sooner had he poured the drink than the trio eagerly began to lap it up. Brother Wu Liang, I toast to you, Gansi Yun said, lifting her bowl with a bashful expression. Come, let's clink our glasses. Wu Liang gently tapped his bowl against hers. The liquor was delightfully smooth, its rich aroma bursting forth in his mouth. The liquid glided over his tongue, soothingly passing down his throat, warming him from within, leaving him feeling almost transcendent. A subtle hint of milk added a unique flavor to the experience. Excellent wine. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with delight as he took another sip, unable to resist indulging once more. In the blink of an eye, his bowl of milk fruit wine was entirely consumed. Before he could pour himself another, Gansi Yun stood up to refill her bowl, pouring one for herself as well. Brother Wu Liang, let us toast. A faint blush graced Gansi Yun's cheeks, her eyes beginning to glaze over. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones had already collapsed on the ground, thoroughly intoxicated. Cheers! Wu Liang and Gansi Yun clinked their bowls once more. Though the liquor possessed considerable potency, it was of trifling consequence to Wu Liang. Gansi Yun, with unrestrained exuberance, drained her cup in a single draught, then refilled it from the flagon, consuming it once more. Much to Wu Liang's astonishment. Pray, where's your wine, Brother Wu? She queried, a hiccup punctuating her words. Her face flushed crimson. She leaned precariously upon the table. Her eyes narrowed. I crave more spirits. Enough, Siyun. You are inebriated, Wu Liang cautioned. Nay, I must imbibe further, she retorted, a hiccup escaping her lips. With unsteady gait, she seized Wu Liang's unfinished cup and emptied it in one swallow. Brother Wu, do you deem me brazen, devoid of all modesty? She inquired, her form almost coalescing with his as she leaned in. An intense, albeit not unpleasant, aroma of alcohol permeated the air. You are merely intoxicated. Allow not your thoughts to wander thus. Permit me to escort you back to your chambers, Wu Liang offered, rising to support her arm. I am not inebriated. I desire more wine, Gansi Yun proclaimed, wrenching her arm free. Tell me true, do you find me immodest? Wu Liang, wearing a wry smile, once more offered his support. Such a notion is far from my thoughts. Verily? Verily, he affirmed. He, she giggled, clinging to his arm, her finger playfully prodding his cheek. It pleases me that you do not hold me in disdain. Think you I desire this? Nay, I merely seek to endure. My father, who was once hale and hearty, has vanished without a trace. Woe is me, she lamented, tears welling in her eyes. He was well, and now only my mother and I remain. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to survive. I must take good care of my mother. Each day, I am engulfed by fear, terrified that one day I may no longer receive any messages from her, or that I might suddenly pass away myself. If I were to die, what would become of my mother? The gentle breeze outside swept away the last remnants of Wu Liang's inebriation. He cast a complex glance at the emotional yet whimsical Shiyun, who clung to him. He had never been adept at offering comfort and was utterly at a loss for words. Shiyun flailed her arms about, laughing and crying in a chaotic manner. Do you have any idea how delighted I am to have met you? You are so remarkable. Being in your presence makes me feel safe. Your house is so spacious that even if something were to happen, you would be there to shield me. You are tall. You must bear the weight of the world if it were to fall. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, I am resolute in living with you. I must survive. To survive. Brother Wu, how is it that you are so extraordinary? Shiyun suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze intently upon Wu Liang. Chapter 84. Integration of regional channels. I am merely a bit fortunate, Wu Liang remarked with a complex expression. Were it not for the European Emperor system, he likely would have remained just another ordinary player, perhaps even succumbing to oblivion. Am I fortunate? He encountering Brother Wu is indeed my stroke of luck. Wu Liang offered a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Guan Xiyun continued to chatter incessantly as Wu Liang assisted her to her bedroom. He helped her remove her shoes and tucked her under the covers. "Rest well," he said softly, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, Guan Xiyun grasped his arm tightly. "Don't go. I'm scared." "There's nothing to fear, just sleep soundly." Wu Liang gently pried her fingers away. The covers had been kicked aside by Guan Xiyun, prompting him to lean down once more to adjust them. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiyun extended her arms and embraced Wu Liang with surprising strength, causing him to tumble onto the bed. "Brother Wu, do you truly not disdain me?" Her breath brushed against him, triggering a ticklish sensation in his nose. This was the first time he found himself so close to a girl, leaving him momentarily flustered. "I do not disdain you, truly." Wu Liang hastily shook his head, freeing himself from her embrace and rising to his feet. Initially, he had been merely puzzled. The heartfelt confessions that Guan Xiyun uttered in her inebriated state had illuminated his understanding. He had never anticipated that she harbored such sentiments. Had it not been for this bout of intoxication, these words would likely have remained unheard throughout his lifetime. She also glimpsed the facets of strength, optimism, and discipline within Guan Xiyun. With a sigh, Wu Liang exhaled deeply and patted his chest. Once again, he tucked the blanket around Guan Xiyun. "Sleep well. I shall take my leave," he whispered gently. Wu Liang carefully opened the door. "Father, mother, I miss you," Guan Xiyun murmured absent-mindedly from the bed. Wu Liang paused momentarily. After tidying up the kitchen, disregarding the 3 small creatures on the floor, he turned and returned to his bedroom. He left the door ajar, seated himself on the sofa, facing the outside, and took out a flask of fruit wine, drinking quietly from the spout. Time flowed slowly, second by second. Game notification. The various regional channels will be restructured. Game notification. The various regional channels will be restructured. Game notification. The various regional channels will be restructured. Wu Liang's eyes glazed over as he opened the regional channel. The member count had risen to 2,000, and the rankings were in constant flux. The standings were as follows. Wu Liang, 21, 39524. Guan Xiyun, 9, 5456. Zhan Xingyun, 8, 4382. Yuan Ji, 7, 3576. Bai Lei, 7, 3564. Wu Liang maintained a significant lead, with his villagers occupying the top 4 positions, while Su Chang, who had previously ranked 4th, had been relegated beyond the 20th place. Game tip. Channel ranking rewards are distributed based on pre-merger standings. Post-merger members only receive the original channel rewards. What a surprise! The merger has actually happened. This is indeed Yong'an. Incredible! We have entered the channel of the martial god. Ha ha! We have unexpectedly landed in the martial god's channel. Our channel was already formidable. And now, with this powerful alliance, we shall dominate the rankings. Quick! Observe the level and combat power of our group leader. Our previous leader, Bai Lei, is astonishingly only ranked 5th. Let us not even mention that our leader is below the top 10. 3 regional channels have merged, and the newly joined members are eager to express their thoughts. However, moments later, upon witnessing Wu Liang's level and combat power, everyone was left in utter shock. Last time he was at level 8, with a combat power exceeding 5,000. Now he has soared to level 21, with combat power nearing 40,000. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Indeed, I had my doubts when conversations in the World Channel suggested that the martial god might surpass level 20. But now disbelief is no longer an option. This is simply outrageous. Goodness, what is happening? Martial god, please say something. Did you not notice the top 20 rankings? My heavens, only now do I realize what you mean. I feel a tinge of envy. I wish to encounter the martial god as well. All 9 villagers under Wu Liang have surged into the regional leaderboard's top 20. The new members are bewildered, each one hastily inquiring about the situation. Upon hearing the explanations in the group, they can only express their emotions with exclamations of disbelief. Why has the martial deity not spoken today? Indeed, will there be a video conference tomorrow morning? Look, our regional channel remains in the lead. Is there even need to look further? With the martial deity present, the ranking is assured. A jug containing a full 4 liters of fruit wine has been entirely consumed by Wu Liang, who can no longer sustain himself and has collapsed on the coffee table, soundly asleep. The World Channel is abuzz with discussions. Wu Liang's rank in Yong'an occupies the top position, while the Hongwu Channel follows in 2nd place. As for the former YA Channel, it has now transformed into the Channel of Alice, holding the 3rd position. In the regional channel, someone could not resist revealing Wu Liang's data on the World Channel, plunging it into a brief silence. Wu Liang remains blissfully unaware of all this. After a night devoid of conversation, the first rays of sunlight break upon Wu Liang's face, somewhat blinding and causing a slight itch. Groggily, he opens his eyes to find Xiao Long and Xiao Lan, like two playful puppies, licking his cheeks. Shaking his head vigorously, Wu Liang dispels the remnants of sleep and rises. Checking the time, it is still before 6 a.m. Although he indulged excessively, his spirits have improved considerably. Despite consuming over 4 liters of wine yesterday, he awakens this morning without a hint of a headache. Although he does not show it outwardly, his spirit has been taut. Akin to a tightly wound rope, after a night of inebriation, he feels as though he has undergone a thorough cleansing. While pressures still linger, his mind is considerably more at ease. Ensuring that the restroom is unoccupied, Wu Liang finally steps inside. His memory was nearly overwhelmed, causing a sense of restraint. With a sigh, he felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. After adjusting his trousers and performing a brief wash-up, he realized that the next upgrade needed to include the construction of a restroom. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, he encountered Gan Siyun. "Siyun, are you awake?" Wu Liang greeted her. "Ah Wu, Brother Wu, good morning," Gan Siyun replied, somewhat shyly, lowering her gaze before continuing. "Brother Wu, I didn't say anything foolish yesterday, did I?" "No, you simply fell into a deep slumber on the table after drinking, so I helped you to your room," Wu Liang reassured her. Gan Siyun let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Wu," she said. Wu Liang smiled gently. "It's no trouble at all. You should go wash up. We have a video conference to attend shortly." The two remained at the bathroom door, and Wu Liang stepped aside as Gan Siyun, blushing deeply, slipped into the restroom. As most players were still fast asleep, Wu Liang decided to send out an announcement for a video conference at 8 o'clock before retreating to his own bedroom. Chapter 85. The grand sale of equipment seizing every fleeting moment. Wu Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of deep meditation. After approximately an hour, he opened his eyes, revealing the game interface, which displayed an increase of over 80 experience points. Gaining 80 points in an hour, without slaying the creatures of the Demon Sea, would require nearly a year to ascend to the 4th rank of Qi refinement. This was with the fortunate triple bonus, alongside his highest level meditation technique. It was no wonder that most members of the mermaid tribe were only at the 2nd rank. The rate of progression was indeed painfully slow. Currently, the creatures outside the island possessed levels that were too low, indicating that he must venture to the depths of the sea for training. Beside him, the little dragon and Xiao Lan were also in meditation. Wu Liang roused them, and they proceeded to the kitchen. This time, he refrained from consuming alcohol, wary of allowing Gan Siyun to indulge. After finishing their meal, it was nearly 7:30. Wu Liang opened the regional channel and issued another announcement. Half an hour later, a video conference was convened, prompting everyone to prepare themselves. Returning to his bedroom, Wu Liang accessed the auction center, where the Demon Sea Thunderfish meat had risen to 12 white jade coins per piece. The Fire Ming sword had surpassed 100. He had almost forgotten about the promised compensation for Hua Bei. Wu Liang tapped his forehead in realization. He opened the Yeoman Village channel and clicked on Hua Bei's avatar to send her a private message. "I was so busy yesterday that I completely forgot about you. Has your house been rebuilt?" Hua Bei replied, "I have completed the construction, Wu God. There is no need for compensation." "How many levels is your house now?" Hua Bei inquired, to which Wu Liang responded, "Level 2? What is the matter?" Wu Liang then offered to elevate Hua Bei's house to level 3 as a form of compensation. The interest for the day had already arrived. He generously gifted Hua Bei the materials required for constructing a level 3 house and subsequently opened his private messages. Within the private messages, the majority were advertisements, alongside a plethora of short videos and numerous individuals seeking to engage and trade with him. After meticulously reviewing all the free videos, Wu Liang began perusing the requests for trades in his private messages. An assortment of peculiar items caught his eye. One particular message piqued his interest. It was from Jia Youfu, with whom he had previously traded exquisite lingerie. The message entailed a request for a rare puppet-made manufacturing blueprint, in exchange for a unique piece of equipment. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Liang resolved to proceed with the trade. By creating the puppet maid, he could place her in the library as its custodian. Game notification: Rare Golden Wind Sword -1. Game notification. Trade successful. Rare puppet made manufacturing blueprint. Rare puppet made manufacturing blueprint. Requires white jade coins as power source. Possesses average intelligence. Fully obedient to the Master-S commands. Capable of handling household chores, and can even serve as a delightful companion to fulfill one's needs. Learn, Wu Liang silently vowed. The blueprint transformed into a radiant beam, coursing into Wu Liang's being. Upon accessing the manufacturing page, he realized he was lacking crystal stones and a soul orb. What exactly is a soul orb? Wu Liang navigated the trading center, but found nothing of interest. He decided to leave it for another time. With less than 5 minutes remaining before the video conference, he poured himself a glass of wine, savoring its essence. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the video meeting commenced, with everyone being forcibly ushered in. Before Wu Liang appeared a series of screens, the largest of which prominently displayed him. Each time he glimpsed the room of the god of war, he felt as though he resided in a pigsty. Was the god of war drinking? Someone wondered, astonished to see a vibrant red beverage. Goodness, how extravagant. He has everything. The newly joined players, witnessing such opulence for the first time, gaped in awe at the spacious and brilliantly lit room, which rivaled that of a luxury hotel. Silence. Wu Liang raised his hand, commanding attention. Instantly, all fell silent. He continued, "You should all have noticed that we have once again secured first place. Of course, for our new members, your rewards will differ from ours, but at the next update, you shall enjoy equal treatment." He stated a few key points. First, both new and veteran members will receive equal treatment. As we are all part of the same regional channel, the rules apply to every member. Second, I will be pre-selling a batch of equipment and condensers. If you are unfamiliar with the concept of pre-sale, feel free to ask the veteran members, and everyone can gather materials together. Thirdly, it is well known that I have established a village, and I hope everyone is prepared in their hearts. Upon encountering me, I welcome all to become my villagers. Should anyone wish to depart, I shall grant them their freedom. Fourthly, I trust that everyone has already surmised the treatment of my villagers, as all shall occupy the top 20. Fifthly, Wu Liang will engage them in some ideological work. I believe that the majority of members will be able to discern the situation. The astute individuals know precisely what actions to take. Next, I invite everyone to speak freely. Long-standing members may share the rules of our group, along with certain advantages and the regulations of pre-sale. As Wu Liang concluded his words, each individual eagerly vied to express their thoughts. Wu Liang paid little heed to their discourse, instead focusing on listing all the necessary pre-sale items. Pre-sale item, rare golden wind sword. Pre-sale time, 9:20. Requirements, 10 wind crystals, 10 gold crystals, 20 iron blocks. For any crystals, special provision, not to be sold within 31 days. Pre-sale item, rare wind wings set. Pre-sale time, 9:20. Requirements, 10 silk, 10 wind crystals, 10 gold crystals, 2 crystal stones, 4 silver blocks, 6 any crystals, special provision, not to be sold within 31 days. Pre-sale item, fine crystal lamp. Pre-sale item, fine water condenser. The water condenser and crystal lamp share identical specifications as previous offerings, primarily aimed at new members. The rare golden wind sword and wind wings set are particularly aimed at the veteran members, although there are also some newly joined players who are not lacking in crystal stones. The diving device, along with legendary equipment, is exclusively sold to his fellow villagers and is not advertised in the regional channel. As Wu Liang shared the link in the group, he was immediately met with a series of game notifications. Materials began to materialize before him in waves, which he promptly stored in his savings bracelet. He commenced the crafting of the golden wind sword and wind wing set, with all members observing his actions through the video feed. With the assurance of experienced players and Wu Liang's esteemed reputation, their anticipation grew as they witnessed the onset of his equipment creation. Those in need of materials began to procure them, while others opted for direct trades. Some who had previously co-invested in a condensation device, now unburdened by a lack of crystal stones, chose to make purchases once more. Wu Liang continued to craft these items, subsequently storing them in his savings bracelet. As the video conference concluded, a cacophony of game notifications erupted around him. Gazing at the bountiful supplies before him, Wu Liang dove headfirst into the task, opting for batch production without hesitation. Chapter 86. Li Feng's injury. After toiling for the better part of an hour, Wu Liang had successfully crafted a total of 180 sets of glistening wind swords, 257 windwing armaments, 1428 crystalline lamps, and 1556 condensation devices. Virtually every player in the regional channel now possessed a crystalline lamp and a condensation device, thanks to Wu Liang's efforts. Wiping the non-existent perspiration from his brow, Wu Liang grinned contentedly. This endeavor had yielded a substantial profit of 9,568 crystals and over 3,000 copper ingots, with each of the 8 elemental crystals exceeding 1,000 in quantity. Meanwhile, the auction at the auction house had concluded, amassing a grand total of over 60,000 jade coins. His current holdings amounted to over 70,000 jade coins and nearly 10,000 crystals. Wu Liang stroked his chin. Lost in thought, he mused that he had essentially tapped the regional channel players dry and resolved to sell bath appliances once they had accumulated more crystals. The game's rewards had been distributed, including a luck aura, double experience points, and double health and status enhancements. However, the reward of marine creatures no longer attacking islands was absent. The planting base was now overflowing, with hardly any room to maneuver. He harvested all the ripe fruits, storing half in the kitchen and converting the remainder into fruit wine. Opening the upgrade page for the planting base, he initiated the upgrade. Game notification, -20 wood crystals, -20 water crystals, -40 earth crystals. Game notification, planting base upgrade successful. In a flash, Wu Liang witnessed a dramatic transformation of the planting base. The wooden fences had vanished, and the dimensions had expanded to a 10-meter radius. The backyard appeared somewhat smaller. Wu Liang furrowed his brow, realizing that his supply of timber and stones was insufficient. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow when the interest arrived. With time still on his side, he was about to return to his bedroom to meditate when a hurried sound of footsteps reached his ears. What could it be? Wu Liang turned in confusion. He saw Zhan Xingyun hastily approaching, carrying a villager with a severed arm, while Gan Siyun anxiously led the way ahead. "Brother Wu, please save Li Fang," he asked, fading fast. Wu Liang's expression grew grave as he instantly utilized the thunder step, appearing beside them in an instant. Xingyun gently lay Li Fang down. What has transpired? Li Fang's face was ashen, and he had already lost consciousness. His left arm was not only severed, but there was also a gaping wound about a foot long in his abdomen, blood gushing from his body. He had already harvested from the planting base, and now he possessed nearly 20 portions of healing medicine. Wu Liang promptly retrieved 2 small bowls, releasing a potent herbal aroma. They contained a thick, dark healing balm. Observing Wu Liang applying the viscous ointment to Li Fang's wounds, Zhan Xingyun sighed in relief as the bleeding ceased and Li Fang took a deep breath. After our meeting, we were all practicing spells outside when suddenly over 20 marine creatures attacked the island. Li Fang, unfortunately, was caught off guard. What are the others? They are unharmed and are currently outside dealing with the corpses. Very well, please go and summon them inside. Li Fang's complexion has improved markedly, and his breathing has stabilized, indicating that he has successfully navigated the critical period. Wu Liang accessed the crafting interface, selected a rare prosthetic, specifically a human arm, and confirmed the creation. System notification, crystal stone -5, wood crystal stone, 5, fire crystal stone, 5, wind crystal stone -5, silver ingot -10, gold ingot -5. System notification, rare prosthetic arm successfully forged. Given that the human arm constitutes a minimal area, the material expenditure was relatively low. This prosthetic limb, gleaming with a silvery white hue, was slightly larger than Li Fang's original right arm. Wu Liang removed the medicinal dressing from Li Fang's severed limb and attached the prosthetic. The prosthetic flowed like quicksilver, extending to Li Fang's shoulder, continuously morphing and adapting to his physique. Gan Siyun and the others arrived, their faces grave. Upon witnessing the silvery white arm now affixed to Li Fang's left side, they gasped in hushed astonishment. The prosthetic ceased its transformation, its surface gradually covered with a layer of flesh and, ultimately, skin. Upon closer inspection, fine downy hairs were even visible. Incredible! What manner of technique is this? It's akin to something out of Terminator. Is this arm functional? Presumably, it is, given the wondrous nature of this world, where any improbable event can transpire. Ascertaining that Li Fang was no longer in imminent danger, Wu Liang rose to his feet and declared with solemnity, "First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for safeguarding the island and protecting our home." Taking out 9 small bowls filled with healing medicine, Wu Liang continued to speak as he handed them to Gan Siyun. The creatures of the Demon Sea pose both a peril and a potential opportunity for the island. Therefore, unless the situation becomes extraordinarily perilous, I shall refrain from intervening. The guardianship of the island shall rest upon your shoulders from this point forward. However, I shall provide each of you with a portion of healing medicine. Should you exhaust this supply, do not hesitate to seek me for more. You have all witnessed the condition of Li Fong, yet do not be misled into thinking that my ability to assist him renders injuries trivial. The healing medicine is finite and cannot restore life. Furthermore, while prosthetic limbs can be utilized like natural ones, they do not enhance one's capabilities. It is crucial to understand that each time we elevate our strength, our physical constitution improves to some extent, but the same cannot be said for prosthetics. I clarify this for your understanding, but should you encounter an unavoidable danger, it is better to sacrifice an arm than to lose your life. I will assist in treating injuries sustained while guarding the island, but for other matters, a fee will be required. That is all I wish to convey. Xiyun, please distribute the healing medicine. Everyone accepted the medicine with expressions of joy, offering their heartfelt thanks to Wu Liang. Xingyun, carry Li Fong back to his home. The rest of you may disperse. With that, Wu Liang turned and departed, with Gan Xiyun following closely behind. Xiao Bai, Xiao Long, and Xiao Lam were frolicking in the courtyard, and upon seeing the two of them walking further away, they hurriedly pursued them. Brother Wu, will Li Fong's left arm truly return to its former state? Indeed, not only will it revert to its former state, but it will also possess tactile sensations. Gan Xiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. It is truly remarkable, Wu Liang replied with a faint smile. It is indeed extraordinary, yet it harbors considerable flaws. Considerable flaws? Gan Xiyun gazed at Wu Liang, perplexed. While it may appear convenient, as one's strength increases, the prosthetic will struggle to keep pace with the body's enhanced power and speed, gradually becoming a burden. Fortunately, since Li Fong has his left arm replaced, if it had been his right arm or his legs, he would have been rendered half incapacitated. Wu Liang explained patiently. Gan Xiyun nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is. I understand now. However, for some players who are already disabled, they are indifferent to such concerns. Nevertheless, Brother Wu, how are you able to sell this at the trading center? This is an immense fortune in crystal stones. Gan Xiyun exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Chapter 87. The astute Winnie, the sheer volume of crystal stones I could accrue from hydrocondensers and crystal lamps alone is immeasurable, not to mention other resources. Yet, one might ask, why do I limit the sale of these goods to our regional channel and reserve certain specialized equipment exclusively for our villagers? Gan Xiyun, her brow furrowed in perplexity, inquired, why is that? With unwavering conviction, Wu Liang responded, because of the human psyche. In this world devoid of order, power dictates one's standing. Currently, the majority of players are struggling for survival, lacking basic necessities like sustenance and water. Were I to indiscriminately sell all these items, it would only incite their avarice. The disparity between players in our regional channel and those in other regions would diminish. Gan Xiyun's confusion deepened. So what if the gap narrows? Amassing resources is the paramount objective. Wu Liang shook his head. Nay, to put it bluntly, it is precisely this disparity that fosters a sense of superiority among players in our regional channel. They harbor gratitude towards me, knowing that becoming one of my villagers yields greater benefits. However, should I indiscriminately sell everything I acquire, they would perceive themselves as no different from others, rendering the status of being my villager inconsequential. Gan Xiyun curled her lip and retorted, why not simply forcibly induct them as villagers? Subdue any dissent with force. Wu Liang cast a peculiar glance at Gan Xiyun, taken aback by this glimpse of her forceful nature. Forcibly subjugating all individuals raises a pertinent question. What happens when they inevitably revolt? I could manage one or two, but what if an entire faction of players rises against me? With a hint of skepticism, Gan Xiyun inquired, shall we simply eliminate them all? Wu Liang was momentarily rendered speechless, harboring serious doubts about Gan Xiyun's intentions. Setting aside the feasibility of such a massacre, should I eradicate everyone, the island would be left with a mere handful of inhabitants. What purpose would there be in establishing a village then? Furthermore, if we were to confront a war against the alien races of the Demon Sea world in the future, lacking a capable workforce would pose a dire predicament. With a cheerful demeanor, Gan Xiyun remarked, Brother Wu, don't you possess legendary equipment and spells? Can't you attract them using those? No, it is not that simple. Wu Liang countered. Forging a single piece of legendary equipment requires over 300 crystal stones, and one cannot merely accumulate spells without discernment. That would only squander one's energy. It is naive to assume that everyone can be swayed by mere promises. We are all modern individuals, and among the 10 of us on this island, do you truly understand their motivations? Their willingness to become my villagers stems not only from my formidable strength, but also from the prospect of obtaining resources unattainable elsewhere. Hence, I choose to sell certain special, albeit not particularly precious, equipment in the regional channel. The truly valuable items are reserved solely for internal distribution. As long as my prowess is formidable, ensuring their cognizance that allegiance to me guarantees prosperity, any latent dissent will remain suppressed. With the passage of time, they shall acclimate to my preeminence. Wu Liang sighed pensively. The potency of habituation is undeniable. Merely a few days have elapsed, yet I have grown accustomed to this current existence, perceiving my former life as if it were a mere reverie. Gan Siyun's eyes curved into crescents, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Now that you comprehend so clearly, my apprehension is assuaged. Wu Liang was momentarily stunned, his countenance rigid as he regarded Gan Siyun. Were you testing me just now? It cannot precisely be termed a test. I merely sought to ascertain the veracity of your innermost sentiments. Gan Siyun responded with a genial smile. Wu Liang wore a wry smile. He had initially presumed Gan Siyun to be a comedic figure, yet it seemed he was the one playing the fool. Gan Siyun clutched Wu Liang's arm, gazing up at him with an expression of fervent longing. Dear brother Wu, shall we indulge in some libations? Wu Liang shuddered, extricating his arm with a rueful smile. Your agitation is making me dizzy. However, let it be stipulated that you are permitted but a single cup. Gan Siyun nodded incessantly, like a chick pecking at grain. Dearest brother Wu, you are the most benevolent. Escorting Gan Siyun to his chamber, he produced a flagon of wine, pouring a cup each for himself and her. Is this all? Gan Siyun pouted, regarding the meager amount of wine in the silver teacup with dissatisfaction. The three little fellows also gazed at Wu Liang with eager anticipation. You are all too young. You are forbidden from imbibing any further. He would soon be venturing into the depths. Mindful of the previous day's inebriated antics of the three diminutive creatures, the trio appeared deflated, their countenances reflecting utter dejection. Wu Liang noticed the void on the tea table where a flagon of wine had previously resided, and comprehension dawned upon him. Out with it! Gan Siyun feigned deafness to Wu Liang's entreaty, abstaining even from the libation in her teacup, and instead scooped up the terrestrial little white, fleeing with alacrity. Wu Liang shook his head with a wry smile, observing that this woman grew increasingly audacious. Do try not to overindulge. He called out to the receding figure of Gan Siyun. Duly noted, Gan Siyun responded, waving dismissively without turning her head. At that juncture, Little Blue and Little White seized the opportunity, darting onto the tea table and voraciously lapping up the 2 goblets of fruit wine. Wu Liang was rendered speechless. After administering a stern reprimand to the 2 small culprits, Wu Liang retrieved another flagon of fruit wine, taking a small sip. As he was about to access the crafting interface, Gan Siyun suddenly approached. Brother Wu, our island has encountered familiar faces once more. Let's go. Wu Liang was elated, and stowing the fruit wine, he accompanied Gan Siyun outside. Lord Wu, Mr. Wu, there were 3 individuals in total, comprising both men and women, including a foreign compatriot. These are players from his regional channel, and they were overjoyed to see Wu Liang. The lead foreign friend spoke before Wu Liang could say anything. Mr. Wu, we are eager to become your villagers, and we hope that the benefits on your island can also be extended to us. Wu Liang smiled gently and said, Winnie, welcome to becoming my villagers. From now on, we are all family, and everyone will enjoy these benefits. To her surprise, Mr. Wu even knew her name. Winnie remarked with a beaming smile. Wu Liang shared a mysterious smile. He had already glanced at the regional channel, so he was aware of their names, but he did not expect a woman to be the leader of their group. Taking the island stone from Winnie's hand, he merged it with his village-building decree. The area of Wu Liang's island expanded to a diameter of 200 meters. Have you understood everything in detail? Winnie shook her head. I have grasped the basic information, but I hope Mr. Wu can elaborate further for us. Additionally, we hope that Mr. Wu can sell us the meditation method. 10,000 white jade coins is not an issue. Wu Liang looked at Winnie in astonishment. It is worth noting that this amounts to 10,000 white jade coins. Chapter 88. 17,000 jade coins. How on earth do you possess such a vast number of jade coins? Wu Liang inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Wu. Your acquisition of jade coins yesterday revealed to me a lucrative opportunity. At present, I am not in want of jade coins, she replied, her demeanor exuding both shrewdness and fortuity. Wu Liang couldn't help but marvel at her acumen, though the players currently held little regard for jade coins. It was not to say that they could be readily exchanged in abundance. Gansi Yun had spent the entirety of the previous day attempting to acquire merely over 2,000, indicating that Winnie must possess some unique resources. However, Wu Liang refrained from inquiring further, respecting the notion that everyone harbors their own secrets. Having jade coins is sufficient. For those without, you may borrow from me without incurring any interest and procure your needs from the library. Wu Liang patiently elucidated the regulations of the island. The trio had purchased items from Wu Liang in the morning, leaving them nearly devoid of any crystal stones. Yet, they had recently sold their rare crystal lamps and, in exchange, acquired a legendary crystal lamp from Wu Liang, along with some essential supplies. Their capabilities were somewhat limited, leading Wu Liang to withhold the diving equipment from them. Apart from Winnie, who was not lacking in jade coins, the other two managed to make a modest profit, each borrowing 10,000 jade coins. Observing their eagerness to venture to the library, Wu Liang smiled gently. Hold your horses. I have a special benefit to bestow upon everyone. The group, upon hearing this, erupted in joy, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned to Wu Liang. Each of you possesses 1 or 2 condensers, ensuring you are not lacking in water resources. I now offer you a boon. Within my estate lies a jade spring, the prolonged consumption of which comprehensively enhances one's physical constitution. I propose an exchange of 2 liters of clear water for 1 liter of its water. However, as its yield is finite, such exchanges cannot be perpetual. Consider this a benefaction for me. The crowd erupted in cheers, hastily departing towards their homes. Brother Wu, might I procure some? Gansi Yun inquired with a bashful demeanor. You intend to obtain it for your mother, I presume? Very well, Wu Liang responded with a gentle smile. He was exceedingly pleased that Gansi Yun had never appropriated resources from his estate for her mother's benefit without authorization. Excellent. I shall promptly contact my mother. The populace gradually emerged, bearing wooden buckets. Each individual carried at least 1 bucket filled to the brim with clear water. Some even brought 2. Bear in mind that a single bucket holds 12 liters. How do you possess so much water? Wu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Their sophisticated condensers could not possibly accumulate such a quantity of clear water beyond what was necessary for daily consumption and ablutions. Haha, we bartered with players from the regional channel. Had our resources been more abundant, we would have acquired even more, Zhang Xingyin guffawed. I comprehend now, Wu Liang realized. Fortunately, his jade spring possessed an immense yield. Despite daily consumption, it still produced over 100 liters. After exchanging 192 liters of clear water with the populace, the remaining water in the jade spring dwindled to a mere film, totaling less than 10 liters. Someone eagerly imbibed a mouthful, exclaiming, "Exquisite! This water is not only incredibly refreshing, but also possesses a uniquely fragrant sweetness." The crowd's eyes glistened with anticipation as they all procured spoons and began to partake. I perceive a subtle augmentation in my strength, one remarked. Indeed, I concur, another echoed. Wu Liang was rendered speechless, realizing that such an immediate effect was implausible and attributing it to their heightened spirits. Once the crowd had dispersed, Gansin inquired, Brother Wu, why did you exchange for so much clear water? Wu Liang responded with a subtle smile. Utilizing azure water to manufacture toilet paper is an extravagance. Exchanging it for clear water not only doubles the production, but also bestows a modicum of benefit upon them. However, I did not anticipate that they would contemplate exchanging it with players in the regional channel, nearly depleting the azure well. Wu Liang was exceedingly satisfied. 192 liters of clear water is sufficient to produce 96,000 sheets of toilet paper. He accessed the manufacturing interface and selected superior toilet paper, opting for batch production. Game notification, clear water-10L, would -100, game notification. Batch production of superior toilet paper successful. After 10 minutes, all the clear water had vanished, and the day's interest of wood had been entirely consumed. Seller, Wu Liang 183. Transaction item, 5 premium toilet papers. Demand, 1 white jade coin stock. 1985, special setting 1. Displayed only in regional channel. Special setting 2. Limited purchase to 1 per person. It had been quite some time since he last sold toilet paper in a regional channel. Most players had likely exhausted their supplies, while some newcomers might still be resorting to using animal hides and stones. A transaction of 5 pieces would suffice for their needs. He cast the link into the regional channel, and the game notification echoed in Wu Liang's ears. He reopened the trading center. Seller, Wu Liang 183. 72. Transaction item, 1 premium toilet paper. Demand, 1 white jade coin stock. 86075. At this moment, the island was still in motion, and most players were continuously monitoring the trading center. As soon as Wu Liang listed the toilet paper, the game notification intensified, overwhelming his senses. The cacophony rendered him unable to comprehend the messages, leaving him slightly dazed. Within 3 minutes, the toilet paper sold out in both the regional and world channels. As silence returned, Wu Liang furrowed his brow. The game's notifications were excessively loud. Gently massaging his temples, he gradually regained his composure. Brother Wu, the world channel is calling you a heartless merchant, remarked Gan Siyun, covering her mouth with a smile. Ha, let them be. They accuse me of being greedy. Yet they still snatched it all up. It's merely sour grapes. With a slight grimace, Wu Liang remarked. Nevertheless, the profit margin on this toilet paper is indeed substantial. Nearly 130,000 white jade coins rested serenely within his storage bracelet. Following his 2 large-scale acquisitions of white jade coins, their value had escalated sharply, rendering it somewhat uneconomical to exchange other resources for them. He possessed an ample supply of white jade coins. At that moment, the island shuddered gently, coming to a halt once more. It's noon already? Wu Liang murmured, taken aback. He strode outside, turning to address Gan Siyun. We now have precisely 12 individuals, divided into teams of 3. That makes 4 groups. The island has expanded considerably, providing ample space for resource retrieval. Please coordinate the arrangements. Yes, certainly, Gan Siyun responded, nodding as she followed Wu Liang outside. Wu Liang detoured to the library. The uppermost floor was a vacant chamber, accessible only to him, housing over 30,000 neatly arranged white jade coins. Gathering them all into his storage bracelet, Wu Liang, accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Long, proceeded to the seaside. Gan Siyun, Zhan Xingyun, and Yuan Ji each guarded a section of the shore, busily retrieving resources. The remaining individuals congregated on the island, diligently practicing their magical arts. Wu Liang smiled faintly, then plunged headlong into the sea. Chapter 89. The foul-scented sea beast. Beyond the vast expanse of seawater lies an unending stretch of ocean. These sights had long since lost their novelty for Wu Liang, save for the wonders beneath the waves. The underwater realm consistently invigorated his senses with its bizarrely shaped colossal rocks, unfathomable trenches, and coral reefs radiating bioluminescent hues. As he swam, Wu Liang accessed the crafting interface. He selected the legendary spell-casting gloves and confirmed the creation. A pair of translucent gloves, as delicate as gossamer, materialized in his hands. They felt as smooth as skin, their touch chillingly cool. The overall quality was exceptional, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. When he tugged at them, they merely deformed slightly. He donned 1 glove on each hand. The spell-casting gloves conformed snugly to his skin, resembling a second layer rather than mere accessories, rendering their presence virtually imperceptible. Drawing forth the true dragon sword, he found that it felt no different in grip than without the gloves. Excellent. It does not hinder my weapon handling in the slightest. After stowing the true dragon sword, within mere minutes, he, along with 2 beasts, descended to the ocean floor. Game notification. Villager Gan Siyun has unlocked a purple gold treasure chest, revealing a purple gold fortune bag. Would you like to open it? Game notification. Villager Yuan Ji has opened a golden treasure chest, revealing a golden fortune bag. Would you like to open it? Their luck appeared quite favorable. Wu Liang smiled faintly and silently wished, open them all. Game hint. Purple gold fortune bag -1. Game hint. Gold fortune bag -1. Game hint. Gold crystal stone 9. Game hint. Wood crystal stone 9. Game hint. Water crystal stone 9. Game hint. Recipe for exquisite spit knife 1. Game hint. Basic knife technique 1. Game hint. Wooden shield technique 1. Triggered 100-fold luck enhancement. Additionally, acquiring the original mastery of knife technique triggered a 100-fold luck enhancement. Additionally, acquiring the original mastery of Water Shield Technique 1. Under the auspices of the European Emperor system, all spell blueprints transformed into stone tablets. The recipe for the exquisite spit knife also became rare. Perhaps there are villagers who favor the use of knives. Wu Liang, with a hand on each, touched the original mastery of Wooden Shield Technique and Water Shield Technique. Game hint: Wood Crystal Stone -10, Water Crystal Stone -10. Game hint: Wooden Shield Technique. Water Shield Technique learned successfully. Game hint: Detecting player has met the conditions for practicing the 8 elemental shields, sufficient crystal stones available. Would you like to merge Wooden Shield Technique, Water Shield Technique, and Wind Shield Technique? Is it possible to do this? Wu Liang's heart filled with joy. Merge. Game hint: Gold Crystal Stone -100, Wood Crystal Stone -100, Water Crystal Stone -100. Game hint: 3 elemental shield learned successfully. Game hint: In future, when the player acquires elemental shield techniques, they can directly merge, consuming only learning crystal stones. The game hint sound finally subsided. In Wu Liang's mind, the memories of the shield technique began to intertwine, evolving into an even more peculiar spell. The Triad Shield. A delicate, ethereal tricolored shield materialized above Wu Liang's head, casting a radiant glow that enveloped him entirely. The surrounding seawater parted as if confronted by stubborn stones, automatically separating to either side. Xiaolan, unleash your attack with full force. Xiaolan, though somewhat perplexed, obeyed Wu Liang's command and released a water arrow from her mouth. Clang! The water arrow struck the Triad Shield, failing to produce even the slightest ripple. It is noteworthy that Xiaolan was at level 25, and a single water arrow possessed considerable power. Remarkably, this shield surpassed the strength of a conventional shield technique by more than tenfold. Wu Liang was exceedingly exhilarated, especially considering he had not employed the Sumi staff. As he retracted the Triad Shield, a flicker of doubt arose in Wu Liang's mind. If there existed an Octad shield, could there also be an Octad armor, or perhaps something entirely different? He recalled the water armor technique he had previously observed from the magic sea snail. What does it matter? I have yet to acquire any of it. Dismissing the thought, Wu Liang surveyed his surroundings. Ahead lies a golden treasure chest, guarded by a solitary magic sea phantom. Even though it is alone, you are not its match. It is advisable to